The first thing I did after being reborn was to sell my house and car, and exercise like crazy. Even in the face of the threat of divorce from my beautiful wife Lu Ruyan and the strong dissuasion from my good friends, I remained unmoved. It's just because I, who have lived through another life, know that in just one more month, the world will enter the era of spiritual revival, and those with strong bodies can undergo a transformation under the wash of spiritual energy. People with poor physical fitness will be burst by the spiritual energy, and perish. Even if some people are lucky enough to survive the impact of the spiritual revival, their bodies will be strengthened by the spiritual energy, but their weak brains will still become irrational zombies under the wash of spiritual energy. In my past life, although I did not turn into a zombie due to the initial impact of spiritual energy, I still died a tragic death under the betrayal of my girlfriend Lu Ruyan because of my low awakening ability and poor physical fitness. However, now that I have been reborn and returned, of course I must take advantage of the advantage of being a prophet and seize every opportunity that can be utilized. According to my knowledge from my past life, there is a biopharmaceutical company overseas that has developed an anti-aging drug. Not only does it have outstanding effects in anti-aging, but it can also activate human cells in all aspects, significantly improving physical fitness. And after a month, when the global spiritual energy is restored, the stronger a person's basic physical fitness is, the greater the improvement they can achieve. Therefore, in this life, no matter what, I must find a way to obtain the anti-aging drug. However, that small vial of injection costs 5 billion. Even now, only world-class super-rich individuals would be able to afford it, and ordinary billionaires with assets of a few hundred billion may not have several hundred million in cash to spare. Fortunately, combining memories from my past life, I already have a clear plan. Now, I just need to gather enough capital. Thinking about this, I ignored Lu Ruyan, who was still making breakfast, and went straight to a nearby pawnshop. I first pawned 2 property deeds and the car registration for 5 million. Then sold 10% of the original shares of my technology company, bringing in 5 million, including previous savings. I now have 15 million in hand. I opened the stock trading software, transferred in 10 million first, leveraged 10 times, and the available funds instantly became 100 million. I clicked on a stock from the innovation board, set instructions for buying in batches, and then stopped paying attention. In the past life, this stock, after 5 days, rode a wave of record-breaking 11 consecutive trading days due to an insider news. The daily price limit of the innovation board is 20%, and 11 consecutive trading days means more than a 7-fold increase. After the mortgage loan comes in 2 days, I will invest it, and then wait for another 10 days at most. My 15 million will turn into 8 to 10 billion. Moreover, the market cap of this stock is large enough not to change the overall trend due to my small funds. This money is enough to buy a strengthening potion. And now the money issue doesn't need to be considered for the time being. Later, I called a car to another area of the city, slowly climbed onto a pedestrian bridge, and carefully looked around. Since my rebirth this morning, I have been calmly and rationally controlling my emotions, but here I showed a look of reminiscence for the first time. In the previous life, shortly after the sudden revival of spiritual energy worldwide, I obtained the extremely rare matching special ability stone on this bridge while escaping the city. However, under the soft persuasion of my newlywed wife Lu Ruyan, I gave her the matching special ability stone and only absorbed a common special ability stone myself. But the first thing Lu Ruyan did after awakening her special fire ability was to choose to abandon me and then join others to kill me directly. This kind of thing will not happen again in this life. In order to ensure that I can obtain the matching special ability stone as soon as possible, my gaze quickly locked onto several residential buildings close to the pedestrian bridge. Living here can minimize accidents and ensure that when the special ability stone falls from the sky, I can reach the bridge first. After renting a house nearby, I called a moving company and directed the workers to load most of the furniture and books in the living room and study onto the truck. "Boss, where are we taking this?" the head of the moving team asked with a grin. I paid them well, enough to cover their usual income for several days. After some thought, I gave them the address of the original house, and I also got on the moving truck with them. Since I would be living here, some of my clothes and daily necessities were still in my original home. Now, following the moving team, I could also tidy up my own things. As soon as I opened the door, Lu Ruyan greeted me with a look of grievance. "Darling, are you okay? Why didn't you answer my calls all day? Hey, what are you guys doing?" Su Xiao was dumbfounded, watching a few workers carrying old leather sofas and desk cabinets into the house. "Just put down any empty space in the living room." Wang Feng commanded the workers to work. "Okay." Su Xiao's face was cloudy, and when she saw that Wang Feng had no time to take care of himself, she obediently stood to the side and stopped talking. It was only when the workers finished moving things and left that Su Xiaoxiao pointed at the furniture and sundries that were almost piled up all over the living room and said angrily, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today." Wang Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao. "I'll give you 20 minutes to pack up your own things and get out of here." "What?" Su Xiaoxiao froze in place for 3 seconds before she figured out the meaning of these words. "You're kicking me out?" Su Xiaoxiao burst into tears. "Today we were supposed to be engaged. You cancelled it when you said so. I have already lost face in front of my relatives and friends this day, and now you want to drive me away. Why don't you tell me what this is all about? Did I do something wrong?" Wang Feng walked into the bedroom and started packing his clothes, dropping only one sentence. "Crying counts as time." Su Xiaoxiao followed and rushed into the bedroom, tearfully blocking in front of Wang Feng. Su Xiaoxiao asked myself that I haven't done anything wrong to you. Even if you want to break up, you have to give me a reason. Wang Feng laughed. "What? I can only break up if you make a mistake first? You have to beat someone to death before you're allowed to resist? I'm tired of playing." "All right." With a push away from Su Xiaoxiao, Wang Feng continued to pack his things. Su Xiaoxiao froze. When had Wang Feng ever been so rough with her? After a while, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly hugged Wang Feng from behind and said softly, "We have been together for such a long time. How could you suddenly dislike me? I don't believe it. You went out in a hurry this morning. Did you meet something difficult? You can tell me. No matter what, I will accompany you to fight." Wang Feng laughed coldly in his heart and decided to reveal the true face of this woman. So he deliberately said, "I speculated in coins and blew up. Too much leverage, and lost tens of millions of dollars at once." Su Xiaoxiao let go of her hand all of a sudden and turned to the front to carefully look at Wang Feng's expression. "I don't believe it. You never mentioned the coin speculation before." "I know. You must be testing me, right?" Wang Feng took out his cell phone and opened the scanned copy of the contract of the mortgaged car. "Look at it yourself. The car and the house I have offset out to pay off the debt." "Cheat you?" Immediately after Wang Feng opened the balance of the bank card, the money in it was invested in the stock market today, and now the card is left with hundreds of thousands of pocket money. Su Xiaoxiao's face changed. She had just confirmed yesterday that Wang Feng still had more than 2 million in his card, because just for today's engagement, her family was going to collect 88 million in dowry. No wonder the engagement was cancelled. No money. How else? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of something, turned her eyes and smiled again. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, when your company goes public in a while, your shares can be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This loss is nothing. The engagement banquet can be held later. Anyway, I am already your person." Wang Feng scratched his cell phone. The first page of another document is equity transfer agreement in big, bright letters. Su Xiaoxiao fell silent, turned back and dragged out a suitcase, and without a word began to pack her things. Wang Feng said, "The shares are gone. The job is still there, and the salary is several $100,000 a year. Enough to support you, and the house and car will still be there." Su Xiaoxiao looked up and said, "You don't understand. It's not about the money or the house. It's mainly because I suddenly realized that you can't give me the security I want." Wang Feng laughed coldly. "Who said just now that they would carry it with me? Now you don't feel safe?" Su Xiaoxiao's tone was cold. "If you can have $100 million in the future, I'm willing to accompany you through a period of hard times. But now that you've become a pauper, why would I want to hang myself on a tree? Not to mention others. Let's just say that the second-generation demolition guy with 18 suites at home is still not dead to me." Su Xiaoxiao packed up quickly. A moment of work dragging the suitcase to go out. "The key stays," Wang Feng said. Su Xiaoxiao did not return. Threw the room key casually. Ping sound closed the door. And so there was no seeing that behind her, Wang Feng's gaze towards her was no different from looking at a dead person. After a long time, Wang Feng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "It can't be helped. It's still a time of peace and order. And a lot of the things that are done are getting themselves into trouble and will only affect their plans." If he met Su Xiaoxiao again a month later, Wang Feng guaranteed that he would only speak with the knife in his hand. That's when another message came on the phone. "Zhang Chang, same old place. Come over and sit down for a while? Everyone's here." Wang Feng's eyes flickered, and he finally returned a good, packing the things he had packed in his hands and somewhat uncomfortably standing under the shower to take a shower. Wang Feng changed his clothes and rushed to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Through the crowded hall, Wang Feng went up to the second floor. In a quiet booth, 3 men were already grilling and eating. Seeing Wang Feng come in, the somewhat good-looking Zhang Chang stood up to greet him. "Second brother, here." Wang Feng nodded. "Lao Si." After sitting down, Wang Feng didn't say anything, picked up a beer glass and tilted his head to drink. A glass of cold beer through the heart to the end. Dense foam exploded in the mouth. There is some slightly bitter wheat flavor aftertaste. Wang Feng long breath, slightly lost in thought. "Second brother, why are you drinking so fast?" Liang Feng, the oldest brother, who looked stable in his shirt, laughed. It's as if you've been craving for a drink for a long time. Wang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Expired beer is worse than piss, but even expired beer is a rarity a few years down the road. At this time, the eldest of the four, and the current chairman of the company, Wang Tao, raised his glass, and the four of them toasted together again, until the wine over 3 rounds. Wang Tao only spoke, we four from the university as a roommate, and then together with entrepreneurship, more than 10 years of friendship, is not a loved one is better than a loved one, so the oldest two, you meet what happened, directly with the brothers said. Zheng Chang also followed, yes, today's brothers were waiting to attend your engagement banquet, but it was suddenly cancelled, and you had a falling out with your second sister-in-law? Wang Feng grew up as an orphan, without any relatives, so the engagement banquet on his side is to invite a few brothers. Suddenly cancelled. They naturally know. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Feng returned. It's just that I suddenly feel that something as big as getting married still needs to be considered more carefully. A few people glanced at each other, and Liang Feng, the oldest third, asked, second brother, then is there a connection between the transfer of your shares and the cancellation of the engagement? Wang Feng sighed darkly. The problem that should have come is still here. After experiencing the chaotic world for several years, Wang Feng could see through human nature. There is no such thing as pure fellowship in this world. It's just a bundle of interests. Let's say the four of them at the moment. If they hadn't started the business together, one for all, how could the relationship have lasted so long? This kind of thing isn't about right or wrong. It's just human nature. But now, when Wang Feng transfers his shares and breaks this community of interest, there has to be an explanation for it. And as for the engagement or not, it's all trivial. The question is, how should Wang Feng explain it? Tell them that in another month, all the wealth and status they have now will mean nothing? Who's going to believe it? The booth fell into silence, with only the charcoal fire sizzling the meat skewers, making a faint sound of sizzling. Chapter 4, The Unexpected Old Man. Wang Feng suddenly smiled. You guys don't know. Not only did I transfer my shares, my house and car were all mortgaged. What? Several people were shocked. Wang Feng grabbed a skewer of grilled meat and slowly ate 2 bites before putting down the sign. The freshly brewed beer was good, but the meat was so much less flavorful than grilled fei meat. Second brother, are you in a hurry to use money? Then you can also tell us. A few brothers to give you to get together. There is no need to be so. Zheng Chang simply do not know how to evaluate Wang Feng's behavior. Wang Feng waved his hand. Hear me out first. Brothers, do you believe me? Wang Tao nodded. Of course. Liang Feng and Zhang Chang nodded along. Wang Feng lowered his voice. I got an insider's information yesterday. There is a stock that is about to soar. 1 month's time, at least 3 times. Liang Feng hurriedly asked. Which news? Wang Feng looked at the trio with a sincere face. I definitely can't say the source, but it's absolutely fidelity. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to pokies. Wang Tao said. If you messed up like this, your younger siblings definitely couldn't agree. So you two fell out? Wang Feng did not comment, and then continued. You should not blame me for the transfer of shares. Now the capitalists have been staring at our shares, and both sides are dragging their feet to get listed, so no one can make any money. But this wave, I can make at least 400 million. By the time we open the 3rd round of financing, I'll be the capitalist. The money earned and then all invested in the company in the future. As usual, our brothers say. The booth was quiet again. After a while, Liang Feng reluctantly smiled. In this way, everyone will become working for second brother. Zheng Chang echoed a few laughs. Wang Feng looked at Wang Tao. Big brother, what do you say? Wang Tao was expressionless, sipped his beer and didn't say anything. Wang Feng waited for a while and said in a flat tone, in theory, how to dispose of the shares is my personal freedom, just that the brotherhood is there. And if this makes your interests suffer, it does seem a bit sorry for the brothers. But now that I've made it clear that after a month, everyone will be able to earn more, there's no reason for you guys to disagree. If you don't want to accept it because the company will become under my control in the future, then I'm not the one who doesn't talk about brotherhood. Wang Feng picked up the wine glass, a drink, stood up. In this case, see in many years brother points, that stock code I leave you, is to buy a little to earn a few million pocket money or not, or learn me to leverage pokies to earn 1 or 2 small goals or not, are casual you. I'll stay out of the company's business from now on. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. Hey, second brother. Zheng Chang opened his mouth behind him. What? Wang Feng turned back. That code you haven't said. Wang Feng laughed and dipped his beer to write a string of numbers on the table. The 3 of them came over to look at it. Wang Tao is no exception. When he went downstairs, the hall was still noisy. and Wang Feng walked faithfully to the street and took a walk in the cool breeze. When he agreed to come for dinner, Wang Feng had already thought of the current outcome. If Su Xiao Xiao is that you can share wealth and riches but not sufferings, then these brothers of his own are. They can share the suffering but not the wealth. A month later, earn more. Really think Wang Feng is talking about just that company? If they were willing to accept Wang Feng as their boss, Wang Feng would consider using other methods to hint at them to make some preparations earlier without exposing the secret of rebirth, or even take them on a journey in the future. In his previous life, since the recovery of the aura, he had never seen these three brothers again, and he had probably died long ago. Wang Feng had the intention to pull them a hand, but in his previous life, Wang Feng had seen an unknown number of scenarios where originally good brothers turned against each other because of a little benefit. Even if they were to bring them along this time, the dominance of the group had to be in Wang Feng's hands, and that was the bottom line. If they couldn't do enough to trust Wang Feng and refused to listen to his command, then Wang Feng's past life experience would be useless at all, and they would probably be dragged to their deaths. Now that they were reacting this way, Wang Feng could only say one thing: life and death is a matter of life and death, and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. The stock code left by Wang Feng is true. It is another big bull stock. Only the pre-start is too slow. Was abandoned by Wang Feng. Let them revel in the joy of skyrocketing stocks to welcome the age of chaos. In a flash, it was 3 days later. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Wang Feng woke up on time and took the topmost long sword from the weapon rack. In this newly rented house, the original study and living room have been emptied and set up with a variety of new fitness equipment bought by Wang Feng. 3 long, 2 short, and 5 steel swords lay on the weapon rack by the living room wall. They were all bought under the name of modern crafts, but only the one placed at the top was not bladed. The other 2 were long and 2 were short, and both were murder weapons. Wang Feng put the knife on his back, went out, and went straight to a forest park not far from the neighborhood. This university family area, along with several nearby colleges and universities, is close to the edge of the city, and not far to the south is the site of the mountain range, which is also the reason why Wang Feng chose to escape in this direction in his previous life. The forest park is built on a small hill, and there are large areas of undeveloped, dense woods. Wang Feng avoided those who got up early to dance in the square, playing Taijiquan grandparents, drilled into the forest off the beaten track, and found a piece of open space to start practicing the sword. In the empty and silent forest clearing, Wang Feng slowly swung his sword. Wang Feng had no experience in practicing martial arts, and all the sword techniques were slowly acquired in one fight. Perhaps simple, perhaps ugly, but absolutely deadly. In his previous life, Wang Feng didn't have magnificent supernormal abilities, only the most ordinary flesh strengthening, all of which he relied on to fight his way out. In this life, no matter what powers would be awakened in the future, but in the month and a half before the ability stone landed, all that could be relied upon was still only the sword in his hand. Chop, slash, tease, chop, pick, cut, push, stab, slip, stir, crumble, pull, move by move. The blade techniques imprinted in his mind gradually fused with this body now, turning into instinctive memory of his muscles. Wang Feng withdrew his sword and exhaled. Clap, clap. 2 claps came from the sidelines. Wang Feng was aghast. The cold hairs on his back stood straight up, and he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Surprisingly, someone was watching himself practicing his sword without even realizing it. A white-bearded, white-haired, old man dressed in ancient costumes stood under the tree, looking at Wang Feng with a smile on his face. Young man, you played this sword well. After a pause, the old man spat out another. Not the kind of swordsmanship that can be practiced in times of peace. Wang Feng did not make a sound. His whole body muscles were tense, and his heart was full of killing opportunities. The old man was right. You can't practice a sword like that without hundreds or thousands of lives. How can such a murderer be allowed in times of peace? The point was, with Wang Feng's experience in this world, he should never possess such a sword technique. Once the old man spoke up and drew the attention of certain order departments. How could one still wait peacefully until the aura recovered? Wang Feng turned slightly on his toes, and the tip of his nose, the tip of his blade, and the tip of his feet, all pointed vaguely in the direction of the old man. If pushed, Wang Feng would rather create a headless murder. After all, that doesn't seem to be investigated soon. Old sir, from ancient times to the present, peeking at others practicing kung fu has always been a big taboo. Wang Feng said word for word. Watching is watching. You still have to come out and judge. It seems like you want to spar? The old man was stunned, but did not get annoyed. He laughed. It's me who was abrupt. However, there is no need for a sparring match, and I can't bully children. It's just a matter of giving you this thing, even if it's to make amends. With that, the old man felt toward his body and tossed over something dark and heavy. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the flying object and was about to dodge it, but he was suddenly stunned. On that little thing, there was clearly a trace of extremely pure aura flowing. Chapter 5, Quick Release. Reiki? How could there be something that contained aura in a world before the aura revival? For a moment, Wang Feng's mind had been messed up. Subconsciously catch a look. Is the size of the belly of the finger a pendant? Like jade is not jade. Dark and heavy. When you hold it in your hand, there is a ray of pure energy that is absorbed into your body. Wang Feng's heart shook dramatically. Even if it was a few years later in his previous life, when the aura gradually converged to become a spirit vein, and the top-grade spirit crystals produced from the spirit vein, the purity of the aura was only so high. This, Wang Feng knife also put down, hand holding the pendant to look at the old man. The old man laughed. Since it's useful to you, take it first. There's no need to ask about anything else. Maybe there's a time to meet again in the future. Wang Feng froze, wondering what that meant. However, the old man had already turned around and drilled into the woods, and by the time Wang Feng chased after him, he had already disappeared. With a heart full of doubts, Wang Feng returned to the house. Having lived for several years in the chaotic era after the revival of aura, Wang Feng suddenly realized that his understanding of this era was still far from satisfactory. After being reborn, what Wang Feng thought about most in his heart was becoming stronger and not wanting to be suppressed by the threat of Thunder Emperor City. At this moment, Wang Feng realized that he was too shallow. A power like Lady City had a radiant range of only a few hundred kilometers. Further out, there is forbidden land that no one can cross, with countless alien beasts and zombies entrenched. Playing with the pendant in his hand, Wang Feng secretly resolved that in this life, it was necessary for him to break through the barrier of the forbidden land to explore the true face of this world and this era. Find the old man who was able to casually give him an aura pendant before the aura revival. And the prerequisite for all of this was to get stronger, and stronger, and stronger, to a level of strength unimaginable by his previous self. Wang Feng found a thin rope and cherished the pendant around his neck. This would allow them to absorb Reiki moment by moment, nourishing and strengthening their bodies. The stronger the body, the greater the benefits to be reaped when the day of aura revival came. After simply eating breakfast, Wang Feng picked up his cell phone and frowned. The mortgage payments for the house and car were due this morning at the latest, yet they have not been made to date. All serious about opening a pawn shop for business. And you still want to do this shady stuff? Wang Feng picked up a short sword from the weapon rack, carried it in his arms and left the door. Half an hour later, in the parlor of the pawn shop, a female employee said with averted eyes, "The manager is not in today." Without a word, Wang Feng got up and walked towards the stairs. The manager's office was on the second floor. "Hey, sir, wait, this is an office area," the female employee shouted as she chased after him. But how could she stop Wang Feng? Ping! The managerial office door was kicked open by Wang Feng. The manager was sitting in his boss's chair on the phone and looked at the doorway in dismay. Wang Feng sat straight at the table and glanced at the female employee who followed him in. "Help pour a glass of ice water with extra ice. I'll talk to your manager. I have something here. Hang up first." The manager hurriedly hung up the phone and looked at Wang Feng with a smile on his face. "Still remember me?" Wang Feng asked. Remember. The manager hurriedly replied. Not many customers could pledge $5 million at once, not to mention that he was impressed by Wang Feng's eyes. The female clerk brought in a glass of ice water. Wang Feng took it, didn't drink it, and put it on the table. "It's been 3 days, and my money hasn't arrived." Sweat came down on the manager's face. "That might be a delay in the approval process. I'll give you a heads up." The manager made several calls in a row, and Wang Feng was sitting next to him. Putting down the phone, the manager explained. "It's true that the person in charge of the approval process is not in. The process got stuck, and we can release the money to you tomorrow at the latest." "How many days did you promise to release the money?" Wang Feng asked. 3 days. "How many days now?" 3 days. Wang Feng took the short knife out of his arms and placed it on the desk. "So, no release yet?" The manager's face immediately became white. Don't be impulsive. I'm just a part-time worker. I don't count. You have just heard the phone call. The process is not finished. Cannot release the money." Wang Feng shook his head. "You promised 3 days. You should keep an eye on it to make sure there are no accidents. Now that you can't release the money, you need to solve the problem, not tell me that you can't." The manager opened his mouth and was about to say something when Wang Feng picked up a nearby rag and shoved it directly into the manager's mouth, then grabbed the manager's right hand over. A foot on the table. Miso sound. The short knife has been out of the sheath and back to the sheath. The sound so fast that it is almost connected. The manager's face flushed red, his body twitching and writhing, his pig-killing screams gagged back into intermittent whimpers by the rag. Wang Feng dropped a bleeding pinky finger into the ice water. Within half an hour, If you can make it to the nearest hospital, the probability of this finger being picked back up is 100%. In 1 hour, the success rate will only be 80%. What to do? Do you understand? The manager nodded desperately. Only then did Wang Feng collect his feet and sit back in his chair. Then you hear the manager swearing into the phone with a very high level of motherhood. 10 minutes later, Wang Feng received a message on his cell phone that $5 million had arrived. The manager looked at Wang Feng prayerfully. Big brother, can I go to the hospital now? Wang Feng stood up. The money arrived, but that was what was supposed to arrive. Now to do some math. Because of this matter made me make an extra trip and wasted more than an hour on the account. Puff. The manager knelt on the ground. Big brother, spare me. But why do I get the feeling that you're figuring out how you're going to retaliate afterward? Don't dare. Don't dare. Absolutely not. The manager gambled and swore. Wang Feng nodded. Remember, it's you who still owes me a debt. Don't think about it and let me have an excuse to find you to collect. Leaving the pawn shop, Wang Feng immediately transferred 5 million into the stock market and added leverage to buy that stock. No wonder Wang Feng anxious. This stock at the latest the day after tomorrow will begin to continuous one-word stop. By then want to buy cannot buy. The next few days lapsed into calm. Wang Feng went to the mountain to practice his sword every morning as usual, but the time was mentioned as 5 o'clock, and he would return to the house after practicing until 6 o'clock. It was to prevent it from being seen again. The old man with the white beard and hair never showed up again either. During the day, Wang Feng continued to work out in the house, and under the nourishment of the aura pendant, even a large amount of training could be quickly recovered, and his physical fitness became stronger at a frighteningly fast rate. Now Wang Feng has to eat 6 meals a day: lean meat, eggs, milk, deep-sea fish and shrimp, green leafy vegetables, all at once. After a few days, the muscles on Wang Feng's body had become striated and filled with explosive strength. The weights that are added to the fitness machines, when put in a regular gym, can already amaze the eyeballs off the floor. That's why Wang Feng sets up his fitness equipment in the rented house and doesn't go to the gym. It's too solid. According to Wang Feng's original estimation, he would not be able to reach this level of physical fitness until a few days before the aura recovery and after using the body strengthening potion. But with the help of the Reiki pendant, it only took a week to reach it already. On this day, Wang Feng wore only shorts and sweated naked on the fitness equipment. Click! The sound of a key turning in a door lock suddenly rang out. Wang Feng stopped moving and looked up. A pretty girl in her mid-20s with a high ponytail, tight jeans, and a banging body pushed open the door. Chapter 6, Lu Wenwen. The high ponytailed girl let out a scream. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Wang Feng's expression was calm. This is my rented house. And which one are you? The high ponytailed girl froze. My parents rented out the house? And they didn't tell me. Really? It was then that the girl noticed Wang Feng's handsome face and hormone-exploding body and suddenly blushed. Can you put some clothes on first? While saying that, he couldn't help but steal a couple more glances. Soon, Wang Feng casually put on a short-sleeved t-shirt and sat opposite to the high ponytail girl across the dining room table. Facing the dressed Wang Feng, the girl's demeanor tone was much more normal. Hello, I'm Lu Wenwen. I just quit my job in the field. I plan to go home to take a break. I don't know that mom and dad rented the house. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. Wang Feng said slightly politely. It's fine. Lu Wenwen complained. My parents are really. How can I rent out my room when I have a lot of stuff in it? Wang Feng reminded. Your room is not for rent. The door is always locked. Lu Wenwen froze, then her eyes instantly glowed as she stared at Wang Feng. Then I can still stay in my own room? Wang Feng said. Theoretically, it's possible. Theoretically? Wang Feng nodded. As long as you can get in and out through the window. That's actually a rejection. This girl's mind was almost written on her face. That is, she was craving for Wang Feng's body. But Wang Feng still had a lot of things to do, and being seen couldn't even be explained. Wang Feng is not a lower body animal that loses his mind when he sees a pretty girl. Lu Wenwen looked disappointed, blinked her eyes, and said, then it's okay if I go into the house to get something, right? Wang Feng said, yes, it's best to take it all at once. I rented the room for the sake of tranquility. I don't like to be disturbed often. Lu Wenwen is simply speechless. Whose house is this? He acts like a master. But raising her eyes to look at Wang Feng's handsome side face, and the robust body that almost bursts the t-shirt, Lu Wenwen steals a mouthful of saliva again indisputably. After thinking about it, he still smiled and said, then let's add a contact information. In case we have to come to pick up something in the future, I'll make an appointment in advance, so I won't bother you. Wang Feng agreed. After the two swept their cell phones, Lu Wenwen ran into the room to pack up a few things and left, and happily shook her cell phone as she left the room. Little brother. Have time to chat. Oh, Wang Feng laughed and then put this small matter behind him. In the chaotic era after the recovery of Aura, many things were in short supply, but for the strong, beautiful women were definitely not in short supply. Like Lady City Lord Lei Dongtian, he even formed himself a harem group of more than 20 people, and not only were all of his women very beautiful, but they were also all powerful exalts. By the way, I glanced at the stock market, and that stock, just like in my previous life, had gone up 5 times in a row. The book is now close to $400 million, so we'll wait 3 or 4 more days to liquidate the position. Not a moment later, the cell phone rang. Lu Wenwen's avatar flashed. Handsome little brother. So your name is Wang Feng. Wang Feng returned. Something's up? Laura asked. I just spoke to my parents and they were more concerned about where you got the original furniture, especially those cabinets for books. Wang Feng sent a picture of his house. Those furniture moved after the special shot. Things are all there, put elsewhere. Will be moved back as is when checking out. Oh, that's good. Lu Wenwen sent an astringent emoji. Little brother, are you free tonight? Come out to play together. Wang Feng thought about it and returned. Good. Lu Wenwen was lying on the bed holding her cell phone and suddenly jumped up. Ray, he said yes. He actually said yes. Yi Lei sat on the side and frowned at her best friend. The one who rented your house? You don't even know what people do, and you're asking them out? Lu Wenwen couldn't care less. I don't care about him. Handsome will do. And you don't know his muscles. I can't help but want to lick them. Nymphomaniac. Yi Lei disdained. Yi Lei Chi ear short hair, tall, temperament cold, like a budding snow lotus. Lu Wenwen waved her cell phone. I want to book a room. Take him down tonight. Yi Lei couldn't help but advise. Wen, it's not that I'm talking about you. Girls still need to be more reserved. Lu Wenwen rolled her eyes. I haven't been in a relationship for 2 years. Why am I not reserved? The main thing is that he just rented in my house and I just happened to come back. This is simply destiny. It can't be wasted. That night, in the high-class guest room of a 5-star hotel, Lu Wenwen embraced the quilt and winks with a satisfied face. Wang Feng took a shower and walked out of the bathroom, also feeling refreshed. I've been practicing hard lately, so it's nice to relax once in a while. He is not an ascetic who is not close to women, as long as he can prioritize and not delay the main event. And it must be said that Lao is very good at poker. Wang Feng silently nodded. Let's go. Wang Feng put on his clothes. Lu Wenwen rolled over and said delicately, just rest here tonight. Wang Feng decisively refused. No, I still have things to do in the morning. A woman is no better than a woman, and she can't affect the speed of the draw. In the blink of an eye, it was another 3 days. The book value of the stock is approaching $700 million. Wang Feng began to sell in batches. Trying to liquidate a position in a moment won't work. It will just smash the stock to the floor and it won't sell out. You can only slowly ship in small quantities on the stop. On the first day, Wang Feng sold more than 100 million. The next day, still open up. Wang Feng hundreds of hands, thousands of hands of batches of selling, and from time to time also make up the buy plate. This day enough to sell 200 million. On the third day, this day in the previous life is still a word stop, but this life, the opening hundreds of thousands of hands of the blocking order is finally smashed by Wang Feng, out of a different trend from the previous life. Wang Feng also reached more than $800 million on the account. After removing the financing, there are still more than 600 million in the bag. The next morning, Wang Feng transferred the funds from the stock account back to the bank card, immediately logged on to the official website of that foreign drug company in China, made an appointment for an anti-aging agent, transferred 500 million yuan into a supervisory account, and left my fingerprints, iris and other biological information. According to the instructions on the official website, 1 week after the appointment, the password box storing the potion would be escorted by a professional security team and handed over to Wang Feng intact. In addition to the password box, Wang Feng needs to verify his own biological information, and will be sent a string of dynamic password directly from the headquarters of the pharmaceutical company to Wang Feng, and after matching with the password box, he can open the box and take out the medicine. After the agent is used by Wang Feng, a third-party professional will take a blood test on Wang Feng to confirm that the special biotarget specifically added in the agent is detected in the blood. The information on the biomarker is then passed to the organization that regulates the account to confirm that it is correct before the $500 million is transferred from the regulatory account to the drug company. In a word, the $500 million bought not only the potion, but also included a comprehensive service that guaranteed that the potion would be used by Wang Feng himself without any accidents. After booking the potion, there was a little over 100 million left in the account. Wang Feng thought about it and took a screenshot in passing. Find Su Little's avatar, click on send picture, and pull the plug. No text was sent. No sound is better than sound here. Chapter 7, The Invisible Rich. Not to mention a certain second-generation demolition home. Su Xiaoxiao smashed her cell phone like crazy. That night, after playing poker with Lu Wenwen and Yi Lei, the three of them, Wang Feng still came out of the hotel with his strong willpower and returned to the rented house. There was no way around it. Under the non-stop nourishment of the aura pendant, coupled with the insistence on practicing hard day in and day out, now Wang Feng's physical qualities had long exceeded the limits of a normal human being, and even exceeded the physical strength that the vast majority of the people could achieve during the revival of the aura. It was no exaggeration to say that Wang Feng was now running faster than Fuerte, jumping higher than Xiaoyidun, and punching with more power than Qin Sen. Lu Wenwen, on her own, can't really hold her own, so she can only call on her good girlfriends to come and help. After all, good things need to be shared. There was less than half a month left before the aura recovery. Besides continuing to exercise while waiting for the anti-aging potion to be delivered, Wang Feng also started to work on the stockpiling of some supplies. After the revival of the aura, zombies were rampant and the order of human society collapsed completely. Electricity, water supply, communications, industrial production on a large scale, will all cease to exist. Some ordinary materials that are insignificant now will become hard currency second only to exotic items. Moreover, Wang Feng still had to guard here, waiting for the aura to recover half a month after the heavenly descent of the alien stone, and had to stock up on living supplies during this period of time. First, the weapons. Originally, Wang Feng had already bought 4 steel knives, 2 long knives and 2 short knives, all of which had been quietly opened by the manufacturer. But as his physical fitness improved beyond expectation, Wang Feng felt that the weight of the knife was somewhat lighter, so the manufacturer was approached to reorder 4 long knives, 2 weighing 10 pounds and the other 2 weighing 15 pounds. All are styled as one-handed horizontal swords with straight blades and narrow blades with thick ridges. 10 pounds of 2 knives with a blade length of 75 centimeters, a blade width of 5 centimeters, and a back thickness of a deranged 2.5 centimeters. As long as the knife went down, there was no zombie brain that couldn't be split. Immediately after, Wang Feng contacted the water factory, ordered 30 barrels of pure water, a barrel of 20 liters. Even if every day even drink water with cooking use up a barrel of water, can support a month. 3 more thickened plastic water tanks, each with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, were purchased to hold 3 tons of domestic water, again enough for a month. The kitchen originally had a 200-liter refrigerator, and Wang Feng bought another 200-liter freezer, which can stock up on several hundred pounds of meat and vegetables and fruits. Then there are gas canisters, rice, noodles, oil and all kinds of seasonings. Wang Feng bought some of each at random and stuffed them into the kitchen cabinets in a brain. There aren't a lot of living supplies, just enough for the main one. Anyway, when Wang Feng gets the fit ability stone and awakens his ability, the significance of this house will be less. By then, you can go wherever you want, and the whole city will be Wang Feng's warehouse. After all, it's better to hoard food than guns, and hoarding guns is better than being strong yourself. Another few days, Wang Feng ordered online 2 large children also delivered. Delivery boy upstairs. Look at Wang Feng's eyes are stunned. Big brother, you transported upstairs this thing? Why? They were 2 flat, massive rectangles, wrapped in a black metal casing with a square shape and a couple of sockets on the edges. Battery packs on new energy vehicles. A piece with a net weight of 600 kilograms and a storage capacity of 100 degrees. In fact, a piece is almost the same. Wang Feng directly bought 2 pieces. Nothing can still blow the air conditioning. A battery pack is only worth $100,000 or so anyway. Wang Feng casually stuffed a few red tickets to the delivery boy. Less prying. Science experiment. There are also some outdoor supplies, like gas canisters, stoves, all kinds of ropes, mobile power, solar panels, strong flashlights and so on. Wang Feng does not care whether it can be used or not. A few days' time to buy some sporadically are put into the storage room. On this day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a specially painted transport plane flashed its signal and landed at the airport on the outskirts of the city. After a routine check, the transporter's cabin door opened and surprisingly, 3 cars drove out. The special escort vehicle is centered and protected by an armored personnel carrier at the front and rear. The foreign security personnel responsible for escorting the shipment were heavily armed, even with live ammunition. The convoy slowly pulled out of the airport and sped toward the city center along a pre-explored and planned route. Wang Feng also woke up early and came to his other house. This suite is a school district room. Wang Feng was originally prepared for the child not yet born. Without any decoration, simple rough room. Wang Feng placed the handover of the anti-aging potion here, and the time was purposely set in the early hours of the morning, just to minimize exposure and cause unnecessary attention. As soon as the convoy arrived, The security guards of the neighborhood who had made the arrangements in advance immediately opened the gate, and the convoy entered the neighborhood silently. A team of security personnel escorted the code box, and 2 paramedics out of the elevator and into the empty room. "You are Mr. Wang?" A surprised blonde dressed in medical attire inquired. As the purchaser of the potion this time, Wang Feng was mysterious in every way. Such a low-key schedule for a man who has never appeared on a rich list, and when seen in person, so young and handsome. The super rich people who had previously purchased this potion were, if not in their 70s or 80s, the youngest were in their 50s or 60s. Wang Feng nodded. "It's me." Start. After some complicated procedures, a tube of light blue potion was taken out, and the blonde beauty doctor moved to inject Wang Feng, seemingly inadvertently between the low head, a few strands of hair hanging down on the small arm of Wang Feng. Professional medical uniforms cannot cover the waves. Wang Feng didn't even have the heart to pay attention to this, and silently felt the changes produced after the potion entered his body. "Mr. Wang, the time for the potion to take full effect is between 12 and 24 hours, and by this time tomorrow, you'll be able to feel the full effect." The blonde beauty doctor operated the blood collector and took a drop of Wang Feng's blood sample to test the biomarker while explaining thoughtfully. "Oh," Wang Feng nodded absently. The blonde beauty came close, making Wang Feng feel the soft pressure and whispered, "My name is Jean Li. If you need it, I can apply for an extra day in my personal name to confirm your physical condition before leaving." Wang Feng lightly refused. "It's not necessary. The vast majority of foreign beauties are only good for viewing from a distance. Up close you could see the exuberant body hair, rough skin, and a body odor that you couldn't hide." During this time the fine chaff was eaten very well. Wang Feng was too lazy to open the meat. The pharmacy team came and went, disappearing into the thick of the night. At this time, the vast majority of people are still asleep. Wang Feng looked at the time as still early, called a car to go back to the rented house, slightly rest, then continue to go up to the mountain to practice the sword. Practicing and practicing, Wang Feng gradually felt a trace of heat surging in his body, and the body parts passing by were like full of vigor, and the faint tiredness brought by a night without much sleep was also swept away. Wang Feng was happy in his heart. The potion had started to take effect. Originally, the speed of body strengthening had slowed down a bit in the past few days, like the feeling of encountering a bottleneck, and even with the aura pendant nourishing it, the effect was not obvious. Now Wang Feng could clearly feel that the invisible barrier seemed to have disappeared, and his body strength was able to continue to improve drastically again. Wang Feng, who was concentrating on practicing his sword, didn't know that there were still a very few people who had taken pictures of the potion escort convoy and posted them on the internet, and they were quickly recognized by high-profile people as to their origins. And with that drug company's official website, the sales of the latest anti-aging agent in the country have increased by an immovable figure. News of the emergence of an invisible super-rich man in the city began to spread rapidly online. Chapter 8. Multiple movements. $500 million a shot. There's a new buyer for the life renewal pill. A mysterious tycoon has appeared in Ping'an City. Who is he or she? A roundup of the super-rich who splurged $500 million on life-renewing injections. For a while, the relevant topic quickly rushed to the hot search list. All kinds of self-media anchors like sharks who smelled blood have come to Ping'an City, began to frantically search for the mysterious tycoon's traces, desperately rubbing the heat in traffic. Things in the world are strange like that. Several super-rich people had already used this potion before, like Mr. Zhong who sells houses, Mr. Ma who sells water, Mr. Wang who sells games, and so on. These people are all regulars on the rich and powerful list, and they are also generous when purchasing potions, and they don't make a point of publicizing them or deliberately covering them up, so they can be found in a casual search on the internet. But none of it ever stirred up any heat, because it's so normal for them to put out $500 million for renewal pills. There used to be rich people who took $800,000 shots a day for more than a decade. These practices of the super-rich have become commonplace. Now that one popped up out of nowhere without revealing his name, instead, he was even more curious as to who it was. $500 million. For an ordinary citizen. You can't save that much in 100 lifetimes. Just for a shot? What's wrong with going to eat, drink and be merry? What's a few more years of life? The next day, Wang Feng also saw the news online, but laughed it off. In 6 days, the aura recovery is coming. So what's the point of gossiping about these things? But it has to be said that some people put in the work. Soon, someone traced the convoy's route and found the school district's neighborhood. Again, I don't know what tactics were used to pry open the property and the security guards to find out which house the potion was delivered to. Even the owner's name, Wang Feng, has been poked and prodded. But that's as far as it goes. The control of personal information in China is very strict. Even if these anchors know that it is Wang Feng who purchased the potion, But without the permission of Wang Feng himself, they published this information. And if they are not good enough, they will have to eat a prison sentence. The key lies in the identity of Wang Feng. If it is a commoner, these anchors self-media in order to rub traffic. Anything to do. Even when a father kicks a vicious dog away to protect his child, there are dog lovers who dislike the child's face for the camera because they know in their heart of hearts that the other party can hardly do anything to them. But now he was facing a godly man who had casually thrown out $500 million, and his identity background was still unknown. At best, these people are just rubbing it in, never daring to do anything truly offensive. In this way, it just suffers those who originally had their lives intersected with Wang Feng. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao went out the door, she found a bunch of people blocking the hallway, holding up cell phones and microphones and crowding forward, hating that they couldn't stuff them into her mouth. Ms. Su, may I ask if you were once Wang Feng's fiancé before? Do you know where he is now? Are Wang Feng and you still in contact now? What was the reason for the sudden cancellation of your engagement? From what we understand, the house you're living in now belongs to a regular D&D. Is that correct? So you were dumped by Wang Feng because you were caught cheating? Ms. Su, don't go so fast. Respond. Missing out on a super rich man but choosing a second-generation splitter. Can you share your journey? The crowd was talking. Su Xiaoxiao was completely bewildered, so scared that she hurriedly retreated back into the house and locked the door tightly. After waiting on the internet to approximately understand what had happened, Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but scream. Ah! The furniture and sundries in the house were smashed in a mess. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were red with anger, but everything was already too late. Su Xiaoxiao now hated to kneel in front of Wang Feng and beg for reconciliation, but the problem was that she had absolutely no idea where Wang Feng was right now. Another wave of people found the pawn shop. They have found out that the house that received the potion was mortgaged. So was it the original homeowner who used the house to close the deal, or was it the pawnbroker? The manager of the pawn shop touched his freshly attached, still gauze-wrapped fingers, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, but refused to say anything. Playing with me? A big shot who casually spends hundreds of millions of dollars comes to me to mortgage his house and car, and then just cuts me off because he's late with a measly $5 million? With money, it's really arbitrary. A certain high-end office building, outside the door of a technology company, the self-media's long guns and anchors of various models of cell phones have been set up, facing the door of the technology company. It drew a crowd of eaters from the surrounding companies. In the company, the chairman's office, once big brother Wang Tao also smashed the table. Him. Who's responsible for the business information? It's been 2 weeks and still hasn't been updated before they found the company. Looking angrily at the trembling row of managers in the office, Wang Tao casually pointed a finger. You, go out. Tell them that there is no such person as Wang Feng here. He is no longer the controlling shareholder of the company and left half a month ago. After shooing everyone out, Wang Tao sat paralyzed in his boss chair. The computer screen, smashed black in one corner, still shows the movement of a stock as it soars into the sky. Yes, according to the stock code given by Wang Feng, Wang Tao invested hundreds of thousands of dollars. These days has earned $1 million or so. Originally the mood is quite good, but compared with 500 million, Wang Tao instantly feel not fragrant again. $1 million or so, count a hair not even a hair. The topic caused by the purchase of anti-aging agents is buzzing on the internet, but it doesn't affect Wang Feng's rhythm of life at all. Those who used to know each other don't know where Wang Feng is now. Those who currently crossed paths with Wang Feng would not associate the two together at all. Although Wang Feng didn't look bad now, but that was in comparison to ordinary social animals. If anyone had at least a few $100 million, would they still be renting a room in such an old neighborhood? Wang Feng wasn't in the neighborhood at the moment. In a big hotel bed, Yi Lei was not there. Lu Wenwen was resting on Wang Feng's arm, her fingers drawing circles on Wang Feng's chest. Man, I'm leaving tomorrow. The tickets are already bought. Where to? Go to the southwest region to travel. To relax. Always stay here. Is not a thing. Wang Feng paused for a few seconds. Well, it's quite good. Go ahead. Lu Wenwen's gaze was haunted. Yi Lei is also coming along. Wang Feng laughed. Just go if you want to. You don't need my approval. Lu Wenwen squeezed towards Wang Feng and shrunk into a ball. I'm afraid that if I don't leave, I'll really fall in love with you. Wang Feng didn't say anything, and his arm around Lu Wenwen tightened slightly. Lu Wenwen continued. But yeah, again, I know that you won't fall in love with me. You won't even spend the night with me once, much less let me stay at home. Aha, Wang Feng didn't deny it. Mutual acquaintance is only half a month, and the aura recovery is current. Wang Feng which has time and heart to talk about love. It was supposed to be a dewy-eyed affair, just a matter of getting what you want. Wang Feng gently withdrew his arm. Then I'll return. Putting on his clothes, before going out, Wang Feng said offhandedly, "There's a Xiaomin Street in Tianfu City in the southwest region. I heard that the craft knives for sale are good, so pick two carefully after you go there, and remember to bring them to me when you come back." Lu Wenwen responded joyfully, and then spat in a hurry. Go go go. Who said I was coming back? Chapter 9 Reiki Recovery. Wang Feng went back to the rented house alone. Lu Wenwen and Yi Lei are definitely not coming back. Pingan City belonged to the northwest region, separated from the southwest region by rolling mountains. After the revival of Aura, the rolling mountain range will become a paradise for foreign beasts, a forbidden land that is difficult for human aliens to traverse. Having lived in the age of chaos for several years in his previous life, Wang Feng wasn't sure what the situation was outside the boundaries of Lady City, and whether any similar survivor forces existed, not to mention the distant southwest region. If Lu Wenwen had obeyed and picked two crafting knives first when she went there, the probability of her and Yi Lei surviving might have been higher. Wang Feng could only help out so far. 2 days had passed and the anti-aging potion was in full effect. Using the potion didn't directly strengthen the body, but rather made Wang Feng's body full of vigor and more energetic, and he didn't feel tired from doing anything. Wang Feng has graduated from university for several years, almost to the age of 3, coupled with the early stage of the business is also day and night liver. Although the body is very healthy, the bottom is still a bit of a deficit. Now, it feels like being 18 again, and the furor caused by the purchase of the potion has been quickly washed away by the myriad of other hot-button events that have popped up on the internet, with few people pursuing the discussion. There were still the last few days left before the aura recovery, and Wang Feng was making the final preparations step by step. Wang Feng hooked up the water pipe and filled the 3 water tanks he had bought earlier. A water tank in the kitchen, 2 in the bathroom. Wang Feng simply remodeled the water line, and so the water supply stopped after connecting the tank valve. You can switch to water tank water supply. Using electricity is even easier. Connecting a wire from the battery pack to the entry bus there and switching seamlessly at the flick of a switch. In order to be prepared, Wang Feng bought another small diesel generator with 100 liters of diesel. It's a little noisy, but there's no chance it'll work. Wang Feng and then order from the online supermarket, bought hundreds of pounds of beef, sheep and pork, fish, shrimp, chicken and duck, vegetables and fruits, eggs and milk, the refrigerator and freezer stuffed to the brim. These days, Wang Feng bought all kinds of things in large quantities, and naturally there was no way to completely avoid the neighbors in the community, especially those in the same building. But in the modern world, where people are indifferent, no one really pays attention to what other people are up to, except to go back to their homes and talk about it. In the end, Wang Feng spent a day preparing 50 large-size password luggage. Each suitcase was neatly packed with the same things: 6 bottles of Maozi, 6 bottles of Puwu, 6 bottles of Laojiao, 5 strips of Huazi, 30 bags of salt, 30 bags of sugar, 4 boxes of black tea, 4 boxes of green tea, cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, and salt, which cost only about 50,000 or 60,000 to fill each box. But wait until a year or 2 later. And these are luxuries that can be directly exchanged for exotic crystals and exotic items. Prepare the contents of the box is not a bother. Wang Feng contacted a large warehouse supermarket, less than 2 hours to prepare the goods. What's harder is how to store these supplies. The little that Wang Feng had bought was a drop in the bucket for any large supermarket these days. Then why did it become a luxury item? Because after the aura is revived, there is no output, only consumption. The normal storage of supplies in the city of Pingan, with a population of 10 million, is at the level of supplying 10 million people for a week's use? No more. Even if only 200,000 people were left alive after the aura revival, these supplies would only be enough to last for 50 weeks, a full year. By that time, not to mention supermarkets and warehouses, large and small stores, even every house in every residential neighborhood will be raided, and rats will shed tears when they see it. So for most of the day after that, Wang Feng took the delivery car and circled around the outskirts of Pingan City. The van circled around, stopping outside a hotel every segment. Then Wang Feng got off with a suitcase, went in to open a room, and prepaid the room fee until the day of the aura recovery. After entering the house, Wang Feng didn't move anything in the room, only put the suitcase into the cabinet and left, until the 50 large suitcases were scattered and placed. Wang Feng picked some relatively low-end fast hotels, at most put 2 bottles of free mineral water in the room. After the revival of the aura, the rooms of such hotels were too lazy to be patronized by even the most downtrodden scavengers. After all, there would be no other expected gain than disposable toiletries. Wang Feng was sure that even if a small portion of the suitcases were discovered, the rest of those would be enough for him not to worry about his daily life supplies, and he would just focus on getting stronger. After making these preparations, Wang Feng, in addition to going out to practice his sword every morning without fail, did not even go out of his room much the rest of the time, waiting for the day of the aura recovery to come. Finally, that morning, there was a light rain and a fresh breeze. Then, without any sign or prelude, endless auras suddenly surged out, instantly filling the entire world. All people, all things, are soaked in aura. It's like a dry sponge suddenly thrown into water and starts sucking it up like crazy. Everyone's bodies were also frantically absorbing the aura, and every cell was getting stronger and stronger under the stimulation of the aura. Wang Feng stood on the balcony, feeling the constant influx of aura into his body, soothing himself so much that he wanted to let out a long whistle. The starting point of this life is so much higher than the previous one. In his previous life, Wang Feng belonged to the level of being physically healthy, young and strong, and enjoying fitness. And his physical fitness was basically more than 90% of an ordinary person, but nothing in front of those real professionals. And in this life, there was the hard workout that lasted for a month as a base, the mysterious aura pendant as a bonus, and the anti-aging potion that was sublimated with 500 million apiece. Without any hesitation, before the revival of the aura, any of Wang Feng's physical indicators were already at least one-third stronger than the world record holder for this item. Of course, this was Wang Feng's judgment and comparison based on his experience in the past few years of his life. As for what was the situation of the old man who gave himself the pendant, this kind of thing without the slightest clue, Wang Feng could only choose not to think about it first, and it didn't affect Wang Feng's excitement about his own becoming stronger at all. Because the strength of the basic physical quality also meant that the aura enhancement that Wang Feng could withstand today would likewise be much more than others. That's right, although aura revival can strengthen the body, there is a limit to how much aura each person can withstand. It's like a pocket that keeps filling with water, with varying capacities, and the control valve is in everyone's head. Some were able to turn off the valve in time and their pockets didn't break, even if they survived the onslaught of the aura recovery. Some had the valves in their heads flushed out, and although their bodies were strengthened more and more by the aura, their brains had lost their sanity, and they became zombies. There are also those who are young, frail and old, who can't bear it directly, and they will be burst by the aura and die. At this time, on the street below Wang Feng, there were already people who had turned into zombies, wailing and growling as they pounced on the people around them and started to gnaw on them. Screams, cries, and howls of the zombies gradually filled the city. Wang Feng's face was calm. In his previous life, Wang Feng was also part of the panicked struggle for survival. In this world, this was expected and would not bring Wang Feng any trouble. After about half an hour, sensing that the body strengthening caused by the aura revival had come to an end, Wang Feng returned to his room and closed the doors and windows one by one, isolating the chaos from the outside. Chapter 10, Chaos Begins. The blinding light of the knife flashed continuously in the room. Previously, the 10-pound horizontal sword could only be used once when practicing the sword, and it still seemed heavy to use for fighting and could not be wielded freely. Now, the two 15-catty horizontal swords were held in Wang Feng's hands, and he swung them effortlessly. Wang Feng was elated. After the strengthening of the aura revival, his own physical quality directly doubled more. It was not much different than in his last life, when he had awakened his flesh-strengthening powers. In other words, on the first day of the aura recovery, Wang Feng's strength was already equivalent to that of an average flesh-enhanced alien. It's a downgrade from everyone else. Outside the entry door, vaguely came the sound of hurried footsteps and fearful shouts. Wang Feng looked through the cat's eye and found nothing. Probably the survivors of the other floors ran out of the room. Wang Feng didn't pay much attention. As long as the first wave didn't die outright or turn into a zombie, it already belonged to the first 10% of the lucky ones. Sort of a ticket to the age of chaos. As for how long they can live, it depends on their respective efforts and fortunes. Wang Feng picked up his cell phone and looked at it. There was no longer a signal. It wasn't so much that the communication system was finished so quickly, but the revived aura interfered with the transmission of various wireless signals. From now on, wireless communications will be a complete thing of the past. Wang Feng opened the computer, plugged in the internet cable, and still could access the internet normally. A quick glance at various websites revealed that there were distress messages posted by individuals everywhere, and not a single message from the official media. Because of what happened to the mysterious old man before, Wang Feng guessed that there would be someone or an organization that already knew in advance that the aura was about to revive. So he wanted to find some clues on the internet. Unfortunately, after half a day of searching, I still found nothing. All the official media accounts, be they civil society organizations, governing bodies or even armed forces, have no voice. After brushing the webpage until noon, Wang Feng went to the kitchen to quickly fry a few steaks, put down a pot of noodles, boiled a few green vegetables, and simply ate a meal. By mid-afternoon, There was finally a message from a certified account of the armed forces of the southern region. But the message was desperate. According to the information we have so far, this energy mutation is occurring globally at the same time, and my ministry calls it an aura revival. The old, the weak, the sick and the young almost all died under the onslaught of the aura. The others were physically enhanced to varying degrees, but over 80% appeared zombified and indiscriminately attacked non-zombie personnel. The top management structure and chain of command have collapsed, and our armed forces are 10-1 in the zombie civil unrest, and are scattered in various quarters, making it difficult to effectively assemble in a short period of time. We will still do everything we can to restore the establishment and organize rescues, but please don't get your hopes up in the short term. Until then, all survivors apply the principle of emergency evacuation and can take all means to kill the zombies, save themselves and protect their lives and property. Fellow fathers, brothers and sisters, if the people are here, the country will not be destroyed, and the fight to stay alive is the greatest victory. By the time Wang Feng finished reading it, the message had already been frantically forwarded all over the internet. Wang Feng turned off the message and sighed softly. Not all survivors had computers and internet cables at hand, but those who stuck around would eventually find out from others what the message was about. Just like Wang Feng in his previous life, the rallying of elements claimed by the armed forces to organize a rescue did not come in the end, at least not in the northwest region. As the power crashed a few days later, the message became the last one the world saw, sent from an official account. In the later large and small survivor forces, Wang Feng had also seen the former regular armed men, but they were all scattered and integrated into the new forces. All the order and rules of the peace era went up in smoke. The age of chaos officially opened. Wang Feng gripped the long sword and gently swung it twice, some frustration in his eyes, but more calmness and equanimity. The short 1-month rebirth did not allow Wang Feng to get used to the peaceful era again, but rather felt the constraints of the rules everywhere. Again, there are all sorts of injustices that individuals cannot fight against. There are people who can't even afford to eat, and there are people who can afford $500 million a shot of potions. The gap between people is actually much wider than in the age of chaos. In times of chaos, all are equal, and reason is only above the blade. This was also the reason why, while many people called the era afterward the end times, Wang Feng preferred to call it the age of chaos. Chaotic, brutal, but not hopeless. Clunk, clunk. There was an irregular crashing sound coming from the window. Wang Feng listened to the sound and walked to the balcony. Side by side, on the balcony of the next house, there is a young girl turned zombie. The girl walker had smashed the balcony glass and was having a go at the security window with her body. Being locked in a house with a walker won't open the door, so naturally, they're going to head for wherever there's a bright light and bump into whatever's in the way. Seeing Wang Feng on the balcony next to him, the girl zombie bared her teeth and turned her direction towards Wang Feng's side of the security window, banging it even more vigorously. Clunk, clunk. Seeing this, Wang Feng went back to the house, took the knife and went out the door, came to the door of the next house. Wang Feng lifted his foot and kicked hard. The security door issued a loud bang, shaking open. Walking into the house, Wang Feng froze. Next to the living room couch stood a young girl in her early 20s, with a clear brow. There was a broken mirror on the floor, glass shards scattered everywhere. The little girl was grasping a handful of thin mirror shards in her hand, and the hand grip was thickly wrapped in several layers of duct tape, with the tip of the shard pointing at Wang Feng. The girl is quite tall, visually more than 1.7 meters, with short broken hair. Her facial features are clear and delicate. That is, her cheeks are slightly baby fat, and she looks a little bit dull and cute. And at this moment, she is staring at Wang Feng vigilantly. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Wang Feng felt slightly embarrassed. He really didn't think that there was a living person in the house. Pointing his knife at the closed bedroom door next to him, Wang Feng said politely, "It's too noisy. I'll come over and take care of it. Do you mind? Who are you in the house?" It's my roommate." The short-haired girl blinked, lowering the broken glass blade in her hand a bit. "You deal with it. It's nothing to me." Wang Feng nodded and gave a silent gesture. All that could be heard was that inside the bedroom, the walker was attracted by the sound of the two talking and was scratching the door as hard as he could. Wang Feng kicked the door open again and dashed into the bedroom. Seeing that the zombie was shut behind the door and was squeezing outward, he directly swung his knife down and cut the zombie's head into two halves crisply. "Okay." Wang Feng put away his sword and returned to his sheath, walked to the security door, broke the deformed lock tongue in the doorframe, tried opening and closing the door twice, then turned his head to look at the girl with the broken hair. "It's still usable to make do." Oh, the broken-haired girl's eyes had been following Wang Feng, and when she saw Wang Feng about to leave, she suddenly said, "Brother, do you still have a knife there?" Wang Feng turned around. "What? The girl shook the shard of glass in her hand. There's no food in the house. I want to go downstairs to the convenience store in the neighborhood, but with only this as a weapon, I probably won't be able to fight the walkers outside. Wang Feng asked. You're not afraid? The girl flattened her mouth. I'm scared, but I can't stay and wait to die even if I'm scared. Besides, if we don't go out to look for food now, we'll have even less strength when we starve for 2 meals. Wang Feng heard this and suddenly smiled. Then wait for me here for a moment. Chapter 11 Self-Help. Wow, go on. So cool. The broken-haired girl marveled as she clutched her long sword. This was one of the first 2 long knives that Wang Feng had bought, and now it was already too light to use in his hands. If you can find food and come back, you can have this knife. The girl's eyes were firm. Aha! Thank you, brother. I'll definitely be able to come back. I feel like I've gotten quite a bit stronger. Carrying an empty duffel bag, the girl went out the door and downstairs with her knife. From start to finish, he didn't say a word about wanting to beg Wang Feng for help. Not long after Wang Feng returned to his room, he heard a knock on the door outside. Opening the door, the young girl had returned, her face a little pale, but her eyes full of excitement, the shoulder bag bulging on her back. She handed over a plastic bag containing some instant noodles, ham sausage and mineral water. Brother, I brought one for you too. Wang Feng didn't refuse and took the bag over. How does it feel? It just felt like they were strong, but kind of dumb. They would just lunge straight up, and all I had to do was duck over and slash my leg, and I was done. The girl gesticulated with a frown. I just cut a total of 3, immediately followed by a change of face. A little worriedly asked Wang Feng, Brother, I was accidentally scratched. Won't I turn into a zombie too, right? Wang Feng shook his head. The online news said that the zombies are caused by the impact of the aura. It's not the same as the movie kind of viral zombies. It's not contagious. The girl was surprised. Brother, how come you still have internet access? It's just that the signal is gone, and you can still get on by connecting the computer with an internet cable. Wang Feng explained. Oops. Chagrin said. I have a laptop, but no internet connection. Then he looked at Wang Feng with an expectant face. Brother, you even have a knife. Surely you must have an extra internet cable as well. No, Wang Feng said. There would be a complete blackout and disconnection of the internet in 2 more days at most, and Wang Feng had nothing to do before he prepared an extra internet cable. So what else did the online message say? The girl asked again. Wang Feng went back to the house and brought his laptop over to show her the saved screenshots. During this time the girl had been waiting outside the door as a rule, and had not peeked into Wang Feng's house. After reading the message from the armed forces of the southern region, the girl was silent for a while and said softly, Is this the end of the world? Wang Feng said, At least you don't have to worry about graduate school. Isn't that good? Earlier, in the house over there, Wang Feng saw a pile of exam books. The girl didn't stifle a laugh at that, then said, Brother, if it's true what the news says, that there might not be a rescue, then I'll have to carry some more food. Wang Feng nodded. Go ahead, but there's no need to bring it to me. I have it in my house. Okay, I'll go first then brother. By the way, brother, what's your name? Wang Feng. Aha, my name's Summer Chen. Wang Feng closed the door, threw the food bag casually to the corner of the kitchen, carried out half a rack of ribs from the refrigerator, and washed some vegetables and panned some rice. Because of this little episode with Xia Chen, without realizing it, it was time to prepare dinner again. Wang Feng made a pot of braised pork ribs, fried a plate of green vegetables, steamed half a pot of rice, and opened 2 cold beers. After all, on the first day of the Aura revival, a little drink to commemorate the occasion was in order. Thinking about Xia Chen, Wang Feng actually quite appreciated this little girl. Without waiting or relying, taking a glass ballast is ready to go and fight with the zombies. Such a person, even if he didn't meet Wang Feng, there is a high probability that he will live quite well. And the first time he went out to fight, he took out 3 walkers before getting a minor injury. Either this girl had played with swords before, or like she said, the Aura revival had given her a pretty large enhancement, and she was one of the gifted ones. But as things stand, it's also just an interlude. Wang Feng will wait here patiently for half a month until he gets the Fit Ability Stone. Other than that, nothing is important. Sending a long knife that he couldn't use was already Wang Feng's greatest goodwill. At noon the next day, Wang Feng was in the middle of a dry meal when the power suddenly went out. So fast? Wang Feng was surprised. In his previous life, Wang Feng's own house didn't lose power until the 3rd day. The neighborhood where I'm renting now only lasted a day or so. Wang Feng got up and connected and opened the batteries, water tank, and gas tank one by one. Incidentally, he glanced out the window at the floor. Things downstairs are already very different from yesterday. The number of zombies inside the neighborhood is more than a few times more than yesterday. It was all the same as the girl zombie that Wang Feng had chopped off yesterday, who had been locked up in the house, and then hard and slowly crashed through the security net and planted herself on the ground from upstairs. The zombies that had been strengthened by the aura. Their body strength was one layer stronger than ordinary survivors. Even if they fell from a dozen or so floors, they would only have a broken tendon. It soon staggered to its feet again, nourished by the aura. In the open space surrounded by several buildings in the neighborhood, there were 50 to 60 zombies standing in a dense mass at a rough count. The zombies also hissed twice every now and then, lying on the corpses of those old people who had come out for a walk in the sun yesterday morning but had died directly under the impact of the aura, gnawing off a few pieces of flesh. With such a battle, even Wang Feng didn't want to fight head-on, but there was no need for Wang Feng to step up now. With Wang Feng's stockpile of supplies, it was perfectly possible for him not to go out for half a month or even a month. Wang Feng had already planned to live for half a month first. As it turned out, it was only mid-afternoon and already people couldn't stay up. 2 buildings away, in an unknown window, a man suddenly shouted, "Neighbors, neighbors, is there anyone alive? Say yes." The first thing that responded to him was a roar as all the walkers downstairs looked up in unison. When the zombies quieted down a bit, the man then shouted, "I'm the assistant manager of the neighborhood property, Li Yi. All those who are still alive, make some noise." Possibly because of the property manager's name, there was finally a sporadic response in the various buildings. "Still alive. Building 5 here too. I'm in building 3. I'm at. Dang it." The crowd chimed in with building numbers, while others just knocked on the security window a few times as a response. Wang Feng didn't make a sound, just walked to the balcony and quietly listened. Mentally, I counted about a dozen people making noises back and forth. The balcony of the room where Wang Feng lives by himself faces the footbridge outside, and the next balcony belongs to the girl who turned into a zombie. Now stay as Lu 11 room. This balcony towards the inside of the neighborhood. Next door is naturally Xia Chen. Xia Chen was grabbing the bag of chili fries and stuffing one into his mouth every now and then. Seeing Wang Feng come out, Xia Chen turned his head to show a smile and turned back to pick at the window to look out. Seeing that no one was responding anymore, the man who called himself Li Yi continued to call out. Now that the neighborhood is without electricity and water, and the area below is surrounded by zombies, if we want to survive, we have to join forces to save ourselves. How to unite? How to save yourself? Someone shouted from an unknown building. Li Yi shouted, "Everyone who is in the same building will gather first and clean up the hallways of this building. Then we'll figure out how to gather." Just as he said that, someone objected. "Are you kidding me? That's a zombie. We're cleaning it up with our heads?" Li Yi loudly explained. Zombies don't open doors, so the zombies in the stairway corridor are actually very few, just 1 or 2 at most. As long as 2 or 3 people cooperate, it's easy to fight through. I've already cleared this building. Chapter 12, Flying Over. Half the time no one said anything. "Brother, I think he's right. How come no one responded?" Xia Chen asked as he chewed on a spicy noodle. Wang Feng said, "The vast majority of people, as long as they don't have to resort to the last resort, and there is still some food and drink at home, they can't afford to fight for their lives." "Aren't you also not answering?" Xia Chen heatedly smiled. "But I've already finished killing the zombies in the hallway. Besides, brother, you didn't even say anything. Why should I take care of him? It's obvious that following brother you is the only way to have a future." At this time, Li Yi shouted again, his tone mixed with disappointment and anger. "With the water and electricity cut off, the high-rise is a living coffin, and in a few days' time, all those corpses are going to rot and stink. If you don't take advantage of this to clear out the space for survival, are you waiting to die? I'm going to say this one last time. Those who want to save themselves, finish clearing the walkers from their respective staircases and be ready to gather first thing in the morning. Those who refuse to come by then will suffer the consequences." Xia Chen asked, "Brother, it really sounds quite reasonable. Are you going tomorrow morning?" Wang Feng replied dryly, "No go." Xia Chen followed closely, "Then I won't go either." That night, Wang Feng moved out a chilled watermelon, cut it in half, and ate it while digging it with a spoon, while opening his laptop and randomly looking for a saved movie to watch. Dang it! There was a soft tapping sound from the bedroom balcony. Wang Feng walked over holding the watermelon. Xia Chen knocked the security window with a drying rod in his hand, looked at the lights on Wang Feng's side, and looked aggrieved. "Brother, I want to work together with you, but you didn't say that you have electricity at home." "Ah, there's actually watermelon to eat." Wang Feng smiled faintly. "You can go and meet them in the morning. I don't mind." Xia Chen asked seriously, "Brother, don't tell me you can't think of it. If we can really gather together to clear out the zombies in the neighborhood, the next step is definitely to search for supplies from door to door. If you don't join in, what will you do at that time?" Wang Feng smiled. "Searching others? I don't care. To search mine, you have to ask for my sword first. After saying that, Wang Feng swung the spoon in a bold manner and sent a large piece of watermelon into his mouth and chewed it vigorously. Xiaochen's face was torn, hesitating again and again, but finally he couldn't help but say, "Brother, want to eat watermelon? Can you reward a piece of it?" At the door, Xiaochen held a small half of watermelon and went back with 1,000 thanks. Instead, there was a shouting and cursing from a building across the street. Wang Feng frowned and walked to the window. In the dark shadow of the building, it was hard to see which window was the one, and there was a man with a thick voice screaming and cursing. Damn! Opposite side, why do I have to feel the dark when your house has electricity? I'm XXXX. Wang Feng said coldly. None of your business, mind your mouth. The thick-voiced man got even crazier. It's none of my business. I just like to curse. It's none of your business? If you have the guts, fly over and hit me. This was followed by a series of spewing words with a very high level of motherhood. Wang Feng laughed, folded back into the house, opened the storage room, took a strong flashlight, returned to the window toward the opposite building a sweep, and soon found in a window his crazy output of the bearded man. The man's eyes were shaken by the bright flashlight, raised his hand to block it, and there was another string of national curses. Shine your XX shine, you XXXX. If you have the ability to crawl along the flashlight over the man with the beard understands very well in his heart. Anyway, there are so many zombies piled up downstairs. No matter how crazy the output is, the opposite side can't do anything about it. Wang Feng set his flashlight on the window and locked the window with light. Wait. This time, Wang Feng dragged out a whole set of climbing equipment from the storage room, and there was also a box that, when opened, turned out to be a set of pneumatic anchor hook launchers. Wang Feng carried the knife on his back, went out with his equipment, and went to the stairwell where there was no security net outside the windows, assembling the anchor hooks, aiming above the window where the strong flashlight was shining, and with a slight keying of the gun, the cross anchor hooks flew straight through with their ropes, stuck somewhere on the wall and didn't move. Wang Feng tied this side of the rope firmly, took a slider in his hand to the rope, jumped out of the window, but in a few seconds, slipped down the rope directly to the opposite building, kicking the security window off in 2 or 3 kicks, then shattering the glass with a kick. Wang Feng jumped onto the balcony and drew his long knife from his back. I flew over. Then what? The bearded man was dumbfounded. On his side, he was cursing furiously at the brightly lit window when he suddenly heard a crunching sound above him, and before he could react to what was going on, a man darted out of the darkness and entered his house in 3 bounds. Big brother, I was wrong. I was cheap with my mouth. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please be an adult. The man with the beard looked at the knife in Wang Feng's hand and flew to the ground, saying that while snapping and smacking his big ear. Too late. What's the point of having a knife if apologizing works? Wang Feng's hand rose and fell, removing the anchor hook and reattaching a rope. Then still doing the same operation, Wang Feng returned to his side, then cut both ropes and let them hang down naturally. In the darkness of the night, the light from Wang Feng's window and the strong flashlight was particularly striking. I don't know how many people saw Wang Feng flying over and swinging a knife at someone. I think there were more people who heard the voice of the bearded man pleading for mercy. It's kind of nice, too, to give the neighbors an early look at the laws of survival in this day and age. Early the next morning, Wang Feng went out to practice his sword as usual. In the past 2 days of aura recovery, Wang Feng changed the venue for sword practice to the rooftop of the building. There was a faint stench in the air. The man who died 2 days ago is slowly beginning to decompose. Luckily, the revived aura had greatly slowed down the decay of the corpses, or else the city would have been completely impossible to stay in by now. Wang Feng holding double knives, jumping and waving on the rooftop. The blade split the air, emitting a whimpering low sound of breaking wind. After practicing for about an hour, Wang Feng put away his sword and rested. The greater the physical exertion, the more efficiently the body absorbs the aura when it recovers, and the strength of the body grows faster as a result. It's no secret in the age of chaos, after getting accustomed to the environment of a revitalized aura, both humans and zombie beasts would almost instinctively learn to absorb the aura to strengthen themselves. The difference is only in one's own talent and level of effort. The pendant on his chest seemed to have become deeper and darker after the revival of the aura, black and impenetrable. Wang Feng could feel that it was also slowly absorbing the aura, occasionally emitting a wisp of more pure energy to be absorbed by Wang Feng. Absorbing 1 strand of such energy was probably close to the effect of absorbing 10 minutes of aura. Wang Feng estimated that this pendant could almost help increase the strengthening speed by 20%. A day or 2 of it is not obvious, but as the days and months go by, it will become an extremely huge gap. Even in his previous life, after the age of chaos had continued for a few years, there were endless amounts of exotic items, and auxiliary exotic items that achieved such an effect were rare treasures. At this time, The shouting downstairs sounded again. Wang Feng listened. Or yesterday's property manager called Li Yi, urging the survivors of each building to find a way to gather. Unsurprisingly, there wasn't much of a response at all. As a property manager, Li Yi actually expects property owners to unite. What a joke. But if the owners can unite, at least half of these property companies in the country will go out of business. Wang Feng was also speechless at this. Too lazy to listen carefully, he rested about the same and went downstairs to his room. Chapter 13, Fire. On the first floor, Li Yi's face was gloomy. Li Yi wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and there was a big tall man in a security uniform beside him, both of them carrying large fire axes in their hands. Behind them were two men, one with a steel pipe with a pointed end and one with a large pipe wrench. Manager Li, it's been half a day of shouting, and no one in the other buildings is willing to cooperate. Are we still fighting? The tall security guard asked. Fight. Li Yi gritted his teeth. But not the zombies outside. Just start from our building door to door. It's not very nice, is it? It's someone else's house after all. The man with the pipe wrench hesitated. Li Yi pointed to the office computer that had run out of power. Old Zhang, you haven't seen the news on the internet, but Dachuan and I have seen it, and it has been authorized that we can take emergency shelter, and do whatever we need to do to save our lives. Those tenants upstairs, some of them went to work and didn't come back, some of them turned into zombies, and some of them died directly in the house. Now these houses are considered ownerless. As long as we find something to eat and drink, we won't starve to death at least. See, the old Zhang is still hesitating. Li Yi added, think about it. Even if we kill out of the neighborhood, to a store supermarket, you can still find the cashier to check out, not? It's still nothing. And what's the difference between now and then? Xiao Gue, who was holding a steel pipe in his hand, revealed a fierce look. Manager Li has a point. The tall security guard, De Chun, also said, I'll listen to the manager. Li Yi said, Old Zhang, think it over. If you don't agree, we're going to go too. And when we find the supplies in our hands, we won't be able to share them out. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Bottoms up. Dachuan shot a flashlight, and as several people headed up the stairs, Xiao Gui got close to Li Yi and asked quietly, what if there are still living people in the house? Li Yi had obviously thought about it a long time ago, and his eyes showed a ferocious light. Depending on the specific situation, those who are willing to join can stay, and those who resist will be killed directly. With Li Yi no longer calling out for everyone to gather, the various buildings in the neighborhood, on the surface, had all returned to peace. What would happen inside the building? No one would know. Wang Feng came down from the roof, closed the doors and windows, and turned on the air conditioner with air purification function to isolate the faint smell of corpses outside. As usual, I prepared a nutritious breakfast of meat, eggs, milk and vegetables, turned on my computer and clicked on a random movie to watch while eating. The initial phase of the Age of Chaos was so idle and uneventful. 2 more days passed in a flash. Wang Feng stood in front of the window and looked at a building not far away in the neighborhood. The building's on fire. The fire sprang up from a room on the middle floor, rolling black smoke straight upward, and in no time at all it burned to the top. A few screams came vaguely from the sea of fire, not knowing if they were survivors or zombies. Wang Feng frowned, thought about it, and went out to find Xia Chen next door. Knocked on the door. Xia Chen opened the door, her hair a bit disheveled. Brother, Wang Feng said, did you see the fire? Xia Chen nodded. See? Wang Feng asked, do you make fire in the house? Xia Chen shook his head back and forth. I forgot to take a lighter when I went to the convenience store, and the instant noodles were all dry. Wang Feng said, I'll give you a job. Will you do it? There is a reward. Xia Chen's eyes lit up. Brother, can I help you? Wang Feng said, it's not just to help me, it's also to help yourself. You don't want this building of ours to be burned down somehow as well, right? Xia Chen hurriedly said, brother, go ahead. What do you want me to do? Wang Feng laughed. You don't even ask what the reward is? Xia Chen heatedly smiled. Whatever you want, as long as there is something to do. I'm bored to death in the house, and my cell phone tablet is out of battery, so I've turned out the exam book to read it. Wang Feng was suddenly a bit curious. You know I have electricity on my side. Why don't you say you want to come over and charge it? Xia Chen said frankly, now how precious electricity is, and I don't have anything that can be exchanged in equal value, so I can't shamelessly rub it in for nothing. Wang Feng said meaningfully, didn't you ever think of robbing? Xia Chen said honestly, thought about it. Thought about it and couldn't beat it. Xia Chen continued, moreover, brother, you always have a limited amount of things saved up. Even if I can grab them, there will always be a time when they run out. But days like this have just begun. So, I'm actually thinking of something else. What is it? Well, Xia Chen was a little embarrassed and swallowed. Brother, I want to follow you to rob others. Wang Feng listened without comment and turned to say, let's talk about this later. Let's get down to business first. You go to each floor to probe. There are no other survivors. Focus on whether they smashed the furniture or something to use to make fire for cooking. And after we find it, go ahead and find out. Then come back and tell me. Okay. Xia Chen packed up and went out to explore. Why didn't Wang Feng go himself? Because even if there were survivors, if they realized that it was Wang Feng who was knocking on the door outside, the odds were that they would pretend that no one was there and not dare to squeak. Unless Wang Feng goes door to door and kicks in the door, replacing it with Xia Chen, a little beauty, would definitely have a different effect. Near the evening, Xia Chen knocked on the door and stood in the doorway and said to Wang Feng, Brother, the investigation is finished. In our building, with 2 staircases and 4 households on the 28th floor, there are only 4 families left with survivors. Wang Feng sidestepped. It's fine. Come in and talk. This. As soon as Xia Chen entered the house, he saw 2 1-meter long and wide battery packs connected to the electric switch, and the air conditioner blew a fresh cool breeze, and was too surprised to speak. Then you see the dozens of buckets of pure water piled up in the corner of the dining room, and the big humming freezer off to the side, and even your jaw drops. In the kitchen casserole, a 3 yellow chicken was simmering on low heat with a few soaked mushrooms. The oven's pointer clicked, and a couple of baby lamb chops made a moist, bubbling sound of oil in the oven. Xia Chen smelled the aroma, had forgotten to ask Wang Feng's permission. A step jumped to the kitchen. Staring at the casserole froze for a while. Turning his head, he saw again on the counter next to the hose, a large white plastic water tank with only about 1/5 of the fresh water used up, and the graduated line flush with the water surface clearly labeled 800L. Xia Chen turned his head to look at Wang Feng and burst into tears. Brother, if I could beat you, I really wouldn't be able to resist coming to rob you. Wang Feng said in a warm voice. Don't worry, you can't beat it. The 2 of them sat in the restaurant and listened to Xia Chen quickly talk about the results of the probe. The floor that Wang Feng and Xia Chen were on was the 11th floor, and there were 2 survivors above and below. On the 27th floor is a couple that ran out and rented an apartment their junior year. There's an aunt on the 22nd floor who has a child in high school nearby, and the aunt is here full-time to chaperone. Auntie is quite nice. Thought I was looking for food and gave me a piece of dry cake, Xia Chen said. On the 6th floor is a spectacled nerd, and the house still has quite a bit of stock of Kong Sherbo, heartwarming prints, and happy water. There's a man in his 30s on the 4th floor who speaks in a flowing manner, probably a jerk. Just him smashing open the door to the next room and clearing out the living room to make a fire pit to burn something to eat. A trace of disgust flashed across Xia Chen's face. I feel that what he ate wasn't quite right, and the way he looked at me was disgusting. Wang Feng carried out a packet of food from the corner of the kitchen and threw it to Xia Chen. Go back and take your knife, and follow me to these 2 homes down here for a walk. Well, Lo, brother, this is not my first time to bring you food. All have been dusty. Chapter 14, please move. Outside the door of the glasses nerd's room, Wang Feng knocked on the door and politely explained the purpose of his visit. It's an invitation to move to a random house 20 floors up and live there. And this bag of food is a little compensation. The glasses geek scratched his head and sniffed his fingers. Can you tell me why not? It's not much. It's just making sure that in case you accidentally lose fire or something, it doesn't affect our safety. The geek wondered. But I don't know how to use fire? Wang Feng glanced at the mountain of cigarette butts in the trash can next to him. Just in case. Moreover, it's informing now, not discussing with you, oh brother. Move. Move now. The spectacled otaku took a look at the same hilt exposed on Wang Feng and Xia Chen's shoulders, and decisively conceded. In the dimly lit stairwell, Wang Feng played a flashlight, and the 2 of them went downstairs one after the other. Brother. Aha. Just brought a bag of food and you gave it all to the 6th floor. Yes. What about the one on the 4th floor? It's your turn to talk with a knife. Xia Chen stood still for a moment. I'm a bit afraid to. Chopping up people and chopping up walkers is pretty much the same thing. Actually. But, he didn't do anything either. What do you have to do to be convicted? You have to be beaten to death to resist? That's the rule in times of peace. Got it, brother. The footsteps continue downward. 4th floor. Boom boom boom. The door opened and a middle-aged man in large flowered pants wandered out. Yo ho, little sister. You're here again. Did you come to see uncle to see the goldfish? Wang Feng grabbed a handful of hair and raised his foot to kick Fancy Pants into the corner. Xia Chen drew his sword and slowly stepped forward. After a few screams, it was quiet again. Go on, get in there. Wang Feng pushed the door into the house, and the 2 of them had just walked to the living room when they saw a few rather familiar-looking body parts hanging on the balcony. Xia Chen ran to the side and vomited. Wang Feng's face was expressionless as he glanced around the several rooms and didn't find anyone still alive. Go! Wang Feng patted Xia Chen's back with the sheath of his sword. When the two returned to the house, the oven had stopped. Wang Feng set the hot skillet and casserole on the dining table, and went to the kitchen to chop some parsnips and sprinkle a handful each on the lamb chops and stewed chicken. Xia Chen blushed a little, looked at the grilled lamb chops for a few moments, then suddenly turned around, covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. By the time Xia Chen walked out of the bathroom with his feet floating, Wang Feng had already eaten half of it. Come, sit, and tell me about your reward for today. Xia Chen sat down, his eyes a bit glazed over, as if he hadn't slowed down yet. Wang Feng said, 3 choices. First, bring your cell phone, tablet, and rechargeable battery, all fully charged. Secondly, there's dinner on the table. Go ahead and eat it. There's not enough left. Third, you can take a hot bath. Xia Chen thought for a moment and said stiffly, I'd like to choose 2. Wang Feng shrugged, yes, but no wasting. Xia Chen grabbed a lamb chop, closed his eyes and gnawed hard for a few mouthfuls. His face suddenly turned white, and he looked like he couldn't help but go and vomit again, and looked at Wang Feng with a bit of despair. Wang Feng opened the refrigerator and took a cold beer and handed it over. Xia Chen took it like a lifesaver and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, swallowing the meat hard in his mouth. Then Xia Chen began to chew a few bites of meat, then slammed a few mouthfuls of cold beer, and little by little struggled to eliminate the food on the table. Wang Feng smiled and asked, It's so hard, why don't you pick another reward? Xia Chen viciously said while chewing, Everything else is false. Eat more meat to grow strength. Day by day, the pervasive smell of corpses are fading. The people who died on the day the aura was revived had either been gnawed to the bone by the zombies, or their bodies had dehydrated into jerky before they had a chance to completely decay under the moisturizing of the aura. This will keep for a much longer period of time. That morning, Wang Feng went up to the rooftop to practice his sword as usual. Not long after, Xia Chen also went up to the roof, staring intently at each of Wang Feng's movements before trying to imitate them in the corner. Wang Feng just treated it as invisible and sort of acquiesced to the girl's stealing behavior. When Wang Feng finished practicing and rested, Xia Chen came up and said, Brother, there aren't many zombies in the neighborhood anymore. Wang Feng let out a hum, indicating that he knew. These days, Li Yi's team in building number 1 had been working hard to clean up the zombies and open up the connection with the other buildings, and Wang Feng had seen it all. The zombies are after all irrational things. As long as they can be patient, a little repeated seduction can always form a situation of more than less, and slowly be cleaned up. Now looking down from the roof of the building, there were only about 20 zombies left in the neighborhood, and most of them were still concentrated around the 7th building where Wang Feng was. A few buildings a little farther away, centered on the first building, the surrounding area has basically no zombies, as long as it is not run out in the outside of the big square dance. Walking back and forth between the buildings has been difficult to attract the attention of the zombies. It's really not easy. Wang Feng laughed, then signaled Xia Chen to turn a direction and look towards the road on the outside of the neighborhood. See, there's a row of stores over there, and there's a field of zombies collapsed outside the door. Xia Chen nodded and responded, See, Wang Feng pretended to be disappointed. This means that there are already other neighborhoods nearby that have opened the way out and started searching for survival materials outside our neighborhood. The progress is still slow. Xia Chen snorted. That's because you won't take the lead. Wang Feng said, Anyway, I have my own food and drink, and it has nothing to do with me whether others die or live. So why should I take this lead? Xia Chen gave a rare sigh. Brother. What? I've seen that for every building they get through. There's always some new people on the team, and there should be about 24 by now. Then, Wang Feng asked. Xia Chen asked, When they hit us, do we join or not? Wang Feng grinned. Don't use us. I'm me. You're you. You can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. Xia Chen looked gloomy. Brother, you dislike me for dragging you down. Wang Feng does not respond. Xia Chen added, Brother, the food and drink I've saved is enough for 7 days at most. I have to think about what to do in the future. Wang Feng kindly laughed. If you didn't succor the couple on the 27th floor, you could have lasted longer. Xia Chen said helplessly. After all, they are the schoolmates of a school, and I can't watch them starve to death. Wang Feng said, with hands and feet in good health, you deserve to starve to death. Xia Chen whispered, Brother, I understand what you mean, but I can't do it as sensibly as you yet. In addition, I want to follow you, not just thinking of hugging the thigh, but I feel that you have helped me a lot, and I want to have a chance to repay you. Wang Fengfa asked, Did you give that couple food and think about asking them to return the favor? Xia Chen shook his head. Wang Feng continued, In the same way, I am willing to give you some favors. simply appreciating them and not seeking any repayment. Wang Feng reached out his hand, originally wanted to rub Xia Chen's head, looked at the hair that had to have not been washed for a week, and hesitated, and instead gently patted Xia Chen's shoulder. It's nothing personal, and it's not that I dislike you. I really haven't thought about a companion. You can make whatever choice you want. Wang Feng paused and then said, even if you were to bring a sword to chop me tomorrow, in this era, it's not something unfathomable. If I'm sloppy and careless and get hacked to death by you, I can only say that I deserve it. Of course, if that were to happen, I would definitely not show any mercy is all. Chapter 15, More Dangerous Than Zombies. In his previous life, Wang Feng just didn't figure this out. As a result, the new wife, who had been as good as glue, did not hesitate to choose to abandon her once her own utilization value was not that high, and even ended up falling on her sword. The subordinates who had followed them for several years, all chose to betray them even in the face of greater power and better conditions. In this life, it was already difficult for Wang Feng to feel comfortable giving his back to anyone else. Xia Chen had no other choice right now. Wang Feng was the thickest thigh. What if Wang Feng's leg isn't thick enough in the future? Wang Feng didn't want to gamble on whether a little girl's sentiments were noble enough, especially since in 5 or 6 more days, it would be time for countless exotic stones to fall from the sky. Having patiently prepared and waited for so long since his rebirth, Wang Feng didn't want anyone and anything to possibly interfere with that day. At least wait until he had awakened his powers and possessed greater strength before he had time to think about anything else. As a result, trouble is still finding its way to your door. On this day, Li swung his fire axe and chopped the last zombie on the vacant lot of the neighborhood to the ground, smiling with ambition. Waving his hand to signal his men to clear the battlefield, Li held his chest out and carried his axe, surrounded by a few of his inner circle, and walked towards the 7th building where Wang Feng was. Neighbors of Building 7, Li called out. Neighbors of Building 7, I am now announcing that this neighborhood has been fully taken over by the Golden Resources Property Self-Help Team and Hamtramck University's second village. Now you have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and go downstairs to join the self-rescue team. Everyone is equal within the self-rescue team. All supplies will be distributed reasonably, and the more you work, the more you get. If you don't come downstairs after 10 minutes, you are considered to have refused to accept the management of the self-rescue team, and you will suffer all the consequences. After a few minutes, several figures appeared at the entrance of the building. The glasses geek, the chaperone aunt, and the junior couple. A total of 4 people walked out back and forth, standing in front of Li with some trepidation. Li looked at the few people with undisguised dislike in his eyes, pausing only at the couple's girls to reveal a hint of greed. Li asked, that's not right, is it just you guys? The glasses geek said, there was another man and a woman, and they both had knives, and they forced me to move. Li asked a few others, what do you all know? The chaperone aunt said, I've just seen that little girl, looking so well behaved. The girl in the couple said, those 2 are neighbors, both live on the 11th floor. The man we haven't seen either. The woman's name is Xia Chen. She's quite pretty and has given us some food. She should have quite a lot of food stored. The boy tugged gently at the girl, signaling her to stop talking. The girl said with dissatisfaction, why are you pulling me? We are also contributing to the self-rescue team by providing information, aren't we, Captain Li? Li nodded approvingly. Not bad, very aware. About that man, what else do any of you know? Glasses Geeks hurriedly said, he has electricity at home. After the neighborhood blackout, just his house still had the lights on, and a man in the opposite building felt upset and cursed, but he suddenly ran to the opposite building and directly killed that man. I saw it all downstairs. I just don't know how he got over there. After listening to the words of the Glasses Geeks, Li lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. 10 minutes had almost arrived, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. As a former assistant property manager, he was somewhat impressed with Wang Feng, who had recently rented a room and moved in. Wang Feng has bought a lot of things. Some big pieces were pulled in by car, and there have been furniture pulled outward, all of which had to be registered and reported at the property. Property managers also asked about the situation. Wang Feng's explanation is that he is a doomsday fan. Renting a room is a casual game of reserve survival. At that time, Li was holding a look at the cutie mentality, and at the same time was secretly jealous that Wang Feng had too much money to spend. But who would have thought that the end of the world would actually come? And before the revival of Aura, Li happened to see Wang Feng buying a freezer one day. Having electricity in the house and a new freezer add up to mean something. Such a big freezer. If it was hoarded full of stuff, how much could Wang Feng eat alone in these 10 days or so? As long as Wang Feng is willing to join, how those supplies are distributed, is it still up to him? The captain? Unfortunately, listening to what the spectacled geek said, Wang Feng wasn't some kind of virtuous gentleman who wouldn't listen to himself shouting a few words and then obediently join in. That's a bit of a problem. Suppressing his annoyance, Li Yi thought for a moment and said to the four, "You guys, go get your weapons and lead the way upstairs." The four's faces suddenly became more flustered, and the couple girls pleaded, "We don't know how to fight. Is it okay if we don't take weapons?" Li Yi snorted coldly. "We are a self-help team, not a charity. If you join the team, you have to obey the management and reflect the value. No one can eat for free, unless someone is willing to support you with his own share." The couple boys were quick to say, "I can go. I'll keep her." The corner of Li Yi's mouth quirked. "Kid, you earn your share first." Then he roared, "Men, distribute weapons to them. Anyone who doesn't obey the management will be directly expelled from the neighborhood." "Right, drive out the neighborhood." The dozen or so men from the self-help team shouted, waving various weapons in their hands. "We've all been here before. And what makes a newcomer fit into the collective when he doesn't prove himself twice as much as cannon fodder? Besides, the neighborhood full of zombies had been killed by everyone, so now it was just a matter of leading the way to deal with two people, which couldn't have been easier. Wait! Xia Chen suddenly walked out of the building, carrying a duffel bag and grasping a long knife in his hand. There was a commotion in the crowd. Even though there is a lack of water nowadays, it is difficult for people to even wash their hair and face. But it was still obvious whether it was good or not. The moment Xia Chen came out, she had already crushed the couple girls. Xia Chen looked at Li Yi. "If you don't want to obey the management of the self-help team, you're going to leave the neighborhood?" Li Yi swallowed his saliva and smiled. "An excellent talent like a girl, that definitely doesn't need to leave." Li Yi's target was originally only Wang Feng's supplies. Now, it had turned into supplies and this girl. Xia Chen shook his head. "You misunderstand. I don't want to join you. I choose to leave the neighborhood." After saying that, Xia Chen sidled a few steps to the side, distancing himself from the self-rescue team's crowd, and turned around to head towards the entrance of the cell. Li Yi froze. Xia Chen suddenly stopped again and turned to look at the other four people coming down from the 7th floor. "Do you want to go together?" A few people were silent. Auntie Chaperone couldn't help but say, "Outside the neighborhood, there are all zombies. You're a little girl. Aren't you going to die?" Xia Chen smiled faintly. "Auntie, some of them can be much more dangerous than zombies, so why don't you come with me?" Auntie seemed a little hesitant. Li Yi's face was a bit hard to bear, and he drank. "What are you babbling about? Our self-help team's rules are very strict. Yes. Now it's the end of the world. How can we survive without using heavy rules?" Speaking, Li Yi became agitated. "Since the establishment of the self-rescue team, we have found a total of 32 survivors, of which only 3 disobeyed the management and were killed on the spot or driven out of the neighborhood. After so many days of fighting zombies, we have 5 dead brothers, 3 others seriously injured, and 5 non-combatants are at home taking care of them. The remaining 16 are here. No one has died from lack of food or drink, and the overall survival rate is 3 out of 4. I'm not boasting. It's just that who are you, you little girl, to say that we're more dangerous than the zombies?" Xia Chen was a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Captain Li. There might be a little misunderstanding here. In fact, I am not talking about you." Xia Chen looked up at the 11th floor, then said sincerely, "Saving so many people, you guys are really quite difficult. Why don't I join? And then we'll go outside the neighborhood to clean up the zombies and collect supplies together, so we don't have to go into this building?" Chapter 16 Takeover. Li Yi laughed and said loudly, "The safety of the neighborhood is fought by the self-rescue team. If you want to live in the neighborhood, you have to accept the management. All the supplies in the neighborhood also belong to the self-rescue team. Yeah, nobody's getting special. Golden Resources Properties Self-Help Team and Hamtramck University's Village 2 is not allowed to exist in the territory of such a bullish person." The crowd screamed at you and me. "Go upstairs and get that man out. The supplies are being collected for the self-help team. Kill him if he won't go." Suddenly, I don't know who shouted, "This woman must be in cahoots with that man. Arrest her." Everyone's eyes suddenly turned around. Xia Chen sighed, turned around and ran as fast as he could. Dachuan in his security uniform asked, "Manager, chase or not?" Li Yi said in a hateful voice, "No need. Let's gather all the supplies into the warehouse. If she doesn't want to starve to death, she'll have to come to us in the end." Daharo asked, "And what if she leaves the neighborhood?" Li Yi laughed and patted Dachuan. "Dachuan, you're not like the others, running outside the neighborhood by yourself. That's going to feed the zombies." After some confusion, the self-help team finally regrouped and entered the 7th building. Li Yi was arrogant with his mouth, but he was still very careful with his arrangements. The 4 survivors of Building 7 were each carrying a steel hose and were forced to walk at the front of the line. The main concern was that the building had been set up for something that would require them to make a trip. The dozen or so men from the self-rescue team followed, climbing up the stairwell one floor at a time. It didn't take long to get up to the 11th floor. The 4 men from Building 7 surrounded the doorway, while the others spread out in the hallway, and Lee signaled Dechun to shout. Dechun took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Come out! You're surrounded!" There was a click and the door opened. Wang Feng carried a long knife in one hand and walked out slowly. Sweeping the hallway, Wang Feng asked, "What do you want?" The glasses geek remembered his experience a few days ago. He is now a cannon fodder, but also belongs to the side of the crowd. Suddenly felt full of courage. Grimly laughed twice. "It's just to ask you to move a house, but leave the things at home. Note that this is informing, not discussing with you." Returning what Wang Feng had said before in its original form, the spectacled geek felt immensely relieved. "Got it. I don't agree," Wang Feng said indifferently. "You." The glasses geek was furious. Wang Feng no longer paid attention to the spectacled geeks and looked towards Li Yi, who was hiding in the pile of people, and raised his sword to point. "You're the leader. Come out and talk." Li Yi took a look at the 2 black and heavy long knives in Wang Feng's hands and got a little hot under the collar. They were much more dominant than his own fire axe, not to mention what other supplies Wang Feng had in his room. In this world now, these 2 knives alone were treasures. Coughing twice to clear his throat, Li Yi said, "Just now the shouting downstairs has made it clear that since you don't obey the management of the self-rescue team, it's best to be sensible and leave from the neighborhood right away, or don't blame us for not being polite." Wang Feng smiled. "Come on then, no need to be polite." Wang Feng was so calm. Li Yi hesitated instead. These days, the most Li Yi had killed were senseless zombies. There were a few kills, but those were either pricks who wailed and rushed up to fight for their lives, or softies who cowered into a ball and begged hard for mercy. Now Wang Feng's reaction really made Li Yi whole. It always feels like the emotions are a bit mobilized. Li Yi made an effort to adjust, and continued to fume. "I'll give you one more chance. Leave the neighborhood now. Maybe you can even catch up with your little lover and be a pair of lovebirds with the same life." "Xiao Chen is gone?" Wang Feng was not too surprised that it was something this girl could do. Casually spinning the blade flower twice, Wang Feng said, "I'm not going anywhere. If you guys don't want to fight, just go back." Feeling insulted, Li Yi raised his fire axe and called out, "MD, everyone get together and get him." The several cannon fodder of Building 7 standing at the front were pushed violently behind them and stumbled to pounce on Wang Feng. The others raised their weapons and followed behind, only waiting for Wang Feng to be squeezed out of his position and to swarm him. In a confined space like a hallway, this tactic is simply unsolvable. Wang Feng slightly shortened his body and raised his foot to deliver a lightning-fast sidekick. The spectacled nerd at the front of the pack flew straight into the crowd as if he'd been hit by a cannonball, smashing the string of people behind him. Fogweed. The crowd's rush stopped at once, and their eyes were filled with shock. One kick and a quarter of his side is down. How the hell can he fight? Looking at the glasses geek again, his body was twisted and paralyzed on the ground. His spine was broken into several pieces, and he rolled his eyes. Already a dead man. These people stopped, but Wang Feng didn't stop. The crowd only felt a blur of eyes, and Wang Feng had already arrived in front of Li Yi. With only one cut, both arms fell to the ground along with the fire axe. One more slash and Li Yi's head flew up into the air, blood spurting from his cavity. Wang Feng shook off the non-existent blood on his long knife and said indifferently, "I declare that this neighborhood is now taken over by me. Who is in favor of it and who is against it?" "Kudos." Agreed. The building was filled with people on their knees, each one shivering. "Then, everyone listen up." Wang Feng kicked away Li Yi's corpse. "Now immediately get the hell out of the neighborhood and kill the zombies. And if everyone doesn't get back 2 zombie heads, none of them need to come back." On the road outside the neighborhood, Xiao Chen stood on the roof of a car, his hands gripping his long knife tightly. A circle of walkers surrounded the car, arms outstretched and hissing as they clawed toward the roof. Xiao Chen slashed away a zombie's outstretched claws and jumped to the roof of another nearby car, but his feet slipped and he almost didn't stand still, just barely able to stabilize his body. A full dozen zombies chased and surrounded him again. Xiao Chen looked back at the entrance of the cell. The distance was less than 100 meters, but it seemed quite far away. Even if he wanted to escape back now, he couldn't do it. Just then, a dozen people suddenly ran out of the neighborhood. With Li Yi dead, the leader of the team now becomes Dechun and the other founding figure of the self-help team, Xiao Gue, also from Building 1. Dachun glanced around and saw that a large group of zombies over here were surrounding Xiao Chen on the roof of the car, and immediately pointed in another direction and called out, "There are fewer zombies over there. Let's kill them over there." Xiao Gue tugged and helplessly said, "Dachun, you, forget it, everyone hurry to save people." A dozen self-rescuers hurriedly ran towards Xiao Chen. Against the zombies, they were much more experienced, picking up rocks on the roadside and smashing them from afar. a few zombies were attracted to the area. Abandoning Xia Chen and turning their heads to pounce on the crowd, Zhao Gui held a fire axe in his hand, which he had gouged out of Li Yi's hand before he ran down from the 7th building. It's always much better than a steel pipe and it looks more dignified. At the same time, a group of several people with a long steel pipe against the zombie, and then used the fire axe or pipe wrench to cut and smash the zombie head, in a flash to finish off a few zombies. As the self-help team lured away a few more zombies, Xia Chen's pressure was suddenly reduced, and he slashed the claws of a few zombies in a row. The clawless walkers were no longer a threat, though they still bounced around the car. Only then did Xia Chen have the time to shout, "I don't know what happened, but I really thank you all." Chapter 17 Final Preparations. Wang Feng took a nap and opened the door of his room to see that the two bodies in the hallway were gone and the blood was cleaned up. A head with short messy hair poked out of the door next to him. "Brother," Wang Feng said, "still alive? Life is quite hard." Xia Chen spat out his tongue. "A carelessness led to many zombies. Almost died. Luckily brother you let them save me." Wang Feng didn't admit it or deny it, but just asked, "Then how come you're back again?" Xia Chen said back, "Brother, I don't really want to go out to die. I carefully studied the degree of gathering of zombies outside, and estimated that it is possible to kill a road, or at least walk to the next safe point. It is the actual operation with a little deviation. There should be quite a few people starting to clear the walkers on the road outside by now. So I decided to come back for a couple days. I'll wait until the number of walkers on the road is a bit less before I consider whether or not to leave." Wang Feng nodded. "Good. Then he said, now there's a job for you. Dare you do it?" Xia Chen immediately nodded his head. Wang Feng said, "Go to building 1 and live with those people." Xia Chen stared wide-eyed. "Brother, I'm wrong alright, don't chuck me." "What?" Wang Feng froze. "It's not that I underestimated your strength and was afraid that you wouldn't be able to protect me or that you weren't going to protect me. So as soon as they came, I left you behind and ran away by myself." "I'm sorry." Xia Chen lowered his head. Wang Feng was speechless. Little girls have so much inner drama. Not bothering to explain, he directly ordered, "During the day, drive them out to kill zombies. Don't let them be idle. When people are idle, they're prone to thinking and messing around. You are the same. At night, think of a way to keep an eye on them, lest someone, intent on revenge, touch my side and set a fire. Do well enough to come over for a shower and dinner. Can you do that?" Xia Chen raised his head. "Understood. Promise to complete the mission." Wang Feng returned to his room and stood on the balcony looking at the cross-street bridge not far away. That left the whole building to itself. "Wait quietly for 3 more days and you'll be able to awaken your powers." Xia Chen came over occasionally to dabble in a meal and report on the self-help team. The main thing was how many more walkers had been killed that day, how long of a road had been cleared, what supplies had been scavenged at the roadside stores, and the discovery that other teams of survivors were also killing walkers and looking for supplies, and other such trivial things. Wang Feng just listens without making any comments. As long as these people had something to do and couldn't be bothered to bother themselves anyway. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of zombies on the street had become less visible to the naked eye. In his previous life, Wang Feng had seen and seized this moment before he was lucky enough to escape from the city and escape the second mass death of survivors. In this life, if everything went well, Wang Feng conversely didn't want to leave the city so early. In the morning, Wang Feng came back from practicing his sword on the roof. Xia Chen was busy in the kitchen. She simmered a pot of millet porridge, boiled 10 or so eggs, fried 7 or 8 steaks, and mixed 2 plates of refreshing small dishes, peeled and chopped up a couple more apples, oranges, and bananas, grabbed a handful of raisins, poured on a couple cartons of yogurt, and made a big bowl of yogurt fruit salad. Wang Feng came back and started to eat. At least 80% of these things are going to enter Wang Feng's stomach. Xia Chen's meal only dabbed a little bit is also full. Xia Chen, who finally took a bath last night, sat on the side. A long section of broken hair fell down softly, covering a little forehead and cheeks. The skin on her face was glowing, and her clear and delicate features made it impossible to pick out half a flaw. Wang Feng suddenly said, "The zombies on the road have become much less. If you have a place you want to go, you can go now." Xia Chen froze and said, "If I leave, I won't be able to help you manage those people." Wang Feng said, "Now that they're used to going outside for supplies, they won't have the heart to mess with me anymore." Xia Chen let out an "oh." Wang Feng added, "What I'm saying is that from my point of view, there's no need for you to spend time with those people anymore. You can stay as long as you want and leave as long as you want on your own, without having to think about anything else." Xia Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's just that I'll no longer be paid, so I'll be self-supporting, and I won't be able to rub my nose in it in the future." Wang Feng was dumbfounded. "Think what you want. It's true that the landlord's family doesn't have much left over." Xia Chen asked, "Brother, Can I ask you what you plan to do now? Just stay home and sit around? Wang Feng said. There's nothing wrong with staying at home. When I finish my inventory in a few days, I'll go to the south side of the mountains to find a villa, plant a plot of land, raise some chickens, and live my life in peace with the world. Xia Chen silently compared the praise and got up to leave. Wang Feng pointed to the top of the weapon rack. The other long knife with the lightest weight. Take that one away too. I can't use it. Sending away Natsu Chen, Wang Feng began to make final preparations. First, he put on a sturdy, hard-wearing work shirt and pants, and a pair of military leather boots with steel plates on the toes and soles. Packed a lightweight backpack with some compressed food, small bottles of water and first aid supplies, and a few tool objects you might use for outdoor survival. Then pack a bigger bag, loaded with some packaged convenience food, a big bucket of water and a change of clothes and other daily necessities. 2 10-pounds of spare long knives are also tied to the outside of the bag. Putting the 2 bags aside first, Wang Feng took out the set of climbing gear and anchor hook launcher from the storage room, as well as a large bundle of high-strength ropes. Wang Feng opened the balcony window, unloaded the security window, and looked down at the bottom, about 5 or 6 meters away from the outer wall of the cell. After casually tying something heavy on the head of the rope, Wang Feng lightly threw it, and the rope fell to the sidewalk next to the road on the outside edge of the wall. After cutting off this end of the rope and fixing it, another rope was thrown out in the same way. This one Wang Feng purposely threw to a tree by the roadside. These 2 ropes were to prevent any accidents from happening outside, and Wang Feng could grab the ropes and quickly climb back upstairs as long as he ran here. After that, Wang Feng picked up the large bag, went out of the room and down to the first floor, and stuffed the bag into the shaft that housed all kinds of pipes and wires. In case Wang Feng didn't return to the upstairs room in time, he could get some emergency reserves from here. Wang Feng looked at the time and once again returned to the 11th floor, taking a short break to adjust his state. Walking over to the weapons rack, he nonchalantly slipped 2 short knives into his belt, 2 long knives behind his back, put on his cut-resistant hiking gloves, and finally slung his backpack on his back, rechecking his entire body before returning to the window once more. Not a single living person could be seen on the street at this moment. Only some zombies were wandering back and forth aimlessly. The origin of these walkers is complex. Some were pedestrians walking along the side of the road when the aura was revived. Others were driving cars that turned into zombies and eventually crashed through the glass and crawled out. Some wandered out from the stores along the street following the light. Then there are the ones that burst out of the windows of nearby tall buildings and fell into the street and didn't die. All in all, there were a lot more zombies gathered on such otherwise busy streets with traffic than in neighborhoods and ordinary small streets. It's only in the last few days that things have changed. Some of the survivor teams finished clearing the neighborhood of walkers and started trying to walk out in search of supplies. Whether they kill walkers as a result or lose their own lives, it creates fresher food while reducing the total number of walkers. The zombies on the street, who were feeding on the corpses that had been air-dried for half a month, gradually spread out towards other places, and the gathering slowly became less high. By this time, if someone can be careful enough to keep a good distance and lure away walkers 1 by 2 to kill them, they can already travel slowly down the street. Of course, if a misdirection leads to more walkers blowing up the nest, you're on your own. Wang Feng carefully observed the situation on the street for a while and had already thought of several sets of action plans in his head. Once again, he peeled back his wrist to check the time. 5 minutes shy of 12. Wang Feng inhaled deeply and raised the assembled anchor hook launcher, aiming at the railing on the overpass. Chapter 18, Awakening of Space Ability. Whoosh! The sound. The cross anchor hooks, with ropes on their tails, flew over a distance of nearly 100 meters under the pressure of a powerful air pump and hitched themselves to the railings on the overpass. The few zombies on the catwalk were attracted by the sound and turned their bodies stiffly. Not noticing anything alive and slowly moving away again, Wang Feng gently tugged on the rope, letting the anchor hook move slowly and finally stuck in the corner position of the railing. Slightly try the strength. After confirming the firmness and reliability, Wang Feng fixed the side of the rope, turned over the window, hand slider stuck in the rope, giggling a little bit towards the overpass slipped over. The person was still sliding in mid-air. Wang Feng drew his short knife with one hand and plunged it into the eyes of a passing zombie, and the zombie fell headfirst without even screaming and rolled downward along the steps of the footbridge. Wang Feng steadily landed on the catwalk, loosened the ropes, reached back with both hands at the same time, drew out his 2 long knives, and walked towards the middle of the catwalk in a calm and relaxed manner. There are several zombies standing on the flyover near and far. The ones that are far away haven't found Wang Feng yet, and the 2 that are close to him have already pounced over one after the other. Wang Feng swung his long sword. There was no finesse, no need for finesse, just a simple swing up, downward smash, sidestep, and then smash out a slash. The heads of the 2 zombies were neatly opened up like watermelons, splitting in half and falling down the sides of their necks. The roar that the zombies made when they pounced attracted the 3 zombies further away, and seeing Wang Feng who suddenly appeared on the overpass, the zombies became excited, and they wanted to eat the fresh food. Wang Feng quickly glanced to both sides of the overpass, and on the street below, within a range of 20 to 30 meters nearby, there were also 7 or 8 zombies that had been startled and were converging towards the overpass. Wang Feng was unmoved and stood in the center of the catwalk, waiting for the 3 zombies to rush over, then cut off the heads of the zombies as usual. One by one, the 7 or 8 zombies under the overpass had already surrounded and rushed straight to the underside of the overpass, then returned and ran out from underneath the overpass, roaring a few times at Wang Feng on the overpass, jumping and waving their claws. Wang Feng picked up a few dead zombies and threw them off the catwalk, then leisurely sat down, not caring about anything else. Immediately there was a scrabbling and fighting and tearing noise from under the overpass, which soon returned to silence. That's right, with the zombies' intelligence of about 0, when they can see the target, they will just charge straight at it, and even if they can't reach it, they will at most bounce in place. Could they still be expected to know how to go around the ends of the catwalk and climb up the stairs to attack Wang Feng? There were a few fresh corpses to eat, and in the blink of an eye, the zombies under the flyover had completely forgotten about Wang Feng's existence. Now, the overpass was empty, and Wang Feng was the only one. The zombies below had in turn become a protective barrier for Wang Feng. Unless there was someone else who could fall from the sky like Wang Feng, anyone who wanted to get close to the flyover would have to first break through the layers of zombies on the street. Wang Feng didn't wait long before the midday sky suddenly darkened, and countless points of light suddenly appeared extremely high in the air, shining like stars. Here we go. Wang Feng's spirit lifted and he stood up. The points of light in the sky fell in the air like rain, and they were of different colors, incomparably beautiful. At this moment, all the survivors who noticed this scene outdoors, as well as all the zombies, looked up to the sky, watching those bright spots that shone with various colors of light descend towards the ground at an increasing speed. Snap! Bone on bone. A fist-sized piece of radiant crystal fell onto the catwalk, rolled around a few times, and came to an unbiased stop at Wang Feng's feet. Wang Feng pressed down the excitement in his heart and picked up this fit ability stone that he had only seen once in his previous life. There was a layer of transparent crystal shell wrapped around the outside of the alien energy stone, and as soon as he got his hands on it, the crystal shell began to rapidly melt and dissipate, and once it leaves the body, the rate at which the crystalline shell dissipates almost stops, keeping the glowing crystals at the core firmly protected. Wang Feng raised his head to look around. Many altered stones had fallen on the street, and some lucky zombies were so close that they grabbed the altered stones and stuffed them into their mouths. Whether it was a human or a zombie, when they saw the alien stone, they would instinctively feel that it was something good, and their bodies desperately craved to absorb it. Wang Feng gripped the alien energy stone tightly. While there was no interference now, he had to absorb the awakened alien energy as soon as possible, without allowing any delay or accidents. In just 2 minutes, the crystal shell dissolved away and the crystal core transformed into a brilliant light that flew into Wang Feng's body. Immediately, Wang Feng felt the light converge to his head and reform a crystal in his brain. The crystal shape was quickly fixed, and the powers were officially awakened. The moment he awakened his powers, Wang Feng's perception of the world changed drastically. Normal humans could only use their 5 senses to understand the world, but at this moment Wang Feng had one more. Space. Perception. Without any senses, Wang Feng could clearly perceive everything around his body, as long as it is something that occupies space, no matter what position it is in Wang Feng's up and down, front and back, left and right, its size and volume and orientation and speed. All the information related to space is reflected in Wang Feng's perception without any difference. Most importantly, this spatial perception ability was completely a passive existence and would not cause Wang Feng to have any consumption. At the same time, Wang Feng also felt that with the awakening of his supernatural ability, his body strength had once again been substantially increased, almost doubled again compared to just now. Even if he didn't count his spatial ability, just relying on his physical strength, Wang Feng could easily crush other adepts. Moreover, the ability of spatial perception, with its deathless grasp of everything around the body, was a perfect match for close combat. Ha 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 ha. Wang Feng clenched his fists and couldn't help a little tear from the corner of his eye. A month and a half had passed since he was reborn, and all his efforts had finally paid off. Compared to his previous life self, he was far too powerful from this moment of awakening his powers, and that's just the beginning. The ability awakened by using the Fit Ability Stone is undoubtedly the most compatible with one's own body, and the potential for future development in the upper limit cannot be compared to that of an ordinary ability user, and the gap will only grow wider and wider. The trials and tribulations, setbacks, humiliations, and betrayals that he suffered in his previous life. In this life, Wang Feng vowed to let them all go up in smoke. After calming down a little, Wang Feng decisively decided to return first and familiarize himself with his newly awakened psychic ability before considering how to formulate his next plan of action. Wang Feng quickly walked back to the position where the anchor hook was fixed, and instead of removing the anchor hook, he directly took off the ascender from his belt and buckled the rope to climb towards the upper floor, hooking the rope with both feet and quickly alternating his hands. It took less than a minute for Wang Feng to return to the house, quickly unloading the equipment on his body. Wang Feng's consciousness moved slightly, and the information of the supernatural ability surfaced in his mind, as if he originally knew it. Space alien. And it wasn't a single ability like instantaneous movement, wall penetration, storage space, and so on. These could only be said to belong to a type of spatial ability. The use of the fitting ability stone can be approximated as the awakening of a full system ability. The ability controller, not the user. In other words, Wang Feng might not be able to move instantly now, but he would definitely be able to master it later. But those who awakened the instantaneous movement ability with a normal ability stone, odds are that they would only be able to do this one move in their lifetime. A small chance of developing 2 or 3 more similar psychic abilities would be considered gifted. Chapter 19. What does it mean to be selfish? Spatial perception. This was the most basic passive skill that Wang Feng had mastered after he had awakened his spatial ability. The sensory range reached 3 meters around the body. What's the concept? Without using his eyes, Wang Feng could now clearly know the layout of the rooms upstairs and downstairs, and whether there was any activity. Objects that affect vision, such as walls, do not have any effect on spatial perception, because whether it was the walls or the air, they both occupied the same space, but neither could prevent Wang Feng from sensing something else through them. Aside from not being able to discern colors, this is the all-seeing eye with a 3-meter range, seeing through everything, and its passive perception, all-consuming. The second advantage brought about by spatial perception was that within 3 meters, one could accurately grasp all the information about the battle without fear of sneak attacks. Paired with Wang Feng's physical strength that crushed flesh-enhanced aliens, and his murderous blade technique honed in the post-apocalyptic world, it was probably safe to say that he was invincible in melee combat. In addition to spatial perception, Wang Feng instinctively knew that he had mastered 2 other abilities. One ability was early warning perception, with a range of 20 times the distance of spatial perception, so that if an object traveled too fast and created enough disturbance to space, Wang Feng would be able to notice it immediately. Another ability is currently the only one that requires active consumption of supernatural energy, which Wang Feng called Sure Hit, also within 20 times the range of spatial perception. As long as Wang Feng aimed to launch something out, he could actively consume energy to fine-tune it and achieve a 100% hit on the target. Wang Feng was somewhat distressed. Happily distressed. Isn't this invincible even at long range? It's invincible up to 60 meters at least. Wang Feng casually picked up a slipper, walked to the balcony, looked at a zombie on the street, took aim and threw it. At the moment of striking, Wang Feng immediately predicted that the slipper would be deflected by half a meter and fly over the zombie's head, as if he had simulated the prediction of the slipper's trajectory in his mind. Just then, spatial energy surged out from Wang Feng's hand, slightly affecting the angle at which the slippers flew out. Splat! The slipper that fell from the sky hit the zombie's face impartially. The zombie, who had left a boot print on his face, was confused and looked around in bewilderment for the source of the attack. Pa! Another slipper glued to the face. The zombie crouched in aggravation, grabbing both slippers and ripping them to shreds. Wang Feng let out a laugh and turned his head to look for anything else he could throw, subconsciously running the spatial energy in his body. Suddenly, Wang Feng felt a slight heat in his chest, and those spatial energies were actually absorbed by the aura pendant. As soon as he grabbed the aura pendant, Wang Feng realized that with the injection of this energy that was uniquely his own, it seemed as if a subtle connection was vaguely established between the pendant and himself. Wang Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of those supernatural items he knew in his previous life, and immediately mobilized the energy in his body to surge towards the pendant. The pendant comes and goes, absorbing as much space energy as it comes. When the energy in his body was about to run out, the light on the pendant flickered slightly and some sort of inexplicable change occurred. Holding the pendant and probing it slightly, Wang Feng immediately found to his surprise that a space of 1 meter in length, width and height had appeared inside the pendant, and it was connected to his own mind. Wang Feng looked at a dumbbell not far away from him, and with a thought, the dumbbell disappeared into thin air and appeared inside the pendant space. With another thought, the dumbbell was transferred back to the real world from the pendant space, rehanging the pendant back on his neck. Wang Feng mused. The preciousness of this pendant that the mysterious old man had casually given out had once and for all refreshed his imagination. First, it can emit aura to nourish the body even before the aura is revived. After the aura is revived, the speed of aura absorption can be accelerated by another 20%. After awakening his psychic ability, not only did he become his own exclusive item, he also absorbed spatial psychic ability and formed a storage space. Wang Feng had a feeling that if this pendant had absorbed other supernormal abilities in the beginning, it should also be able to solidify some kind of advanced ability that corresponded to the supernormal ability. This kind of heaven-defying auxiliary treasure was said to be given away. What exactly was the origin of that white-haired old man? And what was the purpose of giving himself this pendant? Wang Feng shook his head. These questions that would not be answered for the time being, thinking about them would be in vain. As long as he stayed strong, as long as the old white-haired man was still in this world, there should always be a time to meet him. Wang Feng threw the watch into the storage space and tried it again, and found that the watch hands went in what kind of? Came out what kind of? In the inside does not go word at all. Another cup of boiling water was poured and transferred to the pendant space, and the water in the cup was also immediately in a state of stasis. Even the hot air did not rise. With such a time-stationary storage space, carrying and storing food and belongings becomes incredibly convenient. 1 cubic meter is not much, but it's enough for now. Wang Feng immediately shifted the things in the house into the space. And that's when Wang Feng realized that it wasn't just anything anywhere that could be shifted into the space. It had to be within 1 meter of Wang Feng, with a shape and volume that could be fully contained by the pendant space. And, if it's a whole object, or something tightly coupled together, there's no way to put just half or part of it in. The same goes for transferring things out of space. The storage space does not feature a strong cut. Wang Feng walked to the kitchen and locked a large piece of beef in the freezer in his spatial perception. And he didn't need to open the door of the freezer. He just moved his mind, and the beef disappeared out of thin air from the freezer and appeared in the pendant space. It's good for magic tricks. Wang Feng smiled faintly, having a great time. At this time, Wang Feng sensed a humanoid object entering the hallway one wall away within 3 meters, walking quickly towards the door. Wang Feng's mind quickly appeared Xia Chen's features and body type, and through the clothes, directly see the 2 fairly large white rabbits slightly trembling. Spatial perception can even continue inward, seeing through the entire interior of the body. Sensing too clearly, Wang Feng was still a bit uncomfortable for a while, so he took the initiative to shield part of his senses. Knock knock. Xia Chen had already walked to the door and knocked on Wang Feng's room door. As soon as he entered the house, Xia Chen said eagerly, "Brother." A lot of things fell from the sky at that moment. Did you see them? Wang Feng nodded his head. Xia Chen handed over a heavy plastic bag. I just picked it up in the neighborhood yard. Here you go. Wang Feng took it and opened it. A sizable alien energy stone that was emitting a soft white light. Wang Feng looked at Xia Chen. Do you know what this is? Xia Chen shook his head. I'm not sure, but as soon as I saw it, I thought it was something good. It felt as if it was going to melt in my hands, so I quickly found a bag and brought it over. Wang Feng asked, knowing that it's a good thing and bringing it back to me, do you still have it yourself? Xia Chen smiled. I can go back and look for it again. Wang Feng unexpectedly found himself a little touched. Can't you just use it yourself first and give me the next one you find? Xia Chen said seriously. Brother, if it wasn't for you, I might have died on the day the aura revived. Not to mention that you helped me a lot more later on. There are things that are just a hand up to you that have given me hope of living again and again, but I've never had anything to repay. So now that I've picked this up, I can't fool myself if I use it for myself first, which in the end is actually selfish. Chapter 20, Let's form a team. Wang Feng was a bit lost in thought. At this moment, Wang Feng remembered that woman Su Xiao again. In her previous life, when she got the fit ability stone, didn't Su Xiao beg that she would use this one first and then find the next one for Wang Feng? How could she say such a thing? I have to say, there really is a gap between people. Wang Feng immediately said in a warm voice, this is a good thing that can awaken supernormal abilities, and I've just used it, so now this is what belongs to you. Feel free to use it. Alien ability? Xia Chen blinked. You'll know when you use it, Wang Feng urged. Xia Chen picked up the alien energy stone, and in a short while, the crystal core dissipated and the core turned into a white light that merged into Xia Chen's body. Xia Chen closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in his body. Among Wang Feng's spatial perception, a regularly shaped crystal was rapidly taking shape in Xia Chen's brain. After a while, Xia Chen opened his eyes and exulted. Brother, really awakened supernormal ability. I can now. Stop. Wang Feng quickly stopped it. What's wrong, brother? Wang Feng said seriously. Don't easily talk about your abilities to others. Why? If the enemy doesn't know about your powers, there's no way to defend against them in advance. And once they're in someone's hands, they could be targeted. Xia Chen said, brother, you're not the enemy. Wang Feng seemed to smile. Do you dare to promise that you will never be my enemy in the future? Xia Chen was silent and suddenly raised his head. locked eyes with Wang Feng, and said in a calm tone, "I can guarantee it." Wang Feng looked at Xia Chen, who didn't have a hint of hiding in his eyes. In that case, Wang Feng suddenly smiled. "Then do you want to team up with me?" Xia Chen's eyes shone with light. "Yeah, brother, what are we going to do as a team?" Wang Feng mused for a moment and slowly uttered an age-old lyric. "Be free, wander the world." "Put, brother, I can't believe you're still so middle-aged." Wang Feng's offer to form a team definitely didn't mean that he already believed in Xia Chen. Wang Feng won't trust anyone easily anymore. If Xia Chen didn't have today's performance and didn't awaken his psychic abilities, Wang Feng would have left the neighborhood alone long ago, and definitely wouldn't have considered bringing a drag queen with him. Not even if Xia Chen was obedient, but a fighter who would be obedient at least at this stage. Wang Feng would be foolish not to put it to good use. Moreover, with spatial perception, sneak attacks such as handing knives behind the back have become completely ineffective for Wang Feng. It wasn't long before Wang Feng and Xia Chen walked out from the 7th building. On each man's back were 2 long knives and a random backpack with some food, water and emergency items. In fact, the backpack was just for show. The vast majority of the supplies were in Wang Feng's pendant space. The 11th floor room was almost empty of the supplies Wang Feng had prepared before the aura revival. Only the new energy vehicle's battery pack and a couple of water tanks are too large to fit in the aura pendant. It didn't matter though. It's been half a month and the battery pack doesn't have much juice left. The space also has a generator, diesel fuel and an outdoor emergency power supply with a storage capacity of 10 degrees, which can be used and recharged anywhere you go. There were about 10 barrels left in the pure water space, which would be enough for the short term. And water was something that wasn't that difficult to collect. Now that there is no more industrial pollution, you can go to any creek around the city and not worry about water shortage. When he went down to the 1st floor, Wang Feng didn't forget to take the carry bag hidden in the pipe shaft and put it into the pendant space. The following is not the text. Wasn't going to do much explaining about how much can fit in the space, because ever since a reader followed by a hard-hitting 1 cubic meter of diesel fuel equals 800 liters, I've known what the level of perception of some people is like. I guess a lot of those here who feel they can't put it down are simply confusing the concepts of cubic meters and square meters. The space is 3-dimensional, not just one layer. But some people, they do not use their own brains, do not calculate, just based on their own imagination that they do not think it will not fit. And that's all, but also there to bring the rhythm, brush the bad reviews. So it is necessary to reply seriously. Here is a brief description of the calculation process. And in advance to prevent the bar, if it is calculated that I need 10 cubic meters or even 2 or 3 cubic meters of something, I have stuffed into 1 cubic meter of space, all counted as my calculation error. But if you calculate it based on realistic conditions is about 1 cubic meter, maybe your result is more than my 0.1, 0.2 cubic meters. That is a normal error. Let's start with water. A bucket of water is 20 liters, more than a dozen buckets. So take an intermediate number of 15 buckets. That is 300 liters, 0.3 cubic meters. To say that the barrel shape is irregular to account for the extra volume. In fact, the protagonist of the spatial ability cannot barrel, or reduce 2 or 3 barrels. The same can be said to be more than 10 barrels no problem. So 0.3 cubic meters is not still a surplus? Then the large diesel generator. This can go to a certain treasure search. The results of the first 3.5 kilowatts. Dimensions 64.5 by 47.5 by 57. 0.175 cubic meters. And there is a frame on the outside. The shape is very regular. 100 liters of diesel is 0.1 cubic meters even if it's all loaded. In practice this is the same as water. If you can't fit it in, you can fit less in. And if you need to use it, you can replenish it in any diesel truck on the road. Counting a mobile power supply. The energy piece also counts as 0.3 cubic meters well. And if you go over, you'll have less diesel in it. Then the more space-consuming eating set of guys things. 5 kilograms gas canister. Gas cylinder height 45 centimeters. Diameter 25 centimeters. Counting the volume of 0.03 cubic meters less than. A single burner gas cooktop and an induction cooktop. With dimensions of roughly 30 by 40 by 15. 2 together. 0.036 cubic meters. Another random search for a 4L rice cooker. 40 by 30 by 25. Is also 0.03 cubic meters. All of the above adds up to 0.1 cubic meters. I think. Other pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar and spices. These things do not count in detail. Just 0.05 cubic meters. 50 pounds of rice and 50 pounds of flour. 50 kilograms. 0.05 cubic meters at the approximate density of water. Then vegetable meat, which also counts as 0.1 cubic meters, is 100 liters. Here to explain more about the food side. The protagonist prepared a refrigerator and a freezer of vegetables and fruits and meat, two combined volume of more than 400 liters, because at that time did not know that he could awaken the spatial supernormal ability, so regardless of gas or rice, noodles, vegetables and meat, the reserve goal is to be enough to hold on for half a month to the recovery of the aura, and at most to leave a portion of the surplus amount, and then more is also a waste, so these quantities are now within reason when packing. This whole set for eating also adds up to about 0.3 cubic meters. Okay, so the math is done and 0.9 cubic meters have been used up. There's 0.1 cubic meters left. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But there's nothing big left. And 100 liters is about the volume of two normal-sized suitcases or half of a single-door refrigerator, which is more than enough for a change of clothes, toiletries and other miscellaneous things. In the end, it's still true that if you can't fit anymore, the big thing is to throw down some diesel fuel, a couple buckets of water, and some miscellaneous stuff that doesn't do much good. But let's just say that all of the above is within a reasonable range of what can fit in 1 cubic meter. To say that there will be gaps between objects, but the protagonist's basic psychic ability is the precise perception of space. What is placed where, can be put down, almost instinctive. The ability to see the scenes is absolutely no doubt, and time stops inside the space. Wherever something is placed, it hovers in that position and doesn't affect anything else, even if there is a bit of a really unavoidable gap. Could it make that 1 cubic meter calculation turn out to be pretty outrageous? To the point of giving it a bad review? To the point of giving a bad review? Who the hell is outrageous? Those who say 10 square meters are confused about volume and area, and the notion that everything is just flat on the floor. Those who take the refrigerator compared to the refrigerator so thick insulation shell and compressor you cannot see it, to take the external dimensions and internal volume to do the comparison? TMD engaged in housing public housing is not as ruthless as you. Those who say 1 cubic kilometer, just do not know what the concept of kilometers, not to mention the concept of 1 cubic kilometer. That is all the people on the planet rubbed together can be loaded down. Continued in the following section. This time, the process of obtaining the fit ability stone was very smooth, and many of Wang Feng's previous emergency preparations were useless. But being prepared and not using it, versus not being prepared when you need it, can be the difference between life and death. And in this day and age, it's not wrong to be any more robust. Just like now, Wang Feng could obviously pack light and put everything into space. But then, anyone who saw Wang Feng empty-handed would easily guess whether or not he had spatial-related psychic abilities. That's why Wang Feng purposely memorized a bit of equipment just to mislead others. The two had just reached the entrance of the neighborhood when they saw several members of the self-help team fleeing back from outside in a state of disorientation. Seeing Wang Feng, several people immediately shouted, "Help! So many zombies!" Wang Feng looked outward. There were about 20 to 30 zombies rushing this way, and one of them was extraordinarily tall. Where are the others? What's going on? Xia Chen asked sharply. All are dead. Someone answered in a shaky voice. The self-help team of nearly 20 people was down to the 4 in front of them. You guys back off. Wang Feng drew his long sword. The horde of zombies had rushed to their heels and there was no time to talk anymore. Several self-help members retreated to the edge of the cell in a hurry. Xia Chen took 2 steps forward and similarly drew his long sword. The difference was that Xia Chen's 2 knives were glowing with a faint layer of white light. The extraordinarily tall zombie in the group of zombies let out a roar, and all the zombies then launched themselves towards the two at the same time. Wang Feng moved forward to meet them. His double blades unfolded and took down most of the zombies, only leaving out a few for Xia Chen's side to practice on. Then he saw the field of knife light flashes, limbs flying. Wang Feng did not even stop his footsteps. It looked like he was just chopping randomly, but none of the zombies were able to catch a single knife. Hand blocking hand breaks, head blocking head breaks. Looking at Xia Chen's side, he was also deftly dodging and maneuvering around the zombies. A few zombies clearly lunged at Xia Chen, but when they got close, they started waving their claws around, as if they couldn't see Xia Chen. With a short stance, Xia Chen drilled into the periphery, turned around and swung his long knife with vigor. The layer of white light on the knife surged out more than a foot long, directly cleaving a zombie diagonally into 2 halves. The few surviving self-rescuers had looked on in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of them. At this time, there were no more zombies left on the field, and the tall zombie roared with rage, reached out his claws, grabbed a zombie with one hand as a weapon, and smashed it at Wang Feng. Wang Feng dashed forward and crashed into the tall zombie's arms from between the 2 zombies, followed by a reverse lift of his long knife upwards. The tall zombie stood still, a line of blood appearing in the middle of his body before splitting off towards the sides. In less than a minute, 20 to 30 zombies were all wiped out. There was also a flesh-enhanced alien zombie among them. Wang Feng used the tip of his knife to pick out a crystal from the brain of the alien zombie that was split in half. Xia Chen walked over, still breathing a little hard. Brother, this zombie has powers just like us? Wang Feng pretended to guess. It seems that those supernatural gems falling from the sky also work on zombies. Then picking up the zombie's alien crystal, he pretended to be surprised. This thing seems to be able to absorb it. Handing the alien energy crystal to Xia Chen, letting her feel the energy absorbed from it as well. If an alien wanted to become stronger, apart from the most basic method of insisting on practicing hard to utilize their alien energy and then absorbing aura to recover, a faster way was to absorb the alien energy crystals. An alien energy crystal of the same energy tier could be promoted one level by absorbing 10 grains. An alien energy crystal with a lower tier of strength might require hundreds of them. All of these things would be common knowledge in the future. But right now Wang Feng couldn't act as if he was unpredictable, so he had to repeat the process of figuring things out. Xia Chen tried it and handed it back to Wang Feng. Brother, it's still you first. Wang Feng raised his hand and beckoned, and a few self-rescue members scowled and came over. Tell me, what's going on? A few people looked at each other. One of them said, we are just like usual, slowly lure the zombies over to kill. As a result, after a shower of stones at noon, that kind of tall zombie appeared, and when it called out, all the zombies in the neighborhood gathered and rushed over. We didn't even run. They didn't even eat the dead. They just kept chasing after us to kill us. Xia Chen's face was worried. If all the mutated zombies can command ordinary zombies, they can no longer be led to kill like before. Wang Feng agreed. That's right, but be careful. It shouldn't be a big problem. Let's go. Chapter 21, Blackness Before Your Eyes. Seeing Wang Feng and Xia Chen turn to leave, a few self-help members panicked. Wait, you guys are leaving? Wang Feng turned around. What? What do we do then? Wang Feng wondered. Does it have anything to do with me? You man, how can you see death? Wow. I didn't just save you? Wang Feng said coldly. A few days ago when you guys came to Building 7 and tried to rob the supplies, I only killed the leader. Did I give you the illusion that I'm kind? Whether you guys are dead or alive is none of my business? A bunch of bullying rabble. To kill you, I'm still afraid of dirtying my sword. Get out. A few people ran their asses back to the neighborhood. Let's go. Wang Feng stepped away, and Xia Chen hurriedly followed. Brother, where are we going? Spin around, kill a few more crystals out and try to absorb them. The two men walked in the direction where the self-help team had cleared the walkers earlier. On both sides of the street, there were some convenience stores, grain and oil stores, and small restaurants, and it was obvious that they had already been searched and rummaged through. Every time we walked a section, we could see the bodies of members of the neighborhood self-help teams falling to the ground. The four who were able to escape back into the neighborhood did at least one very important thing. They ran faster than their companions, walking out about a few hundred meters. Far away from the intersection connecting the outside street can be seen. In a corner, several self-rescue team members are more concentrated dead here, lying on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Wang Feng saw the tall security guard Dichan and the other leader Zhao Gui in the pile of dead people, as well as the couple boys from the original Building 7. The others Wang Feng had little impression. Xia Chen was slightly intolerant and turned his eyes. Brother, the ones who escaped back, do you think they can still survive? Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, unless they find a few more exotic stones in the neighborhood, they will have to fend for themselves. It is unrealistic to expect someone else to come to the rescue. Even if another team found them, it was anyone's guess whether they would be accepted into the fold or just want supplies. There's a zombie up ahead. Prepare to fight. Wang Feng drew his long knife. Dozens of zombies blocked the intersection leading to the street. See? Wang Feng asked. Xia Chen whispered next to him. The one in black. In the group of zombies, there was a zombie in a black sweatshirt that was clearly moving on a different course than the others. All the other zombies were poking stupidly in place, occasionally walking mindlessly in one direction for a while and then stopping mindlessly. Instead, the black-clad walker circled the intersection slowly, occasionally growling low to call back walkers that had gone too far. Brother, on! Xia Chen gripped his knife and leaped forward. Go on, Wang Feng said indifferently. In fact, Wang Feng had several methods to slowly lure the black zombies out and kill them first, or bypass the intersection and find a smaller number of zombie groups to start with. But there's no need, just kill it. The two of them walked towards the intersection, and Wang Feng's long knives in both hands gently touched each other, making a crisp impact sound. The black-clothed zombie turned its head violently and roared. Dozens of zombies hissed at the same time and rushed over in a huddled mess. The black zombie was the fastest and quickly approached to a distance of a few dozen meters, pulling down the other zombies by a large margin. The long knife in Wang Feng's hand suddenly disappeared, and he reached out to pull out the short knife at his waist and waved his hand forward to throw it. the spatial ability was quietly activated, and the short knife trembled slightly the moment it was struck, its trajectory changing a little, aiming at the black-clothed zombie's head. There was a muffled sound as the short knife was precisely inserted into the black-clothed zombie's eye, the blade piercing into the head. The black-clothed zombie didn't even use his powers and was directly killed in seconds, without the possible threat of the psychic zombies. The remaining ordinary zombies were just food for thought. Wang Feng crashed into the group of zombies and started the mowing mode. Xia Chen also fought with the zombie horde in the periphery. The long knife flashed with white light from time to time, slashing an ordinary zombie. Not long after, the last zombie also fell under the knife. Wang Feng returned to the black-clothed zombie, retrieved his short knife, and pried open his brain to take out an alien crystal. 2 grains now, just randomly finding a house by the roadside. The 2 of them each absorbed an alien crystal. Xia Chen felt it for a moment. Brother, the strength of my supernatural ability has increased by roughly 10%. Aha! Wang Feng also inhaled one, and the rise was minimal. One's senses were indeed right. The foundation before awakening was too firmly laid. After absorbing the alien energy stone, as soon as the alien energy awakened, it went straight to the level of the second level. Now that they were generally level 1 zombies, there was no hope of advancing to level 3 without killing dozens of them. On the contrary, Xia Chen only needed 10 alien energy crystals to reach level 2 as well. Wang Feng was thinking about it when he suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes and couldn't see anything. Immediately, he picked up his long sword and accurately patted Xia Chen next to him with the sheath. Naughty! Ha ha ha! Xia Dust withdrew his supernatural ability, and the light returned before Wang Feng's eyes. It seems that whoever just had the powers couldn't help but have some fun with them. Xia Chen said, Brother, my supernatural abilities feel so weak when compared to yours. Wang Feng smiled. It's already quite strong. Now that the 2 of them hadn't met any other alien, Xia Chen only compared himself to Wang Feng, and naturally felt that his alien ability was weak. In actuality, Wang Feng was clear in his heart that even if he had seen so many psychics in his previous life, Xia Chen's psychic ability belonged to the strongest class. Xia Chen's awakened psychic ability belonged to the light system, with roughly 3 aspects of ability. One is recovery strengthening, which simply means healing with injuries and strengthening the body without injuries. The other is purification disintegration, which dispels bad statuses against friends and kills powerfully against enemies. This was also the reason why Xia Chen put white light on his long knife and slashed the zombies in half. It wasn't how strong the force was or how sharp the blade was, it was the light energy that was exerting its power. And it was the third ability that was the most important reason for the gap between the light department and the other elemental powers. It's control light. When there's no light, it can glow. When there is light, you can make the light disappear and inflect. Just now it was the light in front of Wang Feng's eyes that was controlled by Xia Chen, and with no light entering his eyes, he naturally became blind with his eyes open. Unfortunately, this move had little effect on Wang Feng, who could grasp everything around him without using his eyes, relying only on spatial perception. Xia Chen suddenly thought of something, and his face changed dramatically. Brother, your supernormal ability, isn't it also able to sense the inside of the body? Wang Feng said meaningfully. Isn't it a little too late to think of this now? Xia Chen let out a strange cry and all of a sudden jumped to a place 5 meters away from Wang Feng, refusing to come any closer. Wang Feng smiled. There are a lot of things that get better when you get used to them. Let's go. Go to the street. Kill some more alien zombies before it gets dark. Just like that, the 2 of them killed the zombies in waves without slowing down. The number of zombies in each group varied, but there was bound to be an alien zombie in it. The harvest is not fast, but it is better than steady. At least that's how Wang Feng felt. If he hadn't brought Xia Chen with him, Wang Feng would have been able to charge into the zombie group and run away after hacking the alien zombies. No zombie would have been able to keep up with his speed. But at the same time, on the high buildings on both sides of the street, there were an unknown number of survivors, looking at the 2 people who were pushing the zombie horde flatly like they were shopping. Shocked to the point of skepticism. Chapter 22 Middle-aged and Young People. Dick, it's now. Him. Hit a man. Or hit a woman. Men are awesome. Him first. Wang Feng finished fighting a wave of zombies, collected the alien crystal, looked at Xia Chen, and was about to speak. Suddenly, a slender object entered Wang Feng's early warning perception range at a terrifying speed. Wang Feng's spatial perception range was 3 meters, and the warning perception distance was 20 times that, or 60 meters. Within this range, if an object travels through space at high speed, the ability will automatically warn you. At the same time as the warning, the shape of the object and the trajectory of its movement afterward had already appeared in Wang Feng's mind. It was a rifle bullet that ended at Wang Feng's head. Dang! There was a crisp pop, accompanied by sparks. A barbell piece suddenly appeared on the side of Wang Feng's face. blocking the bullet. The bullet was sent flying to who knows where, and the tremendous impact caused the barbell piece to crash into Wang Feng's head. Wordlessly, the barbell piece disappeared back into the air, back into the pendant space. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the roof of a building not far away against the trajectory of the bullet that flew over just now. A figure shifted on the roof of the building, instantly ambled down and disappeared from view. What's wrong? Xia Chan reacted then. Wang Feng grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. Met the unenlightened one. Keep up, stay within a meter of me. Wang Feng led Xia Chen across the street and rushed straight towards that building. At the top of the building, the two men sat down against the parapet wall, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Lao Air, what was the situation just now? Did you see it clearly? How come he's okay? I don't know. There was a round black thing that blocked the bullet and then disappeared. It could be his psychic powers. Damn, what the hell kind of powers are these? Big brother, I told you that we shouldn't have coveted those alien crystals of his. It's just as well that we fight slowly on our own. What can we do now? You've only totaled how many bullets? Just for the moment we've seen, he's collected at least 10 xeno crystals. If this works, it's equivalent to hitting 10 alien zombies with one bullet. The middle-aged man who was called Big Brother looked at the young man next to him with hatred. This eagle eye ability of yours, doesn't it say that it enhances your eyesight by 10 times and shoots 100 times? The young man clutching an old rifle said helplessly. I got hit. Ah, he blocked it. The middle-aged man said. Get up and see if it's still there. The young man holding the rifle got up quickly and swept around, then shrunk back. No, I haven't seen anyone on the whole street, probably hiding in one of the houses down the road. The middle-aged man's face changed. Don't be coming for us, retreat first. The young man smiled and said, Brother, I have set up a number of clay bombs in the stairwell, the kind that blow up when you push the door. If they come, even if they can't be killed, we can still hear the noise in advance. Listen, there's no movement at this moment. The middle-aged man listened, indeed did not hear the bomb ringing downstairs, thought for a moment, or said, to be on the safe side, withdraw to the neighborhood first, and then come out tomorrow. Too late. The flat voice rang out in the direction of the escape door leading to the roof. Wang Feng and Xia Chan walked up to the rooftop. The young man reacted quickly, lifting his rifle and pulling the trigger. Wang Feng did not flash or dodge. The barbell piece suddenly appeared and disappeared in front of his body, and was hit with a loud bang, hard blocking all the bullets. There was a click, and in a matter of seconds the rifle was out of ammunition, and the young man hastily reached for his waistband. At the same time, the middle-aged man clasped his hands together, then pulled them outward, pulling out a long blade formed by pure flame to protect the young man's body. Wang Feng, foot on the ground, issued a thud, a muffled sound. The person has disappeared in place. The roof door to the building side of the distance of 20 to 30 meters. In an instant, with a flash of blade light, the long knife cleaved through the invisible and intangible flame blade, cutting the middle-aged man in two. On the other side, the young man's left hand, which had gone to touch the magazine, fell flush on the ground at the elbow. Wang Feng stepped forward, reached out to grab the rifle, and kicked the young man who was howling in pain against the parapet wall. Wang Feng's feet stayed strong. The young man did not die directly, only his spine was broken in two, sitting paralyzed by the wall and could not get up. You fired a black gun? Wang Feng weighed the old rifle in his hand and bent down to pull out 2 magazines from the young man. So what if I am? The young man's eyes were stubborn as he knew for sure he wouldn't survive. Wang Feng said, I'll ask, you answer, and let you die a quick death. The young man sneered, not saying a word. Wang Feng turned his head to greet Xia Chen. Come. Xia Chen was a little dissatisfied. Brother, didn't even say to leave one for me to practice. Wang Feng pointed at the young man and said, isn't this staying? It's just the right time to experiment with the recovery effect of your supernormal ability. Xia Chen's hand flooded with white light. A pillar of light shone towards the young man, and soon, the young man's legs bounced, indicating that the broken spine was connected again, and the chipped left arm no longer bled. The recovery effect of the light ability is simply fast and good. The young man was still talking tough. I won't say anything if you heal my wounds. Wang Feng from the side of another kick. Click sound. The young man paralyzed again, but also a few more broken ribs. Wang Feng said to Xia Chen, the spine doesn't need to be healed. Save it from moving around. You try restoring the other bones first, and then try the other parts later. Xia Chen responded and began to operate. For this kind of person who puts cold shots on the side without any grudges or hatred, Xia Chen will not have a trace of pity. If Wang Feng wasn't strong enough, the two of them would have been gnawed by zombies on the street by now. In less than 2 minutes, Xia Chen's face turned slightly white as he said, the ribs were reattached, and the internal organs that were poked by the ribs have recovered. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. Wang Feng took out the alien energy crystals and gave them to Xia Chen to absorb. As Xia Chen sat down to recover his powers, Wang Feng turned around on the roof of the building and realized that there was a rope on the other side, hanging down to an alley on the back street of the building. At the end of the alley was a small gate leading to several buildings that looked like old family buildings. It looks like those two on the roof came from there. Wang Feng raised his rifle and took aim, tried to fire a shot, and then shook his head regretfully. At the moment the bullet is fired, the sure shot ability can still work, but only up to a distance of 60 meters. After that, Wang Feng could not predict how the bullet would fly, nor could he intervene to ensure the accuracy of the shot. Kind of a waste of the rifle's effective range of 500 or 600 meters, but a target within 60 meters. Even if Wang Feng had never touched a gun before, he could still hit wherever he pointed. After inhaling a grain of alien energy crystal, Xia Chen became energized again and asked Wang Feng, "Brother, what's next?" Wang Feng said, "Just envision what kind of injuries you might need in the future, and then test the recovery time and energy consumption one by one, so that you have a good idea. Just start with the simplest skin trauma. Try every part of your body. Anyway, there are still plenty of alien crystals, and you're not in a hurry, so try slowly. There's no rush." The young man's face changed. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching, and he finally spoke with difficulty. "Ask whatever you guys want to know. Please don't torture me anymore." Wang Feng said, "No more questions, since you don't want to die painfully, just fulfill you." Chapter 23, You Do It. That night, the two found a room downstairs for the night. The young man ended up dead and said everything before he died. It wasn't Wang Feng who asked. It was he who took the initiative to pour beans out of a bamboo tube and said everything he knew all over again. To achieve this result, Xia Chen had used up 6 alien energy crystals, counting the one at the beginning. 7 grains were used in total. "Brother, I always have the feeling that I'm about to make a breakthrough now." Xia Chen experimented with his powers, releasing a ball of light to illuminate every now and then. Compared to the moment when he first awakened at noon, the strength of his powers had increased by more than half. Wang Feng counted the stock of alien energy crystals, counting the ones from the 2 people on the roof. There were still 8 left, and immediately gave them all to Xia Chen for her to absorb. Xia Chen overreacted. "Brother, you just started using 1 capsule and gave it all to me." Wang Feng said vaguely, "I absorbed 1 capsule to improve very little, probably because of the high level of the alien ability tier. If you feel like you can break through, use it first, and when your tier catches up with me, killing zombies to collect crystals can be faster." Xia Chen no longer insisted, and when he finished inhaling the 10th grain, his body shook, finally breaking through to the 2nd level. "Brother, I've made a breakthrough. My body's strength, the power of my supernatural ability and the distance have all increased by a large margin." "Not bad." Wang Feng nodded his head and then said, "You try inhaling another capsule now." Xia Chen finished absorbing another capsule and felt it carefully before saying with slight disappointment, "It's probably just a 1% boost. You can't even feel it without being serious." Wang Feng said, "I'm doing the same thing now. I'm just a little further along in this tier. The crystals after that, I'll absorb them first and see when I can break through again." "Okay, brother. Sleep. Good night." Early the next morning, after breakfast, Wang Feng put away the gas tank, stove, and the items used for eating, washing, and spending the night into the pendant space. Xia Chen looked on from the side with envy. The power of the spatial ability against the enemy was not to be mentioned first. This function of storing things on the go was really convenient. However, Wang Feng didn't say that this ability wasn't possessed by himself, but came from the mysterious pendant. Although Wang Feng was basically sure that no one could use this pendant space except for himself who possessed spatial ability. The reasoning is simple. If you can't do spatial perception and pinpoint an object, how can you transfer it into the pendant space? With your eyes? Staring at a plate of peanuts? Who knows if it's the plate you're trying to transfer into space, a particular peanut, or the air around the peanut? But Wang Feng is very clear about human nature. If someone hears about a treasure like a pendant, they will never be willing to try it out without getting their hands on it themselves. Even if you end up determining that you can't use it, it's not unlikely that you'll get the thought, if you can't use it yourself, let others not be able to use it either. This is good stuff that can get you killed. Wang Feng had already decided to let the pendant, like his rebirth, become a secret that would never be spoken. No one is exempt. The 2 men went back up to the roof of the building and followed the rope from the roof down into the alley. Wang Feng took out the rifle from the space and held it in his hand, pushing open the small iron gate at the end of the alley. Inside is a small courtyard surrounded by several old family buildings. In one corner of the courtyard there is a stove. The fire is still burning, and I don't know what is stewed in the pot. 7 or 8 people sat with their bowls and ate. Seeing the rifle held in Wang Feng's hand, a few people showed a look of sadness in their eyes. When they heard gunshots yesterday afternoon and no one returned by nightfall, they knew that the two strong men guarding the compound had been killed, and now the murderer is in the yard in a dignified manner. Wang Feng shook the rifle. Someone come and take me to the room of the owner of this gun. No one got up. Wang Feng drew his knife and pointed the blade at a man. You, lead the way. The man stared at Wang Feng with hateful eyes. 3, 2, 1. Wang Feng swung his sword. Puff. The man's headless body planted itself to the side. Wang Feng pointed to another man. 3, 2, don't kill me. I'll go. I'll go. The man howled, dropping the bowl in his hand and rising from the ground. Leaving Xia Chen to watch the remaining few people, Wang Feng followed the man up to a nearby building. When he arrived at the young man's residence, Wang Feng immediately sensed the rifle bullets hidden in the drawer, and opened the drawer. There were 2 bullet boxes. One had been opened, and the other was still full, adding up to 70 or so rounds. Wang Feng didn't move and put the bullets into his backpack, and found a few more clay bombs from the room. According to the young man, this bomb is about as powerful as an old-fashioned hand grenade. Yesterday in the building, the young man underhandedly put a bomb behind a few doors. If someone else had to be blown up, but Wang Feng directly put the bomb into the space through the door, with the idea that it might be useful. Wang Feng put away a few earth bombs as well. Then Wang Feng drove the reluctant men to their supply warehouse. There was nothing too valuable in the warehouse. Wang Feng looked around. They were all the usual things that were moved back from outside stores. There was nothing to look at. Returning to the courtyard, Wang Feng said, I regret to announce something. Due to the fact that your side took the initiative to attack me and couldn't give enough valuable compensation, so I have no choice but to ask you to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, the few survivors immediately became enraged. And even Xia Chen revealed a flash of surprise. The other man couldn't help but call out. The man who did it has already been killed by you. So what does that have to do with us? The others chimed in. That's right. Don't bully people too much. You're sparing the innocent and bullying the weak. Wang Feng said in a flat tone. The facts have proven that the person who attacked me without any reason lives here and knows all of you as well. When I first entered the courtyard, you all still looked at me with hatred. And it's already too late if you want to clear the air now. An older man bent down and said, This big brother, the 2 of us from the courtyard attacked you. It was wrong of them, but they're also dead. And it's not like they did any damage to you. And we, these people, are not a threat to you, so I beg you to be generous and let us go. Wang Feng snorted. Who said I didn't lose anything? Because of those 2 messing up. It made me kill at least 5 less alien zombies yesterday. If you guys can kill 5 alien zombies as compensation, I can consider sparing you. The survivors in the courtyard stopped talking. 1 alien zombie could slaughter them all. If you can't afford the compensation, you can only resist your life. If you guys want to blame those 2 for being cheap. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he looked at Xia Chen. Why don't you do it? Me? Xia Chen froze, then said, Okay, brother. Long knives covered in white light flashed and flipped in the courtyard, and in just a few strokes, there was no one left alive in the courtyard. The 2 of them exited the small courtyard with the unpleasant smell of blood and headed out of the alley. Wang Feng suddenly said, You have to understand that there will no longer be an organization in this world to preside over fairness and justice, and there is no right or wrong between people, only different positions. Treating the enemy with a single bit of mercy could get you killed. Xia Chen followed closely behind Wang Feng. Brother, don't worry. I understand all of this. Chapter 24 Acceleration. Out of the alley was a backstreet path with no sign of walkers in sight, so the 2 turned back onto the street. Xia Chen was surprised and said, Brother, how come it feels like the zombie hordes on this street have concentrated a lot? Yesterday, the original swarms of zombies on the street were basically in the teens and 20 size, each swarm led by an alien zombie that slowly waddled around the street. As the night went on, small groups of zombies were barely visible, with a minimum of 50 to 60 gathered together. It looks like the streets are emptier, unlike before, when there were walkers everywhere and you couldn't walk very far without encountering one. However, now whenever one messes with a large group, the danger level is conversely much higher than before. Wang Feng's expression was also a bit gloomy. In his previous life, he had gone out of the city after getting the ability stone, and he really didn't know that the zombie hordes in the city were annexing so fast. There was only one reason for the increase in the size of the zombie horde, and that was the devouring of each other by the psychic zombies. After 2 groups of zombies wandered into each other, ordinary zombies would not fight with each other, but the leader of the zombies with special abilities would fight for leadership and engage in a fight to the death. The ending is that the victorious side eats the defeated side, and such a way of strengthening is much more efficient than an alien absorbing an alien crystal. By the time the size of the zombie swarm expanded to 100 or so, that would most likely mean that the leader of the swarm had already reached level 2. At that point, the horrors of the zombie horde became apparent. Not only was the number of ordinary zombies high, but what was even more frightening was that a level 2 zombie meeting a level 1 zombie wouldn't go back to devouring it, but rather take it in as a little brother. A zombie swarm consisting of a level 2 psychic zombie, a few level 1s, and more than 100 ordinary zombies was basically equal to improving the food when it met an ordinary survivor team. Even if the current Wang Feng encountered it, he would cope with it with some difficulty. No, gotta speed up to level 3. Wang Feng shouted out to Xia Chen and raised his sword at the nearest group of zombies. The alien zombie in the group was also recognizable, taller than the rest, and at first glance, the most common type of flesh enhancement. An ordinary zombie's alert range is only 20 to 30 meters, and it won't charge upwards when it sees people from a long distance away. Wang Feng ran until he was more than 30 meters away from the outermost zombies, and a few of them were wandering around looking over. Before he stopped and waited for Xia Chen in passing, the long knife in his hand disappeared all of a sudden and was replaced with that old semi-automatic rifle. Wang Feng raised the gun with one hand to aim and fired a shot at the head of the alien zombie. Ping! A shot hit. The bullet hit the alien zombie's head with precision, but it made a sound similar to hitting an iron plate. The alien zombie turned around, a piece of the side of his head dented, looking surprisingly unimportant. The alien zombie roared wildly. The zombie group with the same as exploded pot, far near the same time turned around. 50 or 60 zombies in a huge swath. All of a sudden, Wang Feng and Xia Chen surrounded in the middle. Brother, Xia Chen's back and Wang Feng leaned against each other, his voice a little shaky. Not afraid, Wang Feng responded. The rifle in his hand was replaced with a long knife. Small scene, you can just take care of one side. At this time, there were already zombies hissing and pouncing. Xia Chen could not care about talking, and hurriedly raised his knife to activate his supernatural ability, blocking the zombies' attack. As soon as they exchanged hands, Xia Chen's heart was not so panicked. Her supernormal ability had risen to the second level. These ordinary zombies, in addition to the horror of some of the appearance, the strength of the zombie is really a little weak. Be careful to conserve your supernatural energy. Don't use it if you can. Wang Feng's voice came from behind. Xia Chen hastily adjusted his fighting style, no longer maintaining the light-based supernatural energy on his blade all the time, only suddenly bursting out a bit when he slashed the zombie. With the increasingly skillful control of the light to blind the zombies, Xia Chen's killing efficiency was also gradually raised. I don't know how long it had been. It might have only been a few minutes, but Xia Chen felt that quite a long time had passed, and there was not a single zombie left in front of him. Only then did Xia Chen have time to turn around and take a look at Wang Feng's side. Wang Feng was facing the direction where the zombie horde was rushing from, and also took down a much larger number of zombies, but appeared to be more relaxed. At a cursory glance, the zombie corpses on Wang Feng's side were at least twice as many as the ones he had killed, and at this moment, only the alien zombie was left alive. Every time the alien zombie wailed and lunged, Wang Feng casually swept it away with the back of his blade and didn't kill it. Seeing that Xia Chen had finished killing the ordinary zombies, Wang Feng let it go to the side. This one is for you to practice. Xia Chen took a deep breath and raised his sword to meet him, battling with the alien zombie. Wang Feng looked at it for a few moments. 2 levels against 1 level. There was nothing in doubt. It was only a matter of time before Xia Chen won. Just now in that small courtyard, if Xia Chen showed too much intolerance or even resistance when she did it, Wang Feng would consider her as a backup treatment later. How long she could follow Wang Feng around depended on her own enlightenment and luck. However, since this girl fought through, and her hands were dry and sharp, Wang Feng didn't mind nudging her a bit more. With a reliable fighting partner, Wang Feng could save some effort in doing many things. Soon, Xia Chen saw his chance and slashed at the zombie's neck. This alien zombie's body was resistant to bullets, but not to the repulsive decomposition of light-based altars against other altars. Without the support of the supernatural ability, the supernatural zombie was lynched by Xia Chen and planted on the ground. After picking up the alien crystals, the two of them took a short rest, had little to say, and continued on their way. This group of zombies is just an appetizer. The battle of the day has just begun. The two cleared their way down the street. The vast majority of the alien zombies that came up were shot in the head by Wang Feng. Then it was a one-sided massacre. Ordinary zombies don't know what fear is and have no thoughts of escape. They just rush up in groups to die. After the kill, Xia Chen could no longer lift his sword. Even if you were killing chickens, you'd be exhausted if you killed even a couple hundred of them. Not to mention that these were Auron-enhanced zombies. Not to mention that Xia Chen had already killed an unknown number of hundreds of them. Xia Chen looked behind him. The zombie corpses on the street. A pile here, a piece there. No longer able to see the starting point of the battle that began in the morning. The street full of zombies was hardened by the two of them, killing a vacuum of several kilometers. After recovering his aching arms with what little light-based psychic energy he had left, Xia Chen looked towards Wang Feng, who had just finished a kill. Brother, take a break. Wang Feng walked out from a field of zombie corpses, his expression still calm and unperturbed, but in Xia Chen's eyes, the killing intent in Wang Feng's eyes, and the murderous aura rising from his body, was simply about to form substance. Wang Feng looked to the south. The shadow of a large mountain could be seen faintly in the distance, and if he killed further, he would be almost out of the main city. Then look at Xia Chen. The little girl's mind hadn't collapsed by now, which was already beyond Wang Feng's expectations. Wang Feng estimated the results of the morning's battle. There were about 40 alien energy crystals, and it was time to absorb the last wave and try to see if he could break through to the third level. So Wang Feng led Xia Chen into a store on the street. Chapter 25. There are a lot of girls in the university. Wang Feng took out a large bowl from the space and poured dozens of fingerbelly-sized alien energy crystals into it. These crystals were of different colors, glittering, and slightly different sizes and brightnesses, representing the differences in the types and strengths of the powers. Wang Feng picked a large grain, and after a few minutes he absorbed it, and the strength of his alien energy increased by a hair. The energy in the crystals was much stronger after these alien energy zombies had devoured each other today. Having just absorbed this one grain, the effect topped 1.5 times that of a freshly awakened level 1 psychic zombie crystal. Wang Feng's absorption was 2 to 3 hours past, and he had absorbed more than 30 crystals, and the range of his spatial perception had already approached 4 meters. Right at this moment, Wang Feng felt the alien crystal in his head emit a fluctuation, crazily absorbing the aura around him. It's finally breaking through. Wang Feng grabbed a foreign energy crystal with one hand and absorbed it with force, and the pendant on his chest also sent out a pure aura at the right time. With a three-pronged approach, the alien crystals soon stabilized into the third level. Wang Feng closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, and was pleased to find that after the breakthrough, the spatial perception range had taken another leap and had reached 5 meters. This also means that the distance between sure hit and warning has been synchronized to 100 meters. His own physical strength had increased accordingly as his psychic ability broke through the third level. Wang Feng opened his eyes and couldn't help but look a little excited. Apart from those basic enhancements just now, the most important enhancement of this upgrade was that he had awakened another spatial system ability, an ability that Wang Feng himself felt was somewhat strong to the point of perversion. Space penetration. Wang Feng reached forward, but his hands suddenly disappeared into the air, strangely appearing out of thin air 3 meters away, and flexibly snapping his fingers. This store sells gold jewelry, and one piece of jewelry is arranged in a glass counter. Wang Feng reached out again and his hand appeared inside the counter, grabbing a gold bracelet before retracting it later. The gold bracelet was brought to his side, and the sealed glass counter is still intact. Wang Feng's hand, as well as the gold bracelet he was holding, just pierced through space. Wang Feng threw the bracelet with his hand and stood up. Xia Chen had been cooking on the side with a gas stove and heard the commotion over here and wanted to run over, but was stopped by Wang Feng. Don't approach yet. Stop 5 meters away. Xia Chen stopped and looked at Wang Feng curiously, only to see Wang Feng draw his short sword and wave it in front of his body. Obviously, Wang Feng held the short sword flat and swung it from right to left, but the short sword suddenly appeared above Wang Feng's head and turned into a slash from top to bottom. At this point, all that Wang Feng held in his hand was a hilt. For a while, Wang Feng just stood in place and kept waving his short blade. Yet at any position within 5 meters of his perception range, there were blades appearing and disappearing at any time. Xia Chen stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and the spatula in his hand fell to the ground with a dangling sound. There really is a gap between this person and the person, and between psychic abilities and psychic abilities. Wang Feng quickly calmed down his excitement. Although the spatial ability was stronger than imagined, there was still a long road ahead, and he still had to take one step at a time. Wang Feng gave all the remaining dozen or so alien energy crystals to Xia Chen to absorb. He himself was now at level 3, and the boost from sucking these level 1 exotic crystals was already negligible. It wasn't as efficient as relying on yourself to absorb outside auras. Even if he absorbed a level 2 psychic crystal, it would still take 100 of them to rise to level 4. To kill 100 level 2 alien zombies, it meant killing hundreds of level 1 psychic zombies and tens of thousands of ordinary zombies at the same time. This number, even if Wang Feng think about it are a little numb, has not been a day or two can be completed, can only be patient and slowly, and comparing it to his previous life, Wang Feng had only risen to a level 3 alien after almost half a year. In this life, the heavenly descent of the supernatural stone happened yesterday, and only a day has passed and Wang Feng has already level 3. What's not to like? By the time Xia Chen finished absorbing the alien energy crystals, it was getting late. Wang Feng didn't go out to kill any more zombies. He just briefly planned the action plan for the next few days with Xia Chen and rested on the spot for the night. Early the next morning, Before leaving, Xiachun held a large box full of glittering gold jewelry. "Brother, help me collect some gold." Wang Feng frowned. "What do you need these for? Wearing them still affects the battle." Xiachun hastily said, "I do not wear. It is fine to take out to enjoy it." Wang Feng was a little hard to understand. It seemed that no matter what age group of girls, they all liked gold for no reason. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Feng glanced at Xiachun's hand and the box went into the pendant space. Speaking of which, the pendant space didn't get bigger as you upgraded, and I don't know if it's fixed to be just that big, or if it requires something else. Wang Feng didn't bother with this. Maybe when he rose to level 4, he would be able to awaken the ability of storage space. The two exited the door and continued south down the street as they had set out to do yesterday, and after killing a few more groups of zombies, they arrived at a piece of a college town nearby. This college town is home to several school campuses. There are tens of thousands of college students in a campus, tens of thousands less, tens of thousands more, and 80% of them will turn into zombies when the aura revives. Wang Feng estimated that as long as he cleared out 1 or 2 zombies from the school district, he would almost reach level 4 himself. "Brother, there are IIT, Jiaotan University, Normal University, and Finance University. In this neighborhood, which school should we go to first?" Xiachun asked. "Sure duh," Wang Feng replied decisively. "Why? There are a lot of girls in the division. Female walkers are easier to kill." Xiachun. Chapter 26, Embracing the Schoolgirl on the Way to the Top. The largest student cafeteria on the Normal University campus. Zhang Feng ate his breakfast slowly and methodically, accompanied by the 2 big schoolgirls, Shen Yuezhuang and Zhong Yanyu, who fed food into his mouth on the left and right. Not a moment later, another big schoolgirl, Su Han, came out from the back kitchen of the cafeteria with a smile on her face, put the 2 plates of steaming food she had just made on the table, and twisted up a piece and put it in Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and ate it, lightly licking Su Han's finger in the process, and Su Han giggled. On the other side of the cafeteria, dozens of surviving college students were silently chewing on instant noodles, watching Zhang Feng and the 3 major schoolgirls bantering. Regardless of boys and girls, their eyes were full of jealousy and envy. One of the taller boys, in particular, silently clenched his fists, because all of this, it was supposed to be his. On the day of the aura recovery, it was he, Zhang Ji, who was the first to come forward, leading everyone from dormitory to save people, killing through the zombie encirclement, and escaping to the cafeteria, where there is no shortage of food for the time being. In that half-month, Zhang Ji led everyone out to clean up the zombies, rescued more classmates, distributed food fairly, was everyone's backbone, a good big brother, and the 3 big schoolgirls were looking for a chance to get to his side. However, Zhang Ji never expected that 2 days ago, a lot of supernatural stones fell from the sky, and to his death, Zhang Feng, who was on sentry duty outside the cafeteria, picked up the first piece. Zhang Feng, who had awakened his supernatural abilities, directly flipped out. Previously, Zhang Ji had led a team to clean up the zombies around the cafeteria, and as a result, the exotic stones that fell in those places were all collected by Zhang Feng, and the second piece was given to his hardcore little brother Yu Hua. Then go back to the cafeteria and declare that you're the boss. When Zhang Ji refused to obey, he was fatally beaten by Yu Hua. Zhang Feng even used the awakening of his supernormal ability as a condition to make the 3 major school flowers throw themselves at him on the same day. Zhang Ji that regret. He was thinking of slowly cultivating feelings, but the result is that the meat that he did not eat, so quickly all fed the dog. Zhang Feng ate his breakfast and glanced this way intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Ji hurriedly lowered his head. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. He had just become the boss not 2 days ago. People's hearts were unstable. When a few more days pass, we'll think of a way to pit Zhang Ji to death. Then he himself embraced the schoolgirl and started from conquering the campus to crisscross the post-apocalyptic world and step by step to the peak of his life. Just when he was thinking freely, Yu Hua, the fat little brother of the master standard, hurriedly walked in from outside. Feng, it's not good. Yu Hua is short and fat, like a potato. What? Zhang Feng didn't panic. Yu Hua said in a hurry, there are 2 Alterans coming from outside, and they're killing zombies in the big playground. Zhang Feng stood up all of a sudden. Go out and take a look. In Zhang Feng's opinion, the alien zombies on campus were the upgrade experience packages that belonged to him. How could they be snatched by others? Zhang Feng led the 3 major schoolgirls and Yu Hua to the big playground, and saw 2 men and women carrying double knives resting against the wall, and not far away there was a large pile of zombie corpses. When he approached to see the appearance of the 2 men, Zhang Feng immediately had a wave of evil fire coming out of his heart. TMD. The man carrying the dual swords was a whole lot more handsome than himself, not to mention, the key was the girl. who was even better looking than the three major schoolgirls beside him. Which school are you from? Who gave you permission to come here to kill zombies? Wang Feng asked through gritted teeth. Wang Feng had long seen the 5 Wang Feng who had rushed over, and had been wondering what they were planning to do. When he heard Wang Feng ask this, he simply didn't bother to answer. Xiachen asked rhetorically, who else needs to give permission to kill zombies? Wang Feng said loudly, if you're not from our school, you can't kill zombies here. Xiachen said, we've already killed. What do you want? Wang Feng said viciously, hand over the alien crystal you just killed, then leave immediately, or don't blame us for taking action and kicking you out. At that moment, Wang Feng stood up straight and took a few steps towards Wang Feng. Obviously there was nothing extra, but Wang Feng several people seemed to feel a darkness in front of their eyes. Their bodies were inexplicably a little cold, and they couldn't help but retreat. Wang Feng spoke indifferently, just kicking out? Little fellow, never killed anyone before? Wang Feng was suddenly speechless. He had killed a lot of zombies, but he hadn't really killed any living people. Even the former big brother, Zhang Ji, all he wanted was to pit him for the zombies to kill. He hadn't thought of doing it himself. Killing people? That's not the same as killing zombies. How can you say that so lightly? Wang Feng continued. If you don't want to kill or be killed, go back where you came from. If you don't leave after 1 minute, I'll kill you guys first and then the zombies. Wang Feng was embarrassed now. I had thought that with 5 against 2, the advantage was in my favor, and I could throw the opposite side right out. How come now it's my side that's going to run away without a fight? Look at the little short fat man Manhwa. The cold sweat on his back drenched his clothes. The 3 major schoolgirls that he had just taken under his wing were also all trembling with fear. What was even more detestable was that this woman, Zhang Yanyu, actually had a bit of a flowery look in her eyes when she looked at Wang Feng. 30 seconds. Wang Feng casually reported the number. Go! Wang Feng said in annoyance and turned around. Fatty Yuhua hurriedly followed. The 3 major schoolgirls looked at each other and still followed, just with more or less hesitation. Humph. 3 vixens. Xiachen sounded offended. Brother, are you taking pity on them? What? Wang Feng squinted at Xiachen. The ones in that yard. Just let me kill them all. There's a few beauties this time, so you let them go. Wang Feng said. You shouldn't think that I would actively shield part of my senses in the face of a possible enemy. A beautiful woman? Don't beautiful women need to go to the restroom? Xiachen froze and picked his thumb at Wang Feng. Brother, how did you hold back from throwing up? I'm going to throw up just thinking about it. Just get used to it slowly. Without mentioning what a scene Wang Feng was in when he went back, Wang Feng took Xiachen and started killing from the big playground. Let's just say it's worthy of being a division. Even a good number of the zombies have long hair and clean eyebrows. Probably because today was mainly about upgrading himself, so Xiachen killed extra hard, specializing in good-looking zombie girls. The 2 killed their way through the playground area and the dormitory area, and finally ended up in the teaching area. Xiachen looked at the sea of zombies below the school building and forgot to breathe for 3 seconds. It was morning when the aura was revived, just in time for classes. There could be thousands of students in a single building, and 80% of them are zombies. After so many days had passed, whether it was those who had crashed through the windows or those who had rolled down the staircase from floor to floor. Anyway, they all ended up gathering outside the school building, one next to the other, densely packed. Xiachen roughly counted the nearest large group of zombies. Brother, there must be 300 to 400 of them. Wang Feng nodded. With such a number of zombie swarms, there must be a level 2 psychic zombie inside, and a varying number of level 1 zombies. One more day, and the other zombie hordes will annex each other, and there's no chance of a level 3 zombie. Ordinary human psychics were still complacent because of their awakened psychic abilities. Where could they have imagined that the zombies' upgrading speed was much faster than theirs? By the time the 3rd level alien zombies commanded thousands of zombies and started roaming the streets, the city was going to change owners. Xiachen gripped his knife. Brother, kill this group before resting? Wang Feng glanced at Xiachen. After killing hundreds of zombies with his own hands for 2 days in a row, this girl in turn became more and more excited as she killed more and more zombies. Also yes, there is Wang Feng cover and there is no danger. Swinging the sword wildly hacking zombies to cut to the addiction. This can be stronger and more enjoyable than the experience of any violent game in the era of peace. Chapter 27, Talking about Cooperation. Let's go. Find a clean dorm room and rest for the night. Wang Feng didn't startle the zombie horde outside the school building and led Xiachen to turn into the girls' dormitory building next to him. The so-called clean dormitory is the one where the whole dormitory happened to be in class when the aura was revived, and was not ransacked by survivors coming in, and was still kept clean and tidy. It took Wang Feng a lot of effort to find one. Xiachen was straightly happy on the side. Brother, you are not expecting the girls' dormitory to be as messy as it usually can be. Wang Feng really didn't expect it. Outside the clean and tidy college girls, how the dormitory are neat as a dog kennel. Just this room. Wang Feng had no choice but to pick one that was still neatly packed. Wang Feng took out 2 large buckets of pure water from the space, and the 2 of them took turns taking a shower in the bathroom. Xia Chen began to absorb the exotic energy crystals he had scored today one by one. Have dinner. Wang Feng casually got something to eat. Brother, I'll eat it later. Xia Chen was busy absorbing the alien energy crystals. Wang Feng also did not think. Left some while hot into the pendant space, so that when taken out is still hot. It wasn't until very late in the evening that Xia Chen absorbed all the crystals, and with more than half of the progress of the 2nd level up to the 3rd level, he laid down to sleep without eating. The 2 of them each took one side of the top bunk. Wang Feng closed his eyes and rested while Xia Chen tossed and turned over there. Brother, in the darkness, Xia Chen suddenly shouted. What? Can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes I'm mowing down walkers. Wang Feng returned. I've killed too many people in the past 2 days, so I'll just get used to it. Try not to think about it for now, or think of something else to divert your attention. After a while, Xia Chen added, Brother, the excitement won't go down. The urge is so strong. After a few seconds, Wang Feng said, then go out and practice your sword for a while. Then the subtle sound of Natsu Chen's side getting out of bed was heard, but the sound of going out was delayed. Suddenly, a fragrant soft and hot body hugged Wang Feng tightly and whispered, I don't want to practice the sword. Wang Feng. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Wang Feng went to see the zombie group outside the school building first thing. The herd of 300 or 400 that was there yesterday was gone, blending into the mega herd of zombies further down the road. This large group of zombies occupied a large open space on the side of the school building, standing next to each other. It was not at all loose like a small number of zombie groups, but instead, it was tightly arranged and vaguely formed a whole. At the center of the zombie group stood a distinctly different zombie, and the other zombies consciously distanced themselves from it. The zombie hissed up to the sky and took a few steps in one direction, and the entire zombie group moved with it. Brother, is this just level 3? Xia Chen also came out and stood next to Wang Feng, a hint of redness still lingering in her cheeks. It should be. Wang Feng pointed out a few other zombies in the zombie group. The movements of the alien zombies were not as dumb as ordinary zombies, not to mention that there were also many flesh-enhanced alien zombies that became very tall and could be easily distinguished. Now just a rough count. It can be seen that there are still 10 or so alien zombies in the zombie group, and a level 2 zombie can't command so many. Xia Chen fretted. Such a large group of them, and there are also level 3 zombies. Even if we kill them all in one day, we won't be able to finish killing them. Wang Feng said, not to mention killing, if you are accidentally surrounded, it is possible to consume to death. This wasn't one of those dozen-sized hordes of zombies where a few minutes to settle the fight would be a breather and a rest. When surrounded by thousands of zombies, when their stamina is exhausted and their alien energy runs out, they will be dead. Letting Xia Chen wait where he was, Wang Feng himself walked around the teaching area deeper into the campus. There were hardly any scattered zombies now, at least a group of a few dozen. Wang Feng didn't fight the zombies when he saw them, he just circled around from a distance and soon made a big circle around the campus. Around several school buildings, a dozen or so large zombie clusters that numbered over 1,000 had gathered. All the other areas were still clusters of dozens and hundreds of them, adding up to a total of tens of thousands. It's just that there won't be any level 3 walkers present in this small herd. 10 crystals of alien energy from a level 3 zombie would allow Wang Feng to rise to level 4. But if you want to kill a level 3 zombie, you have to go hard against a large zombie herd. Suddenly, there was a sound of zombies roaring and fighting up ahead. Wang Feng went around to take a look and found that it was yesterday's Zhang Feng leading 20 to 30 ordinary college students who were fighting a group of zombies. There were more zombies, but there was only one alien zombie. There were few people on the college students' side, but the 5 Zhang Fengs who were leading the group were all Xenos. Wang Feng looked at it from a distance. Zhang Feng was an ice system psychic, a large water ball suspended in his hand, and from the water ball, he continuously shot out a grain of ice bullets. The power was comparable to pistol bullets, which caused the zombies to scream repeatedly. The water balloon was running out. Someone next to him pulled out a few bottles of mineral water. Zhang Feng used his hand to draw it, and the water automatically flew out of the bottles to replenish the water balloon. The short and fat little brother Yuhua is now not short and fat, transformed into a dark red blood-filled giant, the top of the team at the forefront. A swing of the palm to slap 2 zombies. Among the 3 major schoolgirls that Zhang Feng had taken in, Su Han was also flesh-enhanced, but contrary to Yuhua, she belonged to the type that favored speed enhancement, and was constantly harassing around the zombie group, stabbing a zombie to death when she drew the cold. Zhong Night surrounded by a few big cats. At a glance, it is the original campus stray cats, After the recovery of aura directly doubled in size, like a small leopard, an ordinary zombie had just rushed over. When Zhong Yanyu pointed her hand, a big cat scurried forward and pounced on the zombie, snapping its neck with a bite. The zombie wasn't dead, but it couldn't get up again. This Zhong Night is actually a control class ability. The ones she controls now are just ordinary wildcats. It would be awesome if she could control a few exotic beasts. Xinyu Lu was also very eye-catching. She stood motionless beside Wang Feng, aimed at the direction of the zombie group and opened her cherry mouth, letting out a silent cry. The zombies in that direction instantly staggered, and soon planted themselves on the ground and couldn't get up. Wang Feng secretly nodded his head. Sonic powers were also considered a relatively rare type of powers, and they were also very powerful when played well. Although Zhang Feng's 5 alien powers were still all level 1, but the types of powers complemented each other, and the strength of the combination was not weak. Even if they ran into a level 2 zombie, they could still fight. After a while, the group of zombies was killed cleanly. Yuhua crushed the brain of the alien zombie and pulled out an alien crystal, running back and handing it over to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the crystal, and when he turned his head and saw Wang Feng not far away, he was like an enemy. "What are you doing?" Wang Feng didn't answer right away, and a hint of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. With a wave of Zhang Feng's hand, the team turned at once, semi-surrounding Wang Feng from afar, ready for battle. Granted, I was a bit of a wimp myself yesterday and gave up the big playground, but this person is now alone. If he still raises any demands that are too much, Zhang Feng can only take a chance. 5 against 1. How can we say we have a better chance of winning? Wang Feng raised his hand and said, not too busy to make a move. Are you interested in talking about cooperation? Chapter 28, the 3rd grade Big Brother takes you. Zhang Feng said suspiciously. What kind of cooperation? Wang Feng didn't talk about the cooperation and turned to say, if I'm not wrong, you guys just know that absorbing zombie alien crystals can make you stronger, but no one has broken through to level 2 as a result yet. Zhang Feng immediately brightened up. The supernatural ability can still be upgraded? How many crystals need to be absorbed? Wang Feng said, like the kind you just collected, about 7 or 8 grains would be enough. Zhang Feng's face changed slightly. The way they were fighting now, one fight with 4 or 5 groups of zombies and each person's powers would bottom out. So the alien energy crystals that were scored were basically evenly distributed, mainly used to restore the alien energy consumed by each of them, so that they could sustain the battle of cleaning up the zombies. A few days down the line, each person had just absorbed 4 to 5 alien energy crystals, and was still a long way from being upgraded. No one could be as extravagant as Wang Feng and Xia Chen, continuously sucking dozens of crystals just for that little bit of getting stronger effect, and all the excess energy was simply dispersed. Zhang Feng had secretly decided to use all the crystals he got today to upgrade to the 2nd level. Immediately, he thanked Wang Feng. Thanks for informing me, but what does this have to do with cooperation? Wang Feng smiled lightly. With the way you guys are playing now, I guess it will take 2 or 3 days for everyone to rise to level 2, right? Zhang Feng didn't say anything and acquiesced to Wang Feng's projection. Wang Feng continued. Unfortunately, you don't have that much time left. Zhang Feng asked in a deep voice. What do you mean? Wang Feng said. Have you guys been over to the teaching building? If you haven't, you can come over with me now to take a look. A few minutes later, Zhang Feng stared at the thousands of zombies gathered in front of the school building from afar and only felt his scalp tingle. The 3 major schoolgirls who followed over also all lost their colors. Little Fatty Yuhua's lips turned white and he felt like he was about to pee in fear. Brother Feng, you can't let me go up to the top of this kind of zombie horde. It can't be topped. Brother Feng? Who is it called? Xia Chen looked at Wang Feng and then at Zhang Feng without saying anything. She also didn't know what Wang Feng had in mind when he snubbed these guys over. Wang Feng leisurely said, see, the cooperation I'm talking about is working together to fight off these large zombie hordes. Zhang Feng was shocked. You're crazy. Wang Feng said, take a look. There's a level 3 alien zombie in here, maybe 3 or 4 level 2s, and about 10 level 1s. The harvest from killing this bunch is worth 5 days of your killing. Zhang Feng said, I'd rather kill slowly for 5 days than play with my life like this. Wang Feng pointed at the zombie horde below. You don't dare to play with your life now. In 2 more days, you won't even be qualified to play with your life. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Wang Feng continued. Look at the speed at which the zombie horde is gathering and expanding now. Just think with your brain and you'll know that in 2 days at the latest, a horde of a few thousand in size will form here, and level 4 zombies will appear. Even in other places, there will at least be hundreds of zombies led by a level 2 zombie commander. At that time, with your current strength, you'll have to play with your lives if you want to harvest a single alien crystal. Zhang Feng had to admit. You're right, Wang Feng said. So, if you don't dare to fight for your life now, You might as well immediately flee as far away as you can. And staying here is only waiting for death anyway. Wang Feng hesitated, looked at the few partners around him, gritted his teeth and said, "We have to discuss this." Half a day later, Wang Feng came back and asked Wang Feng, "We have two questions. One is how can you guarantee that you can beat it? The second is how will the harvest be distributed after we really beat it? Because even without you guys, I can still beat it. Your role is just to increase efficiency." As for distribution, Wang Feng pointed at Xia Chen. Before she ascends to level 3, all level 1 crystals go to you, and after she ascends to level 3, all level 2 crystals also go to you. Wang Feng and the others were shocked. Misty Grass, we're all only level 1. You're already level 3? The sister is also a level 2 shifter? Wang Feng said, "Don't waste time. Say it, do it or not. If we don't do it, that big group of walkers is going to turn around and go far away, and then after it and another big group annex each other. We'll be in real trouble." Wang Feng did some calculations. As long as he could take out a wave of mega swarm zombies, he would be able to get about 10 Xeno crystals, which was equivalent to what he had gained in almost a day before, with a third level big brother at the top. What is one afraid of? Asterisk 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 it. Wang Feng nodded. Very good. Let me talk about the fighting method. It's very simple. I'll lead the monsters. You guys find a narrow place to guard. Intersection is fine. Building door is fine. Block the zombies that are rushing over. When I finish killing the level 2 and level 3 zombies inside, I'll come to help you guys. Then to Xia Chen, he said, "You're with them too." After thinking about it, Wang Feng reached out with his hand and took out a spare long knife from the space and threw it to Yuhua. "Little fatty, return it to me after using it." Yuhua hugged his sword, not bothering to appreciate it, staring stupidly at Wang Feng. "Da, big brother, is this your legendary spatial supernormal ability?" Wang Feng smiled without answering and said loudly, "Go when you're ready." A few people quickly chose a nearby path with a row of buildings on each side of the road, with only a few meters of wide road sandwiched in between, where a few people took up positions. Wang Feng went alone to lure the zombies, and when he reached the vicinity of the zombie group, Wang Feng pulled out his rifle and fired a shot at one of the alien zombies in the periphery. The zombie fell in response, and it appeared to be only a level 1 alien zombie. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The third-grade zombie in the center of the zombie group let out a roar, and all the zombies turned their heads in unison, pouncing on Wang Feng with teeth and claws. Wang Feng slowly backed up, keeping a distance from the zombie brigade. A few flesh-enhanced alien zombies were even faster and quickly rushed out of the brigade to approach Wang Feng. Wang Feng was also not polite, drew out his short knife and slashed back and forth in front of his body. The tip of the knife position disappeared into thin air, and a few alien zombies 3 or 4 meters away flopped and fell to the ground. They have little injury on the outside, but in reality their heads are scrambled. The spatial piercing that Wang Feng had mastered after ascending to the third level could not only ignore the distance orientation within 5 meters and launch an attack at any location. The most perverse thing is that no matter what kind of armor the zombie's brain or the person is wearing, Wang Feng can pierce the space where they are, and attack directly to the interior. Complete disregard for defense. At this time, the third level zombie also rushed to the front, and with a big mouth, spit out a ball of fire flying towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng quickly dodged and the fireball floated past his body. With a thought, the fireball that was close at hand was also collected into the pendant space. As soon as he entered the pendant space, the fireball stood still and motionless in the air, caught in a state of time stoppage. Seeing that the zombie hordes had already surrounded them, Wang Feng no longer delayed, turned around and ran, turning a corner to the path where Xia Chen and the others had ambushed them. Xia Chen held his dual swords in his hands and stood at the front with Yuhua. When Yuhua saw Wang Feng coming over, he inhaled a breath and his body swelled and turned red as if it was engorged with blood, and in a few seconds, he grew to 2.5 meters tall. The path was only 3 or 4 meters wide, and with Xia Chen's dual swords on display and Yuhua guarding the other side, he basically blocked the path. Wang Feng and Xinyu landed in the back row. Wang Feng raised a large ball of water in his hand, ready to launch. Xinyu Lu silently pulled out a lozenge and put it in her mouth. Su Han and Zhong Yanyu stood guard on each side, preventing any occasional leaky fish that rushed over. Wang Feng dodged into the defense line and took a little breather, nodding in his heart. It must be said that the quality of contemporary college students is still quite high, and their sense of teamwork is also good. Chapter 29, The First Battle. The large group of zombies that came after Wang Feng saw that there were more living people in front of them. They became even more frantic and surged up like a tidal wave. Unfortunately, the road was that narrow, and there were only 5 or 6 walkers at most that could charge up side by side. With a flash of white light from Xia Chen's double knives, the heads of several zombies flew up into the sky. After transforming, Yuhua swung his long knife wildly, without any pattern. but his strength was really not small, and he cut over several ordinary zombies with a single slash. But the zombies at the back were still desperately surging forward, and the two alone were simply unable to kill them. At this time, Wang Feng and Xin Yulu both struck out, while ice bombs burst and flew about. Invisible sound waves shook the air. The zombies that rushed in between the two floors fell in unison like mowing grass. Xin Yulu's face was excited. Her special ability favored group attack. The denser the zombies on the opposite side, the more power she could exert. The tidal wave like zombie hordes attack stuttered, and there was a brief opening, but followed closely by another wave of large hordes of zombies lining up behind them. It's the same routine as just now, with Xia Chen and Yu Huo blocking in the front row, and a wave of Xin Yulu and Wang Feng harvesting in the back. A zombie funneled over from the remaining fire, and was immediately pounced upon by a couple of small panther-sized wildcats, which gnawed off its head with a sharp bite to the neck. Wang Feng saw that a few people had managed to stabilize the rhythm and attracted the attention of a large number of zombies, and when another wave of zombies rushed over, he gripped his long knife tightly, and leaped out from behind the defense line of a few people, and killed alone towards the large group of zombies at the back. The level 3 zombie was also squeezed in the middle of the group of zombies, howling repeatedly in annoyance, but the large group of ordinary zombies pushed forward, so it was unable to threaten the defense line. Ordinary zombies had absolutely no intelligence to speak of, and could usually listen to the command of a level 3 zombie and follow the movement in one direction. Now when you see a living person in fight, you don't care about anything. At this time, Wang Feng had already wielded his double knives, killing a bloody path in the zombie group, crushing over like a bulldozer, with his blades pointing directly at the third-grade zombies. Seemingly sensing the threat, the level 3 zombie howled even louder, bringing up flames on its claws, swinging down a piece of ordinary zombies around it, and charging towards Wang Feng as well. The third-level alien zombie spat out fireballs from its mouth in succession. The fist-sized fireballs were so powerful that an ordinary zombie in its way was directly blown up half of its body. Unfortunately, when all the fireballs arrived at Wang Feng's side, they were immediately collected into the pendant space, with no effect at all. Both sides quickly approached and soon came within 5 meters. Wang Feng didn't dilly-dally and switched to a short knife to pierce the space. With a flip of the wrist and a turn of the wrist, the incoming third-level zombie immediately fell to the ground. Wang Feng stepped forward 2 steps, smashed open his brain with a knife, picked up the alien crystal and charged in the direction he came from. Goo! Yu Huo suddenly let out a cry of pain. Wang Feng looked up and saw that a few alien zombies had finally rushed to the front, bringing a hint of threat to the defense line of a few people. Zhong Knight's 3 big cats as well as Zhong Han all rushed up and were helping Yu Huo to deal with a level 2 zombie together. There were also 2 alien zombies on Xia Chen's side, but it was fairly easy to deal with. Wang Feng was in no hurry, following in the attacking stream, slowly hacking the zombies in front of him. These zombies stared at the few people on the path, especially Yu Huo, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a lot of meat at a glance, and didn't pay much attention to Wang Feng behind them. Wang Feng swung his double knives over and smashed 3 or 4 heads easily with each stroke, after cutting down almost 100 zombies just like that. When Wang Feng returned to the defense line, the few alien zombies in front of the defense line had also fallen. Yu Huo has a wound on his body and one of the big cats is dead. Not much of a problem. Xia Chen took over a large portion of the offense, fending off the onslaught of zombies. Wang Feng and Xin Yulu's faces were a bit pale. Their supernatural energy had been consumed quite a bit. Wang Feng turned back to look. The zombie corpses had already stacked up several layers in front of the defense line, piling up the entire path nearly a meter high. After so many rounds of onslaught, coupled with the zombies that Wang Feng had killed in and out to finish off, the entire zombie group had shrunk by more than half. Wang Feng said in a deep voice, "I'll block for a minute. You guys take a break and then start pushing back." After saying that, Wang Feng once again swung his sword and leaped up, holding off the onslaught of all the zombies by himself. No, it wasn't just holding back the attack. Completely without the help of Wang Feng and their long-range group kills, Wang Feng alone had pushed back the entire defense line by 2 meters. It wasn't the zombies that were attacking Wang Feng, but Wang Feng was pressing the zombies to kill them. Swish! The snowy blade light flashed as Xia Chen rushed up. Immediately after that, Yu Huo and Su Han followed, consciously standing in the side and back position, with Wang Feng several people behind them. The attack formation with Wang Feng as the arrow had easily killed several hundred ordinary zombies in pairs. After taking the crowd back and forth and crushing them a few times, confirming that there were no more zombies that could get up, Wang Feng closed his hand with a sense of satisfaction. Look around. It can only be described as corpses all over the place, and slaughterhouses of average size don't dare to come and touch the porcelain. Xia Chen didn't feel much. The past 2 days were so killed with Wang Feng, only today's bout was a bit bigger. Wang Feng, a few people are a little miserable. When the fierce battle cannot think too much, This moment of exuberance slowly go down. See piles of zombie corpses. The body cannot help but shiver a little. Wang Feng walked straight to the position of the defense line and smashed through the zombie's brain and took out 2 second-grade alien crystals and handed them over to Xia Chen, saying to him, "There's another level 2 flesh-enhanced zombie corpse on the way over from the luring zombies. Collect it yourself." Xia Chen answered and went. Wang Feng said to Zhang Feng, "Have your people go and collect the alien crystals." Zhang Feng gasped, "Big brother, take a break." Wang Feng said, "Rest for an hour. Absorb the alien energy crystals, and then go kill the next wave. You're on your own time." Zhang Feng was shocked. "What? Big brother, you still want to kill?" Wang Feng said, "If I plan to kill a wave in a day, do I still need to pull you guys together?" Zhang Feng thought about it. Let's just say that in the battle just now, the deaths in Wang Feng's hands had to be almost 400 zombies, almost catching up with half of all of them put together. Moreover, the most powerful level 3 zombie among them was also killed by Wang Feng, and didn't even bubble when he died. In fact, they didn't even need this 1,000-odd zombie horde. As long as there was only one level 3 psychic zombie, it would be more than enough to take out the 5 of them. The biggest role of these few of them was to attract the attention of a large number of zombies, and at the same time maintain a gap that was convenient for Wang Feng to rush out, so that Wang Feng would not be able to kill a layer and surround it with a layer, and be in the center of the encirclement at all times. Yu Huo and the 3 big schoolgirls didn't rest and rushed towards the pile of corpses. Although they were not like Wang Feng who had spatial powers and could directly sense the alien zombies with crystals in their brains, but roughly which alien zombie died where and what characteristics it had in its appearance, it had long been secretly memorized in its mind during the battle. Chapter 30, An Ordinary Day. After some rest and recuperation, this makeshift team is on another level of form. Xia Chen had absorbed 3 level 2 crystals and was not far from breaking through level 3. Zhang Feng several people discussed for a while. In addition to each sucking a crystal to replenish their energy, there were still 7 or 8 level 1 crystals left. First smashing little fatty Yu Hua to level 2. It's a pure lesson from gaming that no matter what, the tank has to be the first to be armed. Not even if Zhang Feng was both the captain and the legal master. The last remaining 3 grains, Zhang Feng didn't take them all by himself. He also thought about his 3 schoolgirls and gave Su Han and Xin Yulu 1 each. Only Zhong Night died a big cat not to mention played a small role in the whole battle, so for the time being, he didn't get a share of the crystals. Zhong Yenyue looked a bit downcast, and Zhang Feng even ran over to comfort him for a while. Wang Feng looked on and didn't say anything. Taking a break, Wang Feng walked to a nearby building and approached the wall, then released a ball of fire from the pendant space across the wall. The fireball without its controller had just returned to the real world, and immediately burst into flames, blowing up the wall in front of Wang Feng and slightly shaking it, falling down a layer of dust and dirt. After testing the effect, Wang Feng decided to keep the other few balls of fire in the space for now. It doesn't take up much space anyway, so there might be a time when it's useful. Returning to a few people, Wang Feng clapped his hands, reselect a position and proceed to kill. Zhang Feng several people consciously stood in a row, and little fatty Yu Hua stood at the very front. After ascending to the second level, Yu Hua tried his strength and more than doubled his strength from just entering the first level. This gave Zhang Feng and the others even more motivation. They all have hopes of moving up to the second level today if they follow the work in a practical manner. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Feng with some gratitude. Zhang Feng was smart. If they hadn't met Wang Feng today, by the time the zombie horde merged and expanded again tomorrow, they probably wouldn't be able to fight the zombies anymore or get the ability crystals. At that time, he might only be 2 or 3 crystals away from upgrading. But he had to rely on himself to absorb the aura and exercise his supernormal abilities to strengthen them. And he didn't know how many days would be used for this bit of progress. So many days, a city full of zombies. 5 level 1 psychics and 5 level 2 psychics could be the difference between life and death. Granted, they helped a little, but it was more of a stroke of luck. When Wang Feng met other survivors, he could also cooperate to fight zombies like this. But where could he Zhang Feng meet another Wang Feng? It's not like that Zhang Gil in the cafeteria. At that time, we are all ordinary people. Zhang Ji is just a step ahead of the action. Gathered a little more people, to be met later to honor him as the leader. Why? Even brother Wang Feng is so strong. Did not say that he came up to be the boss? Both sides are voluntary cooperation relationship. It's big thick legs like that you feel comfortable hugging. Zhang Feng said respectfully, you just say where to kill next. Then he saw Wang Feng pull out a tablet and scratch the screen. What? Pull out a tablet. Ignoring Zhang Feng, a few people saw the strange eyes. Wang Feng just opened the map software. Offline map packages long ago under the good. Finding the normal university campus from the map, Wang Feng pointed to a few teaching buildings and drew roughly 10 or so circles around them. You guys watch? This is where the rest of the level 3 zombie herd is. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Feng and the others nodded repeatedly. But in their hearts, they were all wondering, what else was in Wang Feng's space? Wang Feng smiled. Don't think about it, everyone's psychic abilities are different. Instead of envying other people's psychic abilities, why don't you think about how to utilize your own strengths? Yes, 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 you go on. Wang Feng pointed to the tablet, focusing on a few circles, one of which was crossed out. The group that had just been killed off, the ones that still need to be fought today, are these four. A few people came up to take a look and understood. Zhang Feng said, by killing these groups, the other zombie hordes will be farther apart and won't easily run into each other for annexation. Since you all understand, hurry up and take action. Wang Feng said, if you're lucky enough, some of you will also break through the third level in a couple days. Hearing Wang Feng say this, several people were excited again. They had seen for themselves how fierce the third level Wang Feng was. At that moment, a few people set off again and reselected a blocking location according to Wang Feng's plan, then waited for Wang Feng to run to lure the zombie horde over. Not long after, Wang Feng led a group of zombies to come over in great numbers, then basically repeating the last fight. It didn't take much to kill this large group of walkers. This time around, the harvest inventory came down, and Xia Chen picked up 2 more level 2 alien energy crystals, and before the second one was even absorbed, he had successfully broken through to level 3. Xia Chen blinked in disappointment. Brother, how come none of my upgrades have any new abilities? Just the original ones have gotten a whole lot stronger again. Wang Feng thought to himself. Otherwise, why would they say that the fitting ability stone is so precious? Many people's supernormal abilities are finalized at the time of awakening, and those who can develop 1 or 2 new abilities later are considered to be gifted, and only by fitting the supernormal ability stone can they continue to develop in the process of upgrading, and the later the stronger they become. However, these experiences came from his previous life, so naturally Wang Feng couldn't say it explicitly. He just touched Xia Chen's head. Even if it's the same supernormal ability, quantitative changes will cause qualitative changes, so you put more effort into your usage. Xia Chen was thoughtful. Yu Hua, who was on the side, heard it and quietly said to Zhang Feng, Brother Feng, it suddenly occurred to me that if I use my supernormal ability only in that place, wouldn't I be a male invincible, a man among men? Zhang Feng kicked Yu Hua. Look at you smiling so lewdly. It's better to find a girlfriend first before considering this. Zhang Feng and Shen Luyue had also both risen to level 2 this time, and their powers were much more powerful. Su Han and Zhong Yuyue had basically been reduced to playing the sauce. Su Han was a bit better. With her speed, although she didn't kill enough people, she could barely maneuver with the level 2 zombies. The ordinary wildcats controlled by Zhong Night would only be able to bully the ordinary zombies. Wang Feng saw that they had all rested about the same time, and then let everyone to change positions to kill the next large zombie group. This time there was a little accident. When Wang Feng burst into the pile of zombies to kill the level 3 zombies, a level 2 zombie approached the defense line and grabbed both Xia Chen and Yu Hua's long knives in one go. This level 2 zombie's special ability was actually controlling metal. Suddenly unarmed, after fire punches and kicks to maintain the defense, Zhang Feng and Xin Yulu also hurriedly increased their attacks, blocking the onslaught of the zombie hordes. Xia Chen thought about what Wang Feng had said before, and after brewing a little, he waved his hand and threw out a half-moon-shaped blade of light. The light blade flew directly out of his hand, and the dozen or so zombies in front of Xia Chen, along with the second-grade zombie with metal ability, were cut in two. Sister Chen is mighty. Yu Hua hurriedly rushed forward and picked up a few long knives, handing back 2 to Xia Chen, his mouth still constantly patting his ass. With his confidence boosted, Xia Chen grabbed his long knife and looked at Wang Feng and the zombie group who had also finished off the level 3 zombies and was heading back to kill them. So he shouted, "Go!" 2 more light blades opened the way, and without waiting for Wang Feng to kill back, he rushed up with a few people to meet them. Chapter 31, Space Displacement. Without realizing it, the sun was sinking in the west. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Wang Feng swung out a knife and split the last zombie. Orange-red sunlight poured down and covered the quiet campus. Wang Feng seemed to have a layer of light enveloping his body as he paced down from the hill of zombie corpses. A few schoolgirls whispered behind Zhang Feng, "So handsome. Too manly. I even think he's glowing." "He's just glowing." Zhang Feng turned around and glared at a few people before rubbing his eyes. "Bad. How come even he, a big man, felt as if Wang Feng was glowing?" Wang Feng looked at Xia Chen. "Naughty." Xia Chen spat out her tongue and quietly withdrew the light effect created by her powers. The ability to control light can make people's eyes black, naturally can also gather light. Everyone has worked hard today. Wang Feng walked forward to Zhang Feng's few people. "Continue tomorrow. Any comments?" "No comment," Zhang Feng said in a hurry. The 3 big groups of zombies that he killed in the back, Wang Feng really kept his promise and did not take anything except for the third-level alien ability crystals. The result was that Jiang Feng's small team had harvested more than 30 level 1 alien energy crystals and 8 level 2 alien energy crystals. From Wang Feng's point of view, 1 level 3 crystal was worth 10 level 2 crystals and 100 level 1 crystals. Jiang Feng's entire day's harvest for them was equivalent to just one more point of tertiary crystals. Wang Feng used 5 level 3 crystals and Xia Chen used 5 level 2 crystals, belonging to the absolute big heads. But from Jiang Feng's side, these crystals in his hand were already enough to pile up to level 3 if he used them all on one person. In other words, for the 5 people on their side, all of them had risen to level 2 today, and one had risen to level 3. Compared to the 2 people on Wang Feng's side, they had only each risen half a level. Jiang Feng felt a little unsettled in his heart with these exotic crystals in his arms. "Brother Wang, isn't it a bit too much for us to take these?" Jiang Feng said. "Why don't we give you a few more grade 2 crystals?" Wang Feng said. "I said I would give it to you, so take it in peace." Jiang Feng asked again, "Do you want to go over to our side for dinner and rest in the evening? There are still quite a few ingredients in the cafeteria's cold storage." Wang Feng waved his hand and refused, taking Xia Chen back to last night's place. "The cold storage has long been out of power. Just rely on that little residual low temperature, and the aura revival environment corruption rate slows down. The contents of the stuff is just barely edible. How fresh is don't want to think about it." The ingredients in their own space were kept chilled until they awakened their powers, after which they were even in a time-stopped state, and their freshness was not at all in a class. It's just that the food has been in a state of depletion for the past few days, and it's time to think about when to resupply a wave. "Brother, I have a question." Xia Chen fixed a large pot of meat soup and asked Wang Feng, "We can return our energy by absorbing aura now, so why do we still have to eat?" Wang Feng said, "It's really hard to starve to death without eating. Look at those zombies, there's no starving to death." "Also," Xia Chen said, "but you see how zombies become inhuman in appearance when they don't eat for a long time." Wang Feng explained, "I think that aura is like sugar in the past. It can be converted into energy for body movement and use of supernormal abilities, but the other nutrients needed by the body still need to be supplemented by food." Xia Chen suddenly realized, no wonder when the zombies see a living person, they don't want to lose their lives but also want to pounce up and gnaw on them twice. They also know that they need to replenish other nutrients. The two ate and spent the night without words. The next day, several people continue to rendezvous together to clean up the swarm of thousands of zombies that have gathered in the teaching area. All 5 members of Jiang Feng's squad had already risen to level 2, and Jiang Feng chose to raise himself to level 3 this time. The overall strength of the team had improved quite a bit, and Jiang Feng was still the main output of the group killing ordinary zombies. Cleaning up the zombie horde was easier and more enjoyable than yesterday. When he killed the 4th zombie group, Wang Feng finished absorbing a grade 3 crystal, and there was a wild surge of aura around his body, and the aura in the nearby hundreds of meters vaguely formed a vortex, with Wang Feng at the center. After sucking the aura from hundreds of meters, Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes and finally broke through to the 4th level. In his previous life's experience, all the way up to the 3rd year after the aura recovery, there were still alienists who hadn't been able to enter the 4th level, because once you're slow at the start, you're basically just going to fall behind and watch as you're left far behind by others. In this world, it only took 5 days for himself to step into the threshold of the 4th level. Wang Feng slightly sensed the spatial ability after the upgrade. The range of spatial perception, the most basic ability, had reached 10 meters, and correspondingly, the distances of both early warning perception and preemptive must-hit had reached 200 meters. What made Wang Feng even more delighted was that when he had just upgraded and wildly absorbed the aura, the pendant on his chest came into contact with the upgraded spatial supernormal ability and finally started absorbing a large amount of it once again. When the pendant state stabilized, Wang Feng slightly perceived that the storage space in the pendant had expanded from 1 meter in length, width and height to 2 meters in length, width and height. The volume expanded directly by a factor of 8. The supplies that had filled most of the space now occupied only one corner. That's a lot more stuff you can stock up on, and filling it with food and water for a year and a half falls into the casual category. Then Wang Feng sunk his mind into sensing the new abilities that he had awakened after ascending to level 4. This ability is called Space Replacement and is an active ability that consumes energy. It allowed Wang Feng to replace 2 spaces of small volume at will within the range of spatial perception, including any object that was in the space. It's just that, as in the case of storing objects into storage space, if it exceeds the size of the volume that can be replaced, or objects that are tightly linked together, they can't be replaced, and you can't replace just a portion of them over. Wang Feng's initial feeling was that this was a defense-oriented ability, and he still had to feel out exactly how to use it. Seeing that the time was still early and he could still kill a few more groups of zombies, Wang Feng didn't try to research too much. Reaching out, he patted the shoulder of Xia Chen, who had been guarding his side during the escalation, signaling that there was no need to be nervous. Wang Feng looked around at the crowd and said, "It's fine. I've just leveled up. Let's continue fighting." For every level an alter egoist raises, their physical strength will be raised by a corresponding amount. Before awakening his psychic ability, Wang Feng's basic physical ability was too strong, and his body reinforcement was very large every time he upgraded. It wasn't even on par with flesh-enhancing psychics of the same level. Wang Feng simply didn't lead the zombies, and directly led a few people to push through flat. Now that he had risen to the 4th level, ordinary zombies were really no different from dirt dogs in front of Wang Feng. The long sword swept down a large area with a casual swing. The ones that can hold up for a moment without collapsing would have to be level 2 psychic zombies. Wang Feng then added another cut. Within 10 meters, there was no zombie that Wang Feng couldn't kill with one slash. On the contrary, Wang Feng also used space piercing in a very covert manner. Looking at just a random swing of the knife by his side, the tip of the knife had pierced into the head of an alien zombie a few meters away. Don't say that the alien zombies don't know how they died. Even the few college students following Wang Feng couldn't realize what was going on. Chapter 32, Sending away the Zhong Knight that came to the door. Wang Feng, who had just upgraded, was not yet finished, and led several people to kill 3 large groups of zombies in a row, with almost no rest in between. It was not until the kill was complete that Wang Feng took 3 level 3 crystals and led Xiaochen back, leaving Jiang Feng a few people to go rummage through those 1st and 2nd level psychic crystals themselves. Brother Feng, Yuhua came over, holding a level 2 alien energy crystal in his hand. What? Jiang Feng took the crystal. Yuhua, the little short fat man, whispered. I was thinking that when he approached us yesterday morning, he was only a level 3 alien, a level 2, plus the 5 of us at level 1. And then? Jiang Feng asked, counting the alien energy crystals harvested today. After all of them are absorbed, there should also be 3 level 3s and 2 level 2s on our side, which is supposedly much stronger than even back then. So can't we go it alone? Yuhua asked. Jiang Feng thought about it and said with a smirk, the biggest difficulty of going solo is not in blocking the zombie onslaught. When Xin Luyue rises to the 3rd level, all 3 of them girls will be able to hold their own. The problem is, do you think even if the 2 of us go at it together, can we guarantee that we'll be able to take out a level 3 walker in a pile of walkers every time and come back out unharmed? Yuhua thought for half a day and finally lowered his head. It's still quite difficult to ensure that you don't get hurt. So Jiang Feng laughed helplessly. 3rd level is not the same as 3rd level. This thing called psychic ability. It's not like it's just as powerful if the level is the same. Let's guess that he's a spatial ability. But other than the fact that he can pick up objects in space, and his body strength is particularly impressive, what else can we see? Jiang Feng sighed, can't see through it at all. Yuhua laughed mockingly. It's me who overthought it. Brother Feng, I was originally thinking that if we kill by ourselves, even if we kill slower, we can at least get level 3 crystals. Otherwise how can we upgrade in the future? Relying on 100 level 2 crystals, how long will it take to kill? Jiang Feng said, if you have any ideas, you have to serve this master to his satisfaction first, and wait until he leaves. With so many schools around, are you still worried that there are no zombies to kill? Also Yuhua nodded. Jiang Feng glanced at the 3 major school girls who were searching for crystals not far away and whispered to Yuhua, keep a quiet eye on them. I think some of them are stashing the zombies' psychic crystals. Yuhua's complexion was aghast, and he hurriedly nodded his head in response, quietly staring at the 3 major schoolgirls' every move. On the other side, Wang Feng and the 2 of them went back to the dormitory where they had temporarily stayed for the past 2 days. Xia Chen grasped the 3 level 3 exotic energy crystals that he later obtained, and Wang Feng was constantly testing his newly acquired spatial displacement ability. After trying for a while, Wang Feng was basically able to determine that this was an ability that made little sense on offense and was comparable to a divine skill on defense. After all, with Space Piercing's defense-breaking ability in place, within the 10-meter spatial perception range, there was almost nothing that could hold up to a casual slash from Wang Feng. This is the ultimate in one-dimensional offense. Not to mention the current level 3 and 4 psychics are zombies. Even if level 8 and 9 appeared a few years later, once they entered Wang Feng's spatial perception range, who would dare to guarantee that they could resist the knife that poked directly into their brains? The defensive ability of spatial displacement is that no matter whether it is a long-range psychic attack or a gunshot bullet, as long as it enters the 10-meter range, Wang Feng will be able to replace the space at will, so that the attack will fly away in a different direction, or even return directly along the original path. If he had this ability a few days ago, when he was being shot upstairs in the dark, Wang Feng wouldn't have to pull out the barbell piece from space to block it hard. Just let the bullet turn around and fly back. Since awakening his powers, Wang Feng had more than one side at the power of spatial powers. But again and again, he felt that he might still be somewhat underestimated. It was late at night. Xia-chan was ready to rest, and Wang Feng was about to lie down as well, but he suddenly stopped. Among the spatial perceptions, someone was coming down the hallway. What's wrong, brother? Xia-chan sensed Wang Feng's behavior. Wang Feng said, it's fine, you go open the door. Xia-chan got out of bed and opened the door. Wang Feng was sitting on the top bunk. Zhang Yanyu, among the three school beauties, walked in, dressed quite seductively. Xia-chan instantly darkened his face. Zhang Yanyu looked at Wang Feng with a pitiful face. Say it, what are you here for? Wang Feng said indifferently. Zhang Night stood in a graceful manner. The top three school flowers among the tens of thousands of girls in the normal university are really extraordinary. I only heard Zhang Yanyu softly say, there aren't many zombies on campus anymore, and I think you'll be leaving soon, Brother Feng. So I've come here to ask Brother Feng to take me with you when the time comes. Oh, why don't you accompany Zhang Feng and come with me? Wang Feng didn't see any joy or anger on his face. Zhang Night returned. My special ability is to control foreign beasts, but now that I'm stuck in the school, there are no foreign beasts for me to control, and the only way I can hope to become stronger is to leave with you. Wang Feng said, you want to leave with me and then find a foreign beast to help you control it? Zhang Yanyu eagerly said, I can now control 3 foreign beasts of the same rank. If you help me control the foreign beasts, I will be able to better help you in the future. Wang Feng seemed to be in slight contemplation. 3 foreign beasts of the same rank was not as simple as 3 same-ranked combatants. The strength of a fey beast is normally able to cross the ranks. A wild cat enhanced by aura can fight against ordinary zombies. So what if it's a tiger? Even if it wasn't an alien beast, but just an ordinary tiger that had been strengthened with aura, a level 1 alien could not necessarily beat it. Zhang Yanyu now seemed scrappy and like a drag among Zhang Feng's 5. But in actuality, her alien ability ceiling was very high. Apparently Zhang Yanyu herself understood this before she dared to sneak in and introduce herself to Wang Feng. Zhang Night looked at Wang Feng expectantly. Wang Feng asked a question. It was Zhang Feng who gave you the alien energy stone. Now you don't think about helping him and want to come to defect to me. If I help you control the alien beasts, how can you guarantee that you won't go to defect to other stronger aliens after you get stronger? Zhang Yanyu had obviously considered this question earlier and spoke in a delicate tone. As long as Brother Feng likes it, Yanyu's entire body is Brother Feng's, so how would she defect to someone else? Wang Feng seemed to raise a little interest. Did you say the same thing to Zhang Feng? Zhang Night disdainfully said. He a dog basket case, just Xinyu Lu and Su Han can't cope with it, and people have let him touch their hands in the past few days. Immediately after that, he turned into a clip sound, and looked at Wang Feng with charming eyes. Brother Feng, in fact, people will be quite a lot. The general public cannot be compared to Yo. Clank. Xia-chan fiercely drew out a long knife, the blade glowing with eerie white light. Zhang Yanyu's words came to an abrupt end. Xia-chan flattened her mouth and looked at Wang Feng, with tears flashing in her eyes. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Chen see her off, I'm going to rest. Zhang Night was anxious. Feng? Xia-chan blade pointed to the door. Go. Zhang Night looked at Wang Feng, then looked at the knife in Xia-chan's hand, didn't dare to say more and turned around to go out. Xia-chan followed out with his knife. The road is dark. I'll give you a ride. After a while, Xia-chan came back, took a piece of cloth and wiped the knife, returning it to its sheath. Sent away? Wang Feng spoke with a smile. Xia-chan ground his teeth and said, sent to her fox grandma's house. Chapter 33, The Parting of the Ways. In the morning, Zhang Feng didn't look too good. Yuhua saw Zhang Night quietly leave the cafeteria late at night. Originally, he thought that she was stealing and absorbing the alien crystals hidden down, but he didn't expect to go straight to the dormitory building where Wang Feng lived, and didn't return all night. Looking at the 2 people who walked over, Wang Feng and Xia-chen, Zhang Feng was a bit dazed. Where's Zhang Yanyu? Where's Zhang Night? Zhang Feng asked offhandedly. Wang Feng's tone was icy. Your people, you ask me? Zhang Feng realized that his tone was wrong and quickly adjusted. Brother Wang, I'm also concerned. I hope you don't mind. If you know where Zhang Yanyu is going, just let me know. I'm grateful. She did come to see me. Long gone. Wang Feng threw a recorder over. I suggest you listen to it alone. Zhang Feng took the recorder suspiciously and walked to the side to open it. The scene is very quiet. Vaguely can hear Zhang Night the whole person is Feng brother's dog basket. Touching hands or something like that came over. After a while, Zhang Feng turned off the recorder and walked back with a calm expression. I'm sorry, big brother. It was me who was abrupt. It seems that Zhang Yanyu has her own choice, and I can't force it. Zhang Feng held up the recorder. Brother Wang, this recorder, I want to keep it as a wake-up call, and exchange it with you with an alien crystal. Do you think it's okay? Wang Feng waved his hand. Sending you. Zhang Feng then added, Brother Wang, thank you very much for your support these 2 days. Zhang Feng will never forget it. If I can be of any use to you in the future, just ask. As long as it's something I can do, I won't put it off. Wang Feng said, since you said so, then remember it clearly and don't forget it when the time comes. Zhang Feng smiled. Don't worry about this. If you don't have anything else to do, we'll leave first and go to the next school to find some zombies to kill. The few remaining groups here, you and senior sister Xia are just crunching and killing them anyway, so I won't add to the chaos. Wang Feng looked deeply at Zhang Feng and nodded. Go. Zhang Feng led Yu Hua, Xin Yuezhu and Su Han away. Other than Zhang Feng, the other few people were all puzzled, asking Zhang Feng about something as they walked. Xia Chen said somewhat sheepishly, Brother, did I do something wrong? Wang Feng said, it has little to do with you. It's just that he realizes that he can't hang out with us anymore if he still wants to be a big brother, or he won't even be able to keep the women around him. As for the woman, she is both stupid and bad, so cut her down. Without Wang Feng's acquiescence, Xia Chen wouldn't have had the chance to kill Zhang Yenyue. Wang Feng's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. There was an ice exalt who had formed a force that, while not too strong as a whole, had created quite a problem when Thunder Emperor City expanded into Ping'an City. Later, this ice alien was backstabbed by the woman next to him, and his power fell apart overnight. The Thunder Emperor City Lord, Lei Dongtian, later added a night concubine who controlled 5 level 6 beasts and claimed to be invincible at the same level. In this life, he pulled Zhang Feng in the early stages and helped him realize that the women around him weren't that trustworthy, so maybe he could find more trouble for Lei Dongtian in the future. Even if it doesn't work out, it doesn't matter. It's just something that goes along for the ride anyway. Let's go. We'll try to get you up to level 4 today. After 2 days of cleanup, there are still 3 major groups of walkers here in the teaching area. The rest of the zombies are scattered, distributed in all corners of the campus, not so concentrated as the teaching area. The largest group is only a few hundred in size. There is no third-level psychic zombies. Picked a nearby zombie horde. Wang Feng is also lazy to go to all the zombies to kill all the zombies. With Xia Chen rushed straight to the center of the zombie group, away from the 10 meters of a knife to cut down the third level of the zombie. Picked the alien crystal to break out, then killed to a school building. Wang Feng broke through the siege of zombies, drilled into the school building and ran upstairs, went up to the 2nd floor and casually entered a classroom, and then jumped from the window to the back of the building, and then threw off all the remaining zombies. Xia Chen excitedly shouted, Brother, how fast to kill like this? I should have known that I wouldn't have cleared it all yesterday. Wang Feng didn't bother to explain and went straight to the next big zombie group. He couldn't kill that fast before he leveled up 4 yesterday, and by the time he finished leveling up 4 he was flat out pushing. Then again, it wasn't just level 3 walkers that had to be killed yesterday. If we don't kill all the zombies, it will be too late to pick up the 1st and 2nd level crystals. After a while, the corpse and the crystals will be swallowed by other zombies. It took about an hour for the 3 level 3 alien crystals to arrive. On the roof of a school building, Xia Chen absorbed the alien energy crystals while Wang Feng observed the movements of the zombie horde below. Without the level 3 zombies to suppress them, the level 2 zombies in the zombie group had begun to fight. When the winner is divided and the victor completely devours the loser, there's no chance that a new level 3 zombie will be born. However, Wang Feng didn't want to wait dry. After Xia Chen absorbed the crystals, the two of them left the campus where they had stayed for 3 or 4 days and returned to the streets. After getting used to killing the hordes of zombies in the school, there are far fewer zombies on the streets. Looking to the south, there were still some groups of walkers numbering over 100 hanging out on the wide street. Looking to the north, there were basically no zombies as far as the eye could see, and Wang Feng had almost killed them all a few days ago. On the contrary, there are quite a few stores along the street, and there are a lot of scattered objects thrown outside their doors, which seem to be the traces of recent searches. Brother, aren't we indirectly saving quite a few people here? Xia Chen asked. Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say, and there's no need to dwell on this too much. Why? Xia Chen didn't understand. We killed all the zombies so that more people could come out to look for supplies, and it looks like we saved them, but there are also some exalts who, as a result, have less access to exalted crystals, and their upgrades are slower, and in turn, they will die in the later battles. These people will resent us too. This, Xia Chen didn't know what to say. Wang Feng's tone was flat. That's why I say, there's no need to dwell on this. It's what we need, so we'll boldly fight for it. There's no need to consider whether it will affect the survival of others. That's something no one can assume or predict. Natsu Chen let out an "oh." Wang Feng added, if you want to live well and comfortably, don't be kidnapped with morals. Likewise, there is no need for us to kidnap others with morals. Just use the sword to speak. Xia Chen suddenly said. Brother, my knife is almost rotten. Xia Chen used the same 2 knives that Wang Feng had first ordered, the ones with the lightest weight. The blade had long since curled out of shape after so many days of cutting up zombies. The sharpness of killing zombies now relied on Xia Chen's injection of light-based psychic energy to maintain it, and the long knife was just a carrier. Wang Feng's own long knife is also the same curled edge chipped, but cannot help a knife on 15 pounds. Can be used as a whip or mace, just by weight can smash the zombie brain. Thinking about Xia Chen's current physical strength, there was no problem using a 10-pound spare long knife. Wang Feng's mind dug into the pendant space, resulting in only a long knife being taken out. Wang Feng's face suddenly darkened. That little fat guy didn't return the knife to me when he left, so this one is left. Chapter 34 Red Hair of the Thousand Cities Association. Handing the knife over to Xia Chen, Wang Feng pondered in his heart that it was also time to find a metal-controlling psychic to build a few more handy weapons. This matter is not urgent. At the moment the two continue along the street to the south, running in the direction of the city. He killed the zombies on the way, and one after another. He saved up 7 or 8 second-grade psychic crystals. Gradually, the high-rise buildings on both sides of the avenue became more and more sparse, and stretches of factories and parks began to appear. At that moment, a mega warehouse-type supermarket appeared on the side of the road, and there were quite a few cars in the parking plaza, but not a few zombies in sight. Wang Feng stopped. Go in and take a look. Replenish some supplies. Before the two could reach the entrance of the supermarket, they heard several sounds of fighting and clamor as 5 or 6 people walked out of the exit. The men had weapons in their hands and each carried some wounds. One of the burly men in the lead was the worst off. A charred piece of his shoulder still smoldering, the flesh underneath charred. When the burly man saw Wang Feng and Xia Chen, he shouted, "Don't go! The supermarket is occupied by a group of people who won't let anyone else move the supplies." Wang Feng asked, "This big brother, please tell us what's going on inside." Pretend to pull out from the pocket, actually from the pendant space to turn out half a pack of cigarettes. Wang Feng pulled out one, steadily flung to the front of the strong man. The strong man is also a tough guy, casually catching the cigarette, lowered his head to the shoulder injury and then lit the cigarette, taking a sharp drag. Cigarettes during this period were not rare. Just because the strong man was willing to remind a word, Wang Feng did not mind showing some friendliness, and immediately chatted with the strong man for a few moments. In the space of one cigarette, Wang Feng heard it all. The strong man lives in a nearby neighborhood with over 20 survivors, and just the strong man and another guy are shifters. After the aura revival, they have come to the storage supermarket a few times to move some supplies. They hadn't been here for the last few days, and when they arrived today, 6 or 7 aliens took up the entrance to the supermarket and wouldn't let the strong man and the others in. The burly man demurred, argued a few times, and was knocked out, taking a fireball to the shoulder from the lead shifter. Thanks to the fact that the strong man was flesh-enhanced, or else this would have burned his body right through. Wang Feng finally asked, "Do you know where this group of people came from?" The strong man returned. The red hair that led the leader said that they are what the Thousand Cities Association. Never heard of them. The burly man was angry and chagrined at the moment. Previously, just think of the supermarket in this will not run. What needs to come over $0 purchase on the line? But I didn't realize that someone was going to take the whole thing by force, literally giving no one else a chance to live. Thanks. Wang Feng thanked the burly man and walked with Xia Chen towards the supermarket. Hey! The strong man froze and just wanted to dissuade him, but Wang Feng had already entered the supermarket. A boy next to him couldn't help but say, "Are these two people stupid? Brother Zhuang, you've made it so clear that you still have to go in and look for a beating?" The strong man Zhuang moved his shoulder and picked off a few pieces of dead flesh from the wound. "I don't think they are stupid, but on the contrary, they are ferocious. Let's not go yet. Hide to the side and wait and see. Maybe there's still a chance." As soon as Wang Feng and Xia Chen entered the gate, the light became very dim, and they could only vaguely see a few people sitting or standing at the entrance of the supermarket a dozen meters away. When they saw someone enter, a few of them immediately surrounded them aggressively. Wang Feng drew out a short knife and twirled it unhurriedly. Xia Chen went to the side to push the shopping cart. "What's going on? What's going on?" someone shouted as they walked. "Get lost and find supplies somewhere else. There's already an owner here." The other man raised his knife and pointed it at Wang Feng. A small red-haired guy stood at the front, his palms open and a small ball of fire suspended above his palms. "I'll count to 3, and if you still refuse to roll, there will be consequences." The red-haired boy stared at Wang Feng. Puff. One of the guys next to Redhead planted himself on the ground without warning, his body twitching twice from time to time. The group shuddered in fear, and Redhead stopped counting and looked down at the man. "Misty grass. Brother, what happened to you?" Puff, puff. 2 more men slumped over and lay on the ground, their eyes already glazed over. The redhead turned his head violently to look at Wang Feng. Wang Feng was still spinning his short sword as if nothing had happened. Xia Chen pushed a shopping cart over, and the two of them walked past the red-haired few towards the entrance of the supermarket. In the eyes and ears, it was as if the guys in the way had never existed from the beginning. A bold one jumped up and swung his machete to slash at Wang Feng. As a result, the person just rushed out a step. His body went limp, and he also paralyzed on the ground. There were 2 minions left beside Redhead, and the 3 of them huddled together shivering. By this time, even if they were stupid, they would know that they had met an expert, so high that they don't even know who's making the shots. There was no physical contact, no energy fluctuations, and the people folded for no apparent reason. Wang Feng stood still and looked at Redhair. Keep counting. Redhead's mouth was a bit unsteady. Big brother. Puff. Another one down. Ah! The last junior dropped his knife, screamed wildly, and turned to run. Did not run 2 steps. There was a sudden flash of a knife in front of his eyes. Felt a cold neck. Also pounced. Puff. This time it was the redhead who got on his knees. Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. Wang Feng asked. Your family owns the supermarket? Redhead said sharply. No. Wang Feng asked again. Occupying territory like this, haven't you ever thought of bumping into a stronger one and beating you to death? Redhair cried without tears. Big brother, what we want is to admit defeat when we meet those we can't beat. But you kill too fast. We don't have a chance. Ha! Wang Feng laughed coldly twice. Tell me, who told you to come? Redhair returned. It was the boss who told me to come. The boss is the president of our Thousand Cities Association. Wang Feng said. Thousand Cities Association? The name is quite arrogant. Redhair had a bitter face. Don't dare. Big brother. Actually, the full name of the Thousand Cities Association is the Thousand Section City Garden Owners Committee. Chike City Garden? Wang Feng recalled that it seemed to be a mega residential community in this neighborhood. Shouldn't that be called the Thousand Cities Flower Festival? Mentally spitting out a sentence, Wang Feng then asked, tell me about this Thousand Cities Association. Redhair didn't dare to hide it. Our Thousand Cities Association has 1 president, 2 vice presidents, and 3 vice presidents, all of whom are 3rd-level adepts. And below them, there are 7 2nd-level adepts and more than 20 1st-level adepts. We also protect over 200 ordinary people. Redhair stole a few glances as he spoke, and found that when he said there were 3 level 3 exalts, Wang Feng and Xia Chen's complexion both moved a bit, and immediately felt happy in his heart, and thought that Wang Feng, being intimidated by the Thousand Cities Association's powerful strength, might be less daring to kill himself, without showing any emotion on his face. Redhair also continued to plead. So, big brother, we can't help it if we seize the supermarket. There are too many people to feed. Wang Feng said to Xia Chen. It's still quite a coincidence that he has 3 level 3s here. Xia Chen was a bit hesitant. Wouldn't this be too good? Wang Feng said. Tangled up again, aren't you? Think about it this way. If no one hijacked this supermarket, more people might have survived? Well, Wang Feng smiled. But think about it again. Which is more meaningful to the survival of mankind? Surviving 20 psychics or surviving 200 ordinary people? But think about it again. What if there is a scientist in the ordinary people who can figure out the principle of aura recovery? What if there's a human traitor among the aliens? That's why these things can never be figured out by thinking. It's just that you happen to need 3 crystals to upgrade. And there happen to be 3 tertiary levels here. So let's just go for a side trip and kill them. It's not that complicated. Chapter 35, I'm a good person. Please believe me. Redhead knelt beside him, not daring to say a word. How come it sounded like these two meant to go along and kill the 3 presidential bosses of the Thousand Cities Association? Is a 3rd-degree alien that faceless? Don't kneel. Get up and lead the way, Wang Feng said. Redhair hurriedly got up from the ground and nodded his head to lead Wang Feng and Xia Chen outside. Outside the supermarket, the strong man led a few people, hiding behind an SUV, watching Redhair accompany Wang Feng out alone and walk away. Several people looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Brother Zhuang, I know. A junior brother suddenly called out. What do you know? A shock, the burly man said. Disgruntled, the little brother said confidently. Those 2 must have defected to the Thousand Cities Association. Redhair is taking them to the lair. A few people thought it made sense. Strong man Zhuang thought about it. Still think it is not right, then send a little brother to lead the way on the line. Once the Redhair is gone, not afraid of the supermarket here was robbed? With a clench of his teeth, Brother Zhuang said. Go to the supermarket again. As long as we don't have Redhair as a level 2, I still have no problem beating up those level ones, regardless of what's going on with those 2. Let's take the opportunity to grab a wave of supplies and go back. Zhuan led a few juniors just into the supermarket. The soles of their feet was a slip, almost fell down. A body with its neck wiped out lay still, blood pouring out. Looking further in, several people couldn't see where the injuries were, lying here and there. Zhuang, several people scared silly. That a man and a woman came in not long. They did not even hear a bit of sound outside, which killed only the red hair one left. Did this god just politely offer himself a cigarette? Brother Zhuang swallowed a mouthful of saliva to suppress the shock, pulled out a flashlight and whispered, "Hurry into the supermarket to move things. Take as much as you can, and then don't come back. It's just so damn scary." Although I don't know what red hair led them to do, but if the 1,000 cities will come back to retaliate in the future, these two people under their command will never be able to stop it. Red hair led Wang Feng. Two people walked for 10 minutes or so, then saw a bunch of high-rise residences in the 1,000-branch city garden neighborhood, divided into two areas, north and south, and a few townhouses in the neighborhood. Big brother, we, the altered ones, live in those townhouses in the center, and the three presidents live in the first row to the south. Red hair pointed at the neighborhood from a distance and introduced them. At this time of the day, several presidents should be at home. They don't go out easily unless there's a large group of zombies coming. Wang Feng asked, "What about the other exalts?" Red hair replied honestly, "This is just a small wave of us occupying the supermarket. There are a few level 1s leading those ordinary people, just gathering supplies nearby, or going to the river not far away to carry water. The large force is led by other level 2 adepts, going to clean up the small groups of zombies in the surrounding area." Wang Feng then asked about the situation in the neighborhood, and red hair answered honestly. Wang Feng suddenly approached the red-haired guy. "Red hair, you're not telling the truth." Then the little red-haired guy disappeared. Natsu Chen blinked. "Brother?" Later, Wang Feng said. In the pendant space, the red-haired guy was motionless, in a time-stopped state. After 10 minutes, Wang Feng released Redhead. "Big brother, what I said is true." Red hair as soon as he came out, he hurriedly responded to 10 minutes ago Wang Feng's question. "Hey, big brother, you people, how to turn behind me?" When he released the red hair, Wang Feng purposely turned in a different direction, but the slightest muscle twitch on the red hair's face was clearly perceived by Wang Feng. The redhead hadn't acted in any unusual way, and hadn't even noticed at all that he'd been admitted into the pendant space, where he'd spent 10 minutes of the outside world's time. Time is still continuous for him, except for Wang Feng, who somehow instantly moved behind him. "Go." Wang Feng didn't explain and walked straight to the 1,000-section neighborhood. There was a level 1 alien guarding the entrance to the cell, and when he saw red hair he greeted him and didn't ask anything. Red hair explained in a low voice, "The guards are mainly to prevent the ordinary people in the neighborhood from escaping. We go in and out unattended." Xia Chen couldn't help but say, "Are you guys scarier to them than the zombies outside?" Wang Feng said indifferently, "To them, ordinary survivors are nothing more than a material." Red hair, "Don't you think so?" Redhead smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to answer. The three of them walked to the front of the townhouse, which is a whole row of small 3-story buildings with front and rear small gardens. Front and rear dozens of meters are not covered, and the lighting is very good. "You three presidents, you live in these 3 buildings respectively, right?" Wang Feng pointed to the frontmost households. Yes. Redhead nodded repeatedly. Wang Feng shook his head in disappointment. "There's not even a sentry outside. It's pure grassroots." Letting Xia Chen keep an eye on red hair, Wang Feng walked over alone and did not enter the building, but just made a quick turn close to the side of the building and drew his short knife and swung it a few times. Soon, one after another, women's shrieks came from several small buildings. "Go fetch the alien energy crystals." Wang Feng walked back and said to Xia Chen, "Brother, aren't you going?" Xia Chen asked. "No go." Hot eyes. Xia Chen returned a moment later with a somewhat uncomfortable look on his face. The 3 men all died violently on the bed, each surrounded by a group of naked women. No wonder Wang Feng didn't want to come up. These women were crying and whining. Xia Chen felt annoyed when he heard them, and hurriedly split the dead man's head to take the alien crystal and left. The rattling over here still drew some attention, and a few shifters ran out of a nearby high-rise building, lifting their pants as they ran. "Brother Redhead, what's going on? Why are you still shouting?" An alien saw red hair and asked from afar. How dare Redhead answer? From the time Wang Feng just came back, Red hair shivered so much that he was about to pee his pants, and now he was trying his best to hold it in. A 3rd level alien. Any one of the 3 presidents could come out and beat all of their level 2 at the same time. 3 level 3 alien. This big brother beside me. No, this ancestor, just turned around downstairs, and all 3 presidents are gone? Another alien cursed in a low voice. MD, the chairman can't move without playing a good-looking chick to death. Can't he lighten up a bit and give his brothers a good time too when he's tired of playing? What kind of trash is left in the building now? Suddenly, the man saw Xia Chen and his eyes lit up. Misty grass. This girl is extremely good. Brother Redhead. Where did you snub her from? The redhead wanted to say, I don't know you, but it's already too late. A white blade of light flew out from his side, flashing in the air. The 3 level 1 Xenos across the street didn't have time to dodge. The blade of light went from in front of him to behind him. The 3 became 6 segments falling to the ground. Only the 2 Wang Fengs and Red Hair were left in the field again. Red Hair finally scared urine. Kneeling to the ground blah 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 said a string, Big brother, you asked what I said. Let me take the road I also took. Bad things are the chairman of their forced to do. I do not want to do that. Those ordinary people survivors. I heart when they are brothers and sisters, but I cannot control before coming out to administer justice to the alien. They were killed by the president Big brother, you believe me I am a good person. I am not the same with them. Chapter 36, Who Can Kill Everyone? Redhead. The red-haired guy immediately shut up. Big brother. Wang Feng suddenly asked. How many more level 2 crystals have you absorbed since you rose to level 2? Although he didn't know what Wang Feng was asking for, Red Hair answered without thinking. 2 grains. We take turns going out to clean up the zombies every day. And each of us absorbs 1 grain of the harvested crystals by ourselves, and turns in the extra to the chairman. Wang Feng took out 7 second-grade alien energy crystals that shone. The redhead's eyes went straight. Wang Feng smiled. That's right. For you. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Red Hair never dreamed there would be such a good thing. Not only did he not have to die, but Big Brother also rewarded him with so many exotic crystals. I'll believe you once if you say you're a good person. Wang Feng weighed the crystals in his hand and said, these are enough for you to rise to the 3rd level and suppress the others to become the boss here. But if I come back someday and find that you can't restrain them to at least be individuals, I wouldn't mind recovering another tertiary crystal from your head. Secondary for tertiary, I can still make a small profit. You don't want to stay in the house and suddenly die, do you? After dismissing Red Hair, Wang Feng and Xia Chen came out of the Chike neighborhood and quickly returned to the storage supermarket. The bodies in front of the supermarket were cleared to one side, and the bloody wheel marks left by the trolley could still be seen. But any more that burly man moves, it's just a drop in the bucket for this huge warehouse supermarket. Xia Chen pushed up the shopping cart and popped a ball of light into the sky, and wherever he went, the ball of light floated after him, illuminating the surrounding area with snow, household items, intimate apparel, small snacks that don't take up much space. Fill up a shopping cart in a little while. Xia Chen then pushed it to the entrance of the supermarket, and then another one followed. A shopping cart capacity of about 200 liters. Wang Feng promised Xia Chen can just load 5 carts of things you want to put into the pendant space also only accounted for 1 cubic meter of space. The upgraded pendant space was 8 cubic meters in size, and Wang Feng didn't plan to fill it all up. I tried it with the red-haired guy earlier, and the pendant space can hold in the alien as well. Since this was the case, Wang Feng felt the need to leave some space, which might come in handy during the battle. It's just that the casting distance is a bit shorter, only within 2 meters of the body. Seeing that Xia Chen's side was having fun buying $0, Wang Feng also started to transfer the supplies. When he arrived at the alcoholic beverages area, Wang Feng only filled a few dozen buckets of pure water and then didn't fill anymore, but instead put various brands of beer, red wine, white wine, and all kinds of beverages, happy water, soda, and coffee, into the space in whole boxes. In the kitchenware area, Wang Feng put sets of pots and pans and all kinds of kitchenware into the space, 2 large barbecue grills, and went to the next door's seasoning area to load enough oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, peppercorn seasonings, and all kinds of other seasonings that would probably last for decades. Then Wang Feng went to the hardware tools area, loaded a few discs of various thicknesses of cables, ropes, and some commonly used tools consumables, all pick the best and most expensive brand. Pendant space in the diesel generator has also been eating dust. This time Wang Feng unloaded a few large packages of solar power panels. This thing folded up as a rectangular box bag. Open is a lot of thin pieces. In the field to the outdoor power emergency charging is still very convenient. Rice and white flour Wang Feng casually loaded some. Meat and vegetables did not want at all. According to Wang Feng's experience in his previous life, the talent for farming in the genes of the people of the country cannot be wiped out by any catastrophe. And after surviving the initial period of time, as long as something grows in the field, there will always be someone who grows it. After messing around in the supermarket again for a while, and thinking that whatever might be useful, Wang Feng randomly stocked up on some. In no time at all, more than half of the pendant space had been taken up. Wang Feng remembered that before the revival of Aura, when he didn't know what supernormal abilities he would awaken, he also had a batch of good cigarettes and wine. sugar and tea and other hard currency in various corners of the city. Once we get out of town and get settled, we can take the time to pick it up. After all, no matter how well it had been hidden before, it wasn't as convenient as keeping it in the pendant space that came with it. Supermarket entrance. Xia Chen has loaded 5 shopping carts full. Wang Feng swept a glance. All put into the pendant space inside. Xia Chen gripped a straw and drank a carton of milk, pumping it with a gurgle. Brother, why don't you just put me in too? Wait until the place and then let me out. Save energy and freeze. Wang Feng smiled. If one day you need to escape with all your might, you can indeed consider doing so. With the supplies almost gathered, Xia Chen asked, will we continue out of the city today? Wang Feng said, go out of the city. It's time to find a place to settle down. In the city, after the 2 strikes of the aura revival and the heavenly descent of the alien stone, it was already unknown how many people had died, but it's far from dead. Like Jiang Feng's small team on the campus of Shitai University, the Thousand Cities Association that Red Hair was a part of, the burly Zhuang who didn't know exactly where he came from, and so on. Various small groups of survivors are still struggling tenaciously. Only Wang Feng knew in his heart that continuing to stay in the city would only become more and more dangerous. After the revival of the aura, the zombies are more numerous and stronger than normal, taking over most of the city's open ground. Because of this, the skyfall of the alteration stones produced many more alteration walkers than alterationists. In these recent days, the alien zombies were still annexing each other and upgrading at a much faster rate than the aliens. The size of the zombie horde is also getting bigger. It was so big that even Wang Feng couldn't bring himself to kill anymore. Just like the scene that appeared in front of the 2 at this moment. Perched on the side of the road is a huge automobile production facility that employs more than 30,000 people. Now, the zombies, which could barely be seen at a glance, were gathering and slowly marching on the roads inside the factory. These zombies wore uniform specification work uniforms and looked like a large army from afar. Among the zombie army, there were giant zombies with a height of more than 1 story. And there were also supernatural zombies that spewed out a flame or an ice blade from time to time. The strength of these zombies had undoubtedly reached the 3rd level, but in this zombie army of the size of 10 to 20,000, it again seemed insignificant. Just from the size of it, there were definitely level 4 walkers hiding among them, and there were just too many walkers to find where they were. Is there any level 5 psychic zombie? Wang Feng didn't dare to make a judgment. Brother, can anyone stop such an army of zombies? Xia Chen's tone was more or less desperate. Wang Feng habitually played with the short sword in his hand and said in a calm tone, if you can't block it, then run away. The world is so big, you can always find some safe corners. Xia Chen asked, again as if to himself, will there ever be a day to kill them all? After a long time, Wang Feng said, maybe. It's just a small scene of tens of thousands of walkers. In his previous life, Wang Feng had seen with his own eyes a sea of zombies whose numbers reached hundreds of thousands or even millions, roaming the mountains and covering the sky. Kill them all? It's a good thing they don't kill them all. Chapter 37, Old Zhang, the food delivery man. The 2 passed through the despairing factory park, and the road behind them became much more traveled. The roadside is getting more and more deserted, and the cars broken down on the road are thinning out. The scattered zombies were few even to rise to the 2nd level, a stark contrast to the city. Not far to the south of Ping'an City was the rolling Longling mountain range. Wang Feng and Xia Chen sped along, and without realizing it, they had already reached the foot of the mountain range. Xia Chen felt it carefully. Brother, the aura here seems to be thicker than in the city? That's right, I also perceived it. Wang Feng nodded in agreement. The concentration of aura was not evenly distributed, something Wang Feng knew in his previous life. The millions of zombies and survivors in the city were absorbing the aura, and the concentration of the aura was not as good as outside the city. There are also places where the aura is unusually thick, and over time can even produce aura crystals, and this kind of spirit cave is even more generally only found in the mountains. There was no need for Wang Feng to tell more about these things, and in some days Xia Chen would naturally know. Suddenly, Xia Chen looked into the distance. There seems to be a lot of people over there. Go over and take a look. Wang Feng slightly accelerated his pace. A few cars and motorcycles were parked at the intersection into the mountains. A dozen or so people were gathered in a circle, watching a few in the center play cards. Next to it was a stall with bags of various vegetables that looked quite fresh. A large sign was propped up in front of the stand that read, fresh vegetables, exchange only. Wang Feng walked to the front and asked, how do I change? Watching the crowd playing cards, a man with a beard walked behind the stall and squinted at Wang Feng. 1 bag, 1 piece, a piece? Alien crystals, from a zombie's head. The man said impatiently, you can run here from the city, don't say you don't even know about it. Wang Feng smiled. This bag of greens of yours, is there 2 pounds? The bearded man said, where's all the nonsense? Hurry up and pull out the crystals. Wang Feng said. I'm just asking, you're setting the price too high to change it. Do you know the rules? If you ask for a price, you have to change it. You can't if you don't. While saying this, the bearded man pulled out a wood chopper from his back waist and chopped on the stall with a chopping sound. The people who gathered around to watch the playing cards also stopped watching, and each one of them, with a fierce look in their eyes, took out their wood knives and iron bars and surrounded them. The bearded man laughed grimly twice. Kid, how many crystals do you have on you? Pull them all out neatly. Wang Feng grinned. Are you selling food, or are you a hijacker? The bearded man glared and said, if you're willing to honestly take the crystals out to buy food, I'm the one who sells the food. If you refuse to take it yourself, I'll rob you. Wang Feng pointed to his shoulder. Can't you see that I have a knife too? If you really want to do it, is it worth it to be stabbed to death by me a few times? The bearded man hesitated slightly when he saw Wang Feng's tone so calm. Xia Chen was tired of waiting at the back, and with a swish, he drew his sword in his hand and took 2 steps forward and said, Brother, how can you be so patient and talk to him endlessly? Wang Feng smiled and said to Xia Chen, look, it's already rare that so many of them, who obviously could have just grabbed it without saying anything, are willing to take the dish in exchange. Ha, it seems like it, Xia Chen said. A traitor is better than a robber. The bearded man couldn't hang on to his face, pulled the wood knife out of the stall, and pointed at Wang Feng. Do you think we don't exist? I have to rob you all today. The 10 or so people in the back immediately rushed forward a few steps, their teeth and claws open and about to strike. Wang Feng stretched his hands flat and made a stop gesture. Stop, isn't it just trading crystals for greens? It can be, but I have a question. The bearded man said. I'll give you one last chance. Wang Feng asked. You know that this stuff is graded, right? How do you change it for the 2nd grade? A hint of greed flashed in the bearded man's eyes. If you have 2nd grade crystals, I'll give you 10 bags in exchange. No, 15 bags. Okay. Wang Feng casually pulled out 3 alien energy crystals and weighed them in his hand. Look carefully. How many dishes are you going to use in exchange? When the bearded man took a look, he exclaimed, Fogweed. It's so big. 2nd level. Nope. As he watched, the bearded man's voice lowered and his face faded. Relying on the treacherous business here, the dozen or so people under the bearded man were already all level 2, and the bearded man had even piled himself up hard to level 3. The more the man in front of him looked at the 3 alien crystals in his hand, the more the bearded man realized how they were about the same size as the one in his head. Is it hard to believe that they're all grade 3s? Casually pulling out 3 3rd-level psychic crystals, with just one companion or a little girl by his side. Then this man had to be a psychic of several levels? The bearded man was a little afraid to think about it. Anyway, after he'd risen 3 levels, he beat the 2nd-level minions around him like a father beating his son. Does that mean that this man beat himself up, too? Seeing that the bearded man had been silent, a junior behind him yelled, 3 2nd-grade crystals for 30 bags of vegetables. The bearded man turned back and kicked his little brother like a son of a, and barked a low, Eyeless, is that level 2? That's level 3. Almost all of the juniors changed their faces, but there was one other rash seed that called out, 3 3rd-level crystals for 300 bags of vegetables. There's not enough on the stall. There's still, in the car. The bearded man hurriedly kicked again, kicking the rash-seated little brother like another son. Turning back to me, he changed his smile to, Dad. Wang Feng, huh? The bearded man slapped himself in the mouth. Big brother, Wang Feng asked. Still changing? The bearded man was full of smiles. Change what? Big brother, where do you live? I'll pull these several cars of vegetables to your home. Not with you old bragging. Nearby the several valley mouth of the village. Only my old Zhang's vegetables are the freshest. Old Chang. Big brother, you command. Wang Feng looked around. I've just come out of the city, and I don't know where there's a suitable place to settle down. Do you have any recommendations? Yes. The bearded old Zhang quickly said. Follow this intersection not much far, is our village. I let them to the village headman's home of the small foreign building for you to pack out. Safe to live comfortably. Wang Feng frowned. I'm a person who prefers tranquility. Old Zhang thought for a moment and said, go further into the mountains. Turn a corner. There's a villa area halfway up that hill. All of it can be luxurious. Wang Feng asked, how is it there? Is it quiet? Old Zhang think about some heartache. Said, so a large forest. Those rich people say shoveling to shoveling. And finally built so 3 or 5 villas, separated by more than half a mile. Can not be quiet? Wang Feng said. Then lead the way and take a look. Old Zhang said carefully, but there's something else. There have been quite a few people entering the mountains from here in the past few days. So I wonder if the place will already be occupied. Wang Feng glanced at old Zhang. When they went into the mountains, they bought you a lot of vegetables, right? Old Zhang hemmed and hawed. That's true. They don't even dare not to buy my old Zhang's food. When they meet you, big brother, then they can only give it away. Chapter 38, Stopping the Road. Dark. So dark. Xia Chen sat in the car inside. In this automobile, apart from old Zhang himself who drove the car, there were two people sitting in Wang Feng and Xia Chen, heading down the winding highway into the mountains. Looking out the window of the car, the road was mostly lined with steep rocks and haphazardly growing weeds and shrubs. But when you get to the neighborhood of old Zhang's village, there are patches of flat open space filled with lush green vegetables. Maybe it is the nourishment of the aura. The growth of these vegetables are very good. What eggplant, beans, cucumber, tomatoes, all heavy in the seedlings and vines falling. There was also a field full of greens, one of which grew as big as a man's head. Old Zhang honked his horn twice as he passed, and a head poked out of a house next to him and waved at the car. The car passed by the house, and in Wang Feng's spatial perception, there were at least 7 or 8 people watching from inside, and all of them are psychics. Old Zhang explained as he drove. These have to be watched over, or they can easily be scourged. Xia Chen said, you take vegetables at the intersection in exchange for alien crystals. When others walk here and find it all over the ground, collect a crop of several thousand pounds. Don't want to be all scourged for you, only strange. Old Zhang busily said, I wouldn't dare to say that. A few days ago, those first wave of people who ran here from the city saw these dishes, but they took the initiative to trade something with us. Wang Feng was beside him with a kind smile. Xia Chen stayed with himself for a while. Vegetables and fruits were enough, probably forgetting about those days when he had no hot water to eat instant noodles. It would be a wonder if the aliens who had run out from the city after suffering for a long time didn't go crazy with cravings when they saw these fresh vegetables all of a sudden. Old Zhang continued, it's not the people we have to guard against. It's the animals in the mountains. There's a village nearby with a dozen pieces of good land, which was arched by a nest of wild boars in one night 2 days ago. Wild boar? Xia Chen's eyes widened. Old Zhang sighed. Wild boars. I heard them say that a litter of 20 to 30 wild boars, the smaller ones are as tall as their waists, and there are 3 that have psychic powers, with snouts that can arch up to a person's chest. Xia Chen remembered, when he was at the division school, the ordinary wildcats controlled by that woman Zhong Night had doubled in size, not to mention these guys in the mountains. Xia Chen suddenly realized that the mountains didn't seem to be absolutely beautiful. Even if there weren't as many zombies as in the city, there were still other dangers and difficulties. Taking a look at Wang Feng, who had leaned into the back of the seat with his eyes closed, he didn't seem to show any surprise at all at old Zhang's words. Xia Chen couldn't help but ask, had he already considered these issues when he chose to leave the city? We're almost there up ahead. Old Zhang drove the van around a corner and onto a neatly built road. The road ended at a few villas that could simply be called a vacation lodge. As he was talking, from the gate of the nearest villa, a large group of people suddenly stepped out. Fully 24 men, all with weapons in their hands, hulked up and surrounded the van. Old Zhang had no choice but to stop the car. Dang it, someone with a stick rapped on the car window. Whoever's inside, come down. Old Zhang got nervous. All these people seem to have bought groceries from me, but why are there so many? Wang Feng asked, how many people have you sold vegetables to? Don't you have a count in your own heart? Old Zhang leaned over the steering wheel and looked carefully at the crowd surrounding the van. Of all those people I've sold vegetables to, there has to be nearly half of them here. Obviously there are several more villages further up the mountain, and I didn't realize that so many people were living here. The van was surrounded. It was impossible to drive out, and the voices outside knocking on the windows and doors were getting more and more urgent. If you don't come down, you'll overturn the car. Wang Feng snapped, then get off and take a look. Old Zhang's beard shook. Wait for me. Only to see old Zhang's eyes closed. His hands stretched out and swung upwards. The tarmac around the van suddenly burst open, forming a thick black and blue ground spike. The crowd surrounding the car backed away, and 2 unlucky ones couldn't dodge and were stuck in the thigh by a ground spike, hanging there screaming. The people around them rushed to pull them off the ground spikes. Old Zhang took advantage of the chaos to push the door and jumped out of the car, and the machete that was placed in the passenger seat was also grabbed in his hand. Wang Feng and Xia Chen also pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car. A short-haired youth in the lead's face changed. Good fellow, we were just about to go look for you, and you old man actually sent us to the door. While steeling his eyes to find an escape route, old Zhang's mouth was not idle. Want to find me to buy food? Have you prepared enough alien energy crystals? The short-haired youth snapped. You planted so many vegetables that you can't even finish eating them but can only rot in the ground. All of our alien crystals. We got them by fighting zombies for our lives. It's impossible to exchange them with you again. Old Zhang grunted coldly. You were the ones who wanted to change it at the beginning, and this price was not proposed by me. Old Zhang, At the earliest. Why do you regret it after the exchange? The short-haired youth looked around. This is one time. This is another time. There are quite a few of us now, and since we happen to run into you, let's renegotiate the price of the food. Old Zhang said, if you want to talk, go to the village afterward. I have other important things to do right now, so get out of the way. Don't force my old Zhang's hand. The short-haired youth's face changed slightly. Just now old Zhang's ground thrust was not small in power, although there were many people on their side, but their ability levels were all second order and first order. If they really fought, they would surely suffer losses. Looking at the two people who came down from the car, Wang Feng and Xia Chen, their temperament clearly did not look like people from old Zhang's village. So what's so important that it's connected to these two? With a twinkle in his eye, the short-haired youth rushed at Wang Feng and said, this brother, it looks like you're also from the city, right? After Wang Feng got off the bus, he was looking at the villa cluster in the distance. The villas built on the mountain were divided into 3 levels from high to low, with 3 villas spaced not far apart on the bottom level and only 2 on the middle level. The highest level, with only one of the largest villas, was hidden in the greenery. Hearing the short-haired youth speak, Wang Feng turned his gaze back. So what if it is? The short-haired youth said, all of us, who ran away from the city, unite together so that we won't be bullied. As long as you come to our side and take this guy down together, your business is my business. Zhang Kuwei, and all of us will help you. Old Zhang immediately looked at Wang Feng nervously. He wanted to hug Wang Feng as his thigh. If Wang Feng didn't allow him to do so, then he wouldn't want to have a good time. Wang Feng pointed at the cluster of villas. The two of us, we're going to pick a villa to stay in. The corner of the mouth of the short-haired youth who called himself Zhang Kuwei twitched. There are at least a dozen rooms in a villa, and we all share one with a few people. You two people want one? Wang Feng didn't care what Zhang Kuwei said and then asked, of the 20 or so of you, you're the boss? How were you elected? Chapter 39, The Deer-Scented Villa. Zhang Kuwei was just about to speak when someone in the crowd around him shouted, what kind of boss is he? Just a little more people. A little more able to fight. Something has to be discussed. Zhang Kuwei immediately turned around and scolded. Yuan Chang, what kind of infighting are you doing at this time? Yuan Chang, a short and stout youth, smiled coldly and said, old me doesn't engage in infighting. I just don't want to be represented by you just like that. You are you, and I am me. We came out together to settle the vegetable matter. Anything else? You are not qualified to make decisions on behalf of everyone. At this time, another person chimed in. That's right. If the two of them want a villa, someone has to move. And who will move when they are crammed in with the others? Anyway, the few of us won't agree. At that moment, 6 groups of people in 6 villas were arguing with each other. And in turn, Wang Feng, Xia Chen, and old Zhang were left to hang out to the side. Xia Chen couldn't help but spit at Wang Feng. What a bunch of rabble. Old Zhang took the opportunity to come over and said, I'll go back and call someone to get rid of them all, and you'll be in peace. Wang Feng shook his head and said, no need. Wang Feng slowly drew out his long sword with his backhand. The soft chirping sound of the long sword rubbing against its sheath attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Wang Feng warily. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, don't argue, listen to me for a few words. Seeing that the crowd didn't say anything, Wang Feng continued, first of all, what I said just now was to inform you, and I wasn't discussing with you and asking for your consent. You didn't own these villas in the first place either. Immediately someone called out, I niet. The long knife in Wang Feng's hand flew and quivered. The man who had just spoken out stood on the periphery, a few meters away, and a thin red line immediately appeared on his neck, nourishing and spewing blood outwards. The man covered his neck in horror and fell headfirst to the floor. Wang Feng said calmly, emphasize that when I'm talking, don't interrupt. Reaching out to pat Xia Chen, he stepped forward, his fingertips glowing with a soft white light, and spaced out on the man's neck. The man gasped for air and scrambled to his feet in horror, fumbling back and forth on his neck, feeling blood all over his hands. But after the blood was wiped away, the neck was bare, no wound at all. Everyone's eyes changed again and again. This pair of strange and powerful men and women, one can casually take their lives, and the other can casually save their lives. Who wouldn't want to be on their side if they had a choice? Immediately, none of them opened their mouths again and immediately stood in a circle to listen to Wang Feng. Only then did Wang Feng continue. Next, Old Zhang's village is responsible for delivering fresh vegetables to the people in the villa area every day. The vegetables are all free. In exchange, the people in the villa area helped Old Zhang's village deal with the troublemaking Fae, as well as other aliens. Do you hear me? Who is in favor and who is against? Old Zhang, Zhang Kuwei, Yuan Chang and the others looked at each other for a few moments, and all felt that this didn't seem unacceptable. Yuan Chang thought about it and boldly asked, Then what else would you do besides coming up with this idea? Wang Feng said. I'm only responsible for one thing, and that is to make sure that both of you will honor your agreement. Unless someone thinks they can take my sword, do as I say. Half an hour later, Wang Feng finally chose the villa on the middle floor, leaning in, and didn't choose the biggest one. The decoration style of this villa was on the Chinese side, which was more in line with Wang Feng's aesthetic viewpoint. A few of the original shifters who lived here packed up their personal belongings, which didn't amount to much, and were now lining up on the road outside the villa, along with the others. Old Zhang opened the back door of the van and handed out bags of vegetables to the crowd. The van was loaded with hundreds of pounds of vegetables, and everyone got a dozen pounds. With other grains, it's enough for 3 or 5 days. Tossed a meal. The time is already early. The mountain darkness fast. Each person will go back to rest. Xia Chen finished absorbing the 3 level 3 alien energy crystals and also broke through to level 4. It had completely leveled up with Wang Feng in terms of alien ability level. The power of all aspects of light-based psychic abilities had increased dramatically, and the control of light was much more manageable. Xia Chen could make a room as bright as day, or absorb light to create darkness within a certain range, turning whoever came into the room into open-eyed blindness. What was even more impressive was that now Xia Chen was able to deflect the light around his body, creating the effect of optical invisibility. All the light that was blocked by Xia Chen could automatically bypass the body and shoot in the original direction again. And Xia Chen, who was in the middle of it, was as if he didn't exist at all. Even Wang Feng could only detect it when Xia Chen approached to within 10 meters, into the range of spatial perception. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to find out even if they were gently touched by Xia Chen. Wang Feng couldn't help but praise. Whether it's assassination or life preservation, it's very good. Xia Chen was also in a good mood. Her biggest worry was that her strength would be pulled further and further away by Wang Feng, and she would end up becoming a pure liability. At least from now on. It seemed that the light-based psychic ability had its own special features that could help Wang Feng in many ways. Early the next morning, Lao Zhang drove over in his van again, delivered a pocketful of vegetables fresh from the ground. He also pulled a few big girls and small daughters-in-law who were quick with their hands and cleaned up the villa where Wang Feng lived inside and out. Not far from the villa there is a mountain stream with crystal clear water. There is a pipe connected to it, and as long as there is electricity, the water can be pumped up to the villa, and it is as easy to use as tap water. Wang Feng spent a day taking out the diesel generator from the pendant space and placing it, restoring the villa's water and electricity, and packing everything up, except for the lack of internet. All living conditions are no different from before the Aura revival, but the movies, TV shows and various fiction reads that Wang Feng had saved in several tablets and phones were enough to pass the time. Xia Chen changed to a comfortable position and lay down, watching a movie on the tablet while asking, "Brother, is this the life we're going to live in the future?" Wang Feng sat cross-legged on one side, a soccer ball flickering around him. 1 second he was in the corner of the house. This second he was in front of Wang Feng, and the next second he went to the next room. The space replacement ability that he had acquired at the 4th level. Wang Feng was exercising it all the time and using it more and more familiarly. Only by maintaining absolute strength can we live the life we want, Wang Feng said as he practiced. If one day, we aren't strong enough anymore, someone else will take it all away and kill us in the process. Wang Feng drew his long knife and casually slashed the soccer ball parked in the next room in half. Truth. Only where the blade reaches. The room began to brighten and darken, beginning to fluctuate with the rhythm of Xia Chen's breathing. This is where Xia Chen also started to work on his abilities. Xia Chen said, "Brother, I will work very hard and will definitely not hold you back." Wang Feng smiled. "You must not drag your feet, but don't forget, you're the second lord of Deer Ring Villa. The Deer Crest Villa is the name of this villa area." The grand banker was naturally Wang Feng. As for Mrs. Boss, Wang Feng and Xia Chen agreed that it was still more appropriate to position the second estate master. The lady of the house can be a waste, but the second lord of the house must be a character. Chapter 40 Splitting Up. Let's split up tomorrow, Wang Feng said. Wang Feng spoke roughly about the next plan. It's nothing but 2 things. On the one hand, after finding the Deer Lodge as a place to settle down, there is still a need to add some more equipment and facilities, so that the quality of life can be guaranteed. This would require returning to the city again, and to carry things, only Wang Feng was convenient to do so. On the other hand, in order to speed up the rate of increasing your strength, you can't get away from a few things. For example, exotic beast meat used for daily consumption. Exotic beast meat contains abundant aura, which is more suitable for exotics to replenish nutrition and exotic energy consumption than ordinary food. For example, an extraordinarily rich spiritual cave that may be found in the mountains. Exercising and recovering alien energy near the spirit cave was much more efficient than the usual place. Another example is also in the mountains. After the foreign energy stone fell from the sky, it was not picked up by the wild beasts. The shell dissipated over time, and happened to be absorbed by the nearby plants or even minerals. There is a small probability of generating foreign treasures. Some exotic treasures could be crafted into exotic items, similar to the mysterious pendant on Wang Feng's body, only they wouldn't be of such high quality. A carry-on space that could continuously become larger, and an increase of 20% in the speed of aura absorption. These two attributes, as long as one of them, were the very best products that could make people put their lives on the line to snatch them up. Even if they couldn't be made into exotic items, almost all exotic treasures could be directly absorbed, similar to the effect of absorbing exotic crystals. In his previous life, Wang Feng had heard of a similar legend, where a bitter third-level alien had gotten lucky and picked up a piece of high-level alien treasure, and after absorbing it, not only did he not get burst, but he also transformed into a 6th-level expert. Things are not known to be true or false, but it is theoretically possible. Therefore, while Wang Feng returned to the city to gather supplies, Xiachen was going to go inside the mountain range to explore these resources. Of course, Wang Feng did not speak in such detail. A lot of knowledge is not popular now. It is from the accumulation of the previous life. Wang Feng, just on the point that the aura in the mountains was thicker than in the city, asked Xiachen to explore if there were any locations in the mountains where the aura was more abundant and suitable for ascension. The rest of the situation, I believe that Xiachen would be able to come into contact with it during his exploration, and when he came back to tell Wang Feng about it, it would be very logical and reasonable, and would not trigger any suspicions. Are you scared? Looking at Xiachen, who was about to act alone, Wang Feng asked. Not afraid. Xiachen's fighting spirit was high. I'm already level 4 too, Wang Feng reminded. It's still necessary to be more careful of the wild beasts in the mountains. Even if it was an ordinary tiger before the aura revival, it was still hard to say if it could be beaten if it was met by a level 2 psychic. What if the beasts we meet aren't ordinary beasts, but exotic beasts? In the current mountain range, a level 4 alien couldn't reach the strength to be able to just wave. Regarding Wang Feng's reminder, Xiachen naturally listened very carefully into his heart. At the dawn of the day, Xiachen turned on optical stealth and quietly left the door, going upstream along the mountain stream to explore deeper into the mountain range. Wang Feng, on the other hand, waited until the sun was up and he had enough to eat and drink before he walked out of the villa with a flourish. All the doors and windows of the villa, including the outside gate, had been counterlocked from the inside by Wang Feng using space penetration. The generator was still running as usual, and the villa's cameras were working properly, transmitting footage to the surveillance room via wired transmission. It didn't matter if it was old Zhang from the village or Zhong Kuei Yuancheng and the others who came to stay in the villa area first. If he tried to do something while Wang Feng was away, he was bound to be detected. For these two groups of people, Wang Feng's attitude was to let them go as long as they stayed honest. Under the premise of serious bashfulness, it was already a very great mercy for Wang Feng not to kill them or drive them away. After all, their greatest use was as peripheral warning and cannon fodder, with basically no other additional value. Instead, they were harboring near Wang Feng's place, and if a powerful beast or something really came over one day, it might be the gift of survival. Wang Feng passed through the village and came to the intersection at the foot of the mountain. Old Zhang set up his stall here again, and a group of people gathered on one side to play cards. Unlike yesterday, in addition to the people from the village, the short-haired youth, Zhang Gu, had also led a few people here. Big brother, going out alone? Old Zhang greeted him with a few steps, bent down and smiled. Wang Feng was non-committal and asked, "How's business today?" Old Zhang laughed. "I haven't seen anyone come out of the city until now today. Maybe it's a bit early." Wang Feng looked in the direction of the city. The high ground on this side of the city makes it possible to see the city slightly overhead. Under the white clouds and green sky, there were a few rolling and rising columns of black smoke that stood out, and it was not known what had started the fire. Old Zhang asked again, "Big brother, do you have any orders today?" Wang Feng said, "In the future, send fresh vegetables every 5 days and send someone to clean the villa. Other than that, do whatever you want. I don't care about you." But, Wang Feng glanced at old Zhang and then at Zhong Kuei next to him. "Remember two things. One is don't bother me because of some trivial matters between you guys. Try to solve it yourselves. Secondly, don't think that you can rely on me to actively invite trouble. Otherwise you guys will be gone faster than the trouble." Old Zhang and Zhong Kuei nodded their heads in succession. Yes, yes. The two watched Wang Feng walk away. Old Zhang said, "Does this person know what we are planning to do? Should we continue?" Zhong Kuei pinched a vegetable leaf and held it in his mouth. "Do you know, we all have to do it. At this time, unity and a large number of people is the king. Old brother Zhang, as long as we support each other, within 3 days, we will be able to unite all the villages in this mountain valley entrance. There is strength in numbers, and this is the capital we need to live and do well in the future. Old Zhang scratched his beard and praised. You kid is a talent. I remember you were pretty miserable when you ran out. And it's only been a few days. And you've got 24 people working with you. Zhong Kuei also had a hint of complacency. This is nothing. When we have more than 100 people under us in a few days, those 2 people, even if they are powerful, will have to weigh their attitude towards us. Old Zhang reminded. The level 3 alien crystal in that man's hand isn't a fake. Zhong Kuei laughed. Old brother Zhang, even if he can fight, there are only 2 of him. And when our team expands, even the strongest person will eventually serve the team. Old Zhang smiled and nodded, no longer speaking. Whatever you kid how to toss. Anyway, old Zhang is a vegetable grower. Can beat the bully, can't beat the conceit wimp on the end of the matter. Wang Feng, who was walking on the road, was naturally unaware of these 2 men's machinations, and was just slowly moving forward along the ring road. Every now and then there are vehicles that crash together, blocking the road so much that you can't drive through it properly. With Wang Feng's current strength, it is not difficult to lift a small car with his hands, but he is also too lazy to get it. And when he meets the scene of a car accident, he just rolls over and jumps over it. Another large truck crossed the center of the road in front of him, and Wang Feng walked over to get close to the fuel tank. The 100 or so liters of diesel in the tank had gone silently into the pendant space. Chapter 41, Flying White Hair. More than a cubic meter of diesel fuel had pooled in the pendant space. They were all casually collected by Wang Feng when he passed by some big trucks. Wang Feng estimated that the diesel fuel would be enough for a year or 2. Just get off the ring road at the next intersection and head for the city. The cell phone map shows that there is a pretty large-scale hardware and electromechanical market from this direction into the city. Wang Feng was going to get 2 more powerful diesel generators. The generator that was previously prepared was underpowered, and there was no guarantee that it would not break down if it ran for a long time. Get 2 high-powered ones, light duty plus rotating them, and you'll have no problem. As a result, before he could go far, Wang Feng could only stop. On the road ahead, a large, black-packed area, densely packed with zombies, dozens of meters wide road are occupied. Wang Feng turned around and made a few leaps, picking at the protruding position on the outer wall, and in a few seconds, he ascended to the roof of a small 5-story building on the side of the road. Peeking out from the roof of the building, the length of this zombie swarm on the main road exceeded 500 meters, stretching from one intersection to another. There were at least 20 to 30,000 of them. I don't know what factory it came from. Wang Feng saw that the herd of zombies didn't stay in place, but wobbled and moved towards the north with a slow speed. A giant zombie slammed headfirst into the overpass and let out a furious roar, jumping up and clanging into the overpass, collapsing it within a few moments and smashing a bunch of regular zombies underneath. But such a little attrition seems insignificant to the entire zombie horde. The black tidal wave of zombies crossed the collapsed overpass and continued to move slowly north along the street. The electromechanical market that Wang Feng is going to is about 3 or 4 kilometers away. At the current speed of the zombie horde, it could take half the morning to swing there without changing direction. Wang Feng was considering whether or not to make a detour to rush to the front of the zombie tide when a sudden change occurred. Something seems to have caught the attention of the zombie horde in a 20-something story office building down the street. The zombie horde suddenly changed its lazy state of movement, and the alien zombies among the horde hissed loudly, leading the ordinary zombies to charge. And in the blink of an eye, they surrounded that office building. There were more zombies that couldn't even get close, just blankly pushing forward following the roar of the alien zombies. Wang Feng was a few hundred meters away from the big several hundred meters and took a moment of silence for the people who might be alive in that building. Being surrounded by tens of thousands of walkers is pretty desperate when you think about it. Ordinary zombies couldn't do much with the reinforced concrete building, and the alien zombies had already begun their attack. Wang Feng could see the giant zombie that had just collapsed the flyover, along with several other giant zombies of similar size, stepping on the ordinary zombies to trip out a path, rushing to the front and starting to pound the wall. The physical attacks from the giant zombies hadn't seen any effect yet, and elemental attacks of varying colors flew at the office building from various locations of the zombie horde. Several balls of fire flew in through the windows, and after a few explosions, heads of fire laced with smoke came out. How can an office building have fewer flammable items? And in the blink of an eye, the fire went up the insulation of the exterior walls. Rolls of smoke came out of windows on all floors. In less than 2 minutes, the office building was a large burning pillar. Wang Feng saw a few pillars of smoke in the city when he was outside the city, so I guess that's where it came from. Wherever the zombie wave goes, no place is safe. With a large enough number of psychic zombies, demolishing buildings and destroying houses is really a piece of cake. If you can't hide as far away as possible, you'll just have to pray that you don't get caught. The heat of the burning building forced back the horde of zombies, and the giant zombies roared at the fire a few times. as if declaring victory, before turning away. No matter how many people were still alive in the original office building, the fire should have finished them all. Wang Feng secretly sighed and was about to retract his sight when he suddenly saw a white figure rising into the sky on top of the office building. The figure was in human form, but it spread a pair of white wings, flapped them, and flew diagonally into the air with a whoosh sound. Ha! There's actually a bird man, Wang Feng muttered to himself. This kind of psychic ability was similar to the little fat Yuhua that he had met in the university before. No matter if he transformed into a spongy giant or grew wings, it could be considered as a transformation class. In his previous life's experience, Birdman transformations were mostly not very capable of fighting, but just the one item of being able to fly was enough for the other aliens to be envious. The winged alien flew away, and the horde of zombies on the street moved on a little further. Wang Feng was just about to pull out his tablet and check the map to see which way he could get around to the electromechanical market. Suddenly, in the midst of the warning range, which had already reached more than 200 meters, something was perceived to be skimming overhead. Wang Feng looked up and saw a pair of large white wings in the sky gliding and hovering to land. The target was exactly the small building where Wang Feng was. Wang Feng's mind was racing, but his feet didn't move, waiting quietly for the other party to land. The birdman landed on the roof of the building, and once its wings, which had a wingspan of more than 7 meters, were folded, it was actually a petite girl. Not only did this girl have a pair of large snow-white wings closed on her back, but even her long hair was white. It's just slightly smoky on the body. Having just escaped from the scene of the fire, the white-haired student looks a little stunned. Sorry, the walkers burned the building down and I didn't know where to go. Then I saw you from the sky and I came over, the white-haired girl explained timidly. Wang Feng looked up and down at the white-haired female student. Not tall, not particularly formal work clothes, the appearance of some pure and lovely. A head of white hair is very eye-catching. You lived upstairs here before? Wang Feng asked casually. Me and some of my co-workers. We cleared a floor of walkers and stayed there the whole time. Then how did you guys survive? Wang Feng asked. The white-haired female student replied. At first it was just collecting snacks and water throughout the floor offices. Then I awakened my flight powers and flew out to find food for the group. Wang Feng said. Then you're quite kind and didn't just fly off the handle. The white-haired female student looked grim. From the very beginning it was all of them who took care of me. And with my supernatural ability, of course I had to help them as well. It's a pity that someone was accidentally discovered by the zombies just now. It was hard to survive until now, and then they all died in the blink of an eye. Look on the bright side. It's normal for anyone to die suddenly in this era. Wang Feng asked. What did you come to see me for? The white-haired female student looked at Wang Feng prayerfully. I don't know where I can go. Are you alone? Or do you have other companions? Can you take me in and give me a place to stay? Wang Feng smiled and said. What's so hard about it? But what? The white-haired girl said eagerly. Wang Feng pointed in the direction of the zombie tide. I came out to explore. I was going to a supermarket over there, but now I can't get through. Since you can fly, do me a favor first and I'll take you back when you're done. Chapter 42, A Shot to the Head. The white-haired female student looked with some trepidation at the large swath of zombies blocking the street. With so many zombies, what can I do to help? Wang Feng removed the backpack from his back and reached for it, actually taking out a few earth bombs from the pendant space. These clay bombs are still made by the young man who shot Wang Feng black the other day. Now the old rifle, the few bullets, and a bunch of clay bombs were still sitting in the space. Handing a few earth bombs to the white-haired female student, Wang Feng said, you just throw this from the sky to lure the zombies from that big intersection in front to the other direction. The white-haired female student took the earth bomb and nodded hesitantly. That's not too hard, so if I manage to lure the walkers away, I'll come back here to find you? Wang Feng shook his head and said, you lured them away and I immediately followed them over. You go straight to that Dafa Leap supermarket in front and look for me. The white-haired girl grabbed the earth bomb, spread her huge white wings, and flew away with both feet on the ground. Wang Feng smiled. After waiting a while, the sound of an exploding clay bomb was faintly heard. With the cover of the tall building, Wang Feng couldn't see where the white-haired girl was. But the zombie horde had stirred, no longer going straight along the road, but turning a corner and swarming toward the other main road that crossed. Wang Feng kept a safe distance and followed far behind without slowing down. Several more explosions rang out one after another, the sound growing more distant. When he passed by that intersection, Wang Feng took a look and the zombie horde had already been led 1 or 2 kilometers away, and it's back to slow, aimless wandering, unlikely to return. A few minutes later, Wang Feng arrived at the hardware mechanical and electrical market. The market was littered with white bones, the flesh from the corpses long since gnawed away by the zombies. The zombies didn't know where they had gone, and it was thought that they had converged into a zombie swarm under the leadership of the alien zombies. and were wandering around to take their chances and look for food. Wang Feng went straight to the merchants selling diesel generators, picking the best reputation of the domestic brand, put 2 power 20 kilowatts of generators into the pendant space. Each generator takes up nearly a cubic foot, and with 2 of them packed in, there's a quarter less space, combined with the cubic meters or so of diesel fuel collected along the way, and a few other miscellaneous things. The space was more than half used up. This was still before the departure. Wang Feng had transferred most of the inventory in the space to the villa's basement. When you go back, those things that can't be produced later and come with a shelf life, you still have to put them back into the pendant space again to keep them fresh. Wang Feng picked out some more spare parts and tools that might be replaced, and found a dozen large tin oil drums. The diesel fuel suspended in the space was transferred to the buckets first, and then the full buckets were put into the space one by one. It was not easy to finish the work. Wang Feng just walked out of the electromechanical market. Space warning appeared. White-haired girl whoosh from the sky, standing not far away from a street lamp crossbar, with an unpleasant face, said, "Handsome, is not let me go to the supermarket to wait for you? How half a day have not seen people?" Wang Feng raised his head to look at white hair, with a speechless expression. Passing by, I realized that there is an electromechanical market here, and only when I went in, I realized that there are really a lot of good things in it. What? You can't wait a little longer? The white-haired girl took 2 deep breaths. Okay, handsome, can we go now? Wang Feng asked. I walk slowly. You fly fast, can you take me there? The white-haired girl was happy. Your physique, this body, plus these 2 long knives equipped, have to run 300 pounds, right? Wang Feng thought about it and said, pretty much. The white-haired female student said in a hateful voice. I won't be able to fly with a weight of more than 200 pounds. The time for the alien transformation will also be shortened by a large portion. After saying this, the white-haired female student suddenly changed her face slightly. Wang Feng, however, just shrugged his shoulders and said regretfully, then I'd better walk. You fly first. The white-haired girl jumped downward from the streetlight crossbar, and with a spread of her wings, she glided off. Ping! A gunshot rang out. One side of the white-haired female student's wing was broken and drooped, and the remaining side of the wing couldn't maintain its balance, planting itself diagonally on the ground from 20 to 30 meters in the air. Wang Feng retrieved the old rifle whose muzzle was still smoking, and rushed in 2 or 3 steps to the spot where the white-haired girl had been planted. First pinch the 2 wings, the other hand draws out the bundling mountaineering rope. Wang Feng bundles the white-haired female student, carrying it back to the inside of the electromechanical market. Finding a pole to tie up the white-haired girl, Wang Feng reached out and felt around from top to bottom. The white-haired girl is actually quite material, despite her petite figure, heavy and trembling, not very aerodynamic. From the white-haired female student's personal pocket, Wang Feng pulled out 4 or 5 level 1 exotic crystals. Wang Feng asked, anything to say? The white-haired female student's wings had retracted, and she was just a little pale, asking blankly, why did you hit me? Wang Feng smiled, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Looking around, Wang Feng walked into the store next to, took an angle grinder out, a turn off. The battery is still electric. ZZ called a high-speed rotation up. What are you doing? Don't. Please don't. The white-haired girl pleaded. Wang Feng picked up a ball of rags from the ground to wipe the machine, stuffed it into the white-haired girl's mouth, and the angle grinder sliced down on the finger. Click. A second before the grinding will touch the white-haired student's fingers. Wang Feng pressed the switch to stop. The white-haired female student was covered in cold sweat, dripping down her cheeks as her chest heaved violently. I'm not going to bother breaking down the lies you pulled before. What you did upstairs there to attract the walkers. I'm not interested in knowing. Wang Feng said in a flat tone. I'm only asking you. You flew away just like that, and came back to mess with me. What are you trying to do? The white-haired girl struggled, the oily rag in her mouth rendering her speechless. I didn't bother to let you help Laura Walker. You should have known you couldn't fool me when you couldn't wait for me at the supermarket. Wang Feng's tone turned cold. Who gave you the courage to run to me once again? You have 1 minute to answer my question. After saying that, Wang Feng yanked the rag out of Whitehair's mouth. Cough cough cough. The white-haired female student burst into a coughing fit, not being able to catch her breath evenly. She hurriedly said, I didn't lie to you. It's really the supernormal ability that was awakened in that office building. And then I went home to look for my younger brother. Our siblings were dependent on each other after the death of our parents. But when I returned home, I realized that the survivors in the neighborhood had been controlled by a group of shifters. Turns out they used my brother to coerce me into doing things for them, gave me psychic crystals to upgrade, and then flew around looking for other psychics. When you find a shifter group you pretend to join. No one is going to say no to me with the ability to fly. I'll go back and report when I've mapped out the situation. And they've come to sneak up on us. kill the Xenos, and snatch the Xeno crystals. I fly out there every day, occasionally looking for a chance to feed my former co-workers. And most of the time I just look for shifters. Any day I can't find them. They abuse my brother. I don't want to be like this. I was forced to do it. The white-haired female student cried as she spoke, looking pitifully at Wang Feng. Please, let me go and save my brother. Chapter 43, This man's name is Little Handsome. When Wang Feng first saw the white-haired female student, he knew that this woman was not right. Under spatial perception, it was impossible to hide the few alien crystals in his pocket. With the kind of character Whitehair displayed, how could he have obtained so many exotic crystals on his own? And before, Whitehair had let slip that he could still fly with a weight of 200 pounds. So with an office building kind of environment where it's inconvenient to eat, drink and sleep, why doesn't she move her upstairs co-workers to a more suitable place to live? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Sure enough, Wang Feng knew what was going on when he asked a little. It's nothing unusual. It's a group of hunters. It was certainly easier to kill a human alien than an alien zombie that could gather thousands of zombies at the 3rd level. So there were people who chose to kill people on sight, just for the alien crystals. And the upgrade effect was the same anyway. Wang Feng has seen many of these hunter groups in his previous life. I didn't expect to run into a group this early. And the gang got lucky, controlling the bird to gather intelligence. What have they gained from these days of awakening their powers? Wang Feng interrupted the white-haired female students crying and pleading. Now, do what you do best these days and give me a detailed and clear account of these people. Okay. After the white-haired female student's detailed explanation, Wang Feng had already grasped the situation of this group of alien hunters. Retracing his steps out of the market, Wang Feng discerned the direction and ran up in small steps, heading to the neighborhood that the white-haired female student had mentioned. After turning around in the streets and alleys for a while, Wang Feng came to the entrance of an old neighborhood. Not far from the door, bags of large black garbage bags were discarded, showing that there were still people alive here. Wang Feng took a step towards the neighborhood. It is said to be a neighborhood, but it is actually a gate with several old 6- or 7-story buildings with narrow aisles where cars can't even drive in. Once inside and around the corner was a small courtyard where a young man was sitting in a wicker chair with his eyes closed. 2 good-looking girls knelt one on each side and pressed the young man's legs. The environment in the neighborhood was unexpectedly clean, and the greenery planted in the rows of large flower pots grew well, and at a glance there was no shortage of people to take care of them. Wang Feng twitched his nose and didn't smell anything bad. Further into the courtyard, there were a few people who were cleaning up and busy, and when they saw Wang Feng come in, they all stopped what they were doing. The young man opened his eyes and stood up to face Wang Feng, smiling and revealing a row of white teeth. This friend, what can I do for you? Wang Feng smiled. Wang Xiaoshui? The young man called Wang Xiaoshui's face changed slightly. How do you know my name? Wang Feng laughed. Met a girl who can fly. She introduced me over to join. Wang Xiaoshui's expression was relieved, followed by doubt. No. Then why didn't she come over? Wang Feng looked around. I heard that you have a total of 4 exalts here. Why? Are you alone? Wang Xiaoshui said in a deep voice. If you have anything, just talk to me. The 2 women pressing their legs sensed something was wrong and skittered away from the wall. Wang Feng regretfully said, I was planning to speak with the 4 of you together. Now I have to do it one by one. It's a bit of a waste of time. Seeing that there was still no one else coming out, Wang Feng drew out the short knife in his waist, with the blade facing Wang Xiaoshui. Wang Xiaoshui actually wasn't afraid. Sneering, his arms revived, and his entire body instantly turned into a metal color, and the 2 fists clashed with each other, emitting a crisp metallic clash. You play with knives? That's quite a coincidence. Before the words fell, Wang Xiaoshui had already pounced and swung his metallized fist to smash Wang Feng. Wang Feng slightly sidestepped, dodged Wang Xiaoshui's fist, grabbed the wrist and brought it along, and with a hook of his foot, Wang Xiaoshui fell solidly to the ground. Ouch! Wang Xiaoshui yelped and pressed his hands on the ground to get up. What? The body is metallized. Still afraid of pain? Wang Feng rushed over with a stride, raised his leg and kicked. Wang Xiaoshui rolled twice in the air and went back to lie on the ground. This time Wang Feng didn't chase after him. Wang Xiaoshui climbed up in a sorry state. The bit of demeanor that he just had was gone, and he shouted openly, if you have the ability, you can break my defense. There were 2 cuts on Wang Xiaoshui's clothes, which were cut by Wang Feng with a short knife in his hand when he received a fall, but the body underneath the clothes was unharmed. Wang Feng put away his short sword, snatched up 2 steps, and after 2 rounds of bare-handed wrestling, he held Wang Xiaoshui down on the ground again. Wang Xiaoshui's strength is not as strong as Wang Feng's, so he was held down on the ground and struggled hard, but he couldn't get up. It's just a purely anti-punching ability. Wang Feng reached out and pressed Wang Xiaoshui's chest. Watch me hit the bull across the mountain. The pendant space contained several fireballs saved from earlier, one of which was suddenly gone, replaced by a cloud of food scraps. That fireball was collected by Wang Feng from a level 3 fire ability zombie a few days ago when he was cleaning up the zombies on the university campus. Now being used by Wang Feng with his level 4 awakened space replacement skill, he directly switched places with the food in Wang Xiaoshuai's stomach. There was a dull pop. It's like a naughty child setting off a large firecracker in a tin can. Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes were suddenly lax. His mouth opened, and a black smoke came out. Wang Feng sensed that Wang Xiaoshuai was still intact except for the surface of his body covered by his supernatural abilities. The inside of his body had blown up into a pile of rags. If a level 3 fireball was smashed from the outside at Wang Xiaoshuai who was also level 3, it would not necessarily be able to break the defense, but confine the entire blast to the inside of your body. And that's a lot of power. Without a moment's effort, Wang Xiaoshuai was dead through and through, and the metallic luster on the surface of his body faded away, restoring the normal color of his skin. Wang Feng pried open his brain and took a grade 3 alien crystal, then wandered around the neighborhood. The spatial perception of the 10-meter range was like having a full map on, and without having to search from room to room, one could know the furnishing arrangement in the upper and lower floors of the house as soon as he walked outside. Soon, Wang Feng found a few apparently neat and clean rooms in each of the several buildings in the neighborhood. It was thought to be the residence of a few shifters. From the several rooms, Wang Feng only searched out some level 1 psychic crystals, not a single one above level 2. According to the information given by the white-haired female student, all 4 of the exalted were level 3. A level 1 alien crystal doesn't work on them anymore. The 4 level 3 psychics had used up roughly 35 to 40 level 2 psychic crystals. With so many alien crystals, how many came from zombies, and how many from secondary aliens? Wang Feng wouldn't know. Walking to the courtyard, Wang Feng shouted, "Those who are still alive come out and gather. 2 minutes time. Those who don't come out yet will be killed directly. These people just this room to hide 2. That room to hide 3. Wang Feng did not have the heart to pull out one by one. After waiting for a while, there were about 24 people standing sporadically in the open space between the 2 floors. These people actually didn't look very bad. They didn't seem to have suffered much from starvation, and they all looked at Wang Feng with a bit of a wince in their eyes. Wang Feng casually pointed out one. "You, come here." A middle-aged man stepped out of the crowd. "I ask, you answer. If you can't answer well, kill, and someone else will answer. Is that clear?" "I hear you. I hear you," the middle-aged man said repeatedly. Chapter 44. Zhang and Xiaomei. These survivors didn't have a leader. If Wang Feng asked questions to a group of people, either they would talk 7 times or none of them would speak, so it was more convenient to pick one to ask. Wang Feng first asked about the intelligence of the cell's alien powers, and the middle-aged man and the white-haired female student said pretty much the same thing, but the white-haired female student was also counted in. It made Wang Feng couldn't help but think of a previous segment. To paraphrase, the white-haired girl says there are 4 bad guys in this neighborhood. The middle-aged man says no, there are actually 5. Wang Feng asked again. The one who can fly said she has a brother in the hands of these people. "Do you know?" The middle-aged man replied back. Yes. It's in the building over there in solitary confinement. Not allowed to come out easily." Wang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "Does anyone have anything to add to what he said? If there is, step forward and speak." A young woman stood out and said with trepidation, "That female alien called Li Xiaomei has given all of us alien poisons, and if we don't solve it for 3 consecutive days, we will die. Can you save us?" Wang Feng thought to himself, no wonder these people are able to move around freely and don't think about escaping. It turned out that it was controlled by poisonous powers. Then he casually said, "I don't know how to detoxify the poison either, but I can help you guys ask her later." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, 2 people, a man and a woman, turned in at the entry aisle of the neighborhood. The man is tall and powerful. The woman is gentle as water. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he whispered, "They are Zhang Dachang and Li Xiaomei." Zhang Dachang, Li Xiaomei, Wang Xiaoshuai, and Anosho Zhaoxi, together with white hair. That's the entirety of this small group of hunter aliens. Zhang Dachang and Li Xiaomei were still talking and laughing, but when they saw the situation in the yard, they immediately stood still, especially when he saw the body of Wang Xiaoshuai, who had been lifted off his head and was lying on the side. His face changed drastically. Zhang Dezhuang pulled off a long steel bar from his back and shielded Li Xiaomei behind him. "Friend, we don't know each other and have no grievances. What do you want to do when you come to our house to kill and commit murder?" Zhang Dezhuang stared at Wang Feng and asked. Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh, saying it so smoothly. "It seems like you haven't heard these words a lot. It just so happens that I also want to ask, what is the reason for you to kill those alien powers that you don't know?" Zhang Dachhuang said in a fierce voice. "You're here to fight?" Wang Feng said. I'm not that idle, but I'm mainly here to fight. Zhang Dachuang asked. What do you mean? Wang Feng said indifferently. Since you guys like to kill and grab the exotic crystals, then I've come over to grab yours, so I'm sure you can understand. Zhang Dachuang held the steel bar with both hands and swung it around, smiling fiercely. He. Come and try then. At that moment, Li Xiaomei released a red mist from her hands and covered Zhang Dachuang. Zhang Dachuang inhaled the mist, and his figure instantly swelled by a few points, his body veins bulging, his face swollen and red, and his aura becoming even more ferocious. Oh, Wang Feng glanced at Li Xiaomei. Medicine and poison are not separate in many cases, and it's not surprising that a poisonous alien has a bit of auxiliary ability. Zhang Dachuang, who had been beaten like chicken blood, rushed up and slashed at Wang Feng with both hands holding the steel bar high in the air. Wang Feng drew out his long knife and drew it in a diagonal rack, and the steel rod split askew. The strength is not small, Wang Feng casually commented. Don't look at Wang Feng as a spatial system psychic ability, but his body foundation was hammered too strong, and he was already equivalent to a first-level flesh-strengthening psychic before his awakening. Plus every time you upgrade, your body strength increases accordingly. In the area of physical strength, Wang Feng was half as good as a flesh-enhanced alien of the same level, and even more than that, he just didn't have that many flesh-related abilities. Zhang Dajuan was also only at the third level. Coupled with Li Xiaomei's ability to stimulate the two-handed downward slash of a stick was not blocked by Wang Feng with one hand. The force was indeed already considered not small. Zhang Dachuang heard it in his ears, but it was like a taunt to him, wailing and wailing, his body glowing with a layer of blood that was visible to the naked eye. It was not known whether Zhang Xiaomei's supernatural effects had been further utilized, or whether Zhang Dachuang himself had turned on some kind of explosive ability. The steel rod made a low woo sound, faster than just now, and swept towards Wang Feng's legs. Wang Feng takes a step back to avoid it. Zhang Dajiang swept again, and Wang Feng retreated again. In the blink of an eye, he fought from the entrance of the courtyard to the center of the courtyard. The ordinary survivors who had just gathered in the courtyard once again scattered, cowering under the wall for fear of being killed by the aftermath of the battle. Zhang Dashuan was pressing forward, swinging his steel rod with great vigor, when there was a sudden blankness in front of him, followed by a kick on his backside, and he stumbled forward a few steps, turning back to look. Wang Feng was already holding a long knife and charging towards Li Xiaomei at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Dachuang roared angrily and rushed to catch up, but where could he catch up? Wang Feng just lightly slashed, and Li Xiaomei's head flew up and rolled out far away in a bone jar. No! My Mei! Zhang Dachuang went crazy, his blood-red eyes glaring at Wang Feng, gritting his teeth and yelling, "I'm going to kill you!" Wang Feng only said, "Go down and keep her company." The two exchanged a few more rounds. Wang Feng stopped playing. A long knife accelerated. It broke through Zhang Dachuang's defense head-on. A solid knife chop in the head. Zhang Dachuang's body from top to bottom wound through. Could hanging not be split in half, like a fish from the stomach cut open and spread flat on the iron plate ready to take to the grill. After collecting the level 3 exotic crystals from both Zhang Dajuan and Li Xiaomei, Wang Feng had another harvest on Zhang Dajuan. A small pouch contained 1 level 3, 5 level 2, and 4 level 1 alien crystals. Looks like they just completed a successful hunt. After waiting for a while longer and seeing that it was going to be noon, there was still no sign of the last alien. Shall see, coming back. Wang Feng was then ready to go to the innermost building and look for the brother of the white-haired woman born. As she passed the common survivors, the young woman shivered and said, "You said you'd help ask her to give us the cure." Wang Feng paused in his footsteps. "She was too weak to last until I asked." The young woman murmured in despair, "We're all going to die." Wang Feng no longer speak. Everyone has their own destiny. Even he himself does not know what he will meet tomorrow, much less have the energy to take into account too many other people. In a locked room, Wang Feng found a short young man. In terms of short stature, it does look quite similar to the white-haired girl. Wang Feng said, "Let's go. Your sister begged me to save you." The short young man slouched. "My sister really? Always thinking of running away. What's wrong with being here?" "Oh, how?" Wang Feng asked. There was some emotion in the short young man's tone, but if she had listened properly, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. If she'd listened to me and obey that Wang Xiaoshui, I'd be the oldest 6 in the yard, and I'd be able to pick 2 chicks from the survivors to play with anyhow. But look, what kind of life am I living now? Wang Feng then praised. "Very well said, old 6. Now come with me." Chapter 45, Unexpected Gains. Lao Lu was a bit reluctant. "Can't you just let my sister come back? If she becomes the boss here, then Wang Feng interrupted old 6's fantasies. "Zhao Si is still alive. I don't know when he will come back, and I don't have time to waste here. If you don't leave, Just wait here by yourself and see if those survivors who can't survive will come and get you and be done with it. But then again, you weren't poisoned by Li Xiaomei? Lao Lu touched his nose. Why didn't you get off? I have behaved well these 2 days, and just relieved me this morning. Wang Feng sked. Zhang Daqiang's head seems to be a bit green. Without further ado, Wang Feng turned around and left. Lao Lu thought about it and still followed Wang Feng. What Lao Lu thought in his heart was that if his sister was hanging out with this fierce man, then he wouldn't have a bad time in the future. So when he passed by the common survivors, Old Six towed the line with contempt in his eyes. Out of the neighborhood and down the road a bit, Wang Feng led Lao Lu, entered a nearby restaurant, and went up to the second floor. The second floor was empty and Lao Lu was a bit panicked. Where's my sister? Wang Feng said. This will let you see her one last time. With a thought, the white-haired female student fell out of the pendant space and landed on the floor. The white-haired girl was bound securely with rope. Her head tilted unnaturally to one side, soundless and apparently dead. Old Six sat on his butt and started shaking. Well, go down and keep her company. If there's a next life, try not to pick your sister. Wang Feng casually snapped Old Six's neck and stuffed Old Six and the white-haired female student back into space again. Why did Wang Feng bring out Lao Lu before killing him and throw him into the space with white hair? Because the people in that neighborhood don't have to die of poison right away. Maybe they can survive until Zhao Si comes back. Only Wang Feng doesn't have that much free time to spend there. In the event that Zhao Si had a good time lurking in any house and didn't come back for a day or two, Wang Feng couldn't afford to waste a day or two for such a piece of trash. By the way, bringing Lao Lu out to kill and leaving no traces to make everyone will think that white hair and Lao Lu are still alive and together with Wang Feng. Plus, Wang Feng hadn't even visibly exposed his spatial supernormal ability in the neighborhood. Even if Zhao Si wanted to seek revenge and retaliation, he could only look for the murderer according to the clue of white hair, and then he would probably not be able to find Wang Feng's head for the rest of his life. Sitting in the booth by the window, a hot meal appeared on the table with a thought. It was exactly the same as last night when Xia Chen he had just finished serving it on the plate. There were also 2 cans of cold beer, just as they were when they first came out of the fridge. That's right. Wang Feng had just chosen this place mainly because it was lunchtime. It was just a matter of smooth sailing to make the white-haired girl and the short Old Six evaporate from the earth. At that time, after asking questions in the electrical and mechanical market, Wang Feng directly killed the white-haired female student. It was not because she was involved in the activities of the hunter group, and it did not matter whether she was forced to do so or not. Wang Feng was only sure of one thing. From the time she took the initiative to come to herself to find out information, what she stored was not a good intention. If Wang Feng brings her back to the mountain, Wang Feng himself will be fine. But the other 2 groups of Lao Zhang and Zhong Kuei don't look like they have many people. But in fact, only Lao Zhang is a hard-packed 3rd-level alien. Moreover, Old Zhang's little earth ability was a bit more skillful for turning over the ground, and fighting was even better. When the time comes, let the 4 level 3s over here touch up and kill. Who will look after the house for themselves and who will grow vegetables and raise chickens for themselves? There weren't many people who possessed the flying ability, but it couldn't be a reason for Wang Feng to let his enemies go. And there is such a pitiful old 6th brother. As long as he can be a bully, let her sister go to kill and set fire to and be spoiled. He is not the slightest psychological burden. It's only a matter of time before the brother-supporting fiend gets screwed over by his brother. In a short while of work, Wang Feng was full of wine and rice, so he stopped thinking about these miscellaneous things. Taking out his tablet to confirm his current location, he looked for a route out of town. Wang Feng won't be returning to the Hunter neighborhood side. There was just 1 level 3 Zhao Si left, and there was no need to guard it exclusively to kill it. From white hair, he knew that Zhao Si's supernatural ability was also quite strange. That is, he could control the shape-shifting of his flesh. Men, women, and children. And beyond that, there was nothing else. In short, it's not much of a direct kill and can only bully the weak a bit based on class. If you have a chance to run into them later, just kill them as you see fit. The route Wang Feng chose to take out of the city this time made a slight detour, and there were no large factories or parks along the way, so the chances of meeting a large-scale zombie wave would be a little smaller. Along the road there were 3 other express hotels that Wang Feng had stored supplies in before, and when Wang Feng passed by, he also found the rooms that he had booked at that time, and put away the suitcases that he had put in the closet into the pendant space. In each suitcase was the same thing: 6 bottles of Maozi, 6 bottles of Puwu, 6 bottles of Laojiao, 5 strips of Huazi, 30 bags of salt, 30 bags of sugar, 4 boxes of black tea, 4 boxes of green tea. Before the aura recovery, because he didn't know that he would awaken his spatial supernormal ability, Wang Feng had put a full 50 such boxes in various parts of the city. The quantity may not be as good as that supermarket $0 purchase 2 days ago when I was out of town, but the quality can't be beat. And the cigarettes. wine and tea are all high-grade goods, without a pendant space or similar means of preservation. In a few years, no matter how strong and powerful someone's psychic abilities are, something can't be taken out is just not taken out. Along the way, Wang Feng also encountered several zombies. When he bumped into a large group of several thousand zombies, there were definitely level 4 psychic zombies in it, so Wang Feng avoided it from a distance. There are several groups of hundreds and thousands of them, and Wang Feng is not polite, and pushes flat to kill in and then kill out, and kill the third level zombies inside and leave. Wang Feng killed his way over, and when he killed his way to the ring road, he did harvest 3 more level 3 exotic crystals. When he returned to the deer calling villa, the sky had just darkened, and Xia Chen had not yet returned. Wang Feng wasn't worried. First, his spatial perception probed the doors and windows of all parts of the villa, and there was no sign that anyone else had come in. Then he settled down and started absorbing the 7 level 3 alien energy crystals that he had acquired today. Now that Wang Feng had reached level 4, he needed 100 level 3 crystals to upgrade. 7 grains is already a pretty big chunk of progress. 2. If he could have 7 grains every day and upgrade in less than half a month, then Wang Feng would simply wake up laughing in his sleep. It was almost midnight when Wang Feng finished absorbing the alien energy crystals, and the range of spatial perception grew a little bit more. All ready for bed. The window creaked. No one was visible to the eye, and a figure had burrowed in the perception. Xia Chen revealed herself, her face flushed, her sweat-stained broken hair plastered to her cheeks, and said excitedly, "Brother, come and help," with a questioning look on his face. Wang Feng followed Xia Chen and drilled out of the window again. The two of them went over the back wall of the villa and followed the mountain path to the stream, then walked against the current toward the deep mountains. The moonlight spilled over the water and shattered into a silver glow. Xia Chen bore his head towards the front, and Wang Feng followed behind with some amusement. After turning a few corners, he suddenly saw a spotted beast lying across the stream. Whoops! Wang Feng couldn't help but shout and hurriedly walked up to check. Ha ha ha! Xia Chen laughed extraordinarily happily. Wang Feng circled around the dead tiger and couldn't stop praising. "Yes, good luck. Caught a big one on the first day." Xia Chen pretended to complain. "It's just too heavy. I even dragged it for more than 10 miles. I just can't get it anymore." Wang Feng grabbed the top melon skin of the tiger and tried it. How there is also a ton of heavy. Cannot help but secretly give Xia Chen then a praise. This girl is a real tiger. This tiger was more than 4 meters long from the tail. Not counting the tail, it was also 3.5 meters. Wang Feng perceived it. His crotch was empty. Unfortunately, it was a female tiger. Fortunately, after Wang Feng returned to the villa, he put down the 2 diesel generators and a dozen barrels of diesel fuel. Otherwise he really couldn't put down this big guy. Chapter 46 Human Nature Issues. Even now, space is a little tight, and you definitely can't get in if you put it straight. Wang Feng had to push both the tiger's head and butt toward his stomach, making a roughly circular shape. Only then did it fit vertically inside the space. Returning to the villa, the two slept for the night first, and only early the next morning did Wang Feng return to the mountain stream to release the tiger, and asked Xia Chen to go to the village to call Lao Zhang and get someone to come over to clean up. The complete tiger skin was peeled off and gotten aside for processing. Later, you can spread it out in the living room and have your feet on a tiger's head. The alien crystal Wang Feng had taken it out a long time ago, and such a big tigress had actually only reached the 2nd level. That's the least cost-effective and most difficult part of the Fae to deal with. Take the giant zombie that Wang Feng saw yesterday, more than 5 meters tall. His head can hit the footbridge, and his ability level is at least a level 4, so he may not necessarily be the opponent of this tigress in a single fight. However, Wang Feng only needed 10 level 4 crystals to upgrade, and with this tiger's level 2 crystals, the upgrade effect was basically negligible. It wasn't even as useful to Wang Feng as this good meat that was rich in aura, and eating it would increase the speed of recovering his supernatural abilities. A big tiger weighing more than a ton, boned, skinned and gutted, was finally dismantled with more than 1,000 pounds of good meat. With the amount of food Wang Feng and Xia Chen had now, it was enough to eat for 2 or 3 months. Wang Feng said to Xia Chen, "Originally, I thought that the first time you went into the mountains, catching a beast rabbit or a mountain chicken or something would be fine, but I didn't expect to directly get a tiger back." Xia Chen was again amused. "I'm lucky, what can I do?" Xia Chen was exploring the mountain yesterday and accidentally found the bottom of a valley where the spiritual qi was so thick that it was practically dripping, and at that time, this tiger had already taken possession of the place, and when it saw Xia Chen coming over, it directly launched an attack. The result was being dragged back by Xia Chen's counterattack. "Old Chang!" Wang Feng shouted. The bearded old Zhang immediately ran over. "Big brother, there's something you need to say. Is there a cook in your village? Or in Zhang Qiu's place?" Old Zhang thought for a moment. "Yes, there must be, Professional. Chef license national level. You should know that the county next to ours is a nationally recognized chef's hometown. Wang Feng said. You go to find him over. Bring a few more people to help. Frying and cooking and frying and simmering and stewing. In short, don't repeat the same kind of these meats for me to cook 200 pounds. Understood. Go do it right away. Old Zhang patted his chest and promised. Wang Feng smiled. Other than that, good meat and bones, put them in the freezer for me. And those bits and pieces around the edges, count them as your hard work. Iya. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. His mouth still refused. Big brother, this is too expensive. It's worth much more than those dishes of my old Zhang. Even if it was just bits and pieces of meat and entrails, there had to be a few hundred pounds. And this was a second-ranked Fey Beast tiger. How many dishes did he, old Zhang, have to deliver to make up for the value of all that meat? Wang Feng waved his hand and said, don't be pretentious, just keep it if you are given it. If I eat meat here, there will always be a mouthful of soup for you guys. Halfway back to the cook, Lao Zhang bumped into Zhong Kuei, who had rushed over at the news. Zhong Kuei first had the cheek to say that there was also a share of the Fey Beast meat for them, and then followed it up by expressing his disbelief. Isn't the biggest thing in the Longling Mountains rolling? Tigers only appear in New Year's paintings. How come one just popped up? Old Zhang laughed. You baby think about 20 kilometers to the east. Is a what attractions? You must have been there when you were a child. Zhang Kei's face went white at the thought. Fogweed. Dragon Ridge Safari. What lions and tigers? Rhinoceros and elephants. There are more than one or two there. Old Zhang's tone was a bit deep. If I say, I won't stop you from contacting people from other villages, but you have to seriously think about it. Which is more comfortable for you, to be the boss yourself, or to have someone at the top to cover you? Putting away the various tiger meat delicacies made by the cook into the space, Wang Feng didn't delay much and then went into the mountain with Xia Chan once again. All other things were trivial, and the power struggles of the various alien groups were all over the top in Wang Feng's opinion. And even thinking about it for a minute longer was a waste. The only thing that matters is to improve your strength. In a valley deep in the mountains, the forest was deep and quiet, and the fog was shrouded in mist. The rich aura was also like a mist that enveloped the bottom of the valley. It was at least 10 times denser than the villa at the Deer Mining Villa, pouring down every pore into the body. Wang Feng took a deep breath of fresh air that contained aura and revealed an expression of enjoyment. The speed of recovering alien energy here was at least twice as fast as any other ordinary place, and it's deep in the mountains where hardly anyone has set foot, with no man-made roads at all. Don't look at the straight line. Distance to Deer Lodge is just a few kilometers, separated by 3 or 5 hills. Wang Feng and Xia Chen followed the stream next to the villa up the mountain against the current, and with the knowledge of the path, they could come here in 20 to 30 minutes at most. If someone else didn't know the way, he or she would have died in the vast mountains, and wouldn't have been able to find this place. The secrecy and convenience were satisfactory enough for Wang Feng. There was nothing to say at that moment, and the two began to work on their powers in the valley. After the experience of his previous life, Wang Feng knew that there were actually only 2 types of methods to raise the level of alien ability. One is to absorb the foreign energy crystals, including the spirit crystals that slowly accumulate and condense out of the spirit cave, as well as absorbing the heavenly descending foreign energy stones and thus forming the heavenly treasures, which in simpler terms are the foreign treasures, alien crystals, spirit crystals, and exotic treasures. Absorbing up to 10 of the same level would raise one level, and the effect of the next level would decay so much that 100 would be needed. Any lower level would be meaningless. Seems pretty simple at first glance. That's because there were so many more alien zombies than human aliens in the beginning. It seems like everyone goes out and kills alien zombies and upgrades quickly. Unfortunately, that window is only so many days that have just passed. It's only easy to do until the zombie horde is completely formed. The size of the current zombie horde had moved by tens of thousands or even tens of thousands. And how many level 4 adepts would have to cooperate if they wanted to kill the level 4 zombies inside? Fewer people were too dangerous, equivalent to playing with one's life. More people might be safer, but there weren't enough crystals to share. Let's say 10 level 4 exalted worked together to exterminate those zombie hordes of 10, 000 to 20, 000 zombies. Even if you can take out 2 waves a day, you can still leave everyone unharmed. Maybe the final harvest will be just 2 level 4 alien crystals. On average, a person can only share 1 capsule in 5 days, and it takes a minimum of 50 days to get upgraded. It's still a situation that only exists ideally. After all this time, who can guarantee that they will not be injured, killed, or abandoned by their companions? If it's not evenly distributed, will those who have leveled up ahead of the others take the others with them? Or are they thinking of consolidating their lead, competing for chief, and being the boss? It's a matter of human nature, and there's simply no solution. At least in the years that Wang Feng had survived in his previous life, He hadn't seen the possibility of a solution. If all the aliens could unite with the ultimate goal of removing the zombies and alien beasts, they would unify their commands and actions. Then the ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to mankind. But the question is who will survive to the end. The high-level aliens counted on the low-level ones to be expendable as cannon fodder, and the low-level ones counted on the high-level ones to fight the zombie leader. Between the different forces, they also prioritized thinking about preserving their own power, lest they backslide and lose their voice when it came time to scrape the proceeds. Chapter 47, Want an interview? In a nutshell, the further along the zombies' ability crystals are, the harder it is to obtain them. It rises very quickly, but it can't be used as a regular tool. The output of spirit crystals and exotic treasures was also limited, and they were treasures that could not be found. Another way to raise the level of your powers was to honestly absorb auras. After the aura is absorbed, it is transformed into the energy of the psychic ability, and this process also slowly increases the power of the psychic ability. It's a safe win, but it takes a lot of water to build up. Whoever absorbed the aura faster would upgrade faster. The base of the speed of absorbing aura depends on each person's physique, or talent. Some people had mediocre supernormal abilities, but they just absorbed aura fast and could upgrade faster than others. Wang Feng in his previous life was like that. With ordinary flesh-enhancing talents, he also slowly simmered down in the later stages. What's beyond talent is a variety of external aids. High-quality spirit beast meat, when eaten, enhances the speed of absorbing aura. Spirit caves that are rich in aura dramatically increase the speed of recovering aura. Consistent exercise, consumption of supernormal capabilities, so that the body is in a state of hunger, but also to increase the speed of absorption of aura. Of course, this is best used in conjunction with a spirit point and to ensure your own safety. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss if the alien energy was depleted and didn't have time to recover, and as a result, he was killed by someone else or a zombie. Then there were the extremely rare, supernatural items that could assist in speeding up the absorption of aura. In this life, Wang Feng had the mysterious pendant, a terrifying bonus of a 20% increase in the speed of aura absorption. It was destined that even Xia Chen, who worked out with Wang Feng, had no possibility of catching up with Wang Feng in upgrading. At this moment, Xia Chen's figure was flickering between the valleys. The light around his body flickered and dimmed, and with the occasional use of optical stealth, he directly disappeared for a distance and reappeared again, making it difficult to capture Xia Chen's exact location. Then from an unexpected angle, a white blade of light suddenly cut out. The light blade broke through the faint mist and cleaved into the huge mountain rocks, leaving a deep mark. Wang Feng sat on the edge of the stream, on a protruding rock, and admiringly watched Xia Chen's movements. Xia Chen's every move was absolutely pleasing to the eye, and it's not just eye candy. With the light powers, it can be beautiful and deadly. Beside Wang Feng, there was a pebble the size of a man's head that was doing a freefall motion. As soon as the stone looked like it was about to fall into the mountain stream, it would suddenly disappear and reappear 10 meters in the air, still carrying its original speed and falling even faster. In his spatial perception, Wang Feng pinpointed the location of the stone and kept using his spatial displacement ability on the stone, making it keep repeating the process of falling, until the speed of the stone accelerated to hundreds of meters per second, and then to provoke a cone of white fog, tom-tom to break the sound barrier. The flight of the stones created a loud whistling sound, like a small airplane was active in the area. It was already difficult to see the stone's path of action purely with his eyes. Wang Feng's perception was still locked onto the stone, but his reaction was becoming more and more strained. After all, the time left for Wang Feng to react was already only 1/20th of a second. The stone fell one last time and reappeared still 10 meters in the air, but the direction of speed was no longer downward, but flat forward, hurtling along the course of the valley. Tom-tom. A few seconds later, a loud bang followed in the distance. The human head-sized stone weighed 20 pounds, and being accelerated so much to a speed of several hundred meters, the power of the launch was almost catching up with that of a small artillery shell. Wang Feng didn't directly smash into the mountain, just afraid of a coincidence, to play collapse a piece down. Unfortunately, this playstyle has too much lead time for a brawling offense. The consumption of spirit and alien energy was also huge, and after such a round, Wang Feng's alien energy was almost drained. A speed of 20 times a second for the casting of supernatural abilities was only possible with Wang Feng's ability to move his thoughts to take effect instantly. The two of them moved and practiced in the valley for more than half a day. When you're hungry, you'll eat a steaming feast of tiger meat, taken from the pendant space. When you're thirsty, drink some crystal clear mountain spring water. When you get hot, you can simply find a place with deeper water and take a comfortable bath. It's cold, the alien physique is very strong, and a man and a woman, casually exercising will not be cold. And the cold is non-existent. It wasn't until it was dark that the two returned to the deer mansion to rest. For 3 days in a row, Wang Feng and Xia Chen were out early and back late, raising their supernormal abilities in the Spirit Cave Valley. According to the progress in the past few days, Wang Feng estimated that it wouldn't take 2 months for the spatial ability to break through to the 5th level. Xia Chen had always been led by Wang Feng, using the exotic crystals to ascend to level 4, and the upgrade speed was still a bit unaccustomed to slowing down at first. However, looking at Wang Feng insisting on exercising calmly every day, Xia Chen thought of those times before he awakened his supernormal ability, when Wang Feng insisted on going to the roof of the building day after day to practice his sword, and his mind slowly smoothed out. Her use of her powers had become more and more skillful over the past few days. The range and duration of optical stealth has been increased a bit, and movement speed while stealthy has become faster. Moreover, Xia Chen realized that in the absence of injuries and illnesses, still insisting on infusing himself with light-based energy, he could also slowly increase his physical strength. When Xia Chen realized this, he happily said to Wang Feng, "Brother, it turns out that this ability of mine isn't a priest, it's more like the template of a knight of light." In response, Wang Feng cautioned, "Don't let the games you used to play limit your imagination. You can totally be a priest, a paladin, and Gandalf all in one. Put a lighting spell on before the fight, then just swing your knife up and slash." Today arrived the day of delivery of vegetables. Lao Zhang drove over in his van, and after carrying the vegetables, he stood by to direct the others to clean the villa. Old Zhang carefully said, "Big brother, there's something I want to talk to you about." Wang Feng glanced at Old Zhang. "Speak," Old Zhang said. It was in these few days that Zhong Kue, that young lad, contacted all the shifters who lived in Yuko, the former villagers and those who ran away from the city, adding up to more than 100 people. Wang Feng asked, "And then?" Old Zhang said carefully, "He wanted to come over to meet with you to talk about it before, but I talked him out of it and came over to ask you first if you have time to meet him." Wang Feng said, "You go back and tell him, you guys live here, as long as you don't make a mess and don't disturb my peace and quiet. I'm not interested in caring about other things, but that doesn't mean that he's qualified to talk to me about anything, no matter how many people he has contacted. If I say one thing, that I don't want to see in Zhonggu again, will he leave honestly alone? Or will he be able to mobilize you all together against me?" Old Zhang quickly said, "I wouldn't dare to say about other people, but these people in our village will definitely not go against you." Wang Feng looked at the time when it was almost time to enter the mountain, stood up and said lightly, "Actually, if I say that I don't wish to see all of you in this valley, it's just a matter of words. If there's anyone who doesn't agree with that statement, tell him to come and see me tomorrow morning at this time." Chapter 48, Logistics Park? Wang Feng has recently improved the method of practicing spatial substitution. After accelerating the stone to several hundred meters per second, it is no longer launched. Instead, it displaces the stone to the lowest position, but changes the direction of speed to upward, and then displaces it to the lowest position when the stone overcomes gravity and flies 10 meters high. It's the equivalent of reversing the acceleration process completely. Until you play with spatial displacement to the point of near instinctive response, the stone appears in whichever position you want it to. Fly the stone in whichever direction you want it to go. To this extent, even if a tank main gun from before had blasted over, Wang Feng would have been able to return the shells the way they came. Wang Feng's other active ability, spatial penetration, was able to penetrate past in increasing volume. In the beginning, it was only the blade of a short knife or the tip position of a long knife that could penetrate space. Of course, whether you kill a zombie or a shifter, having that length is enough to churn out a brain or heart. Now Wang Feng had been able to go through more than half an arm, or the entire blade of a long knife. With this kind of enhancement, perhaps one day, spatial penetration would evolve into instantaneous movement, and a single step would be enough to reach any location within the range of perception. The days passed calmly for another week. That Zhong Kue wasn't stupid enough to actually come to Wang Feng later. If he's coming, there's no need to go. The previously made tiger meat was almost finished. Wang Feng let Lao Zhan call the cook again, and after half a day of busy work, he made 400 to 500 pounds of alien tiger meat at once. Like what? Braised tiger steak, steamed tiger paw, marinated tiger meat in sauce, charcoal grilled tiger leg. The cook just does it, and when it's done and brought out, Wang Feng puts it directly into the pendant space, and no matter when he takes it out to eat, it's all hot and just out of the pot. After practicing in the mountains for more than 10 days in a row recently, Wang Feng's progress bar for level 4 to level 5 had unconsciously gone past about 30%, compared to when he had just been promoted to level 4. Wang Feng's overall strength had also increased by more than 30%. The range of spatial perception reached 13 meters, and the entire villa was under the shroud of Wang Feng's perception. Old Zhang, Wang Feng casually asked, "How's your business selling vegetables?" Old Zhang stood at the side and respectfully replied, "Fewer people have entered the mountains during this period of time. and even if there is someone occasionally, they basically can't pull out any Xeno crystals. Now Zhongkue sometimes brings people to transport some vegetables to the outskirts of the city, looking for other groups of altered beings and exchanging them for some living supplies back. Wang Feng was a bit surprised. He's not afraid of being robbed? Old Zhang explained. He brought a lot of people with him, and I don't know how he convinced the others to put together enough exotic crystals to pile him up to level 3 as well. Wang Feng nodded in understanding. A third level alien would be more convincing. Of the 100 or so Xenos on this side, only old Zhang and Zhongkue were level 3 by now, and it's all gone into a tortoise speed escalation. With Wang Feng's experience in his previous life, it was common for ordinary gifted adepts, with no other conditions to speed up the rate of aura absorption, to spend about 2 months to rise from level 1 to level 2. For the second level to the third level, the time is doubled. Time doubles for each subsequent level. This was not bad. Some people rose and touched the ceiling. Their strength stagnated and they could no longer level up. Level 4 was basically Wang Feng's starting point in this life, and it only took him a few days to reach it. Yet it's an endpoint that many aliens simply can't get to. After chatting for a while, he dismissed old Zhang. Wang Feng was suddenly a bit still and wanted to go and see what scale the zombie horde in the city had developed to. Immediately, he called Xia Chen, and the two of them did not run into the mountains again, and once again set out on the road out of the mountains. Brother, where are we going this time? Xia Chen asked. Wang Feng said, take a casual walk and observe the situation. Xia Chen thought about it and said, then let's go to the east side of the city, and stop by the clothing market there to pick up some clothes, shoes and socks or something. Wang Feng naturally agreed. Anyway, sooner or later, he would have to go around the outskirts of the city and retrieve all the supplies he had stored before the aura recovery. The two men exited the mountain and ran slowly along the elevated road that circled the city, about 50 or 60 kilometers away from here to the eastern outskirts of the city. With Wang Feng and Xia Chen's current physical strength, jogging for an hour would be just like a morning exercise, and this speed didn't even consume much energy. There are some fields on both sides below the elevated road, where the aura has recovered from the wheat harvest not long ago, and the newly sown corn is already growing, but because no one took care of it, after a few rains, the grass in the field was taller than the seedlings, and it was basically going to be deserted. Wang Feng wasn't worried about the problem of food. Anyway, he hoarded up his own rice and noodles with the alien beast meat. Eating for a few decades shouldn't be a big problem. It wasn't long before the two got off the elevated road from an intersection on the eastern outskirts of the city, not far from where a large collection of clothing malls were located. Not far down the road, I saw a wall on the side of the road with two large lines written in blue self-spray paint. Shanglong Logistics Park, with survivor camps, plenty of food and water supplies for all. Brother, is something wrong? Xia Chen saw Wang Feng stop to look at the words on the wall and asked curiously. Wang Feng pulled up a map on his tablet, showing that this Shanglong Logistics was a few kilometers further east than where they had gotten off the elevated road, near a river that ran through the city. It's nothing, let's go. Wang Feng shook his head. It didn't matter to him whether the word was true or false. There was an express hotel at the intersection ahead, a place where Wang Feng had placed his supplies, and it was just the right place to collect them along the way. The two turned the intersection and soon saw the express hotel. Wang Feng's footsteps gave an imperceptible lurch, then ran past the hotel entrance without any abnormality. When Wang Feng did check in to store his supply suitcase, he wrote down the room number in each place, and opened a room on the third floor facing the road in this hotel. But now that he was outside the hotel, Wang Feng realized through spatial perception that the door of that room was open, and the suitcase that was hidden in the cloak closet was gone. Moreover, Wang Feng's spatial perception probed far more than just this one room. From the second floor to the fourth floor neighboring the street side of these 20 to 30 rooms, Wang Feng passed by the front of the hotel. All of them could sense the situation in the room. The doors to those rooms were well closed. Only the door to the room where Wang Feng put his suitcase was open. Wang Feng looked calm and at ease, just leading Xia Chen to continue running forward, completely as if he was passing by chance. After seemingly running aimlessly for a while, Wang Feng's eyes twitched and he looked towards a bus stop billboard in front of him. The original content of the billboard was obscured by self-spray paint, and then another color of self-spray paint was written over it. Shanglong Logistics Park Camp. All survivors are welcome. Wang Feng frowned slightly. Looking around, it was quiet. As far as the eye could see, there were only dusty floors, crashed cars, bones left on the ground, and lifeless buildings. Wang Feng vaguely felt that something was not quite right. It's not because of the publicity of seeing this Shanglong Logistics Park again, but it's just across the road from this one, which happens to be another fast hotel where Wang Feng stores his supplies. Chapter 49, Probing. Wang Feng didn't even need to look. He knew by intuition that his own suitcase in the hotel across the street should also be gone. The contents of the suitcases were not that valuable. Wang Feng had saved 50 cases at that time, and had prepared for the possibility of losing some of them, like which hotel was unlucky enough to be bulldozed and caught on fire by a zombie horde, or whichever lucky survivor happened to find one of the crates. These are all possibilities, but if the same person, or the same team, finds more than 2 chests in a row, there will be just that little bit of a problem. Anyone in their right mind would wonder, who put those boxes there? Why did he do it? Was the box put in before or after the aura revival? If it was after the aura had been revived and the order had collapsed, who would have had the ability to collect these things and then disperse them for placement? If it was before the revival of the aura, who, for what motives, spent quite a bit of money on such a thing? Could it be that this person knew in advance that there would be an aura revival? Actually, what Wang Feng did is quite explainable. First, Wang Feng has always claimed to be a doomsaying enthusiast. Secondly, Wang Feng happens to be very rich. After spending 500 million on body-strengthening potions, his card balance is still 9 digits, so he spends a few million to store supplies all over the city as a performance art. And it's not like they can always be reclaimed again in the event that there's no doomsday. It's not like they're really thrown away and not wanted. It was just really too much luck, or too little luck. And I didn't realize that the sudden global aura revival had really brought the world to the brink of Armageddon. Wang Feng looked at the map, the suitcases he had saved. There were about 4 or 5 more in this area in the eastern suburbs. I wonder how many have already been taken. Ha! Wang Feng laughed and signaled Xia Chen to speed up. The two flew through the streets on their feet. More than 10 days had passed since Wang Feng had last entered the city, and there were hardly any scattered zombies to be seen on the streets. As long as the encounter is a huge group, thousands of them gathered together. Let a person look at the heart of despair. Wang Feng quickly turned around the 5 shortcut hotels close to this area where the suitcases were kept. 2 of the hotel boxes were still there, and Wang Feng collected them into the pendant space. The other hotel happened to be surrounded by an overwhelming number of zombies, and Wang Feng took one look at the number of no less than 30, 000 to 50, 000 zombies, as well as the slow-moving speed of the zombie horde, and decisively chose to give up. The suitcases in the last 2 hotels were gone, and there was that Shanglong Logistics Park left in a prominent place outside each hotel. Xia Chen could see that something was wrong. Brother, they took the box and that's it. What's the meaning of leaving these words? Is it a provocation? Xia Chen bared his neat little white teeth as he spoke. Wang Feng smiled. You'll know if you go and take a look in a while. Also, correct your statement. Other people's stuff. We take what we can get. It's supposed to be ours, but we can't just say it's been taken as well. No matter who took it, it has to be doubled back before it can be returned. Still following their original plan, the two went to the clothing mall there first. A neighborhood is full of clothing markets of all sizes, from high-end malls to small alleys that engage in wholesale. The physical strength and the intensity of the battles of the aliens doomed these previously produced clothes and shoes to be expendable. Shapeshifter-type aliens basically take out a suit when they change once. The hard-soled military boots that Wang Feng wore on his feet couldn't withstand a few days of tossing and turning, either opening or breaking the bottom. This time, Wang Feng specialized in picking sturdy and wearable types of clothing and shoes, and put 100 or 200 sets into the pendant space. Summer Morning did the same, with a large selection of sturdy and sporty clothing. Of course, there were also some various kinds of various colors of intimate apparel, and Xia Chen also chose a lot of them and stuffed them to Wang Feng with a flushed face. Next, it's time to explore the Shanglong Logistics Park as well. A few kilometers away, with Wang Feng's speed, the two of them arrived in a while. The two men observed Shanglong Logistics Park from a distance on the viaduct. Next to this logistics park, there is a large hospital, a major high school, and a large residential neighborhood. The road coming out of the logistics park leads directly to the elevated expressway on one side and to the long-distance bus station on the other. There is also a dedicated rail line that connects to a railroad station not far away. Less than a kilometer to the east is one of the larger rivers that runs through the entire city of Pingan. The daily circulation of supplies in this park is astronomical, with various large and small warehouses filled with almost everything that can be used in daily life. The park is now much cooler without the usual stream of vehicles of all sizes. But in the time Wang Feng had been observing, he had already seen 3 small teams entering and exiting the park's intersections, going in different directions. Each team had a dozen or so people, and being far away, Wang Feng was not able to judge the level of these people's psychic abilities. Wang Feng looked at it for a while, signaled Xia Chen, and the two of them rolled over and jumped off the elevated expressway of a dozen meters, and felt their way into the park by following the dedicated railroad line. To say it's touching isn't really appropriate. The two men had nothing to hide from the beginning, just as if they were taking a walk, one of them stepping forward on one side of the shoulder of the railroad, Even Wang Feng also occasionally to the railroad below the padded stone replacement to the railroad tracks directly above, so that the natural fall of the stone hit on the railroad tracks issued a crisp sound. When Wen went out of a long way. At the end of the railroad line was a freight yard, and by now there were 20 or 30 men standing at attention on the platform by the line. Wang Feng and Xia Chen slowly walked over and jumped onto the platform, and a group of people retreated a few steps and surrounded the two in the middle. Wang Feng looked around the crowd and said, "The leader comes out and speaks." A somewhat chubby guy, dressed in a security guard-like outfit, reluctantly stepped forward. His words not very strong. "What are you guys doing?" Wang Feng glanced at the fat security guard. The tiny alien crystal in this guy's brain had just risen to the level of level 2. 3 minutes to get the leader of this camp of yours to come here and talk, or I'm going to have a killing spree. The fat security guard still wanted to speak, but Xia Chen had already smiled and pulled out a timer and pressed a 3-minute countdown and placed it there. The group of all first and second level psychics dispersed at once. The fat security guard wiped the sweat from his forehead and likewise turned and ran. "Brother, wait." Xia Chen looked at the empty station. Wang Feng took out 2 folding stools from the space and handed one to Xia Chen. "Wait, the other party has at least built such a camp. These 3 minutes are considered our courtesy." Cui Hua was a very lean young man, and when he heard the fat security guard's breathless report, his heart was a little confused. Still, there was no hesitation in rushing from the center of the park to the railroad platform, while ordering the fat guard to go and inform the security team immediately. When Trevor rushed to the platform, his eyes fluttered. A parasol was propped up on the platform. A teapot and a few tea lights were placed on a small glass coffee table, and the clear tea wafted with a silky aroma. Wang Feng and Xia Chen just sat under the umbrella and leisurely sipped tea. Drip, drip. The timer beeped. 3 minutes was just about right. Chapter 50, A Word to the Wise. Both of you. I'm Cui Hua, the third leader of the Shanglong Logistics Park Survivor Camp. While Cui Hua mentally calculated how long it would take for the security team to rush over, he greeted in a calm tone. "The two of you are here uninvited. May I ask what guidance you have?" It's no wonder Cui Hua's tone was cautious. This train unloading platform, he would turn around once or twice a day. When has there ever been a parasol and coffee table tea set? If it was a common shifter, who would carry these things around with them just to pretend? Wang Feng took a sip of tea and put down his teacup, not quite caring to say, "I saw the propaganda you left behind in the city, saying that all are welcome to join." "Oh, yeah, is this the reason?" Cui Hua's heart was slightly relieved, and on the surface, he continued to patiently explain. "Of course, if you two want to join, you can come with me now, and I'll give you a detailed introduction of the camp size and current situation, and then arrange suitable errands according to your alien power strengths and types." Wang Feng waved his hand, interrupting Cui Hua's introduction. "You've misunderstood. Hear me out. What I'm going to say is, in the vicinity of your banner, all the suitcases I stored there are missing. Were they taken by you?" Trevor's eyes snapped shut. He remembered that when his second brother, Huang Kuan, found a second identical suitcase, the camp leader Yi Baichuan's expression became grave. When the third and fourth suitcases filled with famous cigarettes, wines, teas and salt and sugar, were found by Huang Kuan from the similar conditions of the Express Hotel, Yi Baichuan considered for a while before ordering similar welcome signs to be sprayed near all the Express hotels where the suitcases were found. In fact, the survivors in this neighborhood had been pretty much collected by them, and the signs had been sprayed up for days, and they hadn't seen any new survivors come over to join them. Cui Hua had almost forgotten about it, but he didn't expect that the rightful owner would actually come to his door today. After all, who but the rightful owner could have known that suitcases had been kept there? Cui Hua immediately said respectfully, "Both of you, our chief has had orders that if it is for those suitcases, he must receive them personally. If you two don't mind, you can move to the camp's parlor first and wait a little while. I'll go and ask the chief to come over." Wang Feng let out a light laugh and said, "That is, I followed the railroad directly in, otherwise according to your bureaucratic style. This moment is not still in the gatekeeper for registration?" Cui Hua couldn't help but smirk at his words. Isn't the actual situation what Wang Feng said? But the rules were all set by the chief, Yi Baichuan, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. Wang Feng got up and winked at Xia Chen. Xia Chen understood, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the parasol, coffee table, and folding stool all immediately disappeared. Cui Hua's eyes narrowed again, and his gaze towards Xia Chen became a bit more cautious. On the way to the parlor, Trevor gave a brief introduction to the camp. According to what Cui Hua had said, this camp was headed by Yi Baichuan, Huang Kuan and him, and in 10 days or so, it had already collected more than 500 of the nearby aberrations, and there were even more than 4,000 ordinary survivors. For more specific information, Trevor left it out. Cui Hua also didn't ask Wang Feng about the alien ability level of the two men. thinking that Cui Hua felt that the number of 500 aliens was already enough of a deterrent. Wang Feng didn't ask about Cui Hua's alien ability level either. In spatial perception, the crystal in Trevor's brain was clear, and the size was at the level of a tertiary. The third leader was only at level 3, so at most the two oldest two were at level 4, and even then, they were only just equal to Wang Feng and Xia Chen in terms of rank. The 500 Xenos in this camp, in Wang Feng's opinion, were just SOSO. There was a slight wait in the parlor. Yi Baichuan hurried over. It was a slightly older middle-aged man, not tall, but stout, with short hair sticking up at the roots, some of the air of an old-time martial artist. Yi Baichuan entered the room and arched his hand in greeting. Wang Feng sensed that the size of this Yi Baichuan's alien energy crystal was a genuine level 4. Chief Yi, Wang Feng spoke up. Since the steward had come, Wang Feng had something to say. I have a couple of suitcases with stuff in them, and it's no surprise that you guys took them, after all. There's still the words you purposely left at the scene. Now that I'm over here, please return the suitcase with its contents, and then this matter will be closed. Yi Baichuan pondered for 2 seconds. Both of you, why don't you listen to me for a few words? Wang Feng smiled and interrupted. Chief Yi, return my things now, and we may not have no chance to make wine. But if you want to use those things as leverage to force me to listen to what you have to say, I'm not going to be able to do it. Yi Baichuan's face was a bit stiff, but he immediately adjusted and forced a smile. What is this brother's name? Wang Feng tapped the desktop with his finger. Last reminder, you bring me my stuff first. Yi Baichuan's face completely blackened. You guys are also too impolite. I'm at least the leader of a camp of several thousand people, politely coming to receive you, and as a result, I'm not even allowed to finish my sentence? When Wang Feng didn't speak, Xia Chen couldn't help but say, we don't know how to be polite? It's obviously you who can't understand human language. We told your men at the beginning that it was for the suitcase, so why didn't you bring it with you when you came over? It's not like we can't hear anything else you want to say if you return our stuff properly. Now you're withholding our stuff and not saying you'll return it, and you've been told 3 times in no uncertain terms to return it first, and you act like you can't hear us, and you're pulling the wool over our eyes and calling us impolite? Finally, Yi Baichuan said in a harsh voice, this logistics park used to have an owner. Is it possible that if someone comes over now and says that the goods in which warehouse are his, I have to return them honestly? Then do I still want to maintain this survivor camp? What are those few broken crates compared to a logistics park as big as mine? Letting people leave messages is nothing more than trying to give you a chance to join the camp. After joining the camp, think about how many supplies you'll get. Just know how to stare at those few broken boxes. It's just like a rat's ass. Wang Feng grinned and stood up. According to you, the owner of this logistics park is not here right now, so do I need to join the camp and wait for you to share a little? Just grab it directly and it will all be mine. Yi Baichuan shouted. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Someone come. As soon as the words fell, Yi Baichuan's feet exerted force and leapt out of the house backwards. Wang Feng was in no hurry to chase after him, and sure walked out. Chapter 51, Striving to be the boss. Outside the door, 40 or 50 people were already guarding it. Standing in several rows about 10 meters from the door of the room. Standing at the front was Yi Baichuan. Wang Feng swept a glance, and spatial perception had silently enveloped most of the people. Behind Yi Baichuan, there were 2 unrecognizable third-rank Xenos, one on the left and one on the right, guarding the sides. The self-proclaimed third leader, Cui Hua, however, inconspicuously stood on the far side of the back row, shielding everyone in front of him. Yi Baichuan shouted, brothers, someone is trying to rob the supplies in our logistics park. Let's go together and him up. Wang Feng immediately put on his voice and responded. Yi Baichuan, don't think that everyone else is a cutie. There are only 2 of us. Can we move and use it up if we rob it? Everyone. Wang Feng turned to the crowd. What I'm going to grab is just Yi Baichuan's position as chief. I'm here to guarantee that no matter how you guys originally distributed the supplies, when I become the chief, they will all be raised by 50%. When this was said, the crowd, which was already somewhat hesitant, stirred, and not a single person rushed upwards. Yi Baichuan was furious. All of you, get on me. Finish him off and I'll double your ration of supplies. The crowd's eyes lit up as they stared at Wang Feng. Sure enough, Wang Feng lived up to his reputation and said lazily, then I'll raise it twice. Yi Baichuan, I'll triple it for you. Wang Feng, 5 times. Yi Baichuan, finish him off and I'll add 10 times more. Wang Feng suddenly said, Yi Baichuan, you're not being honest. Yi Baichuan froze. What do you mean? Wang Feng said, I only said that I want to be the leader. If you can't beat me, it's fine to stay as a junior. It's fine to leave here. We all don't need to do anything. We just need to embrace me as the leader when the time comes. And the premise of your offer is for people to come and take me out. to fight me for your position as boss. So if someone gets killed by me, who do you send his share of supplies to? Yi Baichuan speechless. The crowd exchanged glances with each other, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat subtle. To be clear, people join camps for the benefits, whether it's stable supplies or a relatively safe environment. Who would want to fight for their life if they didn't have to? And what qualifications do you, Yi Baichuan, have to ask everyone to go and be cannon fodder for you? It's your position as boss that this man wants to take. What does it matter to us who's in charge? What's the point of encouraging others to play for their lives when you're not going up yourself? Wang Feng asked. How about it? Do you dare to fight one-on-one? Whoever wins will be the chief. Yi Baichuan clenched his teeth and was about to agree. He had already risen to the 4th level, and his powers were of a very capable type, so he could fight alone. But he was still afraid of this kid who came out of nowhere? One of his inner circle quietly tugged at the corner of his coat from behind. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Yi Baichuan froze, suddenly realizing that he was on top. At that moment, he couldn't help but call out. Asterisk. I'm obviously already the boss here, so why do I somehow have to fight you again for the position? Wang Feng smiled. Because I give more. Of course people support me more. Yi Baichuan said angrily. Because that is not your thing at all. Wang Feng followed up with. That doesn't seem to be your stuff either. You can distribute it to everyone. Of course I can too. In fact, everyone should take it if they want to. Why do you need your consent? Wang Feng stared at Yi Baichuan, the indifferent smile gone from his face. In other words, what gives you the right to treat what belongs to everyone as your private property? By what right did you take my things and refuse to return them? By what right do you want to buy me off with something that doesn't belong to you in the first place? What makes someone like you the chief here? And what makes you a good chief of so many people? The open space of the logistics park was silent. Yi Baichuan clearly felt that the gazes of dozens of people behind him were focused on his back. A drop of sweat rolled out of his hair and ran slowly down his spine all the way. At this moment, Yi Baichuan knew that although he relied on his strength as a level 4 alien and the support of a few of his inner circle to become the leader of this survivor camp, but with the words of the young man in front of him, if he still wanted to be this chief in peace in the future, he would have to always be careful to maintain the minimum fairness and bring enough benefits to the camp. If he dares to get too many privileges based on his position as chief, these people underneath him will dare to revolt against him. Yi Baichuan's heart was filled with regret. If he could have a chance to do it again, he would definitely give his suitcase with both hands at the first time and send Wang Feng out the door. Now Wang Feng didn't even move his hand, he just moved his mouth. But what he might have lost as a result. He might not be able to beat 1,000 or 10,000 suitcases. Poor guy just got his camp set up and hasn't had a chance to make his mark yet. How is it so unlucky to meet such forced prostitutes for good people? Yi Baichuan's heart turned 100 times, but as soon as he came back to his senses, he remembered that Wang Feng was still standing in front of him and hadn't left. He could only ask Wang Feng breathlessly, "You give a quick word. What do you want in the end?" Wang Feng said, "Just give me back my stuff and give a sloppy tenfold compensation." Yi Baichuan was shocked. 10 times? Why don't you go and grab it? Wang Feng agreed. That's right, it's robbing you. If you don't give it, I'll proceed to rob the chief's position. Yi Baichuan stroked his sleeves and clenched his fists. Let me tell you, Lousy is a level 4 alien. If I force this chief to quit, I'll be done with you. Wang Feng pretended to be surprised. Such a coincidence. I'm also at level 4. Do we want to compete and spar? Yi Baichuan's expression twisted a few times, and it was obvious that it was very much about making a move. This young man in front of me. 2 people dare to directly break into the logistics park. Against dozens of people still cannot change their faces. If he said there is not enough cards, Yi Baichuan is not believed. But to make him shell out 10 times the amount of compensation just on the basis of a few words is similar to cutting meat. And without weighing his strength, if he finds out later that he was swindled, he won't be able to hold his head up. For a while, it was actually a bit difficult to ride the tiger. In the end, Yi Baichuan was really unwilling and reached out to point at a nearby storehouse. Let's go there and fight behind closed doors. And win or lose, things will be given as you say. But, Yi Baichuan revealed a hint of a ferocious expression. Think about it, if you let me find out that your strength is too poor to afford what you just said, don't blame me for beating you to death straight away. Wang Feng nodded. Very well, just for the fact that you were able to get that thought out ahead of time. I won't kill you in a while. Soon, the two entered the storehouse one after the other. There was not much cargo in this storehouse, and the interior, which was 7 or 8 meters high, appeared to be empty. Wang Feng stood still, drew his long sword and held it in his hand, his eyes slightly odd as he looked at Yi Baichuan. Yi Baichuan had a calm face and put down the vat of pure water he was carrying in his hand. What? You're allowed to use your weapon but not me? Water, that's my weapon. Drink! As Yi Baichuan bellowed, the bucket directly exploded. Chapter 52, Finger Rattling Disappearing Technique. After the bucket blew up, the water didn't hit the ground. Yi Baichuan clasped his hands in vain, forming a large water ball hanging in the air, then transformed into a water dragon circling around his body, forming a layer of water armor on the surface of his body. 2 clusters of water flow surged to Yi Baichuan's hands. Yi Baichuan pulled and flung with both hands, and a lance made purely of flowing water appeared in his hands. Yi Baichuan held his gun in both hands. His legs were divided, and he assumed a martial arts transmission stance. Soldiers don't have the same power, and water doesn't have the same shape. Please. Yo, practicing son. Wang Feng's eyes brightened slightly. Wang Feng's swordsmanship was all practiced over several years of life and death combat, and he was unfamiliar with traditional martial arts moves. He couldn't help but feel a little happy at the sight of the hunt, so he temporarily put away the thought of using his spatial supernatural ability to second the opposite side. The 2 long swords in his hands vibrated as he met them. The flowing water lance stabbed at his chest. Wang Feng raised his sword and set it up, but the lance's barrel instantly turned into a stream of water, and the long sword passed through the stream of water and set up an empty frame. Yi Baichuan shook his hands, and the stream of water reconnected into a spear, continuing to stab down towards Wang Feng's chest. Wang Feng dodged sideways, and the tip of the gun crossed Wang Feng's body, then suddenly turned back and stabbed Wang Feng's back from the dead center of his vision. This Yi Baichuan's gun technique combined with the water-based supernatural ability had been defensible. Fortunately, Wang Feng possessed spatial perception and would not be so simply caught by a sneak attack. His feet stepped hard and his whole body rushed forward faster than the speed of the lance. Not only did he dodge the long spear that was bent and stabbed from behind, but he also closed the distance and slashed at Yi Baichuan diagonally with great force. Yi Baichuan didn't dare to be careless. While his arm was raised, the water current had formed a shield covering his small arm to receive Wang Feng's knife. Boom! With an explosive sound, the water shield was directly split apart, splashing water in all directions. Yi Baichuan was stomped back a few steps by this slash, and the frame under his feet was split apart. Even if he didn't use his spatial ability, Wang Feng's strength that exceeded that of a flesh-enhanced alien of the same level was not something that Yi Baichuan, an elemental system alien, could take on hard. If Yi Baichuan hadn't decisively exploded the water shield and blocked the long knife with the power of the supernatural energy explosion, his arm would have already been chopped off. Wang Feng was about to take advantage of the situation, but his body suddenly retreated sharply, his long sword waving repeatedly in front of him. It turned out to be just scattered splashes of water, suddenly turned into a small water blade, splitting head and face a mess, which delayed Wang Feng's attack. Again, Wang Feng dispersed the water blades and called out, swinging his sword and charging at Yi Baichuan again. Yi Baichuan put away his lance, and the water current turned into a single blade shield again, circling around with Wang Feng. Unfortunately, after a few rounds, he was suppressed to death by Wang Feng. The water shield was split apart again and again. Every time it split apart, Yi Baichuan's face paled. No matter how unpredictable Yi Baichuan's attacks were, the various weapons formed by the water current didn't touch Wang Feng for a moment, and were all dodged or dispersed by Wang Feng. Even if Yi Baichuan gathered most of the water flow together and turned it into a large hammer to blast against Wang Feng, it was still hard to blast. The more Yi Baichuan fought, the more alarmed he became. In his opinion, Wang Feng's combat intuition was simply so strong that it was terrifying. Any of his own attack intentions would be instantly recognized, and the strength and speed were even more amazing. Although his body was not giganticized, this strange strength was even harder to top than the 4 or 5 meter tall giant zombies he had dealt with. Even if it was a giant zombie, it couldn't do anything to break his water shield with a single blow. No more fighting. Surrender. After another water shield was split apart, Yi Baichuan cast decisively. The long knife stopped a few centimeters from Yi Baichuan's chest for 2 or 3 seconds before it was withdrawn with slight regret. Served? Wang Feng asked. Convinced? I was overly offended by my eyes. Yi Baichuan thought back. If he were to have the strength of Wang Feng, and took advantage of the situation, his attitude would be 10 times more arrogant. In contrast, Wang Feng had really been very polite. Wang Feng sighed. Ugh, it's not even a fight yet. Yi Baichuan suddenly said, why don't you stay? I'm willing to support you as the chief. Oh, why did you transform so quickly? Wang Feng asked. Yi Baichuan's tone was sincere. It's normal for the strong to be honored. Previously, I was unaware of your strength and thought that I was already the strongest layer amongst the exalted. It really didn't occur to me that there are people beyond the sky. Wang Feng suddenly asked. Those suitcases of mine were hidden. How did you find them? Yi Baichuan explained. The second leader of the camp is called Huang Koan. He went out to search for supplies today, so he wasn't at the camp. His awakened psychic ability is to transform into a werewolf. Even if he doesn't transform, His nose is sharper than a dog's, and those suitcases were sniffed out by him. Yi Baichuan continued. Not only this, the camp's ability to have its current size is also mainly due to him. Otherwise, for those alien and ordinary survivors who are scattered and hiding, who else would be able to search from neighborhood to neighborhood or even every building? Now all it takes is one sniff of his nose to know where the survivors are hiding, and it's much easier for us to collect them. Wang Feng asked. Then what level is this Huang Kuan? Yi Baichuan returned. It's still level 3. Wang Feng faintly Yellow dog Huang Kuan. In his previous life, when Wang Feng heard about this person, he was already one of the generals under Thunder Emperor Lei Dongtian. As for Shanglong Logistics Park, Yi Baichuan, Chui Hua, and so on, these people and things, Wang Feng had never heard of them. Perhaps in a previous life, the survivor camp at Shanglong Logistics Park had been overthrown long ago. Only the second in command, Yellow Dog Huang Kuan, is alive and well. This has some interesting implications. Wang Feng said to Yi Baichuan, the leader of the survivor camp. I am not interested in being it. Taking care of the food and drink of a few thousand people. I'm too lazy to do this kind of thing. Since you're enjoying yourself, do this well. After a pause, Wang Feng continued. At the very least, they won't be planning to overthrow you just because someone else casually encourages 2 sentences, right? Yi Baichuan answered in a cold sweat. Wang Feng added. The deer resort at the northern foothills of the Dragon Ridge. If you encounter anything life and death or critical, you can go there to look for me. Oh yeah, there's one last thing. Since my things were taken back by this Huang Kuan, you should wait for him to come back and send him, along with the compensation given to me, to Deering Villa in one piece. Yi Baichuan was a bit hesitant. Searching for supplies, after all, is also his duty. Wang Feng gave Yi Baichuan a displeased look. Just asking you to deliver him. I didn't even kill you, let alone a minion working for him? Yi Baichuan instantly stopped talking. Having someone at the top has its advantages and disadvantages. The good thing is that you have a big leg to hold on to, and someone to hold on to when the sky is falling. The downside is that it's hard to figure out what the higher-ups want, and you don't know when you're going to get criticized. The two of them went out of the storehouse. Yi Baichuan hurriedly gave an order to have a few of Wang Feng's suitcases brought in. On the summer morning, again in full view of the public, performed a ringing finger disappearing magic. Xiachen was also speechless. In her opinion, this was clearly Wang Feng being bored and deliberately adding drama to her. Wang Feng didn't explain anything more. The era of supernatural powers had just begun, and Xiachen couldn't understand it yet. There were times when all it took was a miscalculation, and it could be the distance between life and death. Chapter 53 Invitations to Rallies. The next day, a truck from Shanglong Logistics Park drove to the looming Villa area. The big truck had been retrofitted with large bumpers and ram corners, and had been pushed flat out all the way from the Beltline Highway. Yi Baichuan sent over 2 of his subordinates who were 3rd-level adepts, accompanied by the 2 of them, Lao Zhang and Yuan Kuei, to the villa where Wang Feng was staying. Wang Feng was not at home at this moment, but had gone to the mountains with Xiachen early in the morning to continue exercising his supernatural abilities. The 2 3rd-level shifters just honestly waited outside, because Yi Baichuan had instructions. He had to hand over the stuff to Wang Feng. These 2 3-levels began to be a little puzzled. Yi Baichuan mouth can fight with him to the fierce man. How to collect the level of the little brother is a little low. Don't look at the old Zhang and Yuan Kuei too, are also 3 levels, but both have not killed many zombies. Is relying on other methods to put together a sufficient number of alien crystals. Look at the aura to know that not too able to fight. Although there were more than 100 Xenos under the 2 men combined, it was also a majority of level 1s, with less than 30 level 2s. Where was it comparable to the survivor camp in Shanglong Logistics Park, where there were over 500 Xenos? The leader was a level 4 Xeno. There were over 10 level 3 Xenos, and a large portion of the rest were level 2. Only after a few words did they understand the situation, and it turned out that Wang Feng didn't even bring them to play. A sense of superiority came over them, and they rejected even more old Zhang's suggestion that they leave their things behind and return first. The main reason is that I'm worried that Lao Zhang and Yuan Kuei will be greedy for money and swallow something, and they'll be in trouble. If these 2 level 3 exotics knew how much water was in Yi Baichuan's claim of a no contest, and that Wang Feng also didn't look at their survivor camp of a few thousand people, I don't know how they would feel. It was only late at night that Wang Feng returned from the mountains to receive the load of supplies. Yi Baichuan's compensation gave enough, not only according to Wang Feng luggage in the original preparation of more than 10 times, but also sent over a large pile of expensive dry goods. Sea cucumbers, dried scallops, abalone, scallop pillars, flower gums, birds' nests, ginseng, deer antlers, are all carried down from the car in boxes. After the revival of the aura, all regions of the country were separated and cut off from each other. These specialties from other regions are eaten a little less and are considered quite precious. At the end of the day, another big piece that Wang Feng didn't even expect was pushed down from the car. Surprisingly, it's a newest Ducati Big Devil V4 motorcycle. The understated, dominant obsidian black exterior features exaggerated air intakes on either side of the gas tank, 4 thick exhaust pipes, and extra eye-catching 5-spoke alloy wheels, parked there like an alloy monster. It's full of the unique aesthetics of the technological age. This made Wang Feng look happy. Yi Baichuan, this old boy is really attentive. This motorcycle accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. The top speed can soar to 300 kilometers per hour, and run to 278. That is casual. Now it was impossible for this car to drive into the city, not to mention the fact that the roads in the city were clogged with cars. As long as this gas pedal was blown, it could draw all the zombies in the vicinity of 2 kilometers. But on the elevated roads around the city, that's not a problem. There hadn't been many cars on the road, even fewer walkers, and today this big truck had even opened up the road. On this motorcycle, it only takes 10 minutes to race from Luming Villa to Shanglong Logistics Park. Yi Baichuan was afraid that in case of any emergency, even if Wang Feng was willing to help but couldn't make it there in time, the few minions brought by the third-level alien did the work, and soon the contents of the van were unloaded and moved to the villa. Wang Feng asked, "You too, who is Huang Kuan?" The 2 level 3 exalts glanced at each other, and one of the slightly older ones bent down slightly and said to Wang Feng, "I was just about to report to you that Huang Kuan has escaped." "Escaped?" Wang Feng asked. The third-level alien returned. "Chiefy asked Huang Kuan to come over to see you, saying that nothing would happen. Huang Kuan then said to go back and give instructions before coming back. As a result, when he went back, he escaped from the logistics park camp with 2 level 3 exalts from his inner circle. It was only when Chief Yi led the block that he realized that Huang Kuan had actually hidden his strength. In fact, he was also a level 4 alien. His strength was on par with Chief Yi, and as a result, he let him escape." Wang Feng frowned. It was reasonable to say that Huang Kuan did not need to escape at all. He did not even make a killing in the logistics park camp yesterday, and he had not thought of doing anything to Huang Kuan. A past life is only a past life after all, and in this life the trajectory of many people's destinies have changed under their own influence. Su Xiaoxiao failed to absorb the fit alien energy stone. Now it is not certain whether she is dead or alive. Together with Zhong Yenyue also being sent away by Xia Chen, the consort group of Lei Dongtian in his previous life was already missing 2 people. Just because Huang Kuan was a dryad of Thunder Emperor City in his previous life didn't mean that he must still be in this life. So, what is this Huang Kuan running for? Could it have something to do with him hiding his own strength? Wang Feng shook his head and simply stopped thinking about what he couldn't understand for a while. So much for running away. Anyway, a melee ability like transforming a werewolf, no matter if it was level 3 or 4, it was a matter of a knife in Wang Feng's case and would not pose any threat. Waving his hand to indicate that he would no longer pursue this matter, Wang Feng went back to the villa to rest. It was already too late, and fearing that the headlights at night would lead to unnecessary trouble, the trucks from the logistics park did not return. The 2 third order and a few juniors who came over from the logistics park camp were left to old Zhang and Zhong Kuei to open up and find a place to rest for the night. When the truck left the next day, it was also fully loaded with a whole load of vegetables. Lao Zhang is happy. Shanglong Logistics Park Camp has 4 or 5,000 people. The vegetables he grew now have a long-term sales outlet. The point was that the logistics park camp wasn't like those small groups of survivors that Zhang Yu had run out and found in the suburbs the other day. Those people wanted vegetables too, and neither had anything to offer in exchange. In contrast, the logistics park is simply wealthy. Old Zhang made a list of much-needed necessities, as well as production materials such as fertilizers and farming tools. The 2 tertiary levels of the logistics park camp looked at the list. Neither of them haggled, and they just patted themselves on the back. Old Zhang knew in his heart that a big part of the reason why the other party agreed so painfully was still on Wang Feng. If it is not the face of Wang Feng, even if the logistics park pulls 2 cars of people directly to the vegetable robbery, is old Zhang and where to reason to go? The next few days were quiet again. As usual, Wang Feng took Xia Chen to the mountains every day, leaving early and returning late. Occasionally, he pulls the Ducati out of the pendant space and takes Summer Chen for a windy ride on the elevated road. The car carrying vegetables in the logistics park camp was almost robbed halfway one day, and the next day Yi Baichuan personally escorted the car on a trip, and came over to pay a special visit to Wang Feng. After having a tiger meat feast, Yi Baichuan excitedly said that he would organize manpower to go into the mountains to hunt the foreign beasts when he went back. As for whether or not he hunted later, Wang Feng didn't know. Time passed day by day. Wang Feng's upgrade progress was gradually approaching 50%, and the range of spatial perception had expanded to 15 meters. On this day, a small group of strange aliens came to old Zhang's village. They had come to deliver an invitation to the leader of the shifters here, to come forward to a rally. Chapter 54, Xia Chen, you go to the conference. Old Zhang's heart was a bit weak when he took on this team of psychics. When the leader of the alien was making his introduction, he seemed to have mentioned inadvertently that the 7 people in their team were all 3rd-level aliens. However, old Zhang wasn't particularly vain. After all, there was still Wang Feng, an expert, sitting in Dear Moore Villa. The visitors politely stated their intentions, and behind them were several survivor forces operating in the southern suburb area of the city. Based on the current situation, want to unite more survivors and re-establish a new order for the betterment of all. Survivor groups of all sizes in the southern suburb area of the city, including villages in the various valleys leading to the mountain range, would try to contact as many as they could to try to get as many people as possible to be able to attend the rally. Is it mandatory to go to the conference? What happens if I don't attend? Old Zhang pinched the 2 invitations handed across the table and asked with some hesitation. The aliens at the head of the group replied still politely, of course it's not mandatory to attend. It's all up to everyone to volunteer. Then the words changed. However, after this rally, to what extent we can unite, and how we are going to survive and develop in the future, including the next time we come back here, whether we still have the same attitude as we do now or not, there is no way for me to give you a guarantee. The team of level 3 exalts didn't linger long, and left in a hurry after exchanging some more words to clear things up. Old Zhang secretly said, what a cow. Then early the next morning he ran to ask for Wang Feng's advice. There is no way. Wang Feng is still going out early and coming back late every day, and Lao Zhang is too embarrassed to disturb Wang Feng's rest when it's too late. Rally? Wang Feng looked at the invitation in old Zhang's hand and did not pick it up. Old Zhang hurriedly reported back to Wang Feng about what that team of aberrants said yesterday. Old Zhang said, as they said, a preparatory meeting will be held 3 days later to listen to everyone's ideas and see if a consensus can be reached ahead of time, so as to avoid any quarrels at the big rally. However, the preparatory meeting is relatively small in scale and requires team leaders with an alien ability level of 3 or more to attend. Wang Feng asked, did it say which forces are pulling the strings of the organization? Old Zhang returned, it didn't say. Anyway, from the tone of that person's voice, there must be a level 4 alien. Wang Feng pondered for a while. Looks like these guys are in a hurry. The good old days of being able to harvest zombies for quick upgrades to the alien crystals were the week or so at the very beginning. Don't look at the fact that another month or so has passed now, but basically everyone's alien ability level was still flushed up during that time. In this latter month or so, even his own level had barely risen by half, not to mention the others who didn't have spirit points nor pendants. According to the normal speed in his previous life, without absorbing the alien energy crystals, a level 4 alien who took a year to rise to level 5 was considered to be well talented. Obviously the zombie horde is right there. Just fight it off and you'll level up fast. But who can chew through a zombie horde that doesn't move on the scale of tens of thousands? Then we'll have to find a way to unite. Now that Wang Feng remembered, it seemed like there had been such a rally during this time in his previous life. Except that at that point, I was just at level 2 myself, hanging out in a small group, and I didn't even get invited to the rally. And the rally should have been unsuccessful. In Wang Feng's memory, a fully integrated large-scale power had not appeared at all later on. It was only slowly developing to form a few relatively large groups of exalted, similar to the likes of Yi Baichuan Shanglong Logistics Park Camp. In this life, one's current strength is already in the most vocal tier. Should one put forth some effort to set things up? Wang Feng's eyes turned and his fingers lightly tapped on the table. Suddenly, Wang Feng said, Chen that preparatory meeting, go attend it. Ha? Me? Xia Chen was surprised. She was used to listening to Wang Feng's command. Let what do? Let who to beat who. They are lazy to use their brains. Did not expect to be named this time. Wang Feng said, it's good to go and listen. No need to talk too much. The main thing to look at is the attitude of the other 4 levels towards the union. Brother, I'm a little nervous, Xia Chen said shyly. Wang Feng laughed. What's the point of being nervous? Just pay attention to keeping a low profile. After thinking about it, Wang Feng added, and maybe this time, we can even meet acquaintances. So don't worry about going. Besides, no matter what happens, there's me to cover it. 3 days later, Xia Chen and old Zhang arrived at the location of the gathering on the invitation. It was a convention center near the outskirts of town and you could tell it had just been cleaned up. Everywhere was clean. Not a single corpse or bone. Xia Chen kept cheering himself up in his heart and headed inside along the temporarily posted signage. When he reached the hall where the meeting was held, Xia Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. It's really like what Wang Feng said. This is not even entering the venue yet and I saw a familiar face. Sister Chen. A small fat man with a flexible figure was checking the invitations at the entrance of the venue. and when he looked up and saw Xia Chen, he immediately ran over in surprise. I can't believe it's the Afterburners who killed zombies together on the division campus. Zhang Feng's follower little brother. Spongy giant transformation ability possessor. Looking behind him at old Zhang, who had clearly placed himself in the position of an attendant. Yu Hua queried, "Where's big brother Wang Feng? Why hasn't he come over? I was telling brother Feng earlier that there's no chance I can invite all of you here this time as well." Xia Chen smiled faintly. "He was busy and asked me to come over to take a look." Suddenly ferocious. "Fatty, you even took one of my knives. I said I'd return it when I gave it to you." Yu Hua shivered and hurriedly said, "The knife is here. It's here. I'll bring it over to you after the meeting." Yu Hua guided Xia Chen into the venue. The venue was laid out in a circular layout with a circle. Xia Chen swept a glance. The several circles on the periphery added up to almost 200 seats as well. A number of people were already sparsely seated, whispering and mingling there. Located in the innermost circle, there are about 7 or 8 locations. Yu Hua guided Xia Chen all the way to the innermost, pointing to one of the seats and said, "Sister Chen, you sit here." Xia Chen didn't make any pretense, and while sitting down, he asked, "This rally, is it organized by you guys?" Yu Hua hemmed and hawed. "We are considered one of them, and there are 2 other forces." Originally, Brother Feng was worried. "Well, I'm talking about Brother Zhang Feng, about losing out when he competed with the other 2 families for favors. It's much better now that you're here, Sister Chen." Xia Chen laughed. "I just came over to listen." Yu Hua didn't care and said, "Sit down first, Sister Chen, and I'll go greet the others." Old Zhang has been a bit dumbfounded. He listened to Wang Feng's previous words, thought that he accompanied Xia Chen over this time, just to observe how directly to sit in the center of the venue. And Xia Chen didn't excuse himself and just sat down. Is this considered paying attention to low profile? After another while, some more people came in one after another in the venue, all picking up a seat on the periphery. Everyone saw a pretty little girl sitting alone in the very center of the circle. For a while, Xia Chen unexpectedly became the center of attention in the room. At this time, a man with a bald head and large fancy tattoos on his exposed arms entered the venue, looked around, then also went straight to the center and sat down not far from Xia Chen. Chapter 55, Speak less and keep a low profile. After the tattooed man sat down, he pretended to look left and right for a few moments, clearing his throat and blowing his nose, and after making enough gestures, he snapped at Xia Chen. "What's the name, sister?" Xia Chen glanced at it and ignored it. The tattooed bald man added, "Sister. Brother talking to you. Can't hear what?" See Xia Chen still ignore. Bald man body slant over. "To this side to get together. Introduce yourself." Brother called Black Skin. In the south of the city this piece is also a little famous. Under the more than 100 number of brothers. Xia Chen turned his head to look at the bald tattooed man with eyes like he was looking at an alien crystal. While this was going on, Yu Hua introduced the others into the venue again, and when he lifted his eyes and saw the bald tattooed man in the center, he immediately rushed over. He kicked at the bald man, cursing as he kicked. "You stupid X! Who told you to sit in the center? Who told you to sit in the center?" The bald man was kicked blind, stood up, while dodging, while defiantly said, "Lousy as you invited to participate in the meeting, you let just find a seat. A little girl can sit in the middle. I also sit here, what's wrong?" Yu Hua scolded. "Then why don't you see others sitting in the center? How big is that thing in your head? Don't you have any idea?" Turning her head, she hurriedly asked Xia Chen again. "Sister Chen, he didn't say anything offensive, did he? If he offended you, I'll throw him out right here." Xia Chen shook his head. "Before I came, my brother said to keep a low profile, and I forgot to ask you, do you let killings inside this venue?" Yu Hua shivered again. "Don't, Sister Chen. It's not worth it for this kind of bastard. It's all my fault for being ill-considered. You give my little brother face. Go to the parlor next to you to rest first. When the people are almost all here, I'll invite you over again." Xia Chen said with slight regret. "All right then." After sitting on the sofa in the parlor and resting for a while, Zhang Feng walked in. "Senior Sister Xia," Zhang Feng greeted politely. His face had some gravity to it. Xia Chen stayed polite and nodded. Zhang Feng said, "I didn't expect to see Senior Sister Xia again this time. Just how come Big Brother Wang Feng didn't come?" Xia Chen replied, "He's still busy with something else, and asked me to come over just to listen, talk less, and keep a low profile." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "I understand what Big Brother Wang Feng means." Natsu Chen winked. "It's good that you understand." The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before someone came in and lowered his head to whisper a few words in Zhang Feng's ear. Zhang Feng's face changed slightly as he explained to Xia Chen, "For this rally, the Collegiate Alliance on my side is just one of the organizers. The other two, One is the Chao Lu group and the other is the Wire Gang. Xia Chen nodded his head. In his heart, he thought, what kind of messed up names are these? Wang Feng continued. Our three families don't have the same ideas about joining forces, but since we all have level 4 psychics, we can only try to talk about cooperation. There's no point in joining forces if the level 4 exalts end up fighting on their own. I think Brother Wang must have thought of this as well, and that's why he doesn't think highly of this rally, and that's why he refused to come over personally. Xia Chen contained a smile. Wang Feng added, I just got word that the Chaolu group has privately invited another force of level 4 Xenos, saying that they are also interested in joining and would like to talk about it together. If they've already decided privately to go in together, we may have to give in on a lot of things. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he looked at Xia Chen expectantly, seemingly hoping very much that Xia Chen would take a stand in his favor on behalf of Wang Feng. Keeping Wang Feng's words in mind, Xia Chen didn't take a stance, but only asked, then don't you try contacting that Iron Thread gang? Wang Feng said, the leader of the Iron Thread gang is a woman called Chunyi Yang, and there have been rumors going around that she rose to the 4th level by killing the alien. And just by hearing this kind of gang name, I know it's hard for us to go all the way. Xia Chen laughed out loud. We're also called Deer Villa. Isn't it also very Jianghu-like? Wang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he and Wang Feng and Xia Chen knew each other before and were relatively familiar with each other, it seems that bit of friendship won't help much in this kind of matter. This Xia senior sister looked a bit nerdy, but she just didn't pick up on her own words, so who knew if she was faking it or not? Yu Huo walked in. Brother Feng, several families have arrived and it's about time to enter the venue. Wang Feng asked. On Lu Chaoxi's side, have you brought the other forces over? Yu Huo replied. It's really coming. I heard that the scope of activities of that family's power is over in the eastern suburb, and the leader who's coming is called Yi Baichuan. Anyway, I looked at it from afar, and I felt that it's quite an expert. Xia Chen let out an eep. Wang Feng couldn't help but turn his head and ask, Senior Sister Xia, you know about this power? Xia Chen said, had dealings. Now they buy their daily groceries from old Jiang. Wang Feng was a bit surprised to hear this, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether this news was good or bad. The time set for the meeting was coming up, and without further ado, several people got up and entered the meeting place one after another. When Yi Baichuan saw Xia Chen, he also clasped his fists and exchanged pleasantries. The people were seated in a circle in turn, namely Xia Chen, Wang Feng, Lu Chaoxi, Yang Chunyi and Yi Baichuan. Lu Chaoxi is the leader of the Chaolu group and Chunyi Yang is the leader of the Iron Thread gang. It's amazing that these two are both female. Lu Chaoxi's expression was serene, but she had an imperious and heroic aura. Yang Chunyi's face was just a bit grim. Her makeup was not thick. Only her lips were painted as red as a snake's letter. As soon as the five were seated, there was another murmur from the outer circle of shifters. Am I right? The 5 people in the center. There are 3 big beauties. Misty Grass. Really each has their own temperament. They are all superb. I can see I want to join their forces. Do any of you have a door? Screw you. If I had a doorway, I would have gone there myself a long time ago. A man around 35 years of age, wearing a dark jacket coat, stepped out from the seat behind Lu Chaoxie and took the host's seat. I'll be hosting this rally. I'm Lu Chaoyuan from the Chaolu group. Please pay attention to the order of the meeting and try not to mingle. There will be a speaking session scheduled for you later. Lu Chaoyuan briefly said a few words. His talk and temperament were very capable of suppressing the scene. It seems that he was very used to this kind of occasion before the aura revival. Only when the buzz in the venue gradually became quiet did Lu Chaoyuan then proceed to speak. I've called everyone here this time because a critical point has been reached that will determine the fate of the future, and I'm sure you all feel it. Whether your group is large or small, many or few, I believe you are all facing an identical dilemma. Surviving doesn't seem too hard. There are still enough supplies of all types left from before the disaster to feed us survivors for a long time. But the zombie threat has always been there and it's getting bigger. Whoever it is now is powerless to fight those massive zombie hordes. And every day they have to pray that they don't pass through our territory. Once they're here, everything that was run before will have to be abandoned and come back when they leave. But at that point, whether or not our previously stored supplies and restored shelter will still be there can be based solely on luck, depending on whether or not they've been casually destroyed by those alien zombies. Chapter 56, Slow Down. Speaking here, Lu Chaoyuan looked around the venue. Guys, am I right? The teams with fewer people are fine. Nothing more than backpacks and running. A crowded camp, especially one that houses regular survivors, is almost the equivalent of starting from scratch in a different place every time they encounter the threat of a zombie horde. And these days, just from what we know, every day there are teams and camps that have been slaughtered clean by the zombie hordes after they found them. So, Lu Chaoyuan slightly aggravated his tone. As long as those zombies are still around, we can't have a stable life. There's no way to resume production. We can only languish and live like rats in the cracks. For our long-term survival, the zombie horde must be contained and eliminated. And that is the single most basic premise and consensus on which we have convened the rally. On this point, are there any objections? It may now be raised. Lu Chaoyuan stopped talking and waited for a moment. Someone sitting in the outer circle spoke up. You've said so much, but you're actually trying to get everyone to join forces to kill the zombies. But there are quite a few people here who have been living quite well in the mountains, and you've never even seen a zombie horde of the size you're talking about. Someone took the lead in speaking, and immediately someone else chimed in. Yeah, seal off the road to the valley. The walkers won't even know they can get into the mountains from there, even if it's not closed. What kind of walker is going to keep going in the several kilometers of loop road behind it? We just need to hide deeper so we can't be detected by the zombie hordes. That's just it. I don't see the need to go actively fighting walkers. Lu Chaoyuan was not in a hurry and waited for the crowd to talk for a while before he pressed his hands together and patiently waited for the crowd to quiet down. Fellow hillbillies, you all have a point, but there is just one issue that I would remind you to think about again. How many people can live inside these 10 or so valleys leading south of Pingan City to Longling? And how many people can be fed by the land that can be cultivated in the valleys? I've got a figure here. All the vegetables produced by one yucca would barely cover the consumption of a large camp of 4,000 or 5,000 people, or a limited supply kind of thing. While we invited everyone this time, we did a preliminary mapping of the number of survivors in this part of the southern suburbs. Do you know how many are still alive? Over 100,000. If we really force all these 100,000 people to go only into the mountains, will you still be able to live as well as you do now? With so many people, if you want food, you'll have to go outside the mountains and grow it on flat land. Even if you harvest a season in a few months, all it takes is a bunch of zombies wandering over and strolling around during those months, and the land is ruined. And with all the other living supplies gone, are the mountains in a position to produce that? You end up having to go to the cities to collect them. At that point there would be people constantly traveling back and forth between the city and the mountains. And do you guys think that the zombie hordes would be slowly drawn in? By the time everyone is hiding in the valley entrance sandwiched by a mountain, and the plain outside is blocked by the zombie hordes, and they can only live by eating some leaves and roots. Isn't that what I just said? Rats in the cracks? Lu Chaoyuan paused for a moment, giving everyone some time to consider. For the past month, we, the larger groups, have been trying to monitor and direct the movements of the zombie hordes as much as possible, trying to do everything we can to avoid the hordes from cannibalizing each other after they meet. The results aren't that ideal. Right now, it's almost impossible to find a herd of zombies in the city that numbers less than 10,000, and a random large group of zombies is 30,000 to 50,000. Just early this morning, our flying aliens were there at the south gate and saw a vast sea of zombies. There's no way to estimate how many there are, but it's definitely not less than 100,000. There were some low breaths of cold air in the meeting room. According to what Lu Chaoyuan said, all the survivors in the southern suburb area were just over 100,000 people, and now there were so many in just a group of zombies. The disparity in numbers is too desperate. Lu Chaoyuan's tone was heavy. I know that these numbers laid out will make many people lose their courage even more, but this could be our last chance. Now that we're focusing all our efforts, there's still hope of fighting off those slightly smaller hordes of zombies. The 50,000-100,000 kind is no longer something to think about. Maybe one level 5 zombie in there can exterminate everyone present. If we delay any longer, the zombie horde will continue to annex, and we won't even be able to fight back. Lu Chaoyuan brooded for a while, and when he opened his mouth again, his voice was no longer as plain as before, gradually revealing some emotions. Fellow townspeople, fellow citizens, our country has a history of thousands of years, and our city is the ancient capital of the last 1,000 years. It's not as if history hasn't had its share of perilous moments where countries have fallen. Only this time we're facing a situation we've never seen before, and the hope of being able to win is much slimmer. Without the ZF's managerial command and without armed forces to protect us, everything is up to us. But I don't think that's a reason for us to just give up, concede, hide in the ravines and live on, surrendering the land we've lived on for generations and the 1,000-year-old capital to those zombies. The venue was quiet, but there was a vague surge of emotion, and many people's demeanor quietly changed. Some people's eyes reddened a little, while others quietly clenched their fists. These people suddenly felt as if there was something else, besides keeping themselves alive, that was also worth fighting for. Seeing that the crowd's emotions had achieved the desired effect, Lu Chaoyuan's expression remained unchanged and his heart was secretly relieved, so he hastened to continue speaking while the iron was hot. Of course, we're just hoping to reach a consensus at this gathering that the zombie horde has to be wiped out. But that doesn't mean that everyone needs to go out and fight walkers, and that's something I hope you don't ever misunderstand. Whether it's growing food and vegetables, going to gather supplies, or participating in what you can contribute to the eradication of zombies. We've brought together so many exalts this time, so I'm sure we'll be able to churn out enough courageous people with combat-type exalts who also dare to take part in battles. What's more, we have strong men to lead us into battle. There's no need for me to describe too much how strong a level 4 alien is. All the chiefs will be able to imagine it by comparing the gap between themselves and a level 2 alien. And for this gathering, we have contacted a total of 5 forces that have level 4 psychics. Below, I will introduce them one by one. The leader of the Chaolu group I'm a member of, the 4th level shifter Lu Chaolu. Sitting in the innermost circle, Lu Chauncey looked around and nodded her head in greeting. The backbone member is the ally of the Collegiate Alliance of students from several colleges in the southern suburbs, the 4th level alien Wang Feng. Wang Feng stood up and bowed slightly, his young face full of vigor. The leader of the Iron Thread Gang, level 4 alien Yang Chunny. Chunny Yang slouched in her chair and waved her hand lazily. Shanglong Logistics Park Camp Leader, level 4 alien, Yi Baichuan. Yi Baichuan got up and clasped his fists, making a 4-way bow, in the style of a patriarch. Dragon Ridge Luminous Villa's Grand Villa Master, level 4 alien Wang Feng was not present for some reason, and second Villa Master Xia Chen was present on his behalf. Xia Chen stood up and was about to say hello like the others. Suddenly, a female voice said, "Slow down." Chapter 57. Slow down. A female voice that was grim in its lethargy echoed through the venue. Xia Chen's movements froze, and the crowd also froze, turning their heads to look at the source of the sound. In the innermost circle of the meeting hall, Lu Chaoshi frowned slightly. Together with everyone else, they looked at Chunny Yang beside her, the fiery red-lipped leader of the Iron Thread Gang. Xia Chen smiled. "This aunt, is there anything, auntie?" Yang Chunny's pair of willow leaf eyebrows fell back, but after thinking about it, she still held back and didn't get entangled in the name-calling. Under his breath, he said, "The rule is that the chiefs of the families come over to the meeting in person, and if you're not the chief, you're not qualified to sit here." Xia Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Who made this rule?" Chunny Yang said, "I, Chaolu, and the school league set it up. Don't you agree?" Xia Chen said, "Let me ask one more question. On what basis do you make the rules again?" Chunny Yang's eyes rolled as she said, "That's of course for the assembly to be more efficient. The chief coming in person and being able to make a direct decision on whatever is being discussed. It makes perfect sense." Xia Chen laughed. "You misunderstood me. Let me rephrase it. By what basis do you guarantee that the rules you set are followed by everyone?" Chunny Yang said, "Because our rules are reasonable. Everyone will naturally follow them." Xia Chen asked, "Those second-level alien leaders may not necessarily find the rule that only third level and above can participate reasonable. Can't they also come to listen and express their opinions?" Chunny Yang sneered. "As long as these people here have discussed it, does it matter what those remaining secondary groups think?" Xia Chen smiled and sat down. "Then in my opinion, what you think doesn't matter. If you say you're not qualified, you're not qualified. So what are you?" Young Chunny's face was gloomy. Ping slammed the table, looked at the other people in the inner circle. "Being flouted like this, do we still want to have our rally?" Lu Chaoshi did not look askance and said indifferently, "The person presiding over the meeting up there is my brother. He is introducing the attendees. And you are the one who randomly interfered with the meeting process, and flouted the rules in the first place." It was not easy for Lu Chaoyuan to raise everyone's spirits a bit, and he could have struck the iron while it was hot to talk about the things behind. But young Chunny jumped out to interrupt. "Let these third-level forces take a look at the fact that there is still infighting among the fourth level. How can this rally go on?" Yang Chunny was furious, but she had nothing to say, so she looked at Wang Feng again. Wang Feng touched his nose and shrugged sagely. "If it's the Grand Master of the Deer-Ringing Villa who's here, I might have to consciously sit one row back." When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. What kind of occasion was this? The outer circle was seated with more than 100 level 3 psychics, and the inner circle was just such a pitifully small number of level 4 forces, regardless of which fourth level power. In the eyes of these third level alien leaders, they were all towering existences that needed to be looked up to. As a result, in public, Wang Feng actually frankly admitted that he wasn't worthy of being equal to the leader of another family. How can he still convince people within his own power when he says this? And what does it make the other few fourth grades sitting here think? "Oh, you don't deserve to sit with him, Wang Feng, but you're content to sit with us. Isn't that saying we're all inferior to him?" As a result, Wang Feng added another sentence, causing the atmosphere to explode even more. "After all, I've been able to come this far thanks to big brother Wang Feng's help. I watched him rise to level 4 with my own eyes, and I was only level 2 at that time. Lu Chaoxi couldn't even help but raise her eyes, looking at Wang Feng and then at Xia Chen. Wang Feng slanted a glance at Chunny Yang. I don't know what you're smoking, but have you asked me, Wang Feng, about your trouble with senior sister Xia here? What a joke. If Xia Chen was so targeted, but he did not say anything. Xia Chen went back to Wang Feng said, this risk is a little big, really cannot afford to risk all. At that moment, Lu Chaoxi spoke. Mr. Yi, what's your opinion? It was only before the meeting that Lu Chaoxi realized that Yu Baichuan, whom she had talked about several times before agreeing to join forces, actually had a connection with this somewhat mysterious deer villa as well. Before this, they didn't even know that there were still 4th level aberrations in the Dragon Ridge Ravine. Yi Baichuan snorted. I don't quite understand what the rules were like before, but I'm completely fine with Miss Xia Chun sitting here. Finding that not a single person actually supported her, Chunny Yang was also greatly surprised. Then he sneered hatefully. Very well, now that you've each found helpers, you don't care about the agreement reached by the 3 families before, do you? What? Think I'm insignificant? Don't forget that I'm also a 4th level. I'd like to see what you guys can negotiate without counting a share for me. The Iron Thread Gang. Lu Chaoxi's face chilled and she said sternly, Yang Chunny, don't talk nonsense here. We're talking about concentrating our forces against the zombie hordes. What's counting a share for you? Dividing a group of zombies to be fought by you? Yang Chunny said disdainfully. Forget it. You guys would do something without benefits? Even dogs don't believe in it. There's no benefit. How is it that just as soon as the meeting was held, 2 more level 4 forces popped up? Aren't they all just sniffing around? Yang Chunny pointed at Yi Baichuan. This one in the eastern suburbs is just fine. I've heard about it. At least it's a real level 4 alien. But that little girl, and what's more, the deer rustling villa, I've never heard of it anyway. And Wang Feng blew that chief off to the sky, but he's as wimpy as a dog. He doesn't even dare to show his face. I think it's probably just your school alliance putting on a show, fabricating a 4th level power out of thin air to grab the benefits. A few people in the inner circle bickered. The outer circle's discussion could no longer be suppressed, and the venue of more than 100 people became like a food market, all whispering about what the motivation for this rally really is. What can these 4th-tier powers gain from this? The power of the Deer Mansion. Did it really exist or was it blown out of proportion? The little bit of collegiality that had just been inspired was gone. Lu Chaoxi and Lu Chaoyuan and Wang Feng glanced at each other, all seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Those who could survive after the aura revival to rise to the 3rd level and still become the team leader, regardless of the size of the team, could not be well-behaved sheep. Starting to be intimidated by the name of the united 4th level alien abilities, these people were afraid of being made the head of the group, and were still able to sit honestly and listen to the meeting. Who cares about anyone now that the 4th grade is bickering amongst themselves? There are 2 tertiary chiefs who may have been at odds before and are now at each other's throats. Lu Chaoxi sighed softly. These people could be said to have come from all walks of life and all 3 religions before the revival of aura. The awakening of the powers changed the strength of these people, but not their brains. Even when she reached the 4th level like Yang Chunny, her cognitive level was still that of a land-grabbing and benefit-sharing. The slightest displeasure could stir up the entire assembly. These days, the shifters under Chaolu had taken the risk of scouting around the entire southern suburb area just to find as many groups of survivors as possible to send out the invitations. In order to clean up this venue and ensure that there was no large-scale zombie horde around the meeting, the school league had also fought a few hard battles and lost a lot of manpower. And this is the result? A failed rally to make it clear to everyone that they are in fact a scattered bunch, unable to unite in the face of life and death threats? At that moment, Lu Chaoxi saw Xia Chen. The girl's eyes were bright and her whole body seemed to glow. Chapter 58, You will continue your meeting. Nope. She was literally glowing. Lu Chaoxi froze. Xia Chen's accumulated supernatural energy had exploded, like an oversized flashbang exploding in the center of the venue. The blinding glare blinded everyone for a moment. After all, Lu Chaoxi was a level 4 alien, barely opening her eyes, but in her blurred vision, Xia Chen's figure was no longer there. A vague gust of wind swept past. Lu Chaoxi turned her head in the other direction with a huff. Chunny Yang's body was rippling, and 2 extra pairs of mantis-like blade arms poked out from her shoulders, which were waving in the air. Right at this moment, somewhere in the void behind Yang Chunny, a white light appeared and rolled towards Yang Chunny's body as if it were a pike. That white light came too close and too fast. Yang Chunny turned her head violently. It was already too late to dodge. She could only barely wave her sword arm and try to block it. Lu Chaoxia's mind flickered, staring at Yang Chunny, and there was also a faintly imperceptible flash of light in her eyes. Yang Chunny's movements were instantly delayed for a moment, and the swing of her blade arm slowed down by a fraction of a second, just enough to miss blocking the white blade of light. The white light blade was sharp and unrivaled, stopping Yang Chunny and cutting her in two. Instead of much blood flowing out of young Chunny's body, clump after clump of black iron wire like worms fell out, writhing frantically on the floor of the venue. Xia Chen revealed himself from the void and pressed his hands forward in vain. A white light enveloped those black iron threadworms. Black smoke immediately rose from the tangled mass of wireworms. Struggling even more frantically, the black smoke was quickly purified and disappeared in the white light, and a wireworm struggled and squirmed for a while, gradually losing its vigor and never moving again. Only then did Xia Chen step forward, lifting off young Chunny's brain with a stroke of white light, and taking out a large grade 4 alien energy crystal. Drawing 2 sheets of paper from the tissue box set out on the conference table, he wiped a wrap and slipped it into his pocket. Xia Chen sure walked back, and when he passed by Lu Chaoxi, he quietly said, "I'll take this crystal first, and when there are tertiary crystals, I'll find a few more for you, ha." Lu Chaoxi's face remained unchanged, but she was slightly shocked in her heart. She had only used her supernatural ability extremely stealthily and slightly, delaying Yang Chunny by less than 0.1 second. But she had never expected that it would still be detected by Xia Chen. Until Xia Chen returned to his original position and sat down, the large venue hall was still silent. The outer circle of level 3 exalts also stopped making a fuss, each blinking their eyes, which were still a little blurry from the flashes, and stretching their necks as hard as they could, staring blankly at the inner circle of the meeting hall. What's the situation? A level 4 alien, just dying right under their noses? It turned out that the strength gap between different 4th level aberrants could be this big? The crowd was still digesting this fact when suddenly another scream came from the venue. It was actually one of the 3rd level alien henchmen that young Chunny had brought with her, who was suddenly sitting in place rolling his eyes and convulsing. While screaming miserably, a wire worm came out of his ear. The long wire worm burrowed out, snapped and dropped to the ground, twisted a few times and then stopped moving. But the level 3 alien also slumped in his chair and didn't move. Lu Chaoxi made a wink, and immediately someone went up to check, then came over to report, "Dead." Lu Chaoxi thought for a moment and gave an order. Immediately send someone to the Iron Thread Gang's compound to check on the situation of young Chunny's other henchmen. Someone led the way. Another chill ran through the crowd. No wonder it is called the Iron Thread Gang. The iron threadworms in this young Chunny's body have drilled into the heads of her men. It is obviously not a good path. I am only afraid that it has long been completely controlled by young Chunny. Don't look at Yang Chunny being taken out by Xia Chen's surprise attack. But it was understandable that she wasn't good at close combat since only half of her psychic abilities were in these wireworms that controlled people. Class 4 alien. Really none of them are alike. 2 people died in the meeting hall one after another. The 2 halves of Chunny Yang's body, and the 3rd level alien henchman. And someone soon came in to clean it up. In no time at all, it was cleaned up. Bodies carried away, floors scrubbed, and some air freshener sprayed. Soon it was as if nothing had happened. And all through this process, there was an eerie silence in the venue. A 3rd level alien from the outer circle suddenly slapped his thigh secretly. "This is the right flavor." Someone next to me came over and asked, "What do you mean, old man?" This level 3 alien said, "I felt from the beginning that something was wrong with this meeting, and now I've finally figured it out." The guy next to him cupped his hands and asked, "How so?" The man said, "This is the era of psychic powers. How can it be the same as it was before the aura revival, when a bunch of people sat there and opened the meeting just by talking? You see now. When you cut down a level 4 at the drop of a hat, do people think the picture is normal instead? Next big brothers have something to say directly. Everyone cannot listen to what? This is not better than that guy over there nagging for half a day?" The man next to him thought silently and gave a thumbs up. It's still old brother who thinks through. Everyone sat down and looked at Xia Chen in unison. Xia Chen was a bit embarrassed. "You guys continue to meet. I just came to listen. And the negotiation can be whatever you want it to be, but like that woman who just said bad things about my brother. That's definitely not okay." In the minds of the crowd. Yes, you're right about everything. Lu Chaoxi coughed twice and said with a straight face, "After what just happened, everyone should be more aware that our goal of uniting to clear out the zombies is unchanged. And anyone who wants to interfere with the destruction should think about the consequences they will face." Next, continue the meeting. In the outer circle of the meeting hall, the chiefs of the 3rd level aliens were thinking, yes, you're right about all of that too." Lu Chaoyuan took over the topic and said, "This preparatory meeting, the most important task is to discuss and determine the form of the future union. We have a few preliminary programs here for the time being. One is the model of integrating all the forces as one, concentrating on establishing one main city, and then establishing some satellite cities outside the main city as needed. Then there's the idea of using the current few major powers as the core, drawing in neighboring groups of survivors to join them, creating several large gathering areas of similar size, to interoperate and watch out for each other. Or maybe it doesn't rigidly require fusion, but just establishes a common contribution or merit system, implements an internal trading currency, establishes a deliberative body to coordinate and resolve disputes, and is responsible for integrating combat forces against zombies. There are a number of other options, not to be listed, which will be sent to you later, and if you have any other comments, you can make them as well. We start by choosing one of the multiple joint programs that the majority supports, then we all come together to discuss the specifics of it. Please be sure to remember that our goal in joining together is never to benefit which people or which small groups, but to work for the survival and development of everyone and the re-establishment of a new order. Chapter 59, Will this woman come for abuse? The lengthy meeting went on and off all day. Sometimes they are in groups, sometimes they gather to argue, in order to allow everyone to speak freely without too much pressure. A few fourth-level exalts did not participate in the next negotiation process and left it to their subordinates. Xia Chen certainly didn't have any henchmen. Letting old Zhang go to the talks was also just for him to purely represent his position, rather than trying to gain any benefits for Wang Feng from it. In fact, Wang Feng just asked her to come over to the meeting to listen to other people's attitudes. There's no clear statement on whether or not they even want to join the consortium. Xia Chen had been truthful several times, but every time he finished speaking, no matter it was Zhang Feng, or Yi Baichuan, or Lu Chaoxi, they all had a look of I get it, and then said that they would definitely support Wang Feng's share of the benefits in the future consortium. It made Xia Chen speechless. If he didn't still have to make an appearance at the closing of the meeting, Xia Chen would have wanted to slip away first. No wonder Wang Feng didn't want to come. Exercising his powers in the mountains was hard, but it was much more interesting than this. At the end of the day, the initial joint program was finally finalized. The option of direct fusion to create a main city didn't pass. Rather, it is close to a hybrid of the second and third scenarios, various small and medium-sized groups of survivors, roughly according to geographic location, merge into larger nearby powers. However, the large-scale forces were not the only three, namely the Chalu Group, the University Union, and the Shanglong Logistics Park. Some Tier 3 powers didn't want to be directly annexed by Tier 4 powers, but instead decided to have a round of mergers first. After the merger of these tertiary forces, except for the absence of tertiary adepts, the size of their personnel and the number of tertiary adepts might not be weaker than the three tertiary forces. The large forces that eventually complete their integration will then work together to establish an offensive and defensive alliance, with the major forces electing people to form a council to manage them. The rally was over, and a group of third-level shifter leaders left in a group. In the latter few days, they were going to seize the time to go through the merger, and along with it, integrate and absorb the small secondary forces in the neighborhood. Only if the scale is large enough can we hope to take up a place on the council to be established later and hold some say. Xia Chen was about to leave as well, when Lu Chaoxi walked over. Lu Chaoxi was slightly shorter than Xia Chen, about 25 or 26 years old, with black hair hanging over her shoulders and picturesque eyebrows. Her body's intellectual and heroic temperament blended together. With a unique charm, Lu Chaoxi smiled and said, "It's already been confirmed. There were 7 level 3 Xenos under Yang Chunyi who died violently at the same time after Yang Chunyi's death, and their deaths were exactly the same as the one at the meeting place. I've collected their alien energy crystals, so you don't need to find them for me anymore." Xia Chen smiled sweetly. "Okay." Lu Chaoxia's eyes brightened slightly as she continued. "I talked to Zhang Feng and Yi Baichuan today, and they both hold your brother in very high esteem. Although I've never met your brother, I can imagine how amazing he must be just from your presence." Xia Chen proudly said, "That's for sure. In my eyes he is invincible, but sister is also very strong. Without your help, I might not be able to cut that woman to death with one slash." Lu Chaoxi said, "Personally, I'm really a bit curious about what kind of character the Grand Master of Deer Ming Villa is. I don't know what time is convenient to go over and pay a visit. Can my sister help me with the introduction?" Xia Chen said with a smile, "I can't do it for him, but Old Yi will go over for tea sometimes. However, Lao Yi will sometimes go over for tea, and Zhang Feng just said he wants to see him, so you can go together." Lu Chaoxi then smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to Xia Chen. Xia Chen went back to the Deer Ring Villa. It was late at night when Wang Feng returned from the mountain. After listening to Xia Chen's account of what happened in the daytime rally, Wang Feng then praised, "Well done." Xia Chen was about to give that grade 4 crystal to Wang Feng. Wang Feng smiled and refused. "Use what you've scored for yourself. Speed up the upgrade a bit." Then Wang Feng asked, "How do you feel about this person, Lu Chaoxi?" Of the few level 4 Xenos who participated in the rally, Chunyi Yang had already hung up. Zhang Feng and Yi Baichuan had both dealt with each other, and only Lu Chaoxi was still a bit of a mystery. Xia Chen thought for a moment and said, "She only used her supernatural ability for a moment, and I think it was time type." During that very short period of time, Not only did Chunyi Yang's movements suddenly slow down, but the speed of the light reflecting off of her body also slowed down. Wang Feng nodded and said, "In that situation at that time, it was really good that you could remember to keep your hand in." Xia Chen hemmed and hawed. "It's all because brother taught me well." Xia Chen had exploded a flashbang at that time, using optical stealth but deliberately not absorbing the light in front of Chunyi Yang's eyes. If that happened, young Chunyi would become completely blind and wouldn't be able to see Xia Chen's light blades at all, let alone dodge and deflect them. In that case, even without Lu Chaoxia's hidden hand, young Chunyi would still be dead. Favorably, Xia Chen left this move useless. Suppose the other few level 4s present at the review felt that they had the certainty to deal with Xia Chen's surprise attack. In case you do have a hands-on day, you'll be rewarded with an unexpected surprise. Wang Feng complimented Xia Chen, revealing a thoughtful expression. A time-like ability. What could it be? Chaolu Group. Time-based powers. Lu Chaolu. Wang Feng pretended to be thinking, but in reality, it was another name he had heard before in his previous life. At that time, Thunder Emperor City's power expanded into the southern suburb area of Ping'an City, and was met with determined resistance from both forces. One was Zhang Feng's college alliance, but it fell apart because of Zhong Knight's backstabbing. The other one is the Chaolu Group. In the end, Lei Dongtian designed to kidnap Lu Chaoxia's elder brother, Lu Chaoyuan, to force Lu Chaoxia to give in. Lu Chaoxi's single-person soared hard to break into the Lei Di City. Is the battle? Lu Chaoxi fell, but also killed Lei Di City. Many experts killed Lei Di City. Half a year did not slow down the energy, once suspended the pace of expansion. To Wang Feng, who hadn't grown up at the time, Lu Chaoxi was just a legendary expert. In this life, however, there was a chance to meet up, and it was she who took the initiative to come and pay her respects to Wang Feng. Regarding Lu Chaoxi's supernatural ability, the rumors from her previous life were not clear, only that when she faced any enemy, her opponent looked like he was moving in slow motion and could only be slaughtered. It would also match up with Xia Chen's description. That's pretty scary. Seeing Wang Feng pondering, Xia Chen said, "Since she's coming to visit, I'll try sparring with her then and find out." Wang Feng came back to his senses and laughed. This woman can become the leader of a big power. Even her own brother can only be used as a deputy. Her heart must be very high, so I guess she will come to challenge me directly. Xia Chen said. "Ha, then isn't she looking for abuse?" Xia Chen's impression of Lu Chaoxi was quite good, and hearing Wang Feng say this, he had already somewhat begun to sympathize with her. Wang Feng laughed. "If she wants to come, let's beat her until she's convinced at once, just like Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng. Otherwise, after these forces unite and feel powerful, they will inevitably disturb our peaceful days here." Chapter 60 Overlooking and Challenging. Hearing Wang Feng say that, Xia Chen asked, "Brother, don't you have any plans to join their combined forces?" Wang Feng said, "Maybe later, now is not the time." Xia Chen, "Oh, then no longer think too much." Anyway, she listened to Wang Feng is. Sure enough, just a day later, the post that 3/4 level shifters were going to come and visit together was sent into the mountain. The time was about 2 days before the official meeting of the joint assembly. It seems to be to finalize Wang Feng's attitude before the official meeting. Old Zhang, who had accompanied him to deliver the invitation to pay respects, volunteered to come and arrange the hospitality for that day. Wang Feng agreed. Old Zhang, relying on the previous month's supply of vegetables to Shanglong Logistics Park, and begging Wang Feng to write a sentence and pass it over, had already taken over 100 alienists under his command and joined the Shanglong Logistics Park camp. Not only Shanglong Logistics Park, after the preparatory meeting, the large and small teams and forces in the southern suburb area of Ping'an City were all merging and annexing at a rapid pace. The scale of a camp like the Shanglong Logistics Park, which had more than 500 Xenos and 4 to 5,000 ordinary survivors before, was already second to none. It's been expanding like a balloon in the last 2 days, 2 or 3 times its size. Although some third-level alien powers were also jointly absorbing people, the attraction was in the end not as good as the 3 major powers with 4th-level alien powers in town. Whether it's Shanglong Logistics Park, or Chaolu Group, or the University Union, it's not just any small team that wants to join. If he could have a choice, old Zhang would definitely prefer to hug Wang Feng's thigh. But unfortunately, Wang Feng did not show any idea of forming a force. The official members of the Dear Moore Villa, in the final analysis, were only the 2 masters, the eldest and the second, giving Lao Zhang 6 guts. He wouldn't dare to declare himself as a person from Dear Moore Villa to the outside world, and he was already happy to join Shanglong Logistics Park now. Lao Zhang wanted to thank Wang Feng for his recommendation on the one hand, and on the other hand, he wanted to perform well in front of the new chief, so naturally he patted his chest and promised to make the hospitality of that day good. When Wang Feng went into the mountains to enhance his supernatural abilities in the past 2 days, He also collected some ingredients along the way. There are small wild fish in the mountain streams, the longest of which is just as long as chopsticks, with delicate meat and delicious flavor. When passing by, Wang Feng used space replacement to pull a small fish directly from the water to his side, then put it into the pendant space, and then put it out again when it was still alive and kicking. Shot a couple more mountain chickens on the way. There were also hundreds of pounds of uneaten fey tiger meat. That's all that runs on the ground, swims in the water, and flies in the sky. Together with the fresh vegetables that old Zhang had spawned with his Earth System psychic ability, the precious dried goods that Yi Baichuan had sent earlier. By the time Lu Chaoxi, Yi Baichuan, and Jiang Feng came over, a sumptuous table of mountain delicacies had already been prepared. Although it wasn't as fancy as the high-class meals before the recovery of the aura, it was already top-notch enjoyment in today's era. Wang Feng pulled out a few more bottles of good wine. 5 people sat around the table, raised their glasses and drank. The atmosphere was very cordial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Baichuan sighed to Wang Feng, "I really envy your life. I've been so busy these past few days with the camp that I can only enjoy a bit of leisure when I get here." Jiang Feng and Lu Chaoxi both expressed the same feeling. Wang Feng just smiled bashfully and did not concur. Unlike the peaceful times when there were all sorts of rules and constraints, nowadays, the chief figure of each big power is really in control of the life and death of thousands and tens of thousands of people under his command. And how can there be only hard work and no benefits? Jiang Feng brought up the matter of the union of forces and said, "We've been discussing for the past 2 days to give the United Forces a brand new name. Since the sphere of influence is mainly in the south of Ping'an City, we plan to call it Pingnan City. What does Brother Wang think?" Wang Feng said, "Very well." Lu Chaoxi was quieter today, not talking too much, only occasionally lowering her head to clip some dishes to eat, and when she drank, she only took a shallow sip, but a pair of heroic eyes looked at Wang Feng from time to time. Another look at Xia Chen, then move on to the food. Lu Chaoxi put down her chopsticks, swallowed a piece of tiger meat in her mouth, and spoke. "The concentration of aura is higher in the mountains. The speed of absorbing aura is nearly 10% faster than outside the mountains, and after eating the tiger meat, it's been raised by another 0.5% or so." Lu Chaoxi looked at Wang Feng. "I heard that Zhuang Master Wang goes to the deep mountains to cultivate every day early in the morning and late at night, so I think the concentration of aura is a bit higher there." Wang Feng nodded with a smile. "It's some higher, 10 times higher. There was not just one spirit cave in the deep mountains, and the concentration of aura varied, from 1 or 2 times to a dozen times. It's up to the others when they can find out. The later you find out, the longer you keep your advantage. For no reason and without enough benefits." Wang Feng didn't need to take the initiative to tell others about the existence of the spirit point. Seeing that Wang Feng did not intend to say more, Lu Chaoxi turned and asked, "Regarding the establishment of Pingnan City, what is the attitude of Wang Zhuangju?" It had to be said that this title was still slightly middle-aged, making Lu Chaoxi a little less adaptable, but for a moment he didn't think of a more appropriate title, like Jiang Feng and Yi Baichuan, big brother and brother called. As a girl, Lu Chaoxi was more than a little open. Wang Feng pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Currently, the environment for human existence is poor, and the establishment of Pingnan City is a good thing. The Dear Ming Villa is willing to maintain a long-term friendly and mutually supportive relationship with Pingnan City." Lu Chaoxi was stunned to hear it. He couldn't help but look around at Yi Baichuan and Jiang Feng, and found that both of them also had some slight changes in their complexion. The meaning of Wang Feng's words couldn't be more obvious. The 3 of them came over, wanting to ask if Wang Feng was willing to join Pingnan City and become one of the allied forces. In their thoughts, to be recognized as a party's power with 2 people from the district was already a great respect. However, he did not expect that according to Wang Feng's meaning, the Deering Villa's target was not one of the forces that made up Pingnan City, but rather, it was to be on par with the entire Pingnan City. Lu Chaoxi even went so far as to hear a hint of overlooking from Wang Feng's tone. After all, the Deer Mining Villa was in the front, and Pingnan City was in the back, and it hadn't even been formally established yet, and it's an exaggeration to say that, in a sense, the plan to establish Pinnacle City came close to being ruined at the preparatory meeting. The situation at hand was hardened by Xia Chen splitting Yang Chunyi to death with a blade of light, and Xia Chen was only the second lord of the Deer Mining Villa. Lu Chaoxi then stopped talking and continued to pick up her chopsticks to eat her food, hiding the hint of sharpness in her eyes. After a while, the wine and food were enough and a few people moved to a small parlor. The personnel serving next to him came up to remove the banquet and served another pot of fragrant tea. The small hall is located on the highest floor of the villa, with an open view, looking out through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, filled with emerald green mountain scenery. The several people drank 2 cups of tea and made a few small talk before Lu Chaoxi suddenly said, "Outside is the villa's top floor terrace, which is also very spacious in size. I wonder if I have the honor to ask Lord Wang Zhuang to move over and the two of us will spar a little. Wang Feng turned his head to look at Lu Chaoxi. Lu Chaoxi's long black hair fluttered slightly, and her dot-painted eyes reflected full battle intent. Chapter 61, Time vs. Space. Wang Feng smiled. Chairman Lu, is this necessary? Before the recovery of the aura, Lu Chaoxi was already the chairman of the Chaolu group, and there was nothing wrong with Wang Feng calling it that. Lu Chaoxi's tone was firm. The two Yijiang chiefs have both had a taste of Master Wang Zhuang's style, and my little sister, being untalented, would like to experience it for herself. The meaning is also obvious. When Pingnan City was established, the Longling mountain range would be Pingnan City's big backyard, and now here was poking a deer lodge and having to maintain a supremely independent status. That depends on having the strength. Even if Wang Feng could make both Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng think that they were no match, but Lu Chaoxia was sure that she was just as capable of defeating both of them. Wang Feng's face remained unchanged as he asked a question, causing the air in the small hall to suddenly freeze for a moment. Wang Feng asked, since we're going to be sparring, is it on point, or is it life and death? Lu Chaoxi said blandly, little sister has no intention of splitting life and death with Lord Wang Zhuang, but she will not intentionally keep her hand before deciding the winner. Wang Feng laughed, what can I do if I win? What can you do if you lose? Lu Chaoxi said, if I win, I will ask you two to join Pingnan City. The Deer Moorings Villa is equal to the Chaolu Group, the University Union, and the Shanglong Logistics Park. Wang Feng asked, what if you lose? What are you going to do? Lu Chaoxi said, if I lose, this offer will naturally not count. The Deer Calling Villa and the Pinnacle City will live in peace. Wang Feng shook his head and said, I'll accompany you in the last fight. I'll join if I lose, but you won't have any colorful money if you lose. That's not fair. Lu Chaoxi couldn't help but say, it wouldn't have been a bad thing for everyone to ally up, would it? Wang Feng said, an alliance isn't bad, but there's no need for me to tell you exactly how to make an alliance. The difference is huge. Since you want me to join through the method of competition, it's only right to pay a little bit of color if you fail. Deersong Villa maintains cooperation with Pingnan City, and whatever benefits he gets in the future, Wang Feng deserves half of it. Join Pingnan City? That could be only a quarter or even less. After all, those other tertiary powers couldn't do it for nothing. But when Wang Feng took more, Lu Chaoxi, Zhang Feng and the others definitely took less. Who here doesn't understand this? We just don't want to say it too bluntly. For an alliance to be long and solid, it still depends on what benefits can be gained. But on the surface, it's still about sentiment and righteousness. To put it bluntly, because the benefits are not enough for all to share. If you're like Chunny Yang, who was clamoring for a share of the benefits right on the convention floor, you can only say that you didn't die unjustly. Just like now, a few fourth orders came to visit politely, looking a peaceful mess. That was because they didn't want to act too utilitarian. In case they didn't talk about it, they wouldn't be able to deal with it well in the future. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he looked at Lu Chaoxi to see what she was willing to take as a bet for the cut. Lu Chaoxi thought for a moment and said, I see that there are only two of them in this Deer Ring Villa, and they don't even have any make men, so a lot of things are inconvenient. If I lose, follow you to pick competent adepts from several of our families to form a small team. The people are still raised by us, so you can use them for free. How about it? Wang Feng refused. That's not necessary. It's true that there are fewer people in Deer Ming Villa, but I can't look at those exalts you mentioned either. Lu Chaoxi asked, so what do you mean? Wang Feng said seemingly offhandedly, after the fight later, you will join the Deersong Villa as an individual and be a 3. Just after these words were said, Wang Feng's spatial perception immediately noticed that Xia Chen, who was sitting next to him and appeared to be drinking tea, had instantly branched out with both ears. 3 what? Is it the third lord of the house? Wang Feng smiled and continued, how about being a third-class maid? Lu Chaoxi froze, then pursed her lips and smiled. That's fine, but it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Without further ado, Wang Feng picked up his long sword, stood up and said, please. Lu Chaoxi also stood up and drew 2 3-pronged military spikes from her waist. Before taking a step, Wang Feng turned his head to look at Xia Chen, who couldn't help but turn up the corners of his mouth. Xia Chen understood, hastily collected his expression, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xia Chen immediately disappeared into thin air. Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng's eyes changed slightly. Several people were sitting face to face, but they failed to notice how Xia Chen disappeared. What was even more frightening was that they couldn't detect Xia Chen's presence at all even now. He couldn't help but think of the light blade that Xia Chen had approached Yang Chunni in a stealthy state a few days ago at the rally, and then built up his strength to slash. Yi Baichuan couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Chief Wang, this, Xia Chen girl her? Wang Feng smiled. The two of you sit down for a moment. She also went out for a turn and will be back soon. Has Xia Chen gone out already? Or is he still in the house? Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng couldn't judge, but Wang Feng had said so. So the two of them had no choice but to smile bitterly and continue to sit still. Virtually all of them were secretly on guard. The two weren't too worried. After all, they had all dealt with each other before. If Wang Feng had a killing intent, none of them would be alive right now. The two of them laughed bitterly at the fact that Wang Feng was too cautious. Is this a precautionary measure to prevent them from taking advantage of Lu Chaoxi's pestering of Wang Feng? And the two of them suddenly making a move to restrain Xia Chen? 3 more people to join forces against Wang Feng and completely eliminate the unstable factor? It had to be said that Wang Feng and Xia Chen's approach directly ruled out this possibility, leaving no chance for them to be ruthless enough to want to be evil. It was better to wait for the results of Wang Feng and Lu Chaoxi's match in peace. Wang Feng and Lu Chaoxi walked to the top terrace one after the other and stood apart at a distance. The leaves clamor as the cool wind blows through. Suddenly, Wang Feng saw that the swaying speed of the surrounding leaves became twice as fast. Among the spatial perception, Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng in the room next to them. The two of them drank tea as if they had turned on 2 times speed. The opposite side of the road Chaoxi, but also appears to be extremely fast, waving up the steel military spikes. A stab in the eye socket, a stab in the throat, starting with a killing move. Wang Feng's mind was racing, knowing that the strength of Lu Chaoxi's level 4 psychic ability couldn't possibly give time acceleration to everything in the surroundings. That's when one's time stream is retarded. Everything looks like 2 times speed to yourself. But in reality the world is normal and only you are in slow motion. Wang Feng was not panicked in his heart. Lu Chaoxi's attack seemed fierce, but at this level of the two, it was similar to a test. The figure turned slightly, and the long blade seemed to be slow but fast, easily blocking the painful blows of the 2 military spikes. Lu Chaoxi looked solemn, her long hair fluttering, and the military spikes in her hand swung continuously, all moves shining on the vitals of Wang Feng's head. In the twinkling of an eye, he stabbed dozens of times in a row, and not a single one of them went towards the heart, shoulder socket, or back waist. At first glance, it was the combat tactics practiced on the zombies after the revival of the aura, because only zombies, only the head is the vital parts. Stabbing other places is not fatal at all. Wang Feng fought more and more casually. His long sword swung open, gradually forcing Lu Chaoxi out of the circle. It was rare to even get close enough to do so. How is this possible? The more Lu Chaoxi fought, the more shocked she became in her heart. Wang Feng's movements could not be seen to be sluggish at all, and were even a touch faster than her speed. How could she know that Wang Feng was enough to erase the twofold time delay just by virtue of the speed difference brought about by the strength of their bodies? In other words, if he was up against a non-flesh enhanced level 4 alien, Wang Feng's movement speed was fast enough to be more than twice as fast as the other parties. Seeing that she couldn't gain the slightest advantage at this rate, Lu Chaoxi's eyes flashed and she once again unleashed her supernatural ability. Chapter 62, Posture in Place. Immediately, in Wang Feng's eyes, Lu Chaoxi's speed suddenly sped up 2 times again. And for once, nothing in the neighborhood followed suit. Wang Feng judged that this was Lu Chaoxi applying a time acceleration to herself. In this way, there was a 4-fold difference in the flow of time between the two. The Lu Chaoxi in Wang Feng's eyes was almost so fast that he pulled out stubble and stabbed around himself in a crazy streak. The only martial art in the world is fast. The current Lu Chaoxi is the fastest one. No, wrong. Even now, she was only second fastest. If Wang Feng had used piercing space, it would have ignored the distance. There is no need to cross distances, so naturally there is no need to consume time. But Wang Feng still didn't use his spatial supernatural ability. There's no need for that yet. The current Lu Chaoxi could finally suppress Wang Feng in terms of speed. However, she couldn't suppress Wang Feng's power. Wang Feng's blade was getting heavier and heavier now, albeit slowly, and she didn't even dare to catch it hard and fight it. She could only go around like a butterfly through flowers. Most of the speed advantage is wasted on that. Moreover, one of Lu Chaoxi's moves was too simple in Wang Feng's opinion, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. It had been less than 2 months since the revival of the aura, and for Lu Chaoxi to be able to practice her moves to this extent on her own was already an extraordinary talent. But how could it be compared to Wang Feng's knife skills that had been honed for years between life and death? Lu Chaoxi's moves are simple. Wang Feng's moves were however simple, efficient and deadly. Just like that, he swung his sword unhurriedly, but blocked round after round of blistering stabs from Lu Chaoxi. I don't know how long had passed, but Lu Chaoxi suddenly withdrew her attack, withdrawing several meters at once by virtue of her speed. Sweat dampened Lu Chaoxi's long black hair, and her excellently curved chest rose and fell. Feeling that both people's time flow had finally returned to normal, Wang Feng then spoke. No more fighting? There was unwillingness in Lu Chaoxi's eyes. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to force out your full strength. Wang Feng said indifferently. Any opponent who has seen my full power has already died. Lu Chaoshi couldn't help but ask, are you really a 4th level as well? Wang Feng didn't bother to answer and said, since you're not going to fight anymore, from now on, you'll be the 3rd classmate of Dear Ming Villa. Lu Chaoshi didn't refuse, but only skimmed her lips and said softly, it's a bit hard to hear. Wang Feng encouraged, do a good job. There's a chance to upgrade. Lu Chaoshi blanked and asked, Lord Zhuang, then what should I do as a 3rd class maid? Wang Feng smiled. Of course it's in this capacity that I will continue to be in charge of Chalu Group, and thus control Pingnan City, and fight for more benefits for the mountain villa. What do you think? Letting you serve dressing and eating? Lu Chaoshi took a deep breath and said, you're trying to turn Pingnan City into a subsidiary force of Dear Mist Mountain Villa. Wang Feng said, I won't interfere in the development of Pingnan City, and I won't give you hard and fast demands. But how much sincerity Pingnan City is willing to give may affect how much help I can give at the critical moment. Lu Chaoshi thought about it and asked, when we unite, the first big thing we'll do is to go and clean up the zombie hordes. Will you step in to help in this matter? Wang Feng said, go ask Jiang Feng. He knows the rules in this area best. Also, ask He Baichuan for more stances. You still have room for improvement. Lu Chaoshi finally said, my supernatural ability is now twice as fast, and with acceleration and deceleration used at the same time, the difference in the flow of time is 4 times. Wait until the gap is 9 times at triple speed, and 16 times at quadruple, and then if you can't block it, don't blame me for no longer honoring today's agreement. Wang Feng said indifferently, then we'll talk about it when the time comes. After being defeated, Lu Chaoshi didn't stay much longer before leaving with He Baichuan and Jiang Feng together. With a thought, Wang Feng released Xia Chen, who was suspended inside the pendant space in a sitting position, and placed her on the chair she was sitting on before his is. Xia Chen blinked and looked puzzled. Hey, how come people are all gone at once? Wang Feng said, they had the same expression just now when you suddenly disappeared. Xia Chen said, I really can't notice being collected at all. Brother, how long has it been? Wang Feng returned, half an hour. Xia Chen was a bit surprised and asked, brother, do you mean that this supernormal ability of yours, is it also considered to have a time supernormal effect? Wang Feng was silent. It was true that the storage space also had the effect of time stopping, but don't forget that the space didn't originate from one's own powers, but the pendant on one's chest. Even if one day in the future one's spatial ability also awakened the ability of storage space, right now one was not sure if the time inside that space was stagnant. Maybe it's only the pendant space that's so special. The day after Lu Chaoshi left, a team of evolvers was sent over, expropriating another villa closest to the one Wang Feng lived in. He whisked a few of the aliens who had been living there to old Zhang's village. When Wang Feng came back from the mountains, there were already 2 people standing sentry outside the villa's gate, and a lean-looking young man guarding the side. The young man greeted the front and respectfully saluted Wang Feng. Grand Manner Master, I'm Kong Jia. Miss Chaoshi has sent me to bring a team of people here to be at your disposal at any time. Wang Feng nodded. Got it. Kong Jia then introduced. This team has a total of 15 people. 8 of them are divided into 4 shifts, taking turns to stand guard and stand sentry here. If you have any orders, let them pass the word. The others and I will stay at the cottage next door or patrol the neighborhood. Any news passed in from outside the mountains will also be reported to you. Wang Feng asked, what were you in charge of at Chalu Group? Before? Kong Jia returned. At the earliest, I was the deputy of Prince Chao Yuan, and after the awakening of my powers, Chao Yuan his abilities were not good at fighting, so I doubled up on the duty of defense. Wang Feng realized that this was the subordinate who had gained Lu Chaoshi's trust before the aura revival, and it was considered heartfelt to be able to send it over. At that moment, Wang Feng said, early tomorrow morning, report a copy of your team's situation information over. Previous experience, level of alien ability, means of specialization, all of these should be detailed. Kong Jia didn't hesitate and agreed. Only then did Wang Feng return to the villa to rest. Early the next morning, before Wang Feng left the house, Kong Jia handed over the information Wang Feng had asked for, along with a sealed document. When I opened it, it was some news from outside the mountain yesterday. There was the progress of the preparations for the official joint meeting, as well as some newly contacted alien forces in the neighborhood, and the latest movements of the scouted zombie hordes. The document was printed, and at the end was a handwritten line that read, presented to the Lord of the Manor Road. The font is airy and atmospheric, not as jaunty as the average girl. Wang Feng took a cursory look and put it away. There's still some use in taking in this third-class maid. There was no need for Wang Feng to order any of these things. Lu Chaoshi would do it herself, leaving aside how useful it actually is. The gesture, mainly, is pretty much on point. Chapter 63, A Change of Flavor. Another few days rushed by. Wang Feng estimated that his progress in ascending to the 5th level had gone to about 60 to 70%. And beyond the mountains, the official meeting to jointly establish Pinnacle City had been held as scheduled. In the end there were 7 powers united as equals. Outside of the School Alliance, Dynasty Du, and Shenglong, the other 4 were all absorbed from these days of annexation. Aside from the fact that there were no level 4 psychics sitting around, the size of the personnel, the number of level 3 psychics, and so on, were no worse than the 3 level 4 powers. The difference could be a few level 3 alien crystals that could spawn a new level 4. Now the entire southern and part of the eastern suburbs of the city were almost impossible to find scattered aliens and survivors. All joined one of the 7 powers. The bases of the 7 forces were not together. Also in case they were all wiped out at once by the zombie horde. Pingnan City was only a nominal name for the time being, and such a city did not actually exist. Pinnacle City doesn't have a city lord either. The Pingnan City Federation, formed by 1 person from each of the 7 forces, maintained Pingnan City. The first president of the Federation, rightfully so, was Lu Chaoshi. Nothing else, she's the best fighter. Don't look at the fact that he didn't take advantage of Wang Feng, but relying on the difference of 4 times the speed, it was still more than enough to overpower Jiang Feng and Yi Baichuan. The internal trading system, contribution system, management model, etc., have been initially established. It basically ensures that ordinary survivors have food to eat and don't starve, and that the aliens all have something to do and won't be too idle to make a mess. The United Pingnan City, where the number of level 3 exalts was already close to 1,000, eventually selected a combat team of 200, and a reserve team of 100. After 2 more days of training and being able to form basic coordination and combat skills, this team was about to have its first big battle since its establishment. All this information Wang Feng had was accumulated day by day from the reports Lu Chaoshi sent in every day. And not surprisingly to Wang Feng, Pingnan City didn't want to invite himself to fight in this first battle. On the one hand, he knew Wang Feng's style of asking price from Jiang Feng. As long as Wang Feng made a move, he would definitely want level 4 alien crystals, and all of them could only go and scrape and share the ones below level 3. The gains were too little to bear. On the other hand, this is also the battle for the establishment of Pingnan City. Whether or not such a loose alliance could just somewhat begin to form some cohesion and have a bit of collective honor depended on how well the battle was fought. There was another piece of news on the report that slightly caught Wang Feng's attention. It's something to do with the Fae. A long time ago, Lao Zhang mentioned that a herd of wild boars had plagued the vegetables grown in other nearby valleys. In a litter of 20 to 30 boars, there were 3 boars with psychic powers. A few days ago this nest of wild boars appeared again, and arching several vegetable plots. Not to mention that several villagers were seriously injured in the conflict. 2 were not saved and died the next day. 1 was poked in the stomach by fangs. Getting hit in the chest of one is about the same as getting hit by a dump truck. The casualties cast a shadow over the recently established Pingnan City. It also makes everyone realize that walkers aren't the only enemies they have. It's just that the Fae are usually in the mountains and not normally accessible. When something like this happened just after the establishment of Pingnan City, of course it couldn't be ignored. If the land has been overrun, the vegetables have been eaten, the people are dead, and Pingnan City doesn't give a damn. Why would the villagers in that valley join? Xia Chen took a report and read it to Wang Feng. It says that the one who led the team to exterminate the pigs was Yi Baichuan. Wang Feng nodded his head and said, "Doesn't he want to eat Fey beast meat? This is just right." Xia Chen looked at the report and frowned. Yi Baichuan found the pig herd and killed all the piglets, and 2 of the second-level alien boars. But the biggest boar went berserk, and one of the team members Yi Baichuan brought with him was vaulted to his death. And even Yi Baichuan himself, because he had to cover the retreat of the others, suffered some injuries. Xia Chen looked up and asked, "Brother, do you think this boar leader is a level 3 or 4? Wang Feng speculated. "It should be level 3. If it was the same level 4, Yi Baichuan is afraid that he won't be able to block it." Xia Chen spat out her tongue and said in surprise, "Fey beasts are so powerful." Wang Feng cautioned, "The foreign beasts are starting to have 3rd level ones. In the future you should be careful when entering the mountains and try not to be alone." Xia Chen said, "Got it." Wang Feng added, "But this pig, let's just laugh it off. Just as the tiger meat is almost eaten." As soon as they said they were leaving, the 2 of them went out of the mountains and raced their motorcycles along the highway for a while before they reached the same valley where the wild boars had been infested. Wang Feng drove Xia Chen and rode a few more kilometers along the road into the mountains before he saw the village that was already in shambles. Not only were the fields where the vegetables were grown spoiled, but the houses in the village collapsed, and there was hardly a good house to be seen, and it was completely devastated. Wang Feng looked inside the village and slowly said, "Pingnan City made the right decision by evacuating the villagers here first." A large, dark brown, slightly brown striped boar was lying next to a collapsed house. Xia Chen was surprised. It's coming back for revenge? Wang Feng didn't reply and jumped down from the motorcycle, storing the motorcycle into the pendant space and drew out 2 long knives and held them in his hands. Xia Chen also had both swords in his hands. The knife that Fatty Yuhua had borrowed had been returned. The big boar heard the sound of the motorcycle's engine and raised its head up long ago. A pair of small eyes staring coldly and mercilessly at Wang Feng and the two of them. This kind of big guy that had awakened to the 3rd level could no longer be treated as a pure beast. Wang Feng stepped towards the village, with Xia Chen following closely behind. The large boar stood up, its spine already as high as a man's, lifting one stubby front hoof and stomping heavily on the ground. His body glowed with a burst of earthy light. He saw that the surrounding rubble bricks along with the dirt were attracted by the yellow light and wrapped a thick layer around the pig's body. The size of the alien beast boar was already as big as a van, and with this layer of earth and stone armor, it immediately thickened up another big circle. Wang Feng visually estimated that the thickness of this alien-formed earth and stone armor alone was no less than 20 centimeters. It's nifty. It's like a pig-shaped tank. This tank pig huffed and puffed and panted. A pair of small eyes suffocated in red, grunted and grunted. Its head lowered, holding its 2 large tusks out in front of it, and charged at Wang Feng. Xia Chen called out, "Brother, don't move yet. Let me have it." When Wang Feng heard this, he sidestepped and Xia Chen rushed out. Xia Chen's footsteps were light, leaping through the village that was already in ruins, quickly closing the distance between him and the big boar. Wang Feng followed from afar and was in no hurry. Since Yi Baichuan was able to retreat in one piece, there was nothing for Xia Chen to worry about. Even if there are any accidents, there is still myself to escort, so it's good to let this girl practice. Chapter 64, Pigs are for eating. Seeing that he was about to collide head-on with the boar, Xia Chen deftly dodged the alien boar's charge. As he brushed past, light appeared in Xia Chen's hand, and he smoothly slashed at the position of the alien boar's hind leg joints. The earth and stone armor was splintered, and debris flew everywhere. Xia Chen's eyes were poisonous and his hands were accurate. The earth armor in the joint position was the thinnest. After all, there was still the need to ensure the ability to bend and move. However, Wang Feng could see clearly that the knife had just split apart the alien armor in that location, and there was still coarse, hard pig hair and thick pig skin inside. Xia Chen's knife was just a test, not using his full strength, and the result of the battle was just cutting off a handful of pig hairs, leaving a mark on the boar's thick skin. The boar may have felt a hint of pain. Ow screamed and braked its body, and launched its supernatural energy, completing the split position of the earth armor, and once again rushed towards Xia Chen. Xia Chen condensed and fixed his chi, stood still and waited for the boar to bury its head and rush over, dodged again and swung his sword. This time, the blade was dazzling, and Xia Chen also used his supernatural ability with full force. The light energy attached to the long blade, crumbling away a large piece of broken stone and brick on the boar's back, and chopping solidly into the flesh. The color of the slashed spot instantly turned darker. It was the gushing blood soaking the dark brown pig hair. The alien boar let out a pig-killing squeal, as if it had gone berserk, and without even replenishing its crumbling armor, it folded and rushed back, even faster than a moment ago. A single wound was not a fatal injury to the thick-skinned boar, but the berserk state it inspired greatly increased its destructive power. The alien boar's fighting style was so simple and rough. Head down, charge, miss, come back, over and over again. Back and forth with repeated rushes. The field was littered with debris and dust, and had completely become a field of rubble. Sweat ran down Xia Chen's cheeks, not as relaxed and casual as at the very beginning. There were times when he just barely dodged and was too late to make up for the boar, and sometimes the knife slashed out, but it didn't have enough force to break the defense at all. The battle went on for a while, and so far it was Xia Chen who had the advantage. The wounds on the boar's body had been a dozen or more, large and small, and Xia Chen himself was still unharmed. But the alien boar took more than a dozen knives, or alive and well, blood with endless flow like, the more you charge more ferocious. On the contrary, there was a decline in Xia Chen's physical strength, and if he was accidentally hit, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured directly, as if it didn't know how to get tired. The alien boar made another charge. Xia Chen stared at the alien boar, not daring to slack off in the slightest, and similarly made a perfect dodge. Even Wang Feng, who was watching from the sidelines, felt in his heart that the round was over again, when a sudden change occurred. When he crossed paths with Xia Chen's figure, the earth and stone armor on the alien boar's body, a few stones suddenly lit up, wrapped in earth-yellow alien energy light, and flew out like cannonballs, smashing into Xia Chen, who was close at hand. Dang! Dang! In his haste, Xia Chen could only explode his light-based supernatural ability with all his might. The 2 long knives shining with white light, cleaving and blocking the incoming stones. A knife cleaved down a stone. The third has already flying attack. Xia Chen hastily backed to the knife frame, finally blocked the blow. The stone almost grazed the body to fly far away. The long knife in Xia Chen's right hand was also sent flying a few meters away, landing on the ground and bouncing a few times. When the big boar braked and turned around once more, Wang Feng even saw a hint of cunning in its pair of small eyes. Who would have thought that before the aura revival, the wild boar that never knew anything but charging, trampling, and tusks arching in fights would actually use long-range means now, and still sneak attacks? But the bit of cunning in the boar's eyes immediately turned to bewilderment. The field was empty. Where was Xia Chen's figure? The soft sound of stomping on crumbling bricks rang out as it flew closer to the alien boar. The boar clearly heard the sound, but his eyes remained empty and he could only twist his head from side to side trying to discern the location of the sound. But Xia Chen wouldn't be stupid enough to walk in a straight line. His voice lurched left and right, circling around to get closer to the big boar. Hearing voices is a skill that takes a lot of practice, and very few humans know how to do it, let alone a pig. Ow dash! The alien boar screamed long and loud as the rocks around him flew up and slammed in all directions, but unfortunately such an attack would only be a waste of alien energy. Suddenly, the alien boar's squeals came to an abrupt halt and it began to spin around in place in a dazed manner, bobbing its head. Wang Feng knew that this was the fact that Xia Chen had gotten close enough to directly control the light to turn the big boar into an open-eyed blindness. Now not only can't you see Xia Chen, you can't see anything. At this moment, the only sound left on the field was that of the large boar fidgeting in place. Xia Chen was surely not far away, but he no longer made even a single sound. Wang Feng, who was far away, likewise did not know where Xia Chen was, but Wang Feng knew that Xia Chen, at this moment, was an assassin who was perfectly hidden under the light, and was silently brewing the final blow. Suddenly, a pizzicato white light appeared out of thin air not far from the big boar's body, flew through the air noiselessly, aimed at the location of a wound on the boar's body that wasn't covered by armor, and stabbed straight into the boar's body. That position, that angle, Wang Feng could see it clearly, definitely aiming for the heart. The alien boar let out a sonorous howl of misery and jumped up more than 3 meters in place. Xia Chen showed his figure and backed away from it at an extremely fast speed. Sure enough, as soon as the boar landed on the ground, it acted like a madman, howling miserably without stopping while controlling the large and small debris around it. The bricks, and the earth and stone armor that covered the whole body also crumbled into pieces and exploded towards the surroundings. And by this time, Xia Chen had already run back to Wang Feng in a flash, staring wide-eyed at the boar's final struggle. The alien boar shot empty of its body armor, completely revealing its huge body that was scarred and bruised, and looked up at Xia Chen who had appeared in the distance as well as Wang Feng, moving his feet a few steps, not knowing if he was trying to escape or launch one last onslaught. He finally collapsed to the ground with a loud thud and didn't move. Wang Feng immediately raised his feet and walked over. Xia Chen called out from behind, "Brother, beware of deception." Wang Feng said as he walked, "I'll just make up another cut if I'm not dead." Not to mention a pig that was about to be killed by Xia Chen, even when it was in perfect condition. It was just a matter of a knife when it met Wang Feng. Wang Feng's space penetration was most unafraid of thick skin. Xia Chen hurriedly followed. "Wait a minute to be a little bit safer," Wang Feng said. "Lack of common sense. Right. If this pig is dead, it won't taste good if you don't bleed it quickly. It will affect the taste." "Xia Chen, I forgot if you didn't say it. We hunt pigs for food." Without the slightest bit of carelessness, Wang Feng pierced through space with a knife at a distance of more than 10 meters and stabbed into the huge head of this alien boar. A few stirs in there to make sure the pig was dead through and through. It was only then that Shu approached, grabbed the hooves one by one with Xia Chen, and lifted the whole boar onto the leveled road and began to pack it up. Chapter 65, Can this gift be given for nothing? This level 3 large boar was much larger than the level 2 tiger that Xia Chen had killed earlier. 1 meter 7 tall, more than 4 meters long, obviously just a wild boar. This size was already going to catch up with the rhinoceros before the aura recovery. Wang Feng, while stabbing a mouth to bleed, underneath to get a big pot to continue, while taking a short knife to the boar skin, while peeling, said, "This skin is too thick to eat. Eat is not eaten. Why not take it to the 3 girls, so that she in the city of Pingnan to find someone to pack up, made into armor pieces or leather boots and so on." Xia Chen was delighted. "Who is Sanya?" Wang Feng said casually. "Lu Chao Xia, third-class maiden referred to as Sanya." "No problem." Xia Chen laughed harshly. "He's the head of a 4th-level power, or the first president of the Pingnan City Joint Council, and he's calling it so hard here in your place." Wang Feng said indifferently. "Those identities may not carry more weight than Sanya." The two of them dismantled the mutant boar and cleaned it up, and only then did Wang Feng put it into the space piece by piece. The mutant boar is just too big, and the whole thing just won't fit. A pig's head alone was as tall as more than half a man and weighed almost 200 pounds. After returning to the villa, Wang Feng considered for a moment and asked the alien standing guard outside to call Kong Jia. Kong Jia was the person in charge of this squad specially sent by Lu Chaoshi, and usually stayed in a villa next door when he had nothing to do. Wang Feng placed almost half of the bones, meat, and internal organs from various parts of the boar, the entire boar skin, and the entire boar head, on the open space outside the villa. Then he said to Kong Jia, "Find a car and haul these off to Lu Chaoshi." Kong Jia couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes when he saw the large boar's head. These two went out after breakfast, and even brought them back in just over 2 hours. And not only did they kill an alien boar, but they even sorted and packed it all up. Kong Jia even saw a bucket full of pig's blood that was on the verge of congealing next to the piled high pork. Kong Jia pressed down his emotions and bowed to ask, "Grand Banker, is this the level 3 alien boar that's causing havoc?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's the same head that was mentioned in the morning's report." Kong Jia was pleasantly surprised. "You're too good. This is getting rid of a big scourge. I heard them say that even the level 4 chief Yi Baichuan couldn't do much with this boar." Wang Feng smiled. "By the way, remember to make it clear to your President Lu that this boar was decapitated by Master Xia Zhuang alone." Now Kong Jia's eyes went wide. "Master Xia Zhuang? Xia Chen?" Since that preparatory gathering, the participating level 3 alien leaders had all gotten to know Xia Chen. Knowing that this little girl, who was sitting in the inner circle position at the time, the youngest and softest looking of the 3 beautiful alienists, turned out to be a level 4 expert as well. 1/killed Chunyi Yang, who was also a 4th level. However, the consensus was that Xia Chen had taken advantage of the sneak attack, and Yang Chunyi's psychic ability did not favor frontal combat in order to have such a battle result, which could not indicate true strength. But now, the body of the mutated boar had been placed here, and it was killed by Xia Chen? Kong Jia didn't dare to ask more questions. Wasn't the reason why this boar was still alive and even had to evacuate the villagers of that valley because Pingnan City couldn't do anything about it for the time being? But the second lord of the deer mining villa made a move and took it straight down. Before Lu Chaoshi sent himself over to guard here and report regularly every day, Kong Jia was still a bit unimpressed in his heart. Facing Wang Feng and Xia Chen, Kong Jia only maintained the necessary respect because of Lu Chaoshi's orders. It was only now that Kong Jia realized that he was wrong. A little wrong. At that moment, he bent his back even lower and said, "I'll make arrangements right away to send these back myself." After Kong Jia left, Xia Chen asked, "Brother, if we don't say anything and just give it away directly, will we lose money?" Wang Feng said, "No, Lu Chaoshi is a smart person. The less we say, the more she thinks. Killing the pig was just a small episode." After the delivery, Wang Feng still took Xia Chen to the Valley Spirit Cave there, to absorb the aura to enhance the supernormal ability. As these days accumulated, the Spirit Cave's spiritual chi became even more dense, and some of the low-lying locations had already begun to condense into pools of spiritual liquid. At the bottom of the spiritual liquid pool, some tiny crystals gradually precipitated out, precisely the spiritual crystals with similar efficacy as the alien energy crystals. The current spirit crystals were so small in size that they barely counted as grade 1, and were of little use to both Wang Feng and Xia Chen. If you want to form a higher-level spirit crystal, you'll have to wait patiently for a while longer. On the other side, in a material warehouse in Pingnan City outside the mountain, the 3 of them, Lu Chaoshi, Yi Baichuan and Zhang Feng, were silent at such a large pig's head. After a long time, Yi Baichuan exhaled a breath and asked, "You just said that Wang Feng made a special mention when he sent the message that this mutated boar was killed by Miss Xia Chen alone?" Lu Chaoshi nodded. The expression on her pretty face was still calm, only that her gaze was also a bit dim. Yi Baichuan laughed bitterly. "The gap between level 4 and level 4 is really that big. We can't even match Xia Chen. So just how strong is Wang Feng?" Lu Chaoxia said. "Now that I think about it, he didn't even use his powers properly when he was fighting with us, so maybe it wasn't even necessary." Yi Baichuan asked, "What exactly is his supernatural ability? Do either of you know?" Lu Chaoxi shook her head. "When I fought him, he won just by physical strength and fighting skills." Yi Baichuan said helplessly. "I'm the same." Zhang Feng guessed, "The 2 of them, him and senior sister Xia, one of them must be a spatial ability. We've all seen them disappear out of thin air or take things out." Lu Chaoxi said, "Xia Chen must be a light-type psychic. The day we killed Yang Chunyi we all saw her release flashbulbs and light blades." Yi Baichuan objected. "Then we've all seen it before. Xia Chen snaps her fingers and the things around her disappear. A few days ago there at Deer Ming Villa, she snapped her fingers and herself disappeared. Isn't that spatial supernormal ability?" Lu Chaoxi reminded. "The ringing finger could also be a deliberate misdirection. Is it possible that the one who actually performed the supernatural ability was Wang Feng?" Zhang Feng said. "On the day that she killed Yang Chunyi, Senior sister Xia also disappeared on the spot, and that heavenly king Big Brother phone wasn't there. Once this was said, Yi Baichuan and Lu Chaoxi could only nod in agreement. The three of them discussed the matter for a while longer, and still hadn't come to any accurate conclusions. One could only be sure of one thing, without using any supernormal abilities, just based on physical strength, Wang Feng would be able to crush any of the three of them. Even if Wang Feng was a spatial ability, there was no way to guess what other abilities he had other than loading things. In short, the wild boar that they failed to kill, Wang Feng knew that after arriving there, he gave it a kill, and also sent the pig's head and fully half a fan of porkis to them, and it was given to Lu Chaoxi by name. What to do with this? Zhang Feng and Yi Baichuan both looked at Lu Chaoxi. Lu Chaoxi pondered for a moment and said, hang the pig's head out on display for 2 days to boost morale. There were already rumors underneath these 2 days that it was so hard to form such a large force, but it actually couldn't help a level 3 boar. It's true, but it does kinda hurt morale, because a few people were still focusing on preparing for the war with the zombie horde. They couldn't raise a large number of people to die for a level 3 boar. Chapter 66. Lu Chaoxi added, send an ice alien to follow. Keep it fresh, you'll have to eat it after the display. Such a big pig's head, at least 50 to 60 pounds of meat can be removed. This is the meat of the 3rd level exotic beasts. After eating it to improve the speed of absorbing spiritual qi, the effect is much stronger than the meat of the 2nd level exotic beasts. Yi Baichuan asked, how did the deer villa side respond? Nothing was said. It can't be a real freebie, right? Lu Chaoxi said, I'm also a member of the mountain village, so what's wrong with killing the pig and sharing a little with me? Zhang Feng couldn't help but say, Sister Lu, even though you're very pretty, senior sister Xia isn't bad either, right? So it's better not to think too beautifully. Lu Chaoxi blushed slightly. What nonsense. Of course I was joking. You guys don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. Soon enough, the head of the mutated boar hung out, and the 3rd grade boar meat made its way onto the list of supplies to be exchanged. The soup made from the large bones of a wild boar. Even a level 1 alien could have a bowl for free, because the negative impact caused by the alien beast boar had temporarily dissipated. Pingnan City was finally able to fully push forward with the matter of going to war with the zombie hordes again. Lu Chaoxi also made a special trip to Deer Mining Villa the next day to express his gratitude in person. A card was also given to Wang Feng. It is? Wang Feng asked as he held the light gold-colored card in his hand. Lu Chaoxi explained. The 7 sub-bases in Pingnan City have all repaired some of their electrical and electronic equipment, and have implemented a point system for contribution and trading. So with the points in this card, you can exchange all the supplies that are on the list. Wang Feng asked, how many points are in this card? Lu Chaoxi said, there are 3,000 points in here. While saying that, he observed Wang Feng's reaction. Seeing that Wang Feng just gave a casual "oh," it then occurred to him that Wang Feng had no concept of the value of this point. So he explained again. The food that can be exchanged for a little bit of points is enough for an ordinary survivor to consume for a day. By spending 10 points a day, an alien can live well and still be rich enough to buy a piece of alien beast meat to eat. Wang Feng directly asked, what is the exchange ratio between the points and the alien energy crystals? After the revival of the aura, everything else was vanity, and the value of the points only made sense if they were anchored between them and the alien crystals. Alien crystals in this era were equivalent to the gold and oil of previous eras. Lu Chaoxi paused for a moment and said, if you're exchanging points with an exotic crystal, you can exchange 10 points for level 1, 100 for level 2, and level 3 would be 1,000, with each higher level doubling tenfold. What about trading points for alien crystals? Lu Chaoxi said, free exchange is not open for the time being. To exchange points for crystals, another set of contribution value systems needs to reach a certain level in order to have a corresponding amount. Wang Feng nodded. Not bad. It seems that you all have considered the design thoroughly. Lu Chaoxi said, now Pingnan City has more than 10,000 Xenos and 100,000 ordinary survivors. So many people, not only specializing in the economy, but also talents from all walks of life can be found some. Wang Feng shook the card in his hand. His face could not be seen to be happy or angry. A level 3 alien crystal is only worth 1,000. After collecting half a pig, you give me 3,000 points. Isn't that too much? Lu Chaoxi said, not much at all. In fact, it's too little. That's why I came here specifically. Because there are some things that are not suitable for other people to know. Oh, to us at level 4, points don't really mean anything if they can't be exchanged for exotic crystals. Regardless of whether it's 3,000 points or 30,000 points, it's all lost out of thin air by Pingnan City, and as long as it can't be spent, it's not worth a single point. Wang Feng smiled. Then tell me, what benefits have you gained for our mountain village this time? Lu Chaoxi said, The help you've given to Pingnan City this time out is already far greater than the value of this foreign beast itself. So these 3,000 points are only a statement. The real acknowledgement is that the first operation to clear out the zombies in Pingnan City, no matter how much harvest there is at the end of the day, will be unconditionally divided into 20% to the mountain villa, and it will be settled with alien energy crystals. Wang Feng did some calculations in his heart. In order to ensure victory, the first zombie group selected by Pingnan City would not be too big. The number should be under 30,000 zombies. If all of them were killed, 20% of the harvest was estimated to be worth a level 4 alien crystal. It still didn't even need Wang Feng to make a move. It was purely for nothing. Wang Feng's eyes when he looked at Lu Chaoshi were suddenly much kinder. After Lu Chaoshi left, Wang Feng smoothly threw the card to Xia Chen, so that she could wander around the various sub-bases if she had nothing else to do, and buy whatever she saw on the redemption list. As a result, Xia Chen had really strolled around for a day, and in the end, he didn't redeem much of the stuff, but instead, he described to Wang Feng the scene of the various branches of the forces in full swing. A team went out in all directions. Some specialized in going to big markets and supermarkets to collect bulk supplies, while others searched from store to store along the streets for anything that might be useful. Many more teams went from office building to office building and neighborhood to neighborhood, searching for household goods. Now the weather is still hot. 100,000 survivors can have a place to rest on it. Wait until the weather turns cold in a while. You need to prepare enough bedding clothing. There is also a large group of people who are remodeling the housing complexes within the control of the base in accordance with current needs and restoring basic living conditions such as electricity and water supply. A number of gymnasiums and playgrounds, as well as meeting halls, exhibition halls, and large warehouses, were cleaned up and converted into campsites, where almost all ordinary survivors were subjected to centralized housing and management, and food was uniformly supplied. Another large group of people were layering barricades on some of the main roads on the periphery to prevent large groups of zombies from approaching easily. Some forces even went so far as to use a large number of Earth-type adepts to use their adept powers to demolish nearby high-rise buildings, and then build high walls out of piles of construction debris on top of the ruins. In a word, after the survivors are integrated and don't have to think about internal conflicts and fights for a while, the energy that erupts is amazing. Even if order is re-established in a wasteland, it is only a matter of time. After listening to Xia Chen's description, Wang Feng sighed darkly. The prerequisite for development is a peaceful environment, and plenty of time. Does Pinnacle have both of those things now? How much room for growth and development can Lu Chaucer and the others buy for themselves? Ultimately, it's all about strength. The first battle with a zombie group of tens of thousands in size, Wang Feng did not go to participate, not even to watch and escort the battle. With 3 level 4 psychics and several hundred level 3 psychics, victory was a matter of course. The key is how much battle can be achieved and how many losses have been incurred. That's the real test they have to face. With this in mind, Wang Feng went out early and stayed up late as usual to enhance his alien abilities. It wasn't until 3 days later that a war report was sent to Deer Mansion. Chapter 67, Inviting the Banker to the Mountain. Battle report, a total of 28,000 zombies were annihilated, including 1 level 4 psychic zombie, 17 level 3 psychic zombies, over 230 level 2 psychic zombies, and over 1,800 level 1 psychic zombies. Our side has deployed 3 level 4 adepts, 187 level 3 adepts, and 700 auxiliary combatants below level 2. A total of 5 people were killed in this battle. 6 were seriously injured, and 3 of them permanently lost their ability to fight. At the back of the battle report, there was also a quote from Lu Chaoshi. Due to my busy schedule, it is difficult for me to return to the mountain to report. Could you please ask the Zhuang master to take the time to come out to the mountain for a meeting? Just inform Kong Jie of the time in advance. Wang Feng handed the battle report to Xia Chen. After Xia Chen finished reading, he asked with some confusion, "Brother, isn't this a win? It feels like Sister Lu's tone isn't relaxed." Wang Feng didn't explain much and just said, "Go and take a look before you say anything." The next day, Wang Feng and the two of them arrived at the Chaolu Group's premises. This was the first time Wang Feng had come over. Chaolu Group was a large enterprise located in the southernmost part of the city before the Aura revival, and there were several factory districts. The current Chaolu Group site is centered around these plants, housing a large number of people and materials, with barricades and guards at the main entrances and exits in several directions. Just after arriving at the southern entrance, Wang Feng could see that in the north leading to the center of the city, there were several intermittent high walls that were clearly visible from several kilometers away, cutting off the line of sight. At that moment a dozen-story building happened to be collapsing down in the distance, splattering dust that covered the sky, and it took a few seconds before a loud rumbling came over. The one who greeted Wang Feng and the two at the entrance was Lu Chaoyuan, Lu Chaoxi's elder brother. Seeing this, he explained to the two of them, all those high walls were built like this, pushing down the original high-rise buildings, then relying on the Earth-type psychic ability to repair the ruins and organize them into the shape of a wall that is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. There are also several forces close to the city that are doing this work, and when it's finally connected, it'll be a wall that stretches for dozens of kilometers and reaches a height of over 10 meters. The zombie hordes won't be interested in scaling the high walls. By that time, the safety of Pingnan City will be basically guaranteed without having to worry about a zombie horde coming over at any time. Wang Feng got into an electric car along with Lu Chaoyuan while asking, with such a loud sound of the building collapsing, will it attract the zombie horde in turn? Lu Chaoyuan said as he drove, we've arranged for flying aliens to be in the north. The sound of building demolition isn't continuous. Even if the zombie hordes in the distance are attracted by the sound to go in this direction, they'll be able to lure the zombie hordes back by creating some more commotion in the opposite direction. The car made its way past several cafeterias, trading places, and other buildings, as well as a few hundred people doing formation drills in an open field, until it drove up to a small building and stopped in front of it. In the office, Wang Feng and Xiaoqian met Lu Chaoxi, who was busy as hell. Lu Chaoxi wore a simple white shirt, her black hair tied up in a ball at the back of her head and stuck up with a pencil. There were many documents piled up on the desk in front of him, and Lu Chaoxi's hands were not stopping, writing and drawing on the documents, while also arguing a few sentences with a middle-aged man with a bad-looking face on the computer screen. Seeing Wang Feng come in, Lu Chaoxi said to the screen, if you said how it was before, that's how it is. If you are not satisfied, unless you directly quit Pingnan City, otherwise, you'll have to participate in future operations as usual. After saying that, he directly hung up the video communication and showed a smile to Wang Feng and Xiaoqian. I've already pulled out the manpower to comb the fiber optic cable routes from here to the Dragon Ridge Mountains, so we'll be able to connect the LAN over there in a while. Xiaoqian was very happy to hear this, while Wang Feng looked at the few things laid out on the table and asked, are you making preparations to move to the mountains? With Wang Feng's gaze, Xiaoqian saw a few transparent crystals and two oddly shaped mutant plants in the middle of a pile of documents on the table. A few transparent crystals were the spirit crystals that naturally condensed out of the spirit cave. The two mutated plants were vaguely glowing, not like wood, but like jade, precisely the same exotic treasures produced in the deep mountains. This is the product of mutation after the alien stone falling from the sky falls in the deep mountains. There is no animal to absorb it, and after the shell dissipates over time, there is a certain chance that it will be absorbed by the plants and even the stones that come into contact with it. Wang Feng and Xiaoqian went into the mountains every day, and also occasionally found these exotic treasures. The level are still too low. Picking them is not much use. Wang Feng also let them continue to grow. Now that these things were on Lu Chaoxi's desk, it seemed that the situation in the deep mountains was no longer a secret. Lu Chaoxi's tone had a hint of a grudge. The two manor masters did too good of a job keeping the secret. If we weren't curious as to why all the wild boars in the mountains were able to rise to level 3 so quickly, and sent people to explore the reason, we wouldn't have known when we would have discovered these goodies. Wang Feng didn't take Lu Chaoxi's words, but asked, did all the people who discovered the spirit cave return? Is there anyone guarding there? Lu Chaoxi's face changed slightly as she said, all of them came back. No one stayed behind in the mountains. They just recorded the location. Wang Feng nodded and said, very well, otherwise you might have to lose manpower again. Lu Chaoxi's eyes widened. That kind of place is dangerous? Wang Feng said, my spirit cave. 2 months ago Chen'er killed a level 2 tiger. And this one you found was previously occupied by a level 3 boar. How about you guess? If there are other spirit caves, what things are occupying them? Once the 3rd grade boar dies and this spirit cave is without an owner, what will it attract? Lu Chaoxi also thought of it. The other foreign beasts in the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Wang Feng said, if I were to share the news about the spirit cave with you and ask for less than 10 level 4 exotic crystals, I would feel that I have lost money. But it's hard to utilize it when you're told about it. And it's a waste to spend a single level 4 crystal for that. Isn't it nice that you don't have to spend a dime now that you sent someone to discover it yourself? Lu Chaoxi thought for a moment and said, indeed. What I was thinking before was to utilize the spirit cave to quickly raise the alien ability level of a portion of the elite warriors. But if we run into a foreign beast that comes to snatch the spirit point, and there's no level 4 sitting on it, we might lose manpower instead. And that would be more trouble than it's worth. But if you draw out level 4 to sit in the spirit cave, you won't be able to fight a head-on battle with the zombies. That seems to make the spirit cave much less valuable. But, Lu Chaoxi's eyes turned and glanced at Wang Feng as she asked, that spirit cave in our mountain villa. It shouldn't be a problem for me to dabble in it occasionally in my personal name, shouldn't it, Lord Villa Master? Wang Feng said, Of course, can't. The laughter in Lu Chaoxi's eyes was gone for a moment, and she said slightly aggrieved, I'm also a member of the mountain village. Wang Feng smiled and said, but the rank of a third-grade maiden isn't quite enough. When Lu Chaoxi heard the title third-grade maiden, she grinded her teeth in hatred. Then when will the grade be enough? Chapter 68 Criteria for Trust. Lu Chaoxi sat behind her desk, looking with a grimace at Wang Feng and Xia Chen, who were sitting on the sofa to the side. Wang Feng glanced at Xia Chen. Xia Chen understood Wang Feng's meaning in seconds and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sometimes even she felt that brother was good at everything, but just a little too cautious. Xia Chen reached out and snapped his fingers, and a whole set of tea utensils appeared out of thin air, with wisps of aroma still rising from the teapot. Looking at Lu Chaoxi's eyes narrowed, and she forgot to pretend to be aggrieved. She really wanted to know if the supernatural ability of something appearing or disappearing at the snap of a finger was actually Xia Chen's or Wang Feng's. Xia Chen habitually tried to pour the tea, but was stopped by Wang Feng with a look, then playfully looked at Lu Chaoxi. Lu Chaoxi had to get up from behind her desk and pour a cup of tea for Wang Feng and Xia Chen. Wang Feng took a sip of tea and said, although the cooperation between us is still smooth, but to say that exercising together to enhance our supernormal abilities is the same as showing our own supernormal abilities to the other party to learn about them with almost no reservations. Frankly, it's not that I have anything against you. It's just that the level of trust between us isn't there yet. This kind of thing isn't like a dinner invitation. There's no room for a little fake politeness. Wang Feng still couldn't forget his previous life. First he was abandoned and victimized by his new wife. Then he was tricked into the ambush of the foreign beasts by his companions who had been born together for several years, and then he had to backstab himself. Having had such an experience, Wang Feng has been very difficult to trust anyone purely on the basis of emotion or preference. Even Xia Chen, who was now spending time together, Wang Feng did not have 100% trust. Some of the details of the spatial ability, whether it was the range of the ability or the effect, Wang Feng had intentionally or unintentionally made a little bit of misdirection. If there was really that day, Xia Chen also chose to betray himself, and it would not be Wang Feng's fault if he suffered anything as a result. Lu Chaoxi sighed lightly, poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip as well, leisurely sat down on the side, and said, I didn't think so much about getting along with Zhang Feng and Yi Baichuan. Lu Chaoxi's every move is full of elegant and capable temperament, and the undulating lines hidden under the white shirt are even more seductive. However, Wang Feng's eyes that looked at Lu Chaoxi did not contain too many emotional colors. Zhang Feng? He died in his previous life from a backstabbing by his schoolmate Zhang Yanyu. I hope that he can live a happy and joyful life now that he is with the two schoolgirls, Xin Yulu and Su Han. Yi Baichuan? Wang Feng hadn't even heard of him and the existence of Shanglong Logistics Park in his previous life, and who knew what would have happened to him in this life if Wang Feng hadn't shown up. Lu Chaoxi. Lei Dongtian goes so far as to kidnap Lu Chaoyuan to blackmail him, claiming that as long as Lu Chaoxi nods and joins, the mistress of the Lei Emperor's harem group will be her. But how could Lu Chaoyuan, who was not good at fighting and was always in the main camp of the Chaolu group, have been kidnapped if he had not also suffered a betrayal from his beloved? In a time like this, trust between people is valuable, but sadly, intrigue and betrayal are the themes. Just coming from the peaceful era, Lu Chaoxi and the others did not have a deep enough understanding of this point. By the time it's actually recognized, it may be the time to die. Lu Chaoxi was a bit uncomfortable by Wang Feng's look. Her cheeks were slightly red. She lightly coughed and was about to say something. However, he heard Wang Feng suddenly say, if one day, you need to choose between Chaolu Group and Deer Villa, and you ask yourself to be able to choose the villa without hesitation, the level of trust can only be considered enough. Lu Chaoxi froze. From Wang Feng's point of view, there was no problem at all in saying that, and if she didn't choose that, it would mean that for the sake of the Chaolu Group, she could potentially sell the mountain villa. But all the same, for the sake of the deer rustling villa, how could it be possible for her to give up the Chaolu Group, which had been her and her elder brother's heart's blood since the era of peace? Lu Chaoxi's gaze unconsciously turned to Xia Chen. And how did this girl get Wang Feng's trust? Xia Chen smiled sweetly. Everything I have now is from brother. Without brother, on the first day of the aura recovery, I might have died. Lu Chaoxi was silent. However, soon after, he adjusted his mind and stopped mentioning the matter of rubbing the spirit cave, and instead smiled and said, speaking of this, I've forgotten all about the main matter. Lu Chaoxi took out a small box and said, the harvest from the last battle is based on the third level alien crystals as the standard. The value of the second level and first level crystals are subtracted, and the value of the fourth level crystals are increased. The final calculation is 48 third level crystals, at the previously agreed 20%, wiping out the change. Here's a total of 10 tertiary crystals. This number was similar to Wang Feng's previous estimate. Wang Feng didn't bother to ask exactly how it was discounted, and picked up the box and casually asked, 10 tertiary crystals. That's quite a lot of pressure to take out, isn't it? According to the battle report given by Lu Chaoshi, a total of only 17 level 3 zombies had been killed this time. Other accounting for more battle results, those first and second level crystals are now not turning into third level crystals. Lu Chaoshi revealed a bitter smile. Many of the participants in the battle were paid in points this time around, only with the promise that they could exchange them back for the exotic energy crystals later. Wang Feng said, as long as your strength is suppressed, the more points they have in their hands, the less they want something to happen to Pingnan City, which isn't a bad thing. Lu Chaoshi confidently said, regarding this, the three of us still don't have much of a problem, and according to the battle plan for clearing out the zombies, in 2 months at most, we'll all be able to enter level 5. Wang Feng pocketed the small box containing the alien energy crystals, smiled and said, then I wish you all the best. I'll go back first. Lu Chaoshi said, I'll have my family brother show you around the base and send you out. Wang Feng waved his hand. I'll just casually turn around on my own. You're all very busy, so you don't need to care about these formalities. Lu Chaoshi slightly apologized, so Wang Feng took Xia Chen out of the building and casually wandered around the Chaolu group's base. I couldn't see it too well from the car when I came in just now. At this moment, Wang Feng went in to take a look at some of the places and facilities in the base roughly. Overall it runs pretty smooth. There were a number of survivors lined up for food and supplies. The base's treasury side was full of people, but when Wang Feng looked at it, there were more people who deposited supplies for points and fewer people who cashed in their points for things. Instead, there are some stores along the road that look like they are run by individuals, and there are quite a few people coming in and out. Xia Chen explained, the base's warehouses give fewer points when collecting supplies, and the price is high when cashing them out, so some people trade them out on their own, selling them cheaper, and then deducting the store rent and taxes, all of which are more cost-effective than handing them over directly to the base. Wang Feng nodded. This was also a simple means of governance. The cost burden is too great for the base to collect and manage everything on a large scale. For less important supplies, individuals can just trade on their own, and the base can still return points through rents and taxes, instead of having to send points out for every bit of supplies they receive. These things must have people who specialize in understanding the economy and the design. Wang Feng just experienced the previous life, know some of the principles here. The specific is lazy to get too clear. Wang Feng believes in strength above all else. As long as one is strong enough, these rules of operation will always only serve them. If the rules make you feel at a disadvantage, then it's good to change the rules. At this time, Wang Feng and the two of them passed by a store with hanging curtains, just as a man pushed open the door, looked around, saw Wang Feng and Xia Chen, looked slightly embarrassed, and hurriedly left. Chapter 69, Accident in the Eastern Suburbs? Wang Feng knew at a glance what kind of business was done here. Nothing less than one of the oldest trades of mankind. Even though Xia Chen hadn't graduated from college yet, he was already at an age where he knew everything. Humph. Man. Xia Chen ground his teeth and glanced at Wang Feng. Wang Feng squinted his eyes and said, you can be more active than me every day. Xia Chen rationalized. I like it. I'll take the initiative. Wang Feng said. Men like it too. And the gender ratio of survivors is extremely unbalanced, so there's always a reason for this industry to exist. Xia Chen said. You don't want to come to a place like this anyway. Wang Feng smiled. I can't see it. Xia Chen immediately said with a bad smile. Then who do you have your eye on? Is it Sister Lu? Wang Feng immediately denied. Don't talk nonsense. Xia Chen said. Just now in the house. You were clearly staring at her, and you made her blush. Wang Feng said with a straight face. I thought of something else and got distracted. Xia Chen cut a sound. Expressed disbelief. Just look. Sister Lu wear professional clothes so good looking. I cannot help but look at a few more eyes. And then continued. Brother, and I think, Sister Lu is also interested in you. You can consider it. Wang Feng was slightly surprised. Before that schoolgirl posted up, you cut the person down without saying anything, protecting food so fiercely. How come you don't seem to reject Lu Chaoshi now? Xia Chen was greatly ashamed. Can this person be the same as a human being? Don't ask more questions. Taking advantage and still showing off here. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. I didn't say or do anything. How am I taking advantage? Then he said to Xia Chen, a woman with a particularly strong career like Sanma is much more sensible than you can be. There won't be too many entanglements between us. Xia Chen said suspiciously. Really? Wang Feng added with a straight face. Of course, I won't look at the wrong person, unless Chaolu Group is finished one day. It's impossible to take her in. Suddenly the words changed. At most, it's a dewy-eyed affair. Xia Chen feigned anger. Humph, really told the truth. Still want something to happen. Wang Feng laughed, just saying it casually. In fact, what I want more is, thinking about what? We picked up a lot of clothes at the clothing market in the eastern suburbs earlier. How about tonight? You also wear a professional outfit? Brother Dash. Wang Feng and Xia Chen joked and laughed along the way, and as they were about to go out of the range of the Chaolu base, the roadblocks and sentry posts leading to the south were already clearly visible. Suddenly, a car came speeding up from behind and jerked to a stop beside the two. The car window lowered, revealing Lu Chaoxi's pretty face with a somewhat grave expression. Something may have happened in the eastern suburbs. A little later, along the cleared road, the car traveled quickly toward the Shanglong Logistics Park in the eastern suburbs. Lu Chaoxi drove while briefly telling Wang Feng and Xia Chen about the news she had just received. Earlier today, a team from the Shanglong Logistics Park that had gone out to gather supplies had been attacked, leaving only a second-tier squad leader to escape back and report the incident. It said that the rest of the squad and the goods had been detained by a group of Xenos, clamoring for the logistics park base to take Xeno crystals in exchange. When the squad leader came back to report, Yi Baichuan was furious. Shanglong Logistics Park has been formed for 2 or 3 months, and its reputation in the eastern suburbs is loud and clear. Previously, how many small teams of surrounding Exalted had begged the logistics park to release some food supplies to them, or simply begged on their knees to join the logistics park base. The recent joint formation of Pingnan City, Yi Baichuan is also one of the 3 giants of Pingnan City. After the expansion of the base forces of the logistics park, the third-level alien are close to 200 people, a completely dominant presence in the eastern suburbs. It was just as well that he, Yi Baichuan, didn't go and bully others, but now someone had actually bullied him. Yi Baichuan immediately brought more than 20 level 3 exalts and rushed to the location where the people and goods were seized. Following the directions the level 2 squad leader said, Cui Hua, the original third leader of the logistics park base, was automatically upgraded to second leader since Huang Kuan's defection, advising Yi Baichuan not to rush out, and that it would be best to get word to Chaolu and the school alliance first. Yi Baichuan were willing to listen, led his men to kill. Cui Hua waited for 2 hours in the logistics park, but did not see Yi Baichuan back. This time it really panicked. Yi Baichuan didn't even come back, and Cui Hua himself was even more afraid to go out, so he could only rush to report the situation to the other joint forces in Pingnan City. Wang Feng just left Lu Chaoxia's office building. Lu Chaoxia's side received the news, and after hurriedly arranging some, Lu Chaoxia drove to catch Wang Feng. By my initial judgment, this should be a trap, Lu Chaoxi said as she drove. A team of reconnaissance personnel has already gone there first, and the combat team will arrive later. Several other joint forces have also received news, and should be sending out their manpower, ready to converge at the logistics park base first, and see the results of the reconnaissance before discussing their next move. Wang Feng asked, is there any preliminary judgment? What other alien forces are in the vicinity? Have you learned about them before? Lu Chaoxi said, Shanglong Logistics Park is a dominant force on this side of the eastern suburb, and I haven't heard Yi Baichuan say anything about any threatening forces. This might also be the reason why he went ahead and stepped on the trap with a big grin. Wang Feng sat in the back seat, silent, searching in his past life's memory for people who could have possibly done it, and he didn't find any clues. After a short interval, Lu Chaoxi whispered, thank you for being willing to come. After all, this is only a matter of Pingnan City. Wang Feng shook his head slightly. Yi Baichuan and I have some personal friendship, so naturally I don't want anything to happen to him. Before long, the car drove to Shanglong Logistics Park. There were already people from other forces arriving, and as soon as Wang Feng got out of the car, he saw Zhang Feng, and the middle-aged man who had an argument with Lu Chaoxi earlier in the video call. The middle-aged man was shouting to Zhang Feng, we don't know anything right now, so what gives you the right to say it's a trap and ask everyone to send their people over? As far as I'm concerned, it's a complete fuss. Zhang Feng reprimanded in dissatisfaction. Now it's the leader of a power's 4th-level alien who has inexplicably disappeared and returned. Do you think this is a trivial matter? The middle-aged man said. What does that have to do with us? Don't I have my own things to do? Who knows if you're not just directing yourselves and making up excuses to try to boss us around? The 7 forces of Pingnan City are united as equals, and although several of us do not have the 4th rank for the time being, we are not your subordinates either. We can be recruited and waved away. Lu Chaoxi got out of the car, heard the conversation between the two, and said coldly, watching each other's backs was originally the basis for jointly establishing Pingnan City. Since you, Boss Shang, don't agree with it, next time if a zombie horde attacks your territory, just don't call for everyone's help. When Boss Shang saw Lu Chaoxi coming over, his aura visibly shrunk. Before the revival of aura, Zhang Feng was after all just a young man who hadn't graduated from university. Facing a middle-aged man like Boss Shang who had rolled around in society for many years, he naturally lacked a bit of intimidating power. Although Lu Chaoshi wasn't much older than a few years old, she was already at the helm of a group of companies, and her aura was completely different. Seeing Boss Shang mutter a few words and stop talking, Lu Chaoshi asked sternly, "Have the flying scouts returned yet? Where is the earliest person who came back to report?" Chapter 70, The Dishonest Chen Laoshi. With Lu Chaoshi's two questions, two people immediately walked out. The first one was a flight shifter, and the traces of the transformed bird hadn't completely receded yet. Reporting back to Lu Chaoshi, "After receiving the order, I went to the designated range and flew a reconnaissance for 20 minutes and saw no signs of human activity below. There are now other flight aliens keeping an uninterrupted eye on the area in exchange for me coming back to report on the situation." Lu Chaoshi nodded slightly, then looked at the second person who came out, the second-level squad leader who first came back to say that the goods had been detained, and said, "Tell me the original story of the situation at the very beginning, and don't leave out a single thing." The second-grade squad leader looked a little old and cowering, hunched over, opened his mouth, and was about to speak. Needless to say, suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Lu Chaoshi. The crowd turned around to see that the one who spoke was none other than Wang Feng. "What's your name? What level shifter? What are the abilities?" Wang Feng didn't care what the crowd's reaction was and asked directly. The second-grade squad leader didn't care who was asking. He just replied honestly, "My name is Chen Laoshi. Second-grade psychic ability. My ability is just ordinary flesh reinforcement. Except for my strength, I have no other characteristics." Lu Chaoshi didn't have much of a reaction to Wang Feng's sudden interruption of her questioning, so she quietly looked at Wang Feng. That business boss, however, was not pleased. "Which one are you? With so many bosses present, where do you get to speak?" Lu Chaoshi immediately drank. "Shut up, you're AF** king boss. Even if you die here, your forces will be able to introduce a new boss to top it tomorrow." Boss Shang was confused by Lu Chaoshi's scolding, and Wang Feng didn't pay any attention to it, just continued to stare at Chen Laoshi and asked, "Are you married? What's the wife's name? What's your father's name? And what's your grandfather's name?" Chen Laoshi's expression stiffened and he said with a bitter face, "This big brother, what are you asking for?" Wang Feng said, "Don't worry about that. Answer right away. Don't hesitate." Chen Laoshi opened his mouth, his eyes darting about, but he didn't reply for a moment. Now everyone immediately saw that something was wrong. What's there to think about with that kind of question? Who even has to think about what their own father's name is? Unless he didn't know it at all and was afraid to make stuff up in case he was outed. Chui Hua, the second leader of Shanglong Logistics Park, immediately changed his face drastically. "You're not Chen Laoshi. Who are you?" Chen Laoshi grinned, but the corners of his mouth grinned to the root of his ears. His face changed greatly at the same time. His body turned nearly 20 centimeters taller. A jump from the center of the crowd to the edge of the jump, opened long legs and ran out. "Stop him!" Chui Hua snapped. The combatants gathered on the periphery gathered around, wanting to stop the disguised Chen Laoshi. "But I did not expect. Chen Laoshi's strength is really amazing. Our three-level alien combatants actually cannot fight?" By Chen Laoshi 3 rushes in 2 bursts to tear open an opening. The eye is about to escape. Lu Chaoshi stared at Chen Laoshi with a twinkle in her eye. Chen Laoshi immediately turned into slow motion, and he didn't even know it. Then without seeing Zhang Feng's action, an ice bullet condensed around him and shot out faster than a bullet, hitting Chen Laoshi who couldn't react at all. Chen Laoshi's torso was hit by the ice bomb after blowing a few big holes. Limbs were also broken by the ice bomb. Lying on the ground with blood spilling out of his mouth, but actually did not die. The vitality is very tenacious. Zhang Feng was most aware of the power of his ice bomb, and his face was ugly. "MD, this is a level 4. Chen Laoshi lying on the ground, in the blink of an eye and changed his appearance, actually turned into a delicate girl. That looks almost compared to Lu Chaoshi and Xia Chen, coupled with the injuries on the body. It is hard to create a kind of choo-choo moving I see pity feeling, sparing the crowd having just seen his manly appearance. Many of them could not help but feel some compassion while committing nausea in their hearts. It's probably the same principle as when you see a beautiful taikoku ry. Many men can't help but be attracted to it even though they know it's the same gender as themselves. Chen Laoshi looked pitiful as he lay on the ground and begged, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Lu Chaoshi looked at Wang Feng. Wang Feng shrugged his shoulders, signaling Lu Chaoshi to do as she pleased, and stopped getting involved himself. Only then did Lu Chaoshi take 2 steps forward and began to understand the situation with a question and answer. According to Chen Laoshi, her real name is Zhao Tingting, and the force to which she belongs is called the Bandit Gang. It's a group of 100 shifters who have been active in the more northern areas of the city's eastern suburbs. The so-called no-holds-barred means that this gang has no human constraints or moral boundaries at all, and there is nothing they cannot do, whether internally or externally. Killing for fun is just a basic operation, And abusing a camp of hundreds or thousands of survivors cleanly in one day for the sake of seeking fun has happened more than once before. The other exalts under the rule of the bandit gang had only 3 paths to choose from. One was to simply join the bandit gang and then try to survive the brutal infighting. The second is to choose to be submissive, to be patronized from time to time by gangs of bandits, to loot supplies or survivors at will, and to just survive. The third is to rebel and then be exterminated by the bandit gang, removing the alien crystal and providing resources for the bandit gang to continue to grow. Lu Chaoxia's eyebrows were furrowed. You're not telling the truth. Don't those aliens run away? Why haven't we ever heard of bandit gangs? I don't believe the bandit gang can keep an eye on everyone. Chen Laoshi, or Zhao Tingting, grinned at Lu Chaoxia, revealing a mouth full of blood. Of course there are people running. As to why you haven't seen anyone running out, I'm not sure. Probably because no one chose to escape in your direction. Your direction to escape. Zhao Tingting said so, but it is also difficult to refute. Pingnan City occupies this area. Before the recovery of the aura is a densely populated area. The corresponding zombies will also be more. According to the normal thinking will not be fled to this place. Zhao Tingting continued. Actually, most people won't run. It's because in their opinion, only the bandit gang can fight against those supersized zombie hordes. As long as they are obedient enough, they can barely stay alive. But away from the bandit gang, then there's no chance they'll have to feed the zombies. Lu Chaoxi asked again. What is the size and strength of the bandit gang? Zhao Tingting coughed up 2 mouthfuls of frothy blood and gasped with some difficulty. It's better to treat me first, or I might die here before I finish. Heal her, Lu Chaoxi said coldly. A healing alien came forward and stopped Zhao Tingting's bleeding and slightly restored her injuries. Zhao Tingting's color was a bit better, and her tone of voice was different. That's the right thing to do. If I'm allowed to die here, you guys might not even be able to regret it. A hint of killing intent flared in Lu Chaoxi's beautiful eyes. You came to our territory in disguise, tricked our people out, and still dare to talk like this? Zhao Tingting didn't lie down anymore at this moment and sat on the ground, but didn't shy away from looking straight at Lu Chaoxi. If I live, that 4th rank of yours might still have hope to come back alive, and if I die, I'm only afraid that there won't be many living souls left here. Chapter 71 Strength of the Gang. Seeing that Lu Chaoxi was showing signs of fury, Zhao Tingting didn't panic and continued. Didn't you just ask me about the size and strength of the bandit gang? You said, Lu Chaoxi said through his teeth. Zhao Tingting said, the number of official members of the bandit gang is small, just 100 or so Xenos. At these words, there was a commotion in the room. With this, how dare you threaten us? Cui Hua shouted. We, the Shanglong family, have nearly 2,000 Xenos. Have you eaten dog's guts to provoke us? How is our bossy now? Tell us. Zhao Tingting laughed. Second leader Cui. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't gone out since I came over to deliver the message. So how can I know Chief Ye's current condition? It's only speculated that if he's resourceful enough, there's that slight possibility that he's still alive. Lu Chaoxi reached out to stop Cui Hua in vain. Let her continue. Zhao Tingting said word by word, while looking around at the reactions of everyone in the room. The bandit gang only has 100 or so people, but well, the lowest are all level 3 Alterans. The number of level 4 alien is probably just over 2 dozen. The exact number I don't dare to say. After all, there are always some people who will hide a hand. I see. More than 20 level 4s. Really? This is a joke. How many level 4s are there in the entirety of the several forces in Pingnan City? The field was a mess. Surrounding this place were either the leading figures of several forces or the more elite combatants amongst the 3rd level aliens. Everyone was shocked by Zhao Tingting's glib words. Boss Shang angrily rebuked. You're talking nonsense. How can there be so many crystals for you guys to upgrade with 2 dozen level 4 alienists? Zhao Tingting looked at Boss Shang and said, you're also quite brave. I heard it all just now. And you even dared to talk back to the 4th level alien in your area. If you were in our bandit gang, you probably wouldn't have survived more than 2 days before you turned into a grain of crystal. Now you should know where we get our upgraded alien crystals from. I've heard that this power of yours has 800 or 900 level 3 psychics. Even if you only kill a small half of them, you can still create 40 to 50 level 4s. So what's the big fuss about it? Boss Shang's face changed and he didn't squeak. Aside from Lu Chaoxi, Zhang Feng, and Wang Feng Xiachen, all the people present were at the 3rd level. Zhao Tingting's words caused the atmosphere in the arena to become somewhat subtle. Kill the other level 3 aliens and then quickly pile out a bunch of level 4s? Someone really dares to do that? How dare they say it with a straight face? Come to think of it, are there any rules left in this day and age? Isn't the bigger fist the rule? Killing people makes your fist grow bigger quickly, and it's easier than going to spar with tens of thousands of walkers. Ah, this thought, like a temptation from the devil, is difficult to extinguish once hooked. Enough. Lu Chaoxi drank. and some of the whispers stopped at once. Lu Chaoshi looked around and asked sternly, "Do you guys think what she said makes sense? From the present situation where everyone watches out for each other and works together, to everyone being on their own, no matter if they eat and work during the day or sleep in their own beds at night, they have to worry about being assassinated at all times? Do you all want to live that kind of life more? If we say that we raise a 4th grade out of 10 third grades, what makes you think that you are bound to be the 1/10 that survives, rather than the 9/10 that die?" Lu Chaoshi looked at Zhao Tingting. "We joined together to form Pingnan City to try and keep everyone alive, not to get together and engage in internecine warfare. You say you have 24 4th grades now. Well, I believe it. But what about half a year or a year from now? How many of your level 4s will be able to rise to level 5? And by that time, all 800 level 3s in our Pingnan City will be able to rise to level 4 even if they just absorb aura normally. Every living aberrant is the spark and hope for the revival of mankind. We are now fighting against those zombie hordes, and we are only deploying 3rd level adepts to avoid unnecessary excessive casualties when 2nd level adepts go to the battlefield. And you bandits, how dare you do such a thing as killing the chicken and fishing with all your might? Now I'll announce that our future goal for Pingnan City is not only to fight against those zombies and alien beasts, but also you beasts who don't treat your fellow countrymen as human beings and kill them wantonly." Zhao Tingting's face changed. Then she laughed again. "This beauty, even if you have a point, but it doesn't change the fact that right now, our bandit gang's strength is such that we can crush you, and I haven't just finished. Our gang leader, Chi 12, is already a level 5 alien now. Yo, if you want to go against the bandit gang, you guys are afraid that you won't even survive a month, let alone talk about a year from now." After saying that, Zhao Tingting stood up from the ground and moved her body a few times. The recovery ability of a 4th level flesh alien was very strong, and after the treatment just now, the almost fatal injuries from before were now barely able to move around. Zhao Tingting said, "I advise you guys, you should hurry and check on Yi Baichuan. If he didn't die at the scene, it's possible that he was just captured alive. Then hurry up and let me go back. And I promise you that I'll let him off the hook this time when I get back. Don't worry that my words don't carry enough weight. After all, my powers are still useful." Lu Chaoshi gritted his teeth and asked, "And what if he's already dead?" Zhao Tingting shrugged her shoulders. "Then there's nothing I can do. Death is death. Could it be that you still dare to kill me to pay for his life?" Lu Chaoshi said in an icy tone. "Lead the way to the place you tricked Yi Baichuan into going to." However, Boss Shang came over again and whispered, "Chief Lu, it's not right. What if those 4th and 5th level ones from the bandit gang are still guarding there? These people of ours are just giving it away if we go." Lu Chaoshi hesitated and turned her head to look at Wang Feng. Seeing that Wang Feng's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Tingting's words about the strength of the bandit gang, Lu Chaoshi also somehow felt inexplicably much more solid in his heart. Immediately, he said to Boss Shang, "Only by rescuing Yi Baichuan can we have one more point of strength and safety. If they are going to attack us, guarding here will be a sitting duck. Everyone who has survived until now has been killed from a pile of zombies, and they still don't even have the guts to fight once they've been scared. Scouts out first, all other combatants follow. Move out." A group of people hurriedly took Zhao Tingting, the hostage, and followed her directions to the location previously reported to Yi Baichuan. It was an open parking lot, and from a distance, the big iron gates were half open, so you couldn't see much inside. Lu Chaoshi beckoned and a flying alien landed from the sky. Lu Chaoshi asked, "Did you make any new discoveries during the time you came over?" Chapter 72, Where does Pingnan City go from here? This alien that had fallen down was not like the Birdman girl that Wang Feng had killed before, the one that had 2 extra big white angel-like wings on its back. Nor was it like the one that had just returned to the logistics park base, where the whole thing had transformed into a bird-like form. The flying alien now had an extra layer of tough fleshy membrane between the underside of his arms and his body, kind of like a bat kind of thing. But no matter what kind of psychic ability, just being able to fly up into the sky and simply be a scout is enough. The flying alien replied, "There are some signs of recent fighting in the parking lot, and a number of parked cars have been overturned and smashed. But no trucks have been seen coming out of the Shanglong Logistics Park to gather supplies to drive, and we haven't seen anyone moving around the neighborhood. There's a row of bungalows at the far end of the parking lot, and you can't see inside from the sky." Lu Chaoshi looked again at the other scouts who had arrived first. They had arrived in the neighborhood a few minutes before the large group that Lu Chaoshi had brought with him. One of them said softly, "No other human activity has been heard within 2 kilometers. The other one sniffled and said, "Inside the parking lot, there's a big smell of blood. The other odors have dissipated and are less detectable." Another one kept blinking and looked around, pointing in a direction. "There were quite a few people who left from this side, about 2 or 3 hours ago, and there aren't many traces left. We didn't dare to go in the parking lot. We should be able to see more details when we go in." The iron gate of the open parking lot was half open, half hidden, and from this angle only a corner of the inside could be seen. The street was silent, and with a group of over 100 people, hardly anyone made any noise. Both are waiting for Lu Chaoxi to make a decision. Yi Baichuan probably just went into the parking lot and then never went back, so who knows what happened to him. Are those guys from the bandit gang really gone? Or are they continuing to open their traps and wait for them to get in? Lu Chaoxi secretly gritted her teeth and drew out her usual 2 3-pronged military spikes. All follow me. Go in and take a look. Wang Feng was just about to take a step when he suddenly frowned slightly, feeling a wave of foreign energy fall on him. The feeling is both familiar and strange. Familiarly, Lu Chaoxi had exerted this kind of supernormal ability on herself that day when she was cutting on the terrace of the Deer Ring Villa. The strange thing is that time it was being slowed down, but now it's being sped up. All of a sudden, everything around Wang Feng turned into slow motion, with the exception of Lu Chaoxi. It seemed that Lu Chaoxi had secretly cast time acceleration on both herself and Wang Feng just to be on the safe side. Wang Feng deliberately slowed down his pace, allowing himself to walk only slightly faster than the crowd, and walked to the forefront of the group, advancing side by side with Lu Chaoxi. Xia Chen and Zhang Feng were each on the side of the two, slightly half a step behind. Only further back was a host of third-level aliens. Many people took out their weapons and held them in their hands, and those who didn't, most of their bodies also lit up with the light of various supernatural powers. In a state of strict readiness, the parking lot was silent, not a soul in sight. A few burned cars with only wreckage left. A few trees planted at the edge of the field snapped off, with branches and leaves scattered all over the place, as well as various shapes of spattered blood on the concrete floor. All show that a fierce battle had once taken place here. At the far end of the parking lot were a few simple rooms, like a management office or a toll booth, with barely a single piece of intact glass in the windows and broken glass falling all over the place. A single blackened window faced the crowd, wondering what was going on inside the house. After walking towards the house for a while longer, Wang Feng secretly sighed. The house was in a state that he had sensed. A few seconds later, the crowd walked up to the door of the house and their faces all changed. The not-so-big room was filled with bodies one next to the other with all kinds of injuries. Fire, ice, hammered with a blunt instrument, sliced with a sharp blade. Exactly the same is that everyone's brains were lifted off and the alien crystals inside were gone. Dozens of corpses were crammed next to each other, stacked without dignity, making the place look like a slaughterhouse. Yi Baichuan was in the most prominent position in the middle of the house. The skullcap was gone, the eyes were still open, and the expression on his face looked like he couldn't believe his end. Chief, Cui Hua cried out sadly. Lu Chaoxi turned her head with some impatience. Xia Chen and Zhang Feng also each looked gloomy. More than 100 people had come to Pingnan City. Not all of them were able to squeeze close enough to see the tragedy in the house with their own eyes, but through the reactions of the crowd in front of them, they all knew what had happened. Someone unconsciously let go of his hand, and his knife fell to the ground, his mouth still muttering, "Bandit gang, bandit gang." After a while, Lu Chaoxi said softly, "Put them away." Cui Hua whispered next to him, "It's not all our people in here, there are bandits too." Lu Chaoxi's face showed disgust, not expecting the bandit gang to treat their own people, but also collect the brain crystals and then directly discard the corpses, and said, "Pick those people out and burn them right here. Transport our people back and bury them properly." After some sorting out, the logistics park sent manpower to carry a body on a stretcher, covered with a white cloth, loaded onto a car and carried back. Less than a dozen bodies were piled up in the middle of the parking lot. Gasoline was poured on them, and someone threw a fireball on them, which blazed up, the flames reflecting light and darkness on everyone's faces. Cui Hua asked sadly, "President Lu, what do we do next?" Lu Chaoxi sighed, "My condolences. Perhaps it's time for us to go back and discuss how to defend ourselves against the bandits." Cui Hua couldn't help but ask, "Did Chief Yi die in vain? I request to at least kill that woman and give Chief Yi a burial." The crowd then remembered that they were still holding back Zhao Tingting, a rank 4 alien. Just now, everyone had gone into the parking lot, leaving a small team of third-grade alienists specifically to watch over Zhao Tingting, who had not yet recovered from her serious injuries. Nearby, now that the work was done and the man was escorted back over, he stayed right in front of the parking lot. Before Lu Chaoxi could take a stand, someone couldn't help but say, "We can't kill her. If we kill her, what if the bandit gang retaliates again?" Immediately, another person called out, "We haven't messed with them before, and didn't we still get so many people killed? Already being bullied to the head, but still have to consider whether resistance will be retaliated against? This is too much of a wimp." Someone retorted, "A little impatience is a big deal, just like what Chief Lu said. As long as we survive until our level 3 alien ascends to level 4, even if it's just a portion of it, We don't have to be afraid of the bandits. The point is that we can't give them another excuse to come against our Pingnan city now. Someone agreed. That's right, after all, our size is here. So as long as we go all out on defense and act collectively, the bandit gangs can completely go elsewhere to toss around, and there's no need to fight us to the death. Chief Yi led a team of people, all of whom spelled the death of 7 or 8 people from the bandit gang. They only have a total of more than 100 people, and if we really have to force us to fight for our lives, we don't see how we can consume us. There was also someone who said coldly, if the 4th level leader is killed, if he doesn't even dare to let out a single fart. Such a soft persimmon. If I were a bandit gang, I would come and pinch again. Even if we have to play defense for a long time, we must first give them a counterattack, and they will never voluntarily let us go without beating them severely. There was a flurry of talk about everything. Chapter 73, Deer Ringing Villa in action. The crowd in the parking lot was still arguing, and Lu Chaoshi looked tired and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wang Feng once again. Wang Feng glanced back at Lu Chaoshi and suddenly grinned. It seems that Pingnan City can't argue out the result for a while, but I have an action coming up next in Deer Ring Villa. Sanma, do you want to take part in it? This was the first time Wang Feng had called Sanya by this title to her face. Lu Chaoshi looked a little unnatural when she heard it, but her attention was completely attracted by Wang Feng's words in front of her, and her eyes glittered. What action? Wang Feng didn't answer. He just picked up Xia Chen and walked out from the crowd. Seeing this, Lu Chaoshi immediately said in a loud voice, Quiet, quiet. Wait for us to confer before making a decision. Gesturing to Zhang Feng, the two of them followed and came over to Wang Feng's side. Only then did Wang Feng say, I have a principle. Whoever took my things and made me suffer, must double back. In the past, when Shenglong Logistics Park mistakenly charged me for something, Yi Baichuan ended up paying me back 10 times more. No fight. What about now? Yi Baichuan is also considered my friend. He was killed. I don't care what Pingnan City intends to do, but I, Deersong Villa, naturally want the murderer to repay back tenfold. When Wang Feng said this, he said with a straight face, Lu Chaoshi, do you want to go together? The hesitant look on Lu Chaoshi's face flickered away and turned firm. To go. Lu Chaoshi's answer was not unexpected by Wang Feng. In her previous life, she had dared to kill her way up to Lady City alone, so she still had this bit of courage. Zhang Feng, listening from the sidelines, raised his hand and said, Me, I'm going too. To avenge old Yi. Xia Chen said in dissatisfaction. This is the action of Deer Moor Villa. What are you involved in? Zhang Feng said. Then I'll also apply to join the lodge. Sister Lu is a 3rd-class maid. I'll just be a 4th-class house servant. Lu Chaoshi instantly raised her leg and kicked Zhang Feng. Wang Feng said indifferently. It won't take that many people. We also need a 4th level to sit in on this place. Bring the people back and do a good job of pacifying them. If all 4 of us go, the rest of these people might even think wildly that we left them behind and ran away, or simply went to surrender to the bandit gang. Alright, Zhang Feng agreed helplessly. Zhang Feng didn't even realize that when Wang Feng said that only 3 of them were needed to go against the bandit gang with 24 level 4 Ultrans, he actually didn't raise any counter-arguments. Wang Feng took the 2 women and walked to the entrance of the parking lot and said to Zhao Tingting, Yi Baichuan is dead, so you're going to die as well. Zhao Tingting said disdainfully, if you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of the bandit gang's retaliation? Wang Feng said flatly, soon they will also go down to accompany you. Zhao Tingting's face changed. She could see that Wang Feng was not joking. This time, no matter if Wang Feng could get the bandit gang to go down to accompany her, she was definitely dead anyway. Wang Feng added, if you want the bandit gang to avenge you, tell me where they are hiding, and what supernatural abilities you know the level 4s have, and I can promise to let you die a quick death. If you won't talk, or tell lies, I'll break your bones into pieces and throw them in that fire to burn slowly. No need to be skeptical. I have lie detector powers. Otherwise, why do you think I was able to uncover your identity back at the logistics park? Zhao Tingting's eyes darted around like she was still weighing the struggle. Wang Feng added, I also know that your statement that your name is Zhao Tingting is also false. Zhao Tingting instantly looked at Wang Feng in shock. Even Lu Chaoshi was surprised. She had always wondered what kind of psychic ability Wang Feng had. Flesh, light, or space, and now this, another lie detector power pops up? Just kidding. But no matter whether Wang Feng was joking or not, at least Zhao Tingting believed it. Of course, it could also be with the intention of letting Wang Feng go and fight the bandits against each other. She was going to die herself anyway, and hated to drag more people along with her, so she gave a full account of the bandit gang's quarters, as well as information on some of the key personnel. After hearing this, Wang Feng nodded his head expressionlessly and said, my special ability tells me that you lied, so you still can't die too painfully. Zhao Dingting froze and roared. I'm telling you the truth. You're not keeping your promise. Wang Feng said. I keep my promises, but I didn't guarantee that my lie detector ability would be accurate. After saying that, Wang Feng pulled up Zhao Dingting and smashed it on the ground. And without sheathing his long knife, he smashed his arms, legs and ribs. Look at the way the bones are really smashed into segments. Zhao Dingting was smashed and screamed miserably. First cursed, then begged for forgiveness. Slowly stopped making a sound. Only the shape and appearance kept changing, and for a moment even changed into the appearance of Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi. Wang Feng's hands didn't stop at all, and while smashing, he mouthed, I guess Qi 12 keeps you around because you can take the form of whomever he wants to. Right, Zhao Si? As a man, living by turning into a woman to please others. Are you sad? The puddle on the ground that was already about to become inhuman moved and said with difficulty, How do you know that I am Zhao Si? Wang Feng laughed and did not answer. In fact, in the logistics park base, when he saw this person changed into a level 2 Chen Laosher, but in his head was a level 4 crystal, Wang Feng immediately thought of the small team of hunters that used to be with the white-haired bird girl. At that time, he himself just didn't wait for this Zhao Si who possessed shape-shifting powers. It looks like you've had a good life since joining the bandit gang, and you've already risen to level 4. After taking Zhao Si's alien crystal and throwing the body into the fire, Wang Feng led Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi out of the parking lot, first advancing a little bit towards the location Zhao Si had said, and then casually looking for an empty house on the side of the road. You guys stay outside and help me keep watch. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he took out Zhao Si's level 4 crystals and the small box containing 10 level 3 crystals that he had taken from Lu Chaoxi earlier in the day. The two women glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Even Xia Chen didn't expect Wang Feng's upgrade speed to be so much faster than hers. Xia Chen had been eating and practicing with Wang Feng, and during that time, he had also absorbed a level 4 crystal from Yang Chunyi, and was now just over halfway through his upgrade progress. Looking at Wang Feng's current stance, it was clear that he was already going to impact the 5th level. The two women exited the room. Wang Feng calmed his mind and began to absorb the foreign energy crystals one after another. After a long time, finally, the aura around the room began to surge and swirl, forming a huge vortex. The aura in a circle of hundreds of meters was stirred and surged towards the center of the vortex before being sucked clean, creating a short-lived aura vacuum. Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi stood in the middle of the aura vortex, feeling the aura sweeping by so quickly that they even had the illusion of an unsteady figure. After another moment, the door opened and Wang Feng walked out with a relaxed demeanor. Brother, how is it? Xia Chen hurriedly asked. After the spatial ability was awakened to level 5, it was natural to master a new ability. Wang Feng was obviously in a good mood at this time, and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's let both of you rise to level 5 today as well. Chapter 74, Sudden Attack. A river that runs through the eastern outskirts of the city cuts the city into two parts. On the west bank of the river, there is a garden villa-style hotel built on the water. A small, independent building, staggered on the high slopes of the river, not far from a large wetland and reed bed. From time to time a refreshing cool breeze blows along the river that runs north and south. There has been no human industrial activity for months, and the river, which used to be often murky, now looks like a turquoise belt around the city. These guys are pretty good at picking their spots. Wang Feng led the two women to observe a nearby high building for a while and couldn't help but sigh. Is it good? I don't think it's as good as in the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Xia Chen skimmed his lips. The terrain here was empty, and it obviously couldn't gather aura. Wang Feng said, after killing the people, it is convenient to throw them in the water to feed the fish, so as not to burn them and pollute the air. The three of them descended the stairs, chatting as if they were taking a walk, and gradually approached the hotel. Wang Feng was giving Lu Chaoxi the next plan of action. Xia Chen didn't need to say anything. Wang Feng knew what to do when he gave a look. Wait, we have to move fast, Wang Feng said. Lu Chaoxi let out a hum to show her understanding. If the three of them were going to raid so many people, they would definitely have to be quick and slow to catch them off guard, lest they be surrounded. It's not good to prevent them from reacting and running off too many people. Wang Feng continued. Lu Chaoxi was a bit confused. Did Wang Feng still plan to wipe them out? 3 against more than 100. And then Wang Feng's words were like saying, instead of kneeling down and waiting for death, the enemy had the audacity to try to escape. Is this guy always this brave? Before he could slow down, Lu Chaoxi heard Wang Feng say again, so you two try not to make any noise, don't make any moves, and let me do it all. If you end up having to face the enemy head-on, then we'll see how the situation goes for the fight. Now Lu Chaoxia was even more confused, so it wasn't 3 versus over 100. It was Wang Feng who wanted to fight alone? Then why did she and Xia Chen come here? At this time, the entrance to the hotel could already be seen from afar. Wang Feng said. According to Zhao Xi's confession, Huang Kuan, who ran away from Shanglong Logistics Park before, is also here. And his supernatural nose is very smart. So we'll directly kill in as fast as we can. Xiao Lu now put me on time acceleration. You two always stay within 2 meters of me. Lu Chaoxi's mouth was crooked. She couldn't even tell if Wang Feng had intentionally shouted so, or if he had just called out whatever came to mind. From the beginning, Chairman Lu, Chief Lu, to the third-class maid, Sanya, then called her by her first name, called her Lu Chaoxi, and now it is Xiao Lu. It is simply heartless. There is no pattern to speak of. Hating it, Lu Chaoxi applied twice the time acceleration to Wang Feng and said, "The effect will be interrupted if you stay away from me. My supernatural ability can support me for 15 minutes at most." Wang Feng was a bit surprised and glanced at Lu Chaoxi, saying as slowly as he could, "You don't need to go into such detail." Lu Chaoxi rolled her eyes widely. "I'm not like you, being so guarded against anyone. We are now partners in a common battle." Shaking his head, Wang Feng didn't say anything else and quickly walked towards the hotel entrance. With twice the time acceleration himself now, listening to Lu Chaoxian was slow, and it was a bit difficult to communicate with each other. Xia Chen whispered, "Just follow and watch." The crossbar blocking cars at the hotel entrance had broken off, and further in was a wooded, shaded road. The gangs don't have anyone guarding the entrance here. Wang Feng drew 2 short knives from his waist and ran towards the building at the end of the road a few hundred meters away, where the hotel lobby was located. According to Wang Feng's physical strength after entering the 5th level, it was just the equivalent of jogging, and under the effect of time acceleration, Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi already had to run with all their might in order to keep up with Wang Feng. A few hundred meters rolled by. Just in time, a man came out of the lobby, stretched, unbuckled his pants and was ready to take a leak right next to him. As soon as he looked up and saw the 3 men rushing towards him, he held his pants in both hands and opened his mouth to speak. Far away from more than 20 meters, Wang Feng quickly swung his short knife, and when he retracted it again, the man had already lost his gaze and slowly planted himself on the ground. Lu Chaoxi couldn't help but stare in disbelief. She hadn't even seen what had happened when the person on the opposite side of the room had already collapsed. Did Wang Feng make a move? Keep up. Wang Feng's voice came, sounding somewhat short and sharp like a fast playback, and the person had already rushed towards the hotel lobby without stopping, awakening the 5th level spatial ability. The range of spatial perception had reached 25 meters. Without needing to enter, Wang Feng had already sensed that there were 4 people sitting on the sofa in the lobby playing cards, and 2 others standing on the side watching. Only one of the burly, shirtless men in here was a level 4 alien, and the crystals in his head were noticeably larger than the others. Wang Feng gripped his short sword with both hands and continuously poked it in front of his body a few times. Lu Chaoxi didn't hold back this time, and quietly put a time acceleration on herself as well. Finally seeing some of Wang Feng's movements, Lu Chaoxi saw that the short blade's entire body briefly disappeared for an instant as it was jabbed and poked into the void in front of his body by Wang Feng, and there was also a very small stirring motion of Wang Feng's wrist. When the short blade was finally retracted, there was a drop of grayish-white sticky paste that dripped down from the tip of the blade. Lu Chaoxi's pupils suddenly narrowed. The aura had been revived for such a long time. No matter if it was a zombie or a living person's head, she had seen a lot of them. What was stained on the short knife in Wang Feng's hand was clearly brain matter, but Wang Feng only made a few false stabs in front of his body. Where did the brain matter come from? Lu Chaoxi's eyes glanced hastily through the revolving doors of the hotel lobby. Several people who had been sitting around the couch playing cards a second ago had fallen to the floor in a heap. Someone's arms and legs were still twitching gently. Lu Chaoxi saw this time that those people's bodies actually still had vigor, and they didn't have any injuries, but apparently the brain that commanded the body was finished, and it was only a matter of time before it died completely. With a little bit of sensing, Wang Feng realized that the upstairs of the hotel lobby was the setup of the 2-story banquet hall, and 4 people were busy, looking like they were preparing the bandit gang's dinner today. There was also a gym on the 4th floor. The exercise equipment was empty and unused, and 2 bodies were entwined in the locker room, exercising vigorously. Wang Feng swung out a few more knives quickly, directly piercing through space and killing the 6 people in the building across several floors. The range of spatial perception, ignoring distance, ignoring defenses, and suddenly a short knife stabbed into the brain and stirred it up. The dozen or so people who stayed on the main floor were already gone in less than half a minute. Wang Feng kept his feet on the ground, bypassing the main building where the hotel lobby was located. And then beyond that, there were small independent buildings spread out left and right, one after another. Each small building has a few to a dozen rooms of different sizes, and the buildings are far apart for privacy. Wang Feng went straight to the nearest one, 25 meters of spatial perception, already enough outside the building to see everything clearly. As he ran, He threw out a few knives for as many people as there were in the building, and then immediately rushed to the next building. Until 2 minutes later, Wang Feng had been killing to the end of a direction, clearing the last small building on this side before turning back, ready to change to another direction to continue when, howl oh oh oh, a long wolf howl rang out from one of the buildings. Chapter 75, Full Coverage Attack. Immediately following the loud wolf howl, someone somewhere pulled the alarm, and the sharp, piercing sound traveled throughout the hotel. In the building closest to Wang Feng, someone peeked out of the window and looked around, and immediately there was a shout, followed by 7 or 8 people rushing out. Some of them ran out from the door of the building. Some of them simply jumped down from the window. All of them gathered together and haphazardly formed a combat formation to meet Wang Feng's trio. Wang Feng's footsteps stopped slightly, waiting for a moment for Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi, who were following in wild pursuit. These two girls had followed a big run and were almost numb, and they didn't know how many bandit gang members Wang Feng had just killed. Lu Chaoxi still had some worries in her heart. There were still close to half the number of small buildings left, and if half the number of people were left as well, the difference in numbers between the two sides would still be very large. Without the advantage of a sneak attack, how are we going to play from behind? When the opposite side saw that there were only 3 Wang Fengs, they began to clamor from afar. What kind of ungrateful contraption dares to mess with the bandit gang? Looking for death, are you? Satisfy you. Don't be in a hurry. Those 2 chicks in the back are too hot. We have to capture them alive for a few more days. Ha 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 ha. Guys, I've got my eye on the one with the long hair. Don't try to steal it from me. These 7 or 8 people kept their mouths shut and their hands were not idle. Accompanied by obscenities, several fireballs and also ice arrows were already flying towards Wang Feng's trio. The fireball was dark red in color, almost the size of a man's head, and it was so fast that at a glance, it was not comparable to the power of a third-grade psychic ability. Followed by the ice arrow is almost interesting. The speed is a little slower, not to mention, look not as scary as the fireballs, just wins in the number of more, one after another. Wang Feng suddenly made a horizontal shift and dodged the several ground thorns that emerged from the ground. The ground thorns covered a small area with a tricky angle. If Wang Feng stayed put, his legs might have been stabbed from several angles at the same time. At this time, Xia Chen tugged Lu Chaoxi and stood next to Wang Feng. Not seeing Xia Chen move either, Lu Chaoxi only felt a darkness in front of her eyes, like the feeling of sunlight suddenly being covered by clouds. Looking around the trio again, it was as if there was a light veil surrounding a circle, a vague diaphragm from the outside world. Wang Feng stepped forward while whispering, "Time acceleration can be withdrawn." Xia Chen followed Wang Feng closely, signaling Lu Chaoxi to follow closely, and also lowered his voice to explain, "In here, they can't see us." Lu Chaoxi finally understood now how Xia Chen had suddenly disappeared under people's noses in the past. The opposite side suddenly couldn't see the enemy anymore, and was obviously a bit caught off guard, and the fireballs and ice arrows, without knowing how, actually crashed together one after another, emitting a huge popping sound, while complaining to each other about who didn't have good control just now and made their own people's powers collide. Several people were aimlessly throwing their powers in all directions, trying to scout out Wang Feng's trio's location. At this point, the 3 already people walked forward a bit in the shadows of optical stealth, leaving all those people's powers behind, and the short blade in Wang Feng's hand once again began to swing. In the space of 2 seconds, there were 8 more brain-churned, prepared bodies on the floor. Wang Feng reached out and pointed ahead, signaling to continue walking forward. The 3 quietly crossed over the bodies on the ground and followed the path around the side of the small building before they saw a large group of people. A tall, upright werewolf with a body close to 3 meters was baring its teeth and constantly twitching its nose, and its eyes had turned in the direction of Wang Feng's trio, revealing a suspicious look. Next to the werewolf was a woman, not very old, fat and plump, tall and plump, looking like a meatball. No, I should say like a steel bullet, because at this moment, all of the woman's exposed skin was glowing with the color of steel. In front of these 2 men stood a not-so-tall man with pointy, towering ears and some thieving eyes. These 3 people, according to Zhao Xi's delivery earlier, were the 3 core figures of the bandit gang. The man with the thieving eyebrows was the leader of the bandit gang, level 5 alien Chi 12. The werewolf transformed as Huang Kuan. This guy previously hid his strength and joined Shanglong Logistics Park, but after escaping, he showed up as a bandit. It's not clear if he joined the bandit gang later, or if he was already a scout for the gang before that. The Steel Woman is Chi Xi's cousin and also Huang Kuan's love interest. Her name is Zhuge Steel. Among the crowd behind these 3, some transformed into giants taller than Huang Kuan's werewolf, while others had the glow of different supernatural powers rising from their bodies. More than a few had no discernible features in their appearance, but just by looking at the fierce glint in their eyes they knew that they were by no means good. The werewolf stretched out his huge claws, pointed at the place where Wang Feng's trio was hiding, and howled, "There's someone in that direction. I can't see it, but it's right there." Chi-12 immediately turned his head in this direction, and his lips began to tremble slightly. Wang Feng frowned slightly. Any material changes within the range of perception could not be concealed from Wang Feng. It also includes sound-induced air vibrations. Right now Wang Feng didn't hear any sound in his ears, but the air around him was vibrating at an extremely high frequency. High-frequency sound waves, inaudible to normal ears, hit the trio and then bounced back. Xia Chen's optical stealth couldn't protect against the werewolf's keen sense of smell, nor could it protect against such ultrasonic detection. The leader of the bandit gang, Chi-12, was none other than a voice alien. Chi-12 confirmed the trio's position and revealed a cruel smile. "Running to your death on the strength of a stealth? Give me full coverage bombardment on that section of the road at a distance of 20 meters ahead." Those elemental system adepts behind Chi-12 immediately sent out an overwhelming array of adept attacks towards this side. The sound was more than 10 times greater than the few fireballs and ice arrows just now. Red, yellow, green, blue, spherical, spear-shaped, irregularly shaped, and wind attacks whose shapes could not be seen but only heard whistling sounds filled the field of vision in an instant. Lu Chaoshi subconsciously tried to turn on her supernatural ability to rush out. With time acceleration, she was confident that she could escape this wave of fire gathering, but Wang Feng didn't dodge. He even took 2 steps forward to meet him. Xia Chen also just followed behind Wang Feng, seemingly not worrying about those supernatural powers. Lu Chaoshi also stopped her steps hard. Although she didn't know anything, she believed that Wang Feng had never come to send death. At that moment, it was seen that those alien energy attacks, when they reached a certain distance, unexpectedly disappeared from the air one after another almost at the same instant. Then again, in the next instant, they appeared one after another in the middle of the bandit gang's crowd. The large fireball appeared behind a shifter against the back of his head, then slammed right into his head, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. A single ice lance emerged from the ground in an insidious manner, poking at the lower body of the unsuspecting bandit gang members, all the way into their stomachs before bursting open. Invisible blades of wind sliced through the necks of several shifters, slicing throats too late for any reaction, throwing bright red liquid in fan shapes. Within a second, the situation had turned upside down. The first time space displacement was officially used in actual combat, it showed a terrifying power. Those full coverage alien energy attacks that smashed into Wang Feng all returned to the bandit gang crowd and smashed into their own bodies. Chapter 76, Extermination. If one is well prepared, even a machete attack can be easily defended against. But in an unprepared situation, a small knife can be just as deadly. The bandit gang did not have anyone who could imagine that the alien energy attacks that they had sent out could somehow reappear by their side. And the attacks were all in the most unexpected and difficult to defend positions. This wave of full coverage attacks sent out under Chi Xii's orders had finally covered the bandits themselves in full. By the time the might of the alien energy outburst finally stopped, there were only a few of the bandit gang that originally still had 40 to 50 people left standing. These people would never have the chance to know that when they entered Wang Feng's spatial perception range, their little lives were no longer their own. Chi Xii's face was horrified as he turned to look. Huang Kuan and Zhuge Steel were still confused and didn't understand what was happening. Further back in the crowd, there were still barely 5 or 6 people standing, and as Chi-12 glanced at them, they were basically flesh-enhanced adepts with thick skin. Counting the few they led, there were only 5 level 4 Ultrans left, and the other few level 4 Ultrans were not as strong and were unlucky enough to die in the wave of fire just now in a confused manner. Chi Xii's lips trembled. This was the bandit gang he had worked so hard to create. How long had it been since Huang Kuan smelled something wrong and sounded the alarm? And then he pulled it? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Just now, when only 40 to 50 people could be assembled. Chi-12 felt that something was not good, but he still felt that even if there were only 40 or 50 people, with almost 10 level 4s in it, plus him, a level 5, he would be able to destroy any incoming enemies head-on. And in the ultrasonic detection he sent out, there were only 3 enemies over there who were hidden. Chi-12 even calculated in his heart that after finishing off the enemy, wouldn't those members of the bandit gang who were killed by the enemy be able to raise their strength again? But in the blink of an eye, less than 10 of the 40 or 50 were left. If he hadn't given that order to set fire, maybe they wouldn't have died so quickly. Moreover, Chi-12 couldn't figure out what kind of supernormal ability it was to achieve this effect. These words were long-winded, but they were actually just a momentary activity within Chi Xii's heart. Then Chi-12 saw that out of the few people standing there, one suddenly rolled his eyes and fell, followed by another, and another, and another. Nope. It didn't matter if the few surviving aliens were level 3 or 4. They were already dead before they could even think about what they were going to do next after such a delay. This was of course Wang Feng, who proceeded to strike. Wang Feng will not leave too much time for the enemy to be shocked and reminisce. If these people react to split and run, it is still a bit troublesome, or the fastest speed to kill to pull down. Dang! There was a crunch of metal on metal, and the woman whose body was covered in steel lay down. Looks like she didn't make it to the point where even her brain turned to steel. Yuan. Huang Kuan and Chi 12 screamed sadly at the same time. Hope? Isn't it called Zhuge steel? Wang Feng's speaking voice came out from the empty location. Then, the three figures were revealed. There were only these two people left, and the powers were known to be of a type that couldn't make any more waves. So Wang Feng let Xia Chen withdraw his optical stealth. What girl would call steel? Her real name is Zhuge Yuan. After she got her powers, she changed that name in order to look a bit more formidable. Xi's fierce little eyes stared at Wang Feng and said through clenched back teeth, "In this era, either you kill or you are killed. I admit it today, but can you let me die?" Wang Feng asked. "What don't you understand?" Chi 12 said, "You're already so powerful. If you say that I should serve you as a henchman, even if it's as a slave or a dog, I'm willing to agree. No matter what you want to do, we can give you our lives, but you don't even say a single hello and come up here to decimate us. Why is that?" Wang Feng smiled faintly. "You don't need a reason to kill something like you. If you insist on saying a reason, it's that since you chose this man-eating rule, don't complain about being eaten by others one day." Before Wang Feng's words fell, he saw Xi's lips quivering once again, and his spatial perception once again detected the air fluctuations caused by the ultrasonic waves. When Chi 12 said that he had admitted defeat, he wasn't really waiting for death with his hands tied. He was only seeking a chance to strike back in order to make Wang Feng let his guard down. After the ultrasonic scanning determined Wang Feng's location, Chi 12 followed up with his mouth opening and letting out a silent whine at Wang Feng. This is Xi's means of offense, a low-frequency infrasound attack. Similarly beyond the range of human hearing, the invisible and qualitative gathering into a column of sound, aiming at Wang Feng's heart. With less than 20 meters between them, Chi 12 was confident that after 0.05 seconds, Wang Feng's heart would burst open under the resonance triggered by the infrasound and turn into a lump of rotten meat. And then, nothing happened. The subsound column seemed to pass directly through where Wang Feng was and hit the outer wall of the building not far behind. How? Chi 12 couldn't believe it and quickly did another localization with the ultrasound. The echoes of the ultrasound waves in Xi's eyes were all incredibly sure that Wang Feng was in that position and hadn't moved from his place. However, Chi 12 sent out another subsound pillar aimed at Wang Feng, and it still missed just like earlier. It was as if the Wang Feng who was there was just a phantom. Chi 12 was horrified as he opened his mouth repeatedly, and a pillar of infrasound invisible to the naked eye wildly blasted, aiming not only at Wang Feng, but also at Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi. But the results were all the same. The three were clearly standing right there, and Xi's subsound pillar just couldn't hit them. Chi 12 kept opening his mouth there like a psychopath, and Xia Chen asked in a low voice in disbelief, "Brother, what is he doing?" Wang Feng said, "It's trying to attack us." Hearing the conversation between the two, Chi 12 freaked out. Why can't I hit you? What kind of blindfold is this? That's something you don't need to know." After saying that, Wang Feng casually slashed the short knife. Chi 12 trembled. His eyes lost their sanity, bent his knees forward and slowly planted on the ground. In front of Wang Feng, a level 5 alien was no different from those low-level alien. Huang Kuan. Chi 12 was already dead, and Wang Feng's gaze turned back to Huang Kuan in his werewolf form. Huang Kuan was instantly agitated. And then he heard Wang Feng continue. "Seeing how Chi 12 doesn't know anything about this, the matter of killing Yi Baichuan, could it be that you made it yourself?" Huang Kuan shook his transformed wolf head and looked around. The entire bandit gang was now left with him alive. Baring his huge teeth, he said stiffly, "Kill or die as you please, and why ask so many questions?" Wang Feng said, "Oh, really so not afraid of death? Then what are you running for when you let Yi Baichuan take you to meet me in the Longling Mountains before?" Chapter 77, Taking Stock of the Loot. Huang Kuan was horrified. "You're the owner of those suitcases back then, the one who defeated Yi Baichuan in single combat?" Wang Feng stared tightly at Huang Kuan. "It seems like you're well aware of this matter. It doesn't really matter if you took my stash of supplies. Nowadays, in this era, almost everyone is relying on collecting unowned objects to live. But since I came to the door and you guys couldn't beat me, and Yi Baichuan also promised to give enough compensation, this matter could have been turned over. The question is, why did you run? Just because of such a small matter? The position of the second leader of such a big power. You said you'd give it up, and ended up running here to serve as a lookalike for a humanoid tank. What do you want?" Huang Kuan let out an eerie hee laugh and looked down at Wang Feng's trio. By virtue of his height as a transformed werewolf, you can guess all you want, but it's a dream if you want me to tell you. Wang Feng waved his hand in disappointment and said to Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi, "This dog will be left to you. You guys have followed it all the way, so you should also move around a bit. Just leave your breath at the end." Xia Chen excitedly said. "Alright." Lu Chaoxi also jumped at the chance to try. Looking at Wang Feng all the way, no matter if it was level 3, 4 or 5. It made no difference in the slaughter over. He himself was on the verge of shaking his Taoist heart. Just in time to find confidence in this 4th grade. The two girls each held a weapon and attacked towards Huang Kuan. Wang Feng, on the other hand, continued onward, searching the remaining small buildings for anyone hiding who hadn't responded to the gathering. After turning around and coming back, Wang Feng realized that the ones left behind in those small buildings were all ordinary people survivors. The vast majority were well-built women, and there were also some physically attractive men. The members of the gang assembled to meet the attack and then were all wiped out. These ordinary people who were kept as playthings were lucky to survive instead. These people were hiding in the building and couldn't see the battle just now, so Wang Feng didn't bother to kill anymore, intending to leave it to Lu Chaoxi to resettle these ordinary people who were taken captive by the bandits. There is really no place to arrange. Get back to enrich the special industry of Pingnan City is not impossible. For them, it's not too shabby to do anything as long as they continue to live. By the time Wang Feng had turned halfway around and came back, Huang Kuan was already almost beaten to death. This kind of warfare is normal. Xia Chen was able to turn Huang Kuan into an open-eyed blind man who could only rely on his sense of smell to claim the enemy. Lu Chaoxi was also able to set time acceleration on himself and Xia Chen, and then time deceleration on Huang Kuan. All in all, it was pretty brutal for Huang Kuan as well. Even the werewolf's transformed form had been punched out, revealing the appearance of a young man with a bit of a mustache. Xia Chen's hand was shining with white light. Looking at that situation, if Wang Feng didn't come back, he would have to treat Huang Kuan before playing the second half of the match. Alright. Wang Feng stopped it. Only heal his face. Bring it back to give the people of the logistics park an explanation. Let them know that it was this renegade former second leader who plotted all this and killed Yi Baichuan. The other important thing to do before going back is to harvest the loot. Wang Feng returned to those small buildings in front of him and went from building to building searching for those dead alien energy users. While looking at the half-dead Huang Kuan, Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi took out the exotic crystals of these dozens of people gathered one by one and searched their bodies in the process. Finally Wang Feng turned around those buildings in the back again, whisking the commoners downstairs to gather. He himself then used his spatial perception to search building by building. The bandit gangs reigned supreme in this area, and each time they acquired alien crystals they didn't just run out right then and there, basically finding a little bit of stock in each building. With spatial perception, Wang Feng didn't need to rummage through the box and instantly found the alien energy crystals that had been hidden. Finally the three of them converged and put the collected alien crystals together. A grade 5 crystal from Chi 12. There were a total of 26 level 4 exotic crystals. 3 of them were not just taken out from the bandit gang members' brains, they were seized by Wang Feng from the house, and it was not known if one of them came from the dead Yi Baichuan. The largest number was the 3rd grade crystals, which amounted to more than 90 grains. Roughly counting, in this short while, about 100 or so bandit gang members had died in Wang Feng's hands. This was basically close to the number of bandits that Zhao Si had confessed to earlier. Even if a couple of the leaks aren't at the hotel or have escaped, they shouldn't be able to make a dent anymore. More than 100 crystals were placed together, flickering with various colors. Xia Chen couldn't help but recall that she had only seen similar scenes in the 2 days at the very beginning of the aura recovery. At that time, Wang Feng led her to crush those level 1 zombies that had also just awakened their supernatural abilities, and she was able to kill nearly 100 of them in a day. But this huge pile in front of us now, the worst of them are level 3 crystals. Wang Feng did some calculations and said, let's calculate it at 10 to 1 per level. This harvest converted to a total of 45 level 4 crystals. Well, saying that, Wang Feng kicked the already unconscious Huang Kuan by his feet. This one didn't count. Use it to offset the Zhao Si one I used before, and when he's useless, kill him to get the crystals. Lu Chaoxi nodded silently, slightly dazed. Just this morning, the final accounting of the harvest from the first combat operation to clear the zombie horde in Pingnan City, which she had reported to Wang Feng, was 48 level 3 crystals. When you compare the two down, it's almost a tenfold difference. At that time, Pingnan City had sent out almost 200 main combatants, and she, Zhang Feng, and Yi Baichuan, the 3 level 4s, all of them had made a move. And just now, when dealing with the bandit gang, basically Wang Feng was the only one who moved, and she and Xia Chen just followed and played along. Can the gap between an alien and an alien really be that great? Lu Chaoxi was still lost in thought when she heard Wang Feng say, Next, I'll talk about how the loot will be distributed. Wang Feng said to the two girls, I'll take half this time, and you two will split the rest equally. Any comments? Xia Chen didn't say anything. She didn't have a problem with how Wang Feng divided it. Lu Chaoxi, however, flatly said, no, this is too little. The entire bandit gang was killed by you alone. Only sharing 50% is too little. I don't think 90% is too much. Wang Feng said, this is the distribution of the loot of Deer Ring Mountain Villa, which is different from Pingnan City. Pingnan City has to be balanced and fair. The rules of our mountain villa. Well, firstly, it depends on the specific needs of the members. And secondly, it's up to me. Waving his hand to indicate that Lu Chaoxi didn't need to say anymore, Wang Feng asked, then, we'll give each of you 8 level 4 crystals. That should be enough to ascend to level 5, right? Xia Chen laughed. Brother, that's too much. I have 5 grains and that's about it. Lu Chaoxi also said, I should need 7 grains at most. Wang Feng said indifferently, use up the rest and you guys can keep it yourselves. In this way, Wang Feng still had 1 grade 5 crystal, 10 grade 4 crystals, and nearly 100 grade 3 crystals in his hand. Wang Feng said to Lu Chaoxi again, now it's the turn of the mountain villa and Pingnan City to talk about a deal. I don't have much use for level 3 crystals, so I'll pack up and sell them to Pingnan City. Do you want them? Chapter 78 Return. Lu Chaoxi smiled bitterly, of course I want it, but I can't afford it. The entire Pingnan City has nothing that can be used in exchange. Nearly 100 grains of 3rd level psychic crystals. It would definitely be a lie for Lu Chaoxi to say that she didn't crave for them. It was no exaggeration to say that these crystals, if used in a centralized manner, could give Pingnan City a dozen or even 2 dozen more level 4 exalts tomorrow. After all, the alien absorbed auras on a daily basis, and the progress of upgrading was slowly increasing. A stronger level 3 alien might be just 3 or 4 crystals short of absorbing them before they could be upgraded, but I really can't afford to change it. Lu Chaoxi felt a wave of helplessness. Previously, when Wang Feng had sent half a boar, Pingnan City had been unable to give anything that Wang Feng could see fit, and could only offset it with the harvest from the next battle. Now such a large amount of strategic materials that can make the overall strength of Pingnan City instantly jump up a few notches. And what can be taken in exchange? As Lu Chaoxi thought about it, she unconsciously pursed her lips and felt that the only thing she could use to exchange was probably herself. Could this be Wang Feng's original purpose? To use such an opportunity to exchange her loyalty to Deer Mansion and Wang Feng? Soon Lu Chaoxi denied the thought again. She felt that she was not worth that much. Before Lu Chaoxi could think of a suitable plan, Wang Feng spoke up again. In that case, count it as my long-term investment. From now on, 10% of all the various gains and outputs of Pingnan City shall belong to the mountain villa. Yes or no? Take your time to think about it. Let's go back now. The 3 of them immediately returned to Shanglong Logistics Park with those ordinary human survivors, carrying Huang Kuan. When they arrived at the base of the logistics park, the person giving orders changed from Wang Feng to Lu Chaoxi. Lu Chaoxi threw Huang Kuan to the ground and said to the crowd that had gathered to hear the results, it's this guy, who has been harboring a grudge ever since he defected from the logistics park, who colluded with the bandit gang to assassinate Chief Yi Baichuan. Hang him up for public display, in order to spread the wrath of the people. Send extra men to guard him closely. No one is allowed to run away, and no one is allowed to die. Although Chief Yi has been martyred, we have avenged Chief Yi and heavily defeated the bandit gang, and I'm here to promise that Shanglong Logistics Park will soon have a new level 4 alien. Lu Chaoxi looked towards Cui Hua in the crowd and slightly nodded, and Cui Hua immediately clenched his fists and exuded a look of excitement. In addition, Lu Chaoxi continued nonchalantly, after this incident, it has also allowed us to see that there are still major flaws in Pingnan City right now. There is a serious lack of top-end strength, and the Watchdog Mutual Aid Agreement is a sham. Lu Chaoxi's tone turned stern. 7 forces have joined forces, and so far only 4 of them have come. The other 3 are nowhere to be seen. This situation can definitely not be sustained. Changes must be made in Pingnan City. Boss Merchant, who was also in the crowd, had a fit of glee. Don't look at the fact that he had a dispute with Lu Chaoxi over the distribution of benefits before. But today, when Yi Baichuan was attacked, apart from the main family's logistics park, there were also 2 other level 4 forces, Chaolu and the School Alliance, and he was the only one who rushed here with his men. Even though he had come only to play, it now seemed that he had made the right choice for once. The 3 forces that didn't even show up would definitely not have a good time. After Lu Chaoxi finished his lecture, Huang Kuan was broken in 5 limbs, gagged, and hung outside. The crowd also slowly dispersed, each going about their business. Many of the older members of the logistics park recognized Huang Kuan and remembered the renegade second leader. The fact that Lu Chaoxi was able to get him back at least gave an account of Yi Baichuan's death. showing that she wasn't just pretending to go out for a stroll and not actually doing anything. As for such words as having heavily defeated the bandit gang, Lu Chaoxi didn't go into detail, so everyone would have to rely on their own imagination. When Zhao Si was caught and questioned in the logistics park, there were quite a few people listening on the sidelines. She, Lu Chaoxi, had only brought 2 external helpers, even if they were more powerful. How could the 3 of them in the district heavily defeat a bandit gang with the strength of a rank 5 and more than 20 rank 4s? Lu Chaoxi and the others were almost gone, leaving only Wang Feng, Cui Hua and Boss Shan behind, and the 4 of them went into a nearby room. Cui Hua was a bit worried and just sat down and opened his mouth first. As you all saw, everyone's mood is still not very good. They are still worried about the bandits. People's hearts are unstable. Wang Feng followed suit. Sister Lu, you and big brother Wang Feng went to look for the bandit gang. How was the battle in the end? Boss Shang was probably woken up by Zhao Si, realizing that according to his previous attitude, he didn't turn into a grain of crystal that was Lu Chaoxi having a bottom line, now a lot more honest. Did not say anything, just sat on the sidelines and listened. Lu Chaoxi looked slightly complicated and said softly, there are no more bandit gangs. What? The 3 people's expressions immediately froze. Even Wang Feng, who had the most confidence in Wang Feng's strength, expressed his difficulty in believing this result. Is it possible that the man's claim of the bandit gang's strength is watered down? Boss Shang couldn't help but ask. Lu Chaoxi shook his head. Wang Feng thought of a possibility and was shocked. Could it be level 5? But then added, even if it's level 5, but there's an alien on the other side who entered level 5 much earlier. Trevor cautiously guessed. You guys staged a decapitation operation and killed the bandit leader in a surprise attack? An organization like the bandit gang can indeed be said to be gone once the group has no leader. Lu Chaoxi no longer sold out and casually took out her share of the loot. I've shared all of these. How much do you guys think we've gained in total this time? The transparent box containing 8 crystals was placed on the table, and by looking at the size, one could tell that they were all level 4. The 3 of them, Wang Feng, gulped in unison again. The other 2 were slightly better. Wang Feng could no longer remain calm. Level 4 exotic crystals. 8 grains. If you give it to me, I can go up to level 5. Just after he finished speaking, Wang Feng reacted and looked at Lu Chaoxi with horrified eyes. You went out and came back here to be able to rise 5 levels. Lu Chaoxi smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Feng instantly cried out. Why don't you take me to this kind of thing? Obviously I knew brother Wang much earlier. Is a good-looking girl such a blessing? Lu Chaoxi laughed. I can set him up for time acceleration if I go. What can you do? Wang Feng was speechless. It did seem like his own supernatural ability didn't have much in the way of auxiliary abilities. Moreover, Wang Feng couldn't think of any other supernatural ability whose auxiliary effect could be compared to Lu Chaoxi's for a moment. Setting time acceleration for one's own people and time deceleration for the opposite side. A difference of 4 times the flow of time could completely erase the gap in strength of 1 level. Zhang Feng's eyes were dull as he sat there and muttered. Sister Lu at level 4 was confident that she could cross the level to beat a level 5 alien, but she wasn't able to beat brother Wang at level 4. Now that brother Wang has risen to level 5, then how many levels of Xenos can he beat? When Sister Lu also rises to level 5 tomorrow, how many levels of Exalted can Sister Lu at level 5 beat a level 5 Wang when she's playing support for him? Lu Chaoxia put away the alien crystal, coughed twice, and said, alright, on to business. The overthrow of the bandit gang. I purposely didn't make it too clear, just to see if some people would jump out and pull any tricks in this current situation. That's why you guys must keep it absolutely secret. No one can say anything. There's also another matter that can change the power pattern of Pingnan City that the 4 of us need to decide on quickly. Immediately, Lu Chaoxi spoke about the nearly 100 third-grade crystals in Wang Feng's hand and the conditions proposed, and conferred with the 3 of them. The other 3 forces that hadn't come had naturally been excluded. Chapter 79 Reading the Mind of Huang Kuan. A few of the Lu Chansis are still having their little meetings. Xia Chen also found a room and started absorbing the 4th-level crystals without the slightest delay. Wang Feng stood guard outside the gate for a while, then wandered around the logistics park until he reached an open square. A streetlight pole by the plaza had a yellow koan hanging high above it. Wang Feng told the guards to lower Huang Kuan and get back to their feet. When there was no one around, Wang Feng pulled off the rag that was blocking Huang Kuan's mouth. Huang Kuan's teeth were knocked out. Deflated mouth is still a sneer. Huang Kuan, I searched the building where you and Zhuge Steel live and found something interesting, Wang Feng said indifferently. The alien groups around this city are already considered very few forces that operate in a range of more than a dozen kilometers like Pinnacle City. Before the consolidation of Pinnacle, there were a lot of small groups that survived in an area the size of a block or two. Like the Shenglong Logistics Park is only about 10 kilometers away from the bandit gang's compound. and they've never even heard of the bandit gang's exploits. So it's hard to imagine that one of the secret compartments in your room had some blank letterheads, fire paint, code books, and other means of communication. How is it that in this day and age, there are still people who are in different places but keep in touch by letter? Where do you send your letters? And to whom are they addressed? Huang Kuan drooped a pair of triangular eyes. His mouth with a handful of mustaches moved slightly. There's no need to waste time. I have nothing to say. Feel free to kill or die. Wang Feng grinned. You probably don't know that there is another kind of psychic ability in this world that can read minds, although you don't say it with your mouth. I know when you think it in your heart. Huang Kuan didn't bother to argue, saying, you're clearly a combat type ability. How could you still be able to read minds? And I've actually seen a mind-reading ability. It's not as magical as you say. Wang Feng smiled, came to Huang Kuan's ear, and gently said a name. Huang Kuan's triangular eyes whitened all of a sudden, blood oozing from the corners of his eyes. The body that had been broken an unknown number of bones struggled violently, and actually showed some signs of werewolf transformation again. It can't be. How could you possibly know? Huang Kuan hissed as he struggled, with a hint of panic in his voice. Did Wang Feng really read his thoughts? How else could Wang Feng say that name? Wang Feng smiled happily. Let's continue. You tell me. Where is this person's territory? Huang Kuan struggled and said, no, I don't know anything. Wang Feng said, the less you think about it, the more you will think about it, and the more I will hear about it. And it's useless for you to try to cover up the real with a false answer, because that won't fool you. Pausing for a moment, Wang Feng made a listening gesture and then said with certainty, I see. It turns out to be in the East Mansion. Huang Kuan stopped struggling all of a sudden and looked at Wang Feng with despair in his eyes. You can really read minds. Wang Feng reached out and patted Huang Kuan's face, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile, then stuffed the ball of rags back into Huang Kuan's mouth and turned to leave. Lu Chaoshi and the others had just walked out of the house when they met Wang Feng, who was returning with a smile on his face. Wang Feng asked, disgust? Lu Chaoshi was a bit surprised that Wang Feng seemed to have suddenly become happy, but didn't think much about it and only replied, it's decided, just as you said. As long as Pingnan City develops normally, the future 10% revenue is many times more than 100 third-grade crystals. Wang Feng, this is simply a book of profit, but they had no other choice. Acceptance. It's a win-win. Not accepting? In case Wang Feng put out the word to recruit troops, he would soon be able to train a large number of level 4 alienists to replace their rule over Pingnan City. Instead of betting that Wang Feng wasn't interested in claiming the throne, it would be better to simply lie down and submit, so that if there was any crisis in Pingnan City in the future, in order to ensure his own gains, Wang Feng wouldn't see death to save him, right? Wang Feng nodded and took out a large bag of exotic crystals from his carry-on backpack and directly threw it to Lu Chaoshi. Lu Chaoshi reached out to catch it and asked uncertainly, don't you need to sign a formal agreement or something for this kind of long-term engagement? Wang Feng said, the court is gone. Who are you signing the agreement for? Lu Chaoshi said, it's not about the breach of contract, but it can look more formal. Maybe many years from now, when the order is re-established, this agreement will become a very important document that is valuable for historical research. Wang Feng pondered. It does make some sense. Lu Chaoshi excitedly said, I'll go draft one right now. Wang Feng said, well, by the way, draft an additional deed of sale for a third-class maiden, and I'll sign it piece by piece. Lu Chaoshi, huh? Jiang Feng jumped out and begged, big brother, sign me up too by the way. Wang Feng laughed, wait until you can beat your sister Lu. A few people chatted briefly, and by this time it was getting late. The several chiefs of Pingnan City still had a lot of things to deal with, so Wang Feng refused Lu Chaoshi's invitation to stay for dinner, called up Xia Chen and left. After leaving the logistics park, Wang Feng released the motorcycle from the space and returned to Looming Villa with a blast of the throttle. This Ducati's Big Devil V4 motorcycle was still given to Wang Feng by Yi Baichuan at the time. The figure was that when there was any unexpected situation, Wang Feng could rush to the logistics park from the mountain villa as soon as possible and save his life. Unfortunately, Yi Baichuan's impulsiveness made this idea have no chance of being realized at all. Now that he was witnessing things, Wang Feng secretly felt something else in his heart. Previously in the logistics park, Wang Feng had already swindled out Huang Kuan's true origin by pretending to be able to read minds. Combined with his reaction when he heard that name, like Wang Feng's guess, in this life, Huang Kuan still owed his allegiance to that person, the one who Wang Feng had still recited in his heart countless times after he was reborn. Thunder Emperor, Lei Dong Tian. This also explained away the doubts Wang Feng had been having about Huang Kuan. Everything he did was unlike a normal level 4 alien. The likes of Lu Chaoshi, Jiang Feng, Yi Baichuan, and even Yang Chunyi, who had been taken out by Xia Chen earlier, all belonged to normal level 4 aberrants. as they rose to level 4, they would naturally gather a group of henchmen and become the leader of the party. However, Wang Feng was completely different. He was just a few beloved henchmen, and he wasn't keen on cultivating his own power. This type of behavior is hard to explain even how one has the strength of a 4th level. All these things that Wang Feng did, including hiding his strength and lurking in Shanglong Logistics Park, immediately fleeing when he heard that Wang Feng wanted to see him, and then committing himself to the bandit gang, and designing a plot to murder Yi Baichuan at this time, could hardly be said to be of any benefit to himself, and it even seemed to be a bit nonsensical. But put it another way, and it can all be explained. The reason for lurking in the logistics park was to secretly wreak havoc and destroy the shifter power that was in a favorable condition and growing rapidly. This may have been the case in his last life, when Shanglong Logistics Park was destroyed early, which is why Wang Feng had never even heard of the name. Escape is to avoid the risk. The mission is not yet completed, and you cannot put life and death in the hands of Wang Feng. In fact, it was also like this. If Wang Feng had gone to the Deer Mist Villa at that time, Wang Feng would have been able to directly find out that he was a level 4 alien in disguise. Then Wang Feng wouldn't have been able to do anything. Pingnan City had not been established for long. Assassinating Yi Baichuan at this time would most likely provoke a fight between the bandit gangs in Pingnan City, causing the two sides to lose their strength in a firefight. And this was exactly what Wang Feng wanted to see. This was because at this moment, Lei Dongtian was still staying in the place where he had initially started, more than 100 kilometers away in the East Prefecture city. Lei Dongtian had sent Huang Kuan to Ping'an City, and Huang Kuan's task was to try to keep overly powerful alien forces from appearing around Ping'an City. The more chaotic the surroundings of Ping'an City were, the more in line with Lei Dongtian's interests, making it convenient for him to conquer when he arrived. Chapter 80 Preparing for Departure. Zombies are a danger as well as an opportunity, and that's something everyone actually understands. Zhang Feng, who had just awakened his psychic abilities on the university campus, knew to look at the psychic zombies in the school as his upgrade resources. The first major event after the union of Pingnan City was to go to war with the zombie hordes and hunt for the alien crystals. With enough exotic crystals, upgrading was so easy that it wouldn't even take a day. Without the alien crystals, it could take years to move up a level. But Wang Feng had never thought before that Lei Dongtian was already thinking about the sea of zombies in Ping'an City so early, and they dared to send a 4th level expert like Huang Kuan to stir up the storm. Seeing the zombies more than 100 kilometers away as their future riches to be collected, they are afraid that someone else will kill them all ahead of time. The man's ambition and possessiveness were truly frightening. Wang Feng was sitting alone in the room, holding a grade 5 crystal that had finished absorbing and lost its luster. It was the one from Qi 12, which advanced Wang Feng's level 5 progress by about 10%. Throwing away the grade 5 crystal casually and replacing it with another grade 4 crystal held in his hand to absorb it, Wang Feng continued to think about the matter regarding Lei Dongtian. As long as there were zombies in this city, Lei Dongtian's power would still expand over sooner or later. Although in this life, under his care, Pingnan City was able to successfully establish itself, and its strength during the same period was already much stronger than in his previous life. But at that time, would Pingnan City be able to withstand the advance of Thunder Emperor City? Wang Feng thought for a long time and sighed quietly. Lei Dongtian was an alien like himself who had awakened by using the fitting alien power stone. Can Lu Chaoshi and the others stop themselves? Unstoppable. Then it would be equally impossible to stop Lei Dongtian. And with Lei Dongtian's character, once he occupied Ping'an City, can he still allow the Dragon Ridge to be in the middle of the Dragon Ridge, crouching on the side of the couch? And can he continue to exist in this luminous villa of his own? In the middle of spatial perception, in the next room, Xiaochan was also absorbing the alien energy crystals, and was launching himself towards the 5th level of alien energy. Such a beautiful girl, just like Lu Chaoshi. When facing Lei Dongtian, she would either submit or die. There was no other choice. When Wang Feng had just been reborn, he was filled with hatred and anger. These days past, Wang Feng's mood had gradually calmed down a bit, and had once thought that as long as he was strong enough for others to not dare to bully him, he could be free from the world and quietly impact higher evolutionary levels in the mountains. But Yi Baichuan's death and the certainty of Huang Kuan's origin confirmed that Lei Dongtian had already extended his claws long ago. Would there be any possibility of peace between himself and such a Lei Dongtian? In the darkness, Wang Feng silently shook his head. With the answer in mind, a decision had been made. At that moment, the surrounding aura began to stir, surging towards the next room. Wang Feng's heart was slightly pleased that Xiaochan was going to be promoted to the 5th level as well. After a while, the surge of aura calmed down, and the concentration of aura around them was slowly picking up. Among Wang Feng's spatial perception, Xiaochan had already stood up and walked towards the door of the room, and should be coming over to find himself. The door opened and Xiaochan looked at Wang Feng with a smile. Wang Feng looked up, but was shocked to find that in his vision, Xia Chen was standing 2 meters away from the doorway. But what spatial perception confirmed without a doubt was that Xia Chen was standing right at the door and hadn't moved since opening the door. Wang Feng flipped his wrist, and a crystal of the absorbed alien energy flew out, passing through Xia Chen and hitting the wall behind him. Sure enough, it was just a phantom. It seemed that this was Xia Chen's new ability after he was promoted to level 5. In fact, the essence is still light refraction, that set of principles, but quantitative change caused qualitative change, can create a false illusion. The vast majority of single attacks can be difficult to hit when this ability is used properly. Xia Chen said, "Brother, I figured it out. How that Chi 12 couldn't hit us during the day. Isn't it just about the same thing as this new alien ability of mine?" Wang Feng affirmed. "It's pretty much the same. Xia Chen's new ability distorted light, and Wang Feng's new ability, awakened by his promotion to level 5, was spatial distortion. The space within Wang Feng's perception range was no longer a flat one. Instead, it was able to twist and bend in a certain way with Wang Feng's mind, even if he clearly saw Wang Feng in this position. But if he wanted to walk up to him or launch an attack at him, he would be twisted in other directions. You win if you can touch me on the main one. Xia Chen's light distortion. Others see a false illusion. Against the illusion to hit, naturally cannot hit the body. Wang Feng's spatial distortion. Although what others see is the body, but despite rushing at the body to hit it, never want to hit it. I wonder how many times I can control the flow of time after Road Ascendant has risen to level 5. Thinking of Lu Chaoxi, Wang Feng looked at Xia Chen with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Xia Chen was a bit confused. "What's wrong, brother?" Wang Feng reminded. "It's time for you to go change your clothes, as I said during the day." Xia Chen was stunned, then thought about it. Her eyes became charming as water. Softly said, "I know. Wait a moment, yo." After a while, the sound of high heels rang out, and Xia Chen reappeared in the doorway of the room. Slim black shiny leather heels upwards, black stockings that presented a nice line of legs, then a tight suit overskirt, white blouse. Xia Chen gathered her slightly longer hair behind her head and tied it loosely in a ponytail. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "I'm still in school. I've never worn it like this." Wang Feng said gently, "It's okay, wear it more often and you'll get used to it." Immediately the night was silent. The next morning, Wang Feng went to the mountains, casually found a hidden depression, and threw out a pile of broken wood from the pendant space, vaguely able to put together a bed. After having breakfast, Wang Feng said to Xia Chen, "In the next few days, go to the spirit cave by yourself to enhance your supernormal abilities. I'm going to make a trip." Xia Chen was packing up his things when his movement stopped. "Brother, where are you going? Don't you want to bring me along?" Wang Feng said, "When you were absorbing the alien energy crystals in the logistics park, I asked Huang Kuan about his possible origin from his mouth. So I need to probe a little more." Xia Chen said anxiously, "Then I'll go too. I'm also level 5 and can help you." Wang Feng said, "I'm just going to explore. It's easier to move alone, and I don't necessarily need to fight." Gently flicking Xia Chen's glossy forehead, Wang Feng added, "If I brought you along, I don't know how many more fights I would have to have." Seeing that Wang Feng had already decided, Xia Chen could only follow the arrangement and hurriedly packed various traveling clothes for Wang Feng again. All kinds of food and drink in Wang Feng's space is naturally not lacking. Xia Chen extra packed a whole set of just enough to fit in the backpack, used to cover up the ears. More importantly, the power of Xia Chen's supernormal ability increased greatly after he rose to level 5, so he condensed many more light energy balls in a row, allowing Wang Feng to collect them into the pendant space, replacing those level 4 light balls stored in the previous space. These balls of light were extremely powerful. Each one was equivalent to Xia Chen's full strength strike, and when casting them, they needed to store up power for a while, which was already considered a big move in the middle of the battle. Much more powerful than ordinary light blades. Wang Feng had saved a whole bunch of them in the pendant space, and not only could they be instantaneous when necessary, but they could also be sent in succession, which was even more perverse than Xia Chen casting them himself. Even if it could only be released within the coverage of the pendant space, that would be very intimidating. If it wasn't for the fact that these balls of light were also not under Wang Feng's control, and would directly explode when they were released, and that he had to be careful not to accidentally injure himself, then it would really be a proper mass murderer. Chapter 81 Office. Name, Wang Feng. Alien ability level, 5. Type of psychic ability, unknown. A manifestation of an ability known to be possessed, or suspected of being possessed. Storage space, ability to remove or store items at any time. Size of space unknown. Restrictions unknown. Super flesh. No noticeable change in size, but strength performance no less than that of a flesh-enhanced alien of the same class. Combat skills, specializing in the use of long knives, with moves capable of suppressing an ancient martial arts master. Spaced attack, able to cross distances, ignore defenses, and attack directly inside the enemy's body. Restrictions unknown. Alien bounce, returning dozens of alien attacks to the caster in a split second. Principle unknown. Ability deflection, can prevent an attack from hitting an adept of the same level. Principle unknown, guessed to be similar to the ability rebound. Lie detection, mind reading, suspected to have been cast successfully on 2 enemies. Jiaoxi, Huang Kuan, cannot be verified. The black signing pen was held in a slim, good-looking hand, and wrote the above words on a white sheet of paper. Pausing momentarily as it did so, Lu Chaoshi remembered again that when he executed Huang Kuan, he had been lost in thought and kept mumbling, "I'm sorry boss, don't blame me, he can read minds, he really can." Lu Chaoshi frowned and thought for a moment before she went on to write again. There is insufficient information to determine the exact alien ability. Pre-aura personal information, collected from survivors. Authenticity cannot be guaranteed. Co-founder and shareholder of a company, which is in the financing stage and not listed. Doomsaying enthusiasts. The suspected super rich have purchased and injected an anti-aging potion that sells for $500 million. Rich in a sense of justice. Used to help and promote other psychics. Does not kill indiscriminately. Source of this information, Wang Feng, Chui Hua, Lao Zhang. Red hair, etc. No promiscuity. Unmarried. Tall and handsome. What am I writing? Lu Chaoshi suddenly reacted. A blush surfaced on her cheeks, and she hurriedly brushed the paper and tore it into several pieces, stuffing it into the shredder again. Slightly calming her mood, Lu Chaoshi continued to check some work reporting information on the computer. After looking at it for a while, Lu Chaoshi raised her eyebrows and grabbed the phone to dial a number. Classmate Jiang, with the level 3 crystals distributed to you, is this how you plan to distribute them? Nearly half of them to those girlfriends you've collected? No matter who it is, everyone who rises to level 4 will have a mission. It's impossible to let them stay at home, so don't feel bad if anything goes wrong then. Very well, I'm just reminding you to take care of yourself. After hanging up the phone call to Wang Feng, Lu Chaoshi clicked on another report about resettling Yi Baichuan's widow. Just after reading a few lines, Lu Chaoshi got angry. Yi Baichuan, as a 4th level chief, doesn't even do a good job of compassionate care for his survivors, but instead rushes off to do the same labor as everyone else? If you can't even ensure your afterlife, who else is willing to fight and bleed for Pingnan City? At that time, I wanted to ring the bell to call someone to come in, but after patiently reading down a few more lines, Lu Chaoshi did not speak, because there are as many as 9 widows of Yi Baichuan. These have still been explicitly recognized by Yi Baichuan. Those who jumped out to say that they had once had a one-night fling with Yi Baichuan were even more not counted at all. Meh, man. Lu Chaoshi sneered in her heart and clicked off the file. Lu Chaoshi knew in her heart that these people were willingly, even actively sticking up, whether it was Yi Baichuan's many lovers or Wang Feng's schoolgirl girlfriends. In this age without the rules to bind them, no one can fault the personal lives of the strong, not to mention the level 4 alien leader. Is it rare for those level 3 or even level 2 aliens who can't find an alien partner to go and pick some up from the commoner survivors to keep? As long as it is not taken by force and not against one's will, one can only turn a blind eye to such things. Lu Chaoshi opened a table with the population statistics of the entire Pingnan City. After the destruction of the bandit gangs, the survivors of the areas formerly occupied by the gangs are still being absorbed and received one after another. This table cannot be completely accurate, but it is better than nothing. Lu Chaoshi pulled up the age column and did a sort. The oldest, 55, and there are fewer than 3 figures of that age. The youngest, 16, is equally few and far between. Those below or above these 2 ages can't hold up to the impact of the aura revival at first, and either die outright or turn into zombies. Even for people in the age group of 16 to 55, only about 20% of them kept their sanity when the aura was revived and didn't turn into zombies by the aura directly blowing out their brains. The entire survivors in the city of Pinning are now between the ages of 16 and 55. The vast majority of them, in turn, weren't lucky enough to awaken as aliens when the alien stones fell from the sky. Among the more than 100,000 survivors of Pingnan City, only about 1/10 of them had awakened their psychic abilities. All of these aliens between the ages of 16 and 55 basically lost their children, parents, loved ones, and relatives during the aura revival and the subsequent zombie unrest. Like Lu Chaoshi, it was already fortunate to have a fellow brother, Lu Chaoyuan, who also survived. The vast majority of shifters are already alone. When a man's entire connection to the world is left to himself, and everyone around him is a stranger with no connection, then he can hardly be expected to fight for those strangers. But as soon as he rediscovered his mate in Pinnacle City, and thus the possibility of having offspring and continuing his bloodline, everything would be different. For the sake of one's children and grandchildren to live a more stable life. This most simple reason can always move more people to fight for it than the mere continuation of the nation or the survival of mankind. Therefore, developing mates and such things that would help shifters create more ties in Pinnacle City was something that Pinnacle City acquiesced to as a matter of principle when it was first established. But isn't 9 too many? The ratio of men to women among the survivors who have survived one crisis to the present was already very unbalanced, almost reaching a ratio of 4 to 1. If those young and good-looking ones were all taken up by the advanced aliens again, would it trigger new conflicts and clashes? Which would in turn shake the foundation of Pingnan City? Lu Chaoshi made a heavy note in the book. This issue is no longer a simple issue of men and women. It must be put into the joint meeting to carry out serious discussions. It is necessary to put a break on this crooked trend and learn from Deer Lodge. As the Grand Master of the Deer Ring Villa, the powerful 5th-level psychic Wang Feng, if he is willing to hook his finger, the girl who is willing to take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. I am afraid that it is not possible to fill up the several villas of the villa, but, this finger of Wang Feng, even she Lu Chaoshi herself has not yet waited. What a difference between men and men. Xia-Chen looked like such a soft and cute girl, could she really tolerate such a solo meal? Lu Chaoshi rummaged through the papers piled up on the table and pulled out a piece of paper that was the news reported by Kong Jia, who was guarding the mountain villa, subconsciously twirling the signing pen in his hand. His nice eyebrows raised again. Counting this morning. It's already the 3rd day we haven't seen Wang Feng go out? Chapter 82. A way to bind Wang Feng. Lu Chaoxia's mind turned, and she quickly wrote a note, rang the bell for someone to come in, and asked them to send it to Kong Jia right away. He asked him to ask Xia-Chun if it was convenient for him to come and visit when he delivered his daily report. It couldn't be that something had gone wrong with his powers since he had been put into battle immediately after being promoted to level 5. Could it? Lu Chaoxi shook her head, temporarily putting this matter to the back of her mind, and turned to read the other news. The other 3 forces gave their own versions of how they failed to arrive in time on the day Yi Baichuan was attacked. One family said that the chief was exploring the Longling Mountains with his men when they received the news, and that they could not find anyone to report to at all. The other family said that there was a zombie horde of tens of thousands of people suddenly approaching to a rather dangerous distance, with the possibility of impacting the base at any time, and all the combatants were on standby. So it was really impossible to leave. There was also a power that simply said that their location was at the westernmost part, too far away from the Shanglong Logistics Park, and thought that even if they rushed there, it would already be too late, so they simply didn't go. This farthest power even asked rhetorically that they were only willing to join when Pingnan City held a preparatory meeting with 5 level 4 alien powers in attendance, which seemed strong. As a result, one of them was hacked to death at the meeting. The other one, referring to Xia Chen, never made any public appearances to indicate that he had joined after that, and then within a few days, another level 4 Yi Baichuan died. A force with more than 100,000 survivors and more than 10,000 psychics, established in just 10 days with only 2 level 4 psychics left to support the scene. In the end, is there still any confidence and strength to hold on? Can the points they've saved in their hands be exchanged for alien crystals? Even a portion of it would be fine. Only 2 fours left? Lu Chaoxia laughed coldly in her heart. Chaolu, the School Alliance, Shanglong, and the merchant group that Boss Shan was a part of. All of them had been determining their manpower in the past 2 days, and secretly and quietly absorbing the alien energy crystals. By the way, they are also waiting for these people to show their attitude. By waiting until the day after tomorrow at the latest, there would be more than 24 level 4 alienists stepping out to stomp their faces. There is no longer any need for these 3 forces to exist independently. Lu Chaoxia had already thought about the fact that a major reorganization was coming to Pingnan City. After that, consolidating the construction, clearing out the zombies, and exploring the mountains, all 3 would be led by a sufficient number of level 4 exalts, in time to get the pinnacle into good working order and basically on its feet before we get into winter. And it was all thanks to Wang Feng's almost single-handedly eliminating the bandit gangs that Pingnan City was fattened up in one wave. Finally, Lu Chaoxia opened another file, talking about the promotion of the low-level aliens in Pingnan City themselves. There were over 10,000 Xenos in Pingnan City, with less than 1,000 level 3s, a negligible number of level 4s, and the vast majority of the rest being level 1s and level 2s, each accounting for roughly half of the city. Now that 2 months had passed since the heavenly descent of the alien energy stone and the appearance of the alien energy, many level 1 alien energy had slowly risen to level 2 as well just by absorbing the outside aura. There were a very few second-level psychics with outstanding talent, or those who had also absorbed some psychic crystals after rising to the second level, and there were already people who had been promoted to the third level. Lu Chaoxi looked at the news, but there was little joy on her face, because Lu Chaoxi had already thought of it. Not only human aliens could stay up for time to automatically upgrade, zombies could do the same. Pingnan City had previously killed off a group of zombie swarms that numbered less than 30,000, with over 200 level 2 alien zombies inside and close to 2,000 level 1 zombies. At that time, Pingnan City had sent out 3 level 4s and 200 level 3s, which actually crushed the zombie horde at the alien level. The zombie horde mainly relied on the numerical advantage formed by the sea of ordinary zombie cannon fodder to drain the supernatural energy from the alien's body, which was what made the battle difficult. If the speed at which an alien zombie absorbed aura to upgrade was similar to that of a human alien, then after a while, there might not be any level 1 alien zombies left in the zombie horde. A zombie horde of that size like before would have 2,000 level 2 psychic zombies. It definitely wasn't something that 200 level 3 Xenos could suppress. If you can't keep up the grind, you're going to take a lot of casualties. Pingnan City was to hunt for alien crystals to enhance its strength, not to fight the countless hordes of zombies for consumption. What's the point of wiping out hundreds of thousands of zombies even if you don't fight a few and exhaust your own people? There were still millions roaming around Pingnan City. Lu Chaoshi estimated the time in her mind. The boost from this windfall of clearing the bandit gang was nothing in the face of passing time, and would be wiped out by the zombie hordes relying on their numbers in 2 or 3 more months at most. It was imperative to get ahead of the time and quickly quell the internal strife, so that the battle with the zombie hordes could be opened again as soon as possible. The room was quiet, with only the sound of Lu Chaoshi quickly clicking the mouse, hitting the keyboard, and occasionally writing and drawing on the paper again. After 20 minutes or so, Lu Chaoshi stopped moving with a tired expression and pulled out an alien energy crystal to start absorbing it. The door opened and Lu Chaoyuan walked in, a hint of heartache in his eyes. Using his supernatural ability to speed up the time office again, I can hear it as soon as I'm outside. Lu Chaoshi laughed a little. Isn't this quite good? Dealing with official business and improving her powers without delay. Just now, less than half an hour had passed in the outside world, but in reality, Lu Chaoshi had already applied time acceleration to herself, working at full capacity in her own time flow for more than an hour. Lu Chaoyuan advised, "Little sister, it's not like before the aura revival. Brother can't help you share too much, but you don't have to, either, carry everything on your shoulders." Lu Chaoyuan slightly aggravated his tone. Saving mankind, restoring order and rebuilding civilization. These are not your responsibilities. I'd rather see you live happily ever after and take it a little easier. Lu Chaoshi sighed. But someone has to do these things, don't they? Lu Chaoyuan said. That doesn't have to be you. You are now using time acceleration 4 times a day. 24 hours a day for others. 28 hours a day for you. This is preempting your own life. Lu Chaoshi said. It's not like it's going to be like this all the time. It'll be fine after I'm busy for a while. Lu Chaoyuan wanted to say something, but after thinking, he still said, actually, I have a suggestion, which is to think of a way to make that Wang Feng bind with Pingnan City. Not to mention him, just looking at Xia Chen's performance at that meeting, the way this little girl acts, are more adapted to this era than us. Lu Chaoshi said bitterly, I also want to, but this person, just like the clouds floating in the sky, sometimes he helps you block the sunlight, sometimes he drifts away by himself. He might not even be in the Dragon Ridge Mountains right now. I don't know where he's running off to make waves. Lu Chaoyuan suddenly said, there's only one way to get him to deeply bind with Pinancheng, and only you can do it. Curious? Lu Chaoshi asked. What way? Lu Chaoyuan said, when you meet him again, you have to do everything you can to conceive his child. Chapter 83, Where did Wang Feng go? Lu Chaoshi was greatly ashamed. Brother, Lu Chaoyuan said, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Think about it. Lu Chaoshi buried her head into the paper. Just go. Lu Chaoyuan shook his head and left. Wang Feng naturally didn't know what was happening in Pingnan City. He was still staying in Longling Mountain at this moment. However, the Longling Mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers from west to east, and Wang Feng's location had long since moved away from the Deering Villa and away from Pingnan City. Lei Dongtian's starting place was far away in Dongfu, more than 100 kilometers away, separated from Pingnan City by large and small municipalities and villages. Almost 2 months ago, Huang Kuan went to the neighborhood of Pingnan City and joined the then Shanglong Logistics Park. Obviously for the westward advancement. Lei Dongtian has long had a plan, and the probability is that he will not only arrange for Huang Kuan's group, so Wang Feng didn't want to gamble on whether or not the people he met would still harbor Lei Dongtian's planted secret sons if he followed the road on the plains through one town after another. Wang Feng directly chose to walk through the Dragon Ridge and go over the mountain. After traveling all the way and spending 2 days, Wang Feng finally arrived at a famous mountain located in the territory of the Eastern Province, Lotus Peak. The straight-line distance from Lotus Peak to Pingnan City was only over 100 kilometers, and with Wang Feng going over one mountain range after another, the actual journey might be equivalent to a tenfold doubling. It was not a wasted effort to travel so many extra miles. There was an additional gazelle in the pendant space, with both long horns over a meter, an additional rock python, the thickest of which was the thickness of a bucket, coiled in a corner of the pendant space. There was also a huge golden eagle that stood upright and was taller than even Wang Feng, and at the moment, it had also become Wang Feng's prey. Thanks to this raptor did not have the habit of going around the city, or let the sky overlord meet those flying aberrations. Can only see a dead one? See two dead pair. While going over a ridge, Wang Feng saw this golden eagle flying in the sky. This flat-haired beast flew so high that Wang Feng had nothing to think about, and it actually took the initiative to swoop down and attack Wang Feng. Wang Feng also smiled nonchalantly. Going back adds another wild game to the menu. Not only that, Wang Feng's map had labeled a few more locations of high-quality spirit caves and exotic treasures. Among them, there were 2 alien plants. The aura around them was unusually rich. Wang Feng estimated that both could make alien items that increased the speed of aura absorption, and planned to wait for them to grow for a while longer before collecting them. Driving around in the mountains close to the back of Lotus Peak, Wang Feng had wanted to enter the scenic area from here, and then out of the mountain from the main entrance of the scenic area, disguised as a tourist who had managed to survive, so that no one could guess that he was actually coming from Heian City. But what he didn't expect was that the situation around Lotus Peak greatly exceeded Wang Feng's expectations. Wang Feng advanced along a mountain stream, stepping on the jagged and strange rocks beside the stream, and entered a small valley. The concentration of aura here was slightly higher, not quite to the level of a spirit cave, but it has also been occupied. The ones that occupied this small valley were actually a dozen or so alien zombies that immediately howled and rushed over as soon as they saw Wang Feng. There are walkers in this deep forest? Wang Feng was a bit surprised. A quick sweep of the valley revealed that there were still some scattered bones on the ground, both of beasts and humans, all gnawed to the bone. There were pieces of clothing, torn and tattered hiking packs, and other things nearby. Wang Feng probably had a guess in his heart, when the zombies also rushed into the range of spatial perception. These zombies weren't as dry and stiff as the ones in the city, and seemed energized, occasionally being able to eat the meat of some wild beasts. The state is just different. Unlike those zombies in the city, who basically can only survive by absorbing aura, and even the aura was far less abundant than in the mountains. Wang Feng sensed the alien crystals in the heads of these zombies, and his eyes immediately lit up again. These dozen or so zombies, excluding the leading one which was a level 4, the others were all level 3. Wang Feng launched a spatial displacement and removed a few rounds of alien attacks thrown from the zombie group, and in the process, he drew his short knife from his waist and stabbed at the void in a series of stabs. To say that Wang Feng's spatial abilities had an obvious shortcoming was that it lacked some means of group attack. Faced with a herd of zombies that didn't move by thousands or tens of thousands, they could only kill them one by one. Now without all that cannon fodder to fill in the lines, these alien zombies couldn't even make a dent. A dozen or so alien zombies planted themselves on the ground one after another and died cleanly in less than 2 seconds. That's one level 4 zombie and a dozen level 3 zombies. The first operation in Pingnan City had taken out almost 30,000 zombies. With only that number of high-level psychic zombies among them, Wang Feng took out the alien energy crystals one by one, somewhat unable to hold down the excitement in his heart. You may have found a treasure yourself now. The treasure is here at Lotus Peak. Wang Feng still remembered the very beginning when he left Pingnan City to Deer Mist Villa, Old Zhang, the vegetable seller's village. As long as the people who survived, no matter the big girl or the small daughter-in-law, basically all of them are alien. Wang Feng knew that it was because the mountains were vast and sparsely populated. An average neighborhood in the city may have dozens of survivors. Those exotic stones that fell from the sky and managed to fall within the boundaries of this neighborhood were only 1, 2 or 3 at most. But how many neighborhoods are equivalent in size to the open spaces and hills near Laozhang and his village? It was simply normal to have an alien stone in one hand. However, although the alien energy stone was encased in a crystalline shell and dissipated slowly when it did not come into contact with the human body, but even if it was slow, a few days of work would dissipate it, and then it would be absorbed by the plants or even ores next to it. When those days are over, there will be no more allomancy stones and no new allomancers will be created. That's why Wang Feng hadn't taken this matter to heart all along. Seeing these zombies in Lotus Peak, Wang Feng suddenly realized that this situation not only applied to humans, but also to zombies as well. How dense the population in the city is, how dense the zombies that later turn out to be are. Don't look at the fact that the zombie hordes have taken over almost all of the roads and open spaces in the city, and have absorbed much more xenoliths than the human survivors. However, the number of zombies was even greater, and eventually it created a relationship between the number of ordinary zombies and alien zombies that was almost 10 to 1. Want to kill alien zombies? There are enough Xenos to be able to clean up the cannon fodder normal zombies first. And here is the Lotus Peak. Moving holiday time will be crowded popular scenic spots. Usually have a few thousand tourists on the mountain is also very normal. Then suddenly the aura revived. With a crash, these thousands of tourists and staff, 80% of them became zombies. And then when the alien energy stones fall all over the mountain, won't these zombies be just like old Zhang's village, with one in each hand and alien energy zombies per capita? Thousands of alien zombies, unguarded by cannon fodder, quietly devoured each other and advanced in the mountains. Moreover, the concentration of aura in the mountains is far greater than that of the city, and the level 1 zombies in the city have not yet fully entered level 2. And the number of higher level zombies has even decreased sharply. But the zombies in the mountain even swallowed each other and absorbed the aura, and they have already advanced to the 3rd level. The more Wang Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He turned around and rushed out of the valley. He wanted to sift this Lotus Peak scenic area's large and small peaks and valleys in detail. Anything that thunders the heavens and thunders the earth can be put on the back burner for a while. Chapter 84, A Look at the View from the Peak. Lotus Peak, Luoyan Peak, Pingyun Peak, Phi Peak, Ouyang Peak. Between these 5 main peaks there are another hill and a valley spread over a dozen kilometers. There were some treacherous cliffs. Even Wang Feng's physical strength, which was already that of a level 5 alien, couldn't do a direct climb over them and could only go around them. There's no way those walkers are going to stay well off the scenic demarcated trail, as long as it's not a 10,000 foot cliff, a general steep slope ravine. The zombie, even if it falls or rolls, as long as it doesn't happen to burst its head, it's hard to die completely. Wang Feng in the Lotus Peak scenic area stayed for 6 or 7 days. 7 or 8 pairs of shoes are worn out from all the walking. There was also a near-death crisis. A level 4 Earth system psychic zombie directly toppled a mountain wall, and the landslide falling rocks that smashed down almost buried Wang Feng. Wang Feng's current spatial supernatural ability still didn't have much resistance against this kind of natural disaster-style attack. From that time onwards, Wang Feng once again raised his vigilance once more, hardly giving any zombie a chance to strike and unleash his powers. That morning, Wang Feng stepped on a pair of somewhat tattered sneakers, and step by step, he climbed up the steep mountain path to the peak of Lotus Peak. Looking around the vast sea of clouds, the depression accumulated in the past few days of drilling ravines suddenly swept away. Wang Feng's heart was free, and he was about to let out a long whistle. His eyes swept across the turquoise blue sky, but he unexpectedly saw a fast approaching black dot. Is it another alien raptor? The short knife appeared in Wang Feng's hand. The black dot was getting closer and closer, and Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that it was not some big bird, but a standard humanoid. Wang Feng's heart moved slightly, still standing still. Some of the things in his backpack had been quietly transferred to the pendant space to ensure that it was more in line with the identity of the surviving tourists. The human form became clearer and clearer, and soon turned into a soft-looking sister, floating down towards the peak. There were no wings, no feathers, no deformed parts of this girl's body, and no physical features related to flight were visible at all. But she's just flying through the air, and she's not slowing down. What's more, she was flying in the sky standing up, and if she stepped on a white cloud under her feet, she would be just like the fairies in the old TV series. The fierce mountain wind blew her clothes backward every now and then, highlighting 2 long legs and a very delicate figure. This sister was obviously also surprised that there was actually someone on top of this mountain, falling far to the side and asking vigilantly, "What are you?" A tourist who managed to survive. Wang Feng asked back without moving, "And what do you do?" The girl's eyes rolled and she said, "My home isn't too far from Lotus Peak. I came over for a break." Wang Feng then stopped talking. The girl looked at the sea of clouds outside the mountain, after a while, but then said to herself, "In the past, I was not in good health, and I lived so close, but I never climbed Lotus Peak. Now that I can fly with my supernatural ability, I want to come up and see what the top of the mountain is really like." Wang Feng said indifferently, "The scenery at the top of the mountain. Only those who have climbed up step by step and have experienced the hard work of mountaineering look at it and find it more meaningful. Those who have flown up like you may not be able to see it as clearly as if they were in the air." The girl giggled. "You're a bit of a strange talker. What makes you conclude that I haven't suffered from mountain climbing?" Wang Feng glanced at the sister. This sister is very tall, her legs are especially long, and her appearance is also clear and attractive, standing leisurely on this mountaintop platform, like a camellia flower swaying with the wind. "If I were you, in this day and age, in a place like this, to actually see a stranger, I certainly wouldn't land with a big grin on my face." The girl laughed delicately. "When you walk, do you make a point of avoiding ants on the ground because you're worried they might hurt you?" Wang Feng's face was a bit odd, and once again used his spatial perception to confirm that the alien crystal in this sister's head was the size of the one that had just been promoted to level 4. A mere 4th level is so confident that he thinks everyone else he meets casually is a weak ant? Seeing that Wang Feng didn't say anything, the girl went on to say, seeing that although you are a bit dusty, you are quite handsome when you look closely. I'll kindly remind you that it's best to quickly hide a bit farther away. The people coming up the mountain in a while are not very good-tempered. Wang Feng looked at the tumbling sea of clouds outside the mountain and returned. If anyone disturbs my view, they will find that I am not very good-tempered either. The mountaintop was quiet. The two men each sought a corner at a distance and blew the mountain breeze for a while, before another sprinted up the trail to the top of the hill. The man looked around for a few moments. His eyes hurriedly swept past Wang Feng and saw his sister. So he rushed forward and said softly, Dusty, you're flying so fast, I can't even catch up. This person looks a few years older than the younger sister. His face is slightly naive and stupid, with a hint of brutality inside, but in front of the younger sister, he tries to make a gentle appearance. The girl swept a glance at the naive and stupid youth and said, Chang Yong, I've said I'll do it myself. It's you who insisted on running after me, and you want to rely on me when you can't keep up? Chang Yong hurriedly said, you are my guest here. In case you encounter any danger and something happens, I have no way to explain to Uncle E. The sister sneered, in that case, my E-Lightning safety is not really important. You're actually more worried about the union with my father going wrong. Chun Yong reddened. No, I'm more worried about you. I Ching-sun said coldly. Then why did you force me to be with you when you knew I didn't like you? Why don't you let me go after my own happiness? Chun Yong exclaimed. Xiao Duan, I do like you, but I never thought of forcing you to do anything. It's Uncle E. He felt that only if the two of us were together, we could be more comfortable with the alliance between our two families, and work together to fight against that Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian? Suddenly uttering this name from Chun Yong's mouth, Wang Feng heard it far to the side, and while he did not react on the surface, his heart was slightly moved. Yi Qingdan said disdainfully, you guys love to unite or not, and why are you using me as a bargaining chip? If I were to say, why don't you just join penetrating Thunder City? Why must you fight against it? Chang Yong hurriedly said, Xiao Dust, it's not like you don't know. That penetrating Thunder City is highly hierarchical. Even if we join, we can only serve as peripheral vassals to be exploited by them at will. I Ching-sun still laughed coldly. To put it bluntly, you're just worried about losing your current power. When Chang Yong heard this, he was so excited that he gasped a few times. I've never coveted any power, and I don't want to join penetrating Thunder City. I just don't want the folks who survived with great difficulty to be turned into stepping stones for Lei Dongtian's expansion of his power, and cannon fodder when penetrating Thunder City fights with the other forces and zombie hordes. I Ching-sun shook his head and said, Chang Yong, do you know what I don't see in you? Chang Yong nagged. I was too stupid. We studied in the same high school, and as a result, I didn't even get into a junior college, but you got into Zhongjing University. Chapter 85. Kill him. I Ching-sun said. Those years after high school graduation, how those folks of yours mocked you, how they usually bullied you. Have you forgotten? Chun Yong laughed nervously. It's all in the past. Why mention it? E-Lightning said. You are now the leader of a party, and all these people have become your men, so why don't you return all the anger you received in the past? Even if you have a good heart and don't retaliate against them, you've already been merciful. But these mole-like things, now they even call themselves elders, and they don't move to tell you what to do. Is this acceptable to you? Chun Yong said. I'm rather stupid. Even though my powers are powerful now, I still don't know much about how to do things. I think there's no harm in listening to them more. I Qingdan laughed coldly. What era is this? As long as you are stronger than others, you can be superior and others have to listen to you. How am I supposed to do something when I'm asked to stay with you and then be bossed around by a bunch of weak guys? You'd like that for yourself, but don't drag me into it. Chang Yong uttered half a dozen words and stifled a sentence. Dusty, as long as you're with me, I'll listen to you in everything, so I don't have to listen to them. I Ching-sun said. Oh, you're willing to listen to me? Chang Yong quickly said. Yes. E-Lightning pointed at Wang Feng. Then go kill him now. Chang Yong hesitated and asked. Who is he? I Ching-sun said. How would I know? I just met it. Chang Yong was a bit hesitant. That's not good, is it? E-Lightning said casually. His look at me just now wasn't respectful enough, and he even molested me when he spoke. Chang Yong was instantly furious. What? You dare to bully Xiao Duan? Clenching his fists, he rushed towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng turned around, his eyes flashing. You two can talk as you please. Do you have to involve me in this? Chang Yong said angrily. Bullying Xiao Duan just won't do. I won't beat you to death. I'll beat you half to death first and then apologize to Xiao Duan. As soon as the words fell, one of Chang Yong's fists swung over. The fist lit up with a dull yellow light. obviously with an Earth-type supernatural ability attached to it. The punch was aimed at Wang Feng's shoulder, but it really didn't land a killing blow. Wang Feng lightly swayed his body and dodged the punch, not moving and exchanging positions with Chen Yong. Just now Chen Yong separated between Wang Feng and Yi Qingsuan. Yi Qingsuan was too far away, or a flying one, and with what flying ability Wang Feng was still unclear. Wang Feng didn't want to kill Chen Yong in a second, but let Yi Lightning escape. Chen Yong was even more annoyed when he missed with a punch. He was a level 5 Earth System Exalt, not known for his speed, and he hadn't used his full strength in his punch just now. But to have Wang Feng dodge it so easily, or in front of Yi Lightning, it made Chen Yong's face a little hard to hang on to. Yi Qingdan looked on with a smile on his face, and did not in the chapter Wang Feng was able to avoid the process Yong punch. After all, even if a person to step on ants, a foot cannot be killed is also a common thing. Chen Yong let out a low gulp, and the stones under his feet automatically shattered and flew up, wrapping a layer around his fist as he swung another punch towards Wang Feng. The sound of this punch was much louder than just now, but Wang Feng didn't dodge. The sinewy lines on his arm bulged and rooted, and he met it with the same punch. With a muffled thud, their fists clashed together, sending a wave of air spreading outwards. Chen Yong stood still as the rubble wrapped around his fist crumbled away a little. Wang Feng, on the other hand, used the momentum to take a few steps back in a row, gently moving his right hand that was sparring with a flash of blood on the back of his hand. Chen Yong's face changed slightly as he asked, "Level 4 Physical Exalt? A level 4 Psychic is not a cabbage that can be found everywhere. Why did he meet one on this deserted mountaintop?" Yi Qingsuan's eyes, however, brightened slightly. Good-looking men were everywhere, and at most she'd get more than a passing glance. There weren't many 4th-level powerhouses that looked this handsome that were qualified to make her look at them more. Wang Feng didn't answer Chen Yong's question and silently calculated the distance in his mind. This way, if he sparred 2 more punches and retreated a few steps, he would be able to bring Yi Lightning into the spatial perception range. Chen Yong's entire body began to glow with yellow light, and it was clear that he was about to get real. Just then, there was another sound of footsteps at the steps of the climb, and 5 men came up at once. As soon as Chen Yong saw the 5 people, his face changed drastically, and he didn't care about Wang Feng. Running back from Wang Feng and protecting Yi Qingsuan behind him, Li Zhang, Chen Wei, Lei Dongtian's close guard squad. "How could you all possibly show up here?" Chen Yong asked in shock. The leader of the 5, Li Zhang, who was well-mannered, nodded his head slightly in greeting to Chen Yong and said, "President Chang, I greet you on behalf of Brother Tian." The Chang Wei beside Li Zhang, a muscular and strong man, followed. "The scenery here is nice, and Chairman Chang should have no regrets if he dies here." Chang Yong's eyes crossed. Lei Dongtian doesn't dare to come and take a shot himself, with just a few of you level 4s, even if you catch me down. So what? This is my home turf. After saying that, the yellow light on Chen Yong's body flourished. The huge mountain rocks that had stood at the top of Lotus Peak for thousands of years crumbled and shattered piece by piece, and large and small pieces of debris converged around Chen Yong as if they were birds throwing themselves into the forest, and then fused together like a liquid. In just a few seconds, Chen Yong turned into a 3-meter-tall rock giant. His body was encased in a tight, thick shell of rock. His arms and legs became pillars of stone the thickness of buckets, and he grasped an equally thick stone spear in his hand. The rock giant looked down at the 5 while saying in a jarring voice, "Dusty, hide far away. If you can't, fly up and watch me take care of them." Li Zhang looked up at Chen Yong, who had transformed into a stone giant, and there was no panic in his eyes. Instead there was a hint of teasing. "President Chang, don't you want to guess how we got hold of your whereabouts?" Chen Yong first turned his head to Wang Feng. "There's nothing for you here. If you're not in league with them, run." Then he looked at Li Zhang again and said, "What's the point of wasting words? I'll kill you guys first and then go back to find out the traitor." Chen Yong raised the huge stone spear in his hand and was about to take a step forward when his body suddenly became light and floated. Before he could react, he floated into the air a dozen meters above the ground and then hovered there motionless. Chen Yong flailed his arms and legs in vain, but to no avail. Just like an astronaut in a weightless state, he could only struggle in place, with no way to return to the ground. Chen Yong, who was in mid-air, turned his head with difficulty and looked at Yi Qingsuan in disbelief. "Xiao Chen, what did you do?" Wang Feng said with a smile from not far away. "Why do you need to ask? She first lured you here, then Lei Dongtian's people came, and now she's taken a shot at you, so it's clear that she's already defected to Lei Dongtian." Chen Yong still couldn't believe it and yelled, "Shut the hell up!" And with a hopeful face, he asked Yi Lightning, "Little dust, what he said isn't true, right?" Yi Qingsuan looked at Chen Yong with pity. "A wretch like you, empty of powerful psychic abilities, but like a little cutie, like being at the mercy of others. What makes you worthy of me?" Only a perfect man like Tian is the one for me. Chapter 86, Murder in Progress. Chun Yang was angry and furious, shouting, "Who doesn't know that Lei Dong Tianhua is so horny that he takes in a beautiful woman when he sees one? Unlike me, since high school, my heart has only been for you." Yi Qingchen said coldly, "It's your business if you like me. It's not like I like you. No matter how philandering brother Tian is, it doesn't affect me liking him." Hearing this, Chun Yang probably had too many mood swings, and the stone shells on his body crumbled off a few broken pieces, simply presenting a perfect picture of a mental state on the verge of collapse. Yi Lightning said to Li Zhang, "My supernatural ability lasts for a limited time, so you guys hurry up and do it." Li Zhang nodded his head in response, and with a wave of his hand, the two men behind him immediately made a move. Looking like they had planned this, red fire energy surged out of one of the aliens' hands and sprayed at the stone giant in midair. The burned area quickly became red, and Cheng Yang's loud screams of pain came from within the stone as a yellow light flooded over the stone, which dispersed the fire energy. With a wave of the other alien's hand, a subtle wind sound resounded in the air, and Cheng Yang's screams were immediately inaudible. The stone giant's mouth opened wide and he involuntarily reached for his neck, struggling more and more violently as he hovered in the air. Wang Feng could see that this was a wind exalt, exhausting the air around Cheng Yang and blocking the spread of sound. Cheng Yang was hung in midair by light dust and couldn't move. If he went on like this, he could only die of suffocation. Not to mention that the fire alien was still constantly forcing Cheng Yang to consume the alien energy. If Cheng Yang ignored it, he would be able to melt and burn through the stone shell in minutes. The stone giant let out an inaudible roar and steeply raised the stone spear in its hand, hurling it at the wind exalt like a cannonball. The last of the five reached out with his hand, also beckoning a large chunk of mountain rock, knocking the incoming stone spear askew. A crack appeared on the stone giant's body, disintegrating into a piece of stone the size of a man's head, furiously blasting at the three wind, fire, and earth aberrations below. Seeing this, the muscular Changwei also rushed forward, drawing a dark, heavy metal club to help with the defense, knocking away rock after rock. Li Zhang, the leader of the five, had been guarding Yi Lightning's side, because the key to this fight, or murder, being successful was Yi Qingsuan's control, easily turning Cheng Yang into a target that couldn't move. But Wang Feng realized that even when Cheng Yang resisted the most fiercely, not a single stone was smashed towards Yi Lightning. Not a single one. Cheng Yang even deliberately avoided the direction where Yi Lightning was. The stones were quickly beaten up, revealing Cheng Yang's original form. Cheng Yang's expression was agonizingly painful. His lips had been suffocated to the point of turning purple, his eyeballs bulged out, and blood oozed from the corners of his eyes. He also stopped launching his supernatural ability to counterattack, and just spontaneously defended himself against the attacks from below while keeping a deadly eye on Yi Qingsuan. The mouth moved silently, and by the way it was mouthed, it was calling Dusty. Yi Qingsuan's eyes flickered a little as Cheng Yang in midair suddenly dropped down a notch before rising back up to his original height. Li Zhang stood in front of Yi Lightning, isolating Cheng Yang's gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Hang in there, don't lose the battle. Once things are over here, you'll be able to go to penetrating Thunder City." After a few more minutes, Cheng Yang's head hung down and his arms and legs stopped moving, and he looked to have lost consciousness. Li Zhang added, "Hold on for a little while longer. Don't put it down yet to prevent any deception. Do you two still have energy? Keep blasting him." Li Zhang asked about the fire and earth alien. These two were the main force against Cheng Yang in terms of consuming their alien energy, and now their faces were all a little white, each shaking their heads and pulling out a crystal of alien energy to absorb the energy. "Let me try." Chang Wei moved his muscles, put the black metal stick down, picked up a few stones from the ground full of debris, and aimed to throw them at Cheng Yang. With a ping, a stone hit Cheng Yang's forehead. Cheng Yang didn't react, only his head changed direction and continued to tilt, a strand of blood running down his cheek. Only then did Li Zhang breathe a sigh of relief and finally had the presence of mind to ask Yi Lightning, "Why is there one more person over here? What's going to be done about it?" Yi Qingduan said, "He was at the top of the mountain when I came over," saying he was a tourist. "There are still people climbing the mountain at a time like this. Who would have thought it? It's up to you to decide what to do about it." "Tourist?" Li Zhang's eyes narrowed as he asked Wang Feng, "We're fighting here. Why don't you run?" Wang Feng grinned, "I'm at the top of the mountain looking at the scenery and watching a play for free. So why should I run?" Yi Lightning reminded. "He sparred with Cheng Yang. His strength isn't weak. He should be a rank 4 as well." Li Zhang was a bit surprised and softened his tone a bit. "Tell us where you came from. If your origins are clear and your strength is good, I can give you a chance to join us in running Thunder City." Wang Feng pretended to be curious and said, "Join penetrating Thunder City? Is that what that Cheng Yang just said? Some kind of close guard squad?" Li Zhang was dumbfounded. The close guards are directly under the city lord. Almost all of them are old brothers who have been fighting with the city lord since the beginning of the Aura revival. It's not like you can get in just because you're strong. If you really have rank 4 strength, you might want to consider becoming a captain in one of the other normal teams first, or managing an affiliated force. Don't ask too many questions right now. Tell us what is your situation and how did you end up on this Lotus Peak? Wang Feng revealed a look of reminiscence. That day I came here to travel to Lotus Peak and climbed halfway up. Suddenly the situation changed drastically, and all the tourists all over the mountain turned into zombies. I fell off the side of a mountain road, got lucky and didn't die, struggled to survive in a ravine for half a month, then picked up a glowing rock and got superpowers. I don't know what's going on in the outside world. I didn't dare to go out, so I've been hiding in the mountains, and then I also found out that the crystals in the zombie's brain can be absorbed to improve my strength. I'm not too sure about the 4th and 5th levels you guys are talking about, but anyway, after a while, I'll be able to get a whole lot stronger. After I got stronger the last time, I thought I should have some power to defend myself, and since the rise in strength is getting slower and slower, and the mountains are getting colder and colder, I thought about going out of the mountains to have a look. Before I left, I thought, it's not easy to come to Lotus Peak. It's a pity that I didn't make it to the top, so I climbed up to have a look, and then I met you guys. I really didn't expect that the outside of the mountain has become such a mess now. No one cares about randomly beating and killing people. At this time, flop, Chung Young fell from the sky, bounced a few times on the hard rocks, lying there motionless. I only heard lightning say, 20 minutes, how should I suffocate? Wang Feng also stopped the memories. Li Zhang listened to what Wang Feng said as if there was nothing suspicious, and was again attracted by Chung Young falling down. He hasn't forgotten the main thing he came here for this time, and immediately, regardless of Wang Feng, signaled Chang Wei to come forward to check. Don't care if he's dead or not. First give him a stick to the head. Chapter 87, The Eastern Mansion. Chang Wei walked towards Chung Young carrying a black stick. Wang Feng also curiously stretched his neck and walked forward a bit. In a moment like this, Chang Wei raised the black metal stick high up and aimed it at Chung Young's head, and at the same time, among Wang Feng's spatial perception, Yi Qingchen, who was located on the left side of his body, Li Zhang, who was in front of him on the left, Chang Wei, who was directly in front of him, as well as wind, fire, and earth, who were located in front of him on the right side, at the furthest distance, appeared at the same time. A small knife noiselessly appeared in Wang Feng's palm. Wang Feng's wrist shook so much that stumps appeared. There was a crash as the heavy black metal rod fell to the ground. Chang Wei kept his arms raised high and lay straight back. Yi Qingdan and Li Zhang both looked squarely at Chen Yong, wanting to make sure that he hadn't completely died, and both of their expressions froze at that moment as they slowly collapsed to the ground. The trio of wind, fire and earth also fell, one on top of the other, like they were stacking up. The top of the mountain was once again quiet, save for the occasional whistling of the wind. Wang Feng shook off the grayish-white liquid on his short blade and started from the closest lightning, collecting the exotic crystals one by one. Turned around and collected 6 level 4 alien crystals. Wang Feng returned to Chung Yong's body and raised his short sword once again. Then he pried open Chung Yong's clenched teeth, and with a tube of red liquid in his other hand, he poured it into Chung Yong's mouth. The red liquid is Xia Chen's invention. The raw material was the fresh blood of a grade 3 exotic beast boar, into which Xia Chen had infused light energy used as a healing agent. Drinking such a tube of blood was equivalent to receiving a full-force treatment from Xia Chen at the level of a 3rd-grade alien ability. The only problem was that the healing effect of this thing would quickly dissipate after Xia Chen stopped infusing energy, and after 2 minutes at most, there would only be a tube of ordinary pig's blood left. In the end, this thing only works for Wang Feng. For every tube that Xia Chen made, Wang Feng immediately put it into the pendant space to make the healing effect stop dissipating, and then pulled out another tube of fresh boar blood from the pendant space and handed it to Xia Chen. There was now a square shelf in Wang Feng's space, which was densely filled with hundreds of healing liquids. It's like the kind of thing you'd set up at a hospital blood collection port to insert and place a sampling tube. After filling Chung Young with the healing solution, Wang Feng waited a little while. The number of level 5 exalts in this world was still too small, and everyone was still not too familiar with the level 5 exalt's life force tenacity. But Wang Feng had 80 to 90% certainty in his heart that Chung Young was not dead yet. After a few minutes, Wang Feng filled Chung Young with another tube, then stepped on Chung Young's chest and rhythmically stepped a few times, accompanied by a violent cough. Chung Young curled up his body in pain and began to gasp for air with great exertion. After a while longer, Cheng Young crawled and sat up, supporting the ground with his hands and surveying his surroundings with blankly open eyes. The top of the mountain was empty, and Wang Feng was the only one sitting not far away. Where are they? Cheng Young asked in a hoarse voice. They thought you were dead, so they left, Wang Feng said casually. Cheng Young didn't believe it at all. Impossible. How could they leave without taking the alien energy crystals? I'm a 5th level. Who am I looking down on? Wang Feng said. That was when I made a deal with them and traded something else for your corpse. Cheng Yang still didn't believe it. That's even more unlikely. Now where can anything be more valuable than the level 5 crystal in my head? Wang Feng sighed. Then it would have to be that I killed them all and saved you from them. Cheng Yang habitually disbelieves. You? Just with you alone? Wang Feng turned his head to take a closer look at Cheng Yang to see if the lack of oxygen for too long had stifled his already small brain. Believe whichever of these possibilities you'd like. Or think of another one you can live with. Cheng Yang hung his head low and said in a low voice, I'd prefer it to be Xiao Duan that she finally went soft and persuaded them to let me go. Oh, just believe it. Cheng Yang asked in a low voice. Little dust. You also killed? Wang Feng said indifferently. If you don't kill it, do you still keep it for the new year? Cheng Yang huffed, his voice a little choked. Xiao Dust used to have some pride and couldn't look down on people inferior to her, but it didn't turn out to be like this later on, seeing everyone else as ants, and that she herself had to be superior to oppress others in order to be able to do so. Wang Feng didn't comment on Cheng Yang's words. In Wang Feng's opinion, this era will only amplify certain emotions in the hearts of people, doubling the expression of their natures that were previously suppressed by the order. To say that completely twisting a person who was good by nature into an evil belly, Wang Feng had never seen it anyway, but that's not something to say to discourage Cheng Yang. Wang Feng turned to him and said, Tell me what you know about Dongfu City. Cheng Yang changed his position on the ground and sat upright, scratched his head and thought for a while, then told Wang Feng. After listening for a while, Wang Feng's heart was clear. The current situation in the East Mansion could be said to be unrelated to Lei Dongtian. Unlike the city of Pingan, which has over 10 million people concentrated in the downtown area, of the 5 or 6 million people in the eastern province, less than 2 million live in the capital city, which is located in the far west. The rest of the population is more dispersed, with the largest counties having a permanent population of only 300,000 to 400,000 people. There are more modest towns and villages. These villages and towns are also similar to the mountains. The survivors are basically per capita psychic. Only a very few unlucky or cowardly people did not pick up the psychic stone. Until now it is still ordinary people. The aliens here in the East Province started out as villages and towns, and at best, the nearby villages and towns were united, and after cleaning up the surrounding zombies, they didn't go farther. Anyway, the village stocked enough food to last a long time, and the main fight was a partial self-preservation. Lei Dongtian's territory at the very beginning was just his old home, Lei Jia village, and the villages and towns around the neighborhood. But I don't know when, but the Lei family village wasn't called the Lei family village anymore, and it took on the banner of penetrating Thunder City, and began to expand outwards. Every time he arrived at a village populated by Xenos, he demanded tribute and submission, drawing food supplies and Xenos who could fight, all of which he brought back to penetrating Thunder City. When the integration is done, the next round of expansion will begin. It didn't take long for penetrating Thunder City to become the most powerful force of Xenos in the northern part of the eastern province. The other villages had to band together to defend themselves in order not to be annexed. Who would want to be dragged off to fight for Thunderbolt City and fight against zombies and other aliens when they could be safe in their own homes? It had been tossed around until now, and after an unknown number of rounds of internal strife, there were still 5 forces left that were relatively large in size within the boundaries of Dongfu City. Penetrating Thunder City counted as the first one, and the other 3 were Fuqing Base in the west, Tongguan City in the southeast, and Longmen Steel in the northwest. Then there's Farmers Union, where Changyang is, Nonggyup, officially called Dongfu Nonggyup, full name Dongfu General Rural Joint Mutual Aid Association. That's a name I came up with. Not bad, Cheng Yang said proudly. Wang Feng crossed his thumbs and complimented. Quite good. It seems that the only other alien power I've heard of is the 1000 Section City Garden Owners Committee, or 1000 Cities Association for short, which can be compared to your name, Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Chapter 88, Delivery of Letters. Big brother, you killed Dusty, but Dusty had to kill me before, so I won't avenge her, but you also saved my life. This favor Cheng Yang, must be repaid. What are your orders? Just say it. Wang Feng rummaged through a thick atlas from his bag, flipped to the chapter on Dongfu City, found Lei's village, and confirmed with Cheng Yang that it was the location of Lei Dongtian's lair. Another map was marked with the location of Cheng Yang's Dongfu Agricultural Cooperative. Then he said, when you go back, find a trustworthy flying alien and deliver a letter for me. Cheng Yang said with wide eyes, this is it? Big brother, if you don't come back with me, at least let me entertain you for a few days. Wang Feng said, your life is definitely worth more than just this. I will look for you in the future if there is a need. Cheng Yang slapped his chest. Go to the fire. Go to the mountain of knives and go to the frying pan. Wang Feng sighed and didn't want to talk anymore. Borrowing the cover of the backpack, he pulled out a light golden card from the space. A rice phone. Knocked a paragraph on the notepad that came with the phone. Turned it off and handed it to Chun Yong. Tearing another piece of paper and writing a few sentences, he told Chun Yong, "Have your people fly to the south side of Pinyin City. Follow the instructions on this to find someone named Lu Chaoxi, and give both the paper and the cell phone to her, to see her in person. This card is the credential. Make sure you don't lose it." Out of his slight distrust of Chun Yong's intelligence, Wang Feng repeated his instructions a few times before letting Chun Yong leave. Afterwards, Wang Feng also went down the mountain and casually found an empty house at the foot of the mountain and packed it up, intending to stay here for 2 days. In the previous week, Wang Feng had traveled to almost every corner of the Lotus Peak scenic area. The result is 2 more boxes in the pendant space, 1 large and 1 small. The exotic crystals of the few people from E-Lightning who were at the top of the mountain just now were now in that small box. The place occupied is almost negligible. This small box, slightly larger than an ordinary box for tea leaves, was filled with level 4 psychic crystals, more than 100 of them. The large box next to it was bigger than a shoebox, filled with tertiary psychic crystals. As for the specific number, anyway, after more than 1,000, Wang Feng didn't bother to count carefully. Wang Feng couldn't help but think that if he hadn't come to Lotus Peak in advance, without any accidents, Chun Yong would definitely have been successfully ambushed by a few people from penetrating Thunder City, and the Dongfu Nongha couldn't hold back penetrating Thunder City's annexation any longer. What's more, penetrating Thunder City would also find out about the Lotus Peak zombies at the same time, and these more than 1,000 level 3 and 100 level 4 alien crystals would all turn into penetrating Thunder City's trophies. No wonder Lei Dongtian in his previous life was able to rise so strongly. Unfortunately, these alien crystals are now all named Wang. Wang Feng took out a grade 4 crystal and held it in his hand and began to absorb it. He wasn't going to get out of this house until he got to level 6. A day later, in Pingnan City, Lu Chaoxi held a light golden card with a somewhat complicated expression. This points card was one of the return gifts given by Lu Chaoxi after Wang Feng had delivered half of the alien boar. The numbering is unique and cannot be faked. But this man has not been heard from for almost 10 days. Why did he suddenly run to the East House? Lu Chaoxi called for someone to entertain the flying alien who had come to deliver the letter, while she herself rushed directly to the Deer Calling Villa to look for Xia Chen. After Wang Feng left for 7 days, Xia Chen didn't have the heart to go to the mountains to exercise his supernormal abilities anymore, and every day he stood guard at the villa waiting for Wang Feng to come back. Lu Chaoxi saw Xia Chen and handed over her cell phone. Xia Chen unlocked her phone with her fingerprint, read the message left by Wang Feng for a while, let out a long sigh of relief, and gave her phone to Lu Chaoxi. "Sister Lu, you take a look as well." Lu Chaoxi raised her eyebrows. "For you, do I fit?" Xia Chen laughed. "You're so busy. If you don't want to see it, why do you have to make this trip yourself?" Wang Feng didn't write too much on his cell phone, only briefly talking about the current situation in the East Province, and the relationship between Huang Kuan and penetrating Thunder City. In fact, the main thing was that it had taken quite a bit longer than expected to get out, and to pass a message back so that they could do their respective things in peace. After reading it, Lu Chaoxi said, "This Lei Dongtian's ambition is not small. His own neighborhood is still unsettled, and he thought of planting nails into Pinyin City so early." Xia Chenla said, "I've already imagined his end." Lu Chaoxi glanced at Xia Chen. This girl was obviously in a good mood after receiving Wang Feng's news. "You're not worried? No plans to go over to the East House and help him?" Xia Chen said, "If brother needed my help, he would have said it directly in the letter. Now that he didn't say it, I'll wait for him to come back at ease. On the contrary, is there anything you need my help with?" Lu Chaoxi said, "In these few days, the harvest from the purging of the bandit gangs has been digested, and the internal integration has been completed. Now there are only 4 left: the School Alliance, Shanglong, the Merchant Alliance, and us, and mobilizing is much more efficient. For the time being there are no major events that require you to make a move." Saying that, Lu Chaoxi put down 2 more grade 4 crystals. 2 days ago, we shot down another zombie swarm, more than 50,000 in total. The leader was a level 5 zombie. This is 10% of the proceeds to pay taxes to the mountain village. Xia Chen accepted it. "Then I'll keep it for my brother. I'll just have a spirit point to assist me." After thinking about it, Lu Chaoxi still couldn't help but ask, "How is the effect of that spirit cave found in the mountain village? And how long do you estimate you'll be able to rise to level 6? Xia Chen crossed his fingers and counted. "It won't take more than a year and it's about the same." Lu Chaoxi laughed bitterly. "I'm even slower than you. This single grade 4 crystal is worth 3 days of hard cultivation, but the difficulty of obtaining it is just too great. fighting off a group of 50,000 zombies. There were only a dozen or so level 4 crystals in the harvest, in addition to one level 5 crystal. After taxing the lodge, the 4 powers will divide it up again, and there won't be much left. Moreover, each family now had several level 4s and were counting on the level 4 crystals for upgrading. Even if Lu Chaoxi was the chief, she couldn't use all the level 4 crystals herself. After all, Pinnacle City wasn't an organization like the bandits. Xia Chen also sighed, and the two of them were somewhat speechless for a moment. After a while, Xia Chen said in a low voice, "If it's possible, I'd prefer not to have this psychic ability. I just want to be able to go back to the past and be an exam girl in peace." Lu Chaoxi gently embraced Xia Chen. "I also hope this is just a dream, but there's no going back. We can all only look forward. The old order is gone, and we can only try to build a new one." Xia Chen said from the bottom of her heart, "Sister Lu, you're really great. Being able to harness the great power of so many people. I wouldn't be able to think about it so much, as long as I could be there for him all the time and help him out. He wants to establish order. I'll establish order with him. If he wants to stay in the mountains, I'll stay with him in the mountains." Lu Chaoxi asked, "After spending so much time with him, what do you think he wants most?" Xia Chen said in an uncertain tone, "Maybe it's getting stronger?" Lu Chaoxi asked again, "Then what exactly is the reason for wanting to become stronger so desperately?" Xia Chen thought about it seriously and thought of the words Wang Feng had said when he took her away from that very first neighborhood, and couldn't help but spread a smile and said, "I think it's to live freely, not to be bullied by anyone, and not to be forced to do anything she doesn't want to do." Chapter 89, 6th grade goes to the mountain. A line of no thickness at all, suspended silently in the air. Wang Feng opened his eyes wide and couldn't see the line either, like it didn't exist. But in spatial perception, there is no doubt that this line exists. It's short, only 30 centimeters long. In Wang Feng's perception range that reached 50 meters after he was promoted to the 6th level, it seemed insignificant. It seems to be independent of any object, not drawn, not supported or connected by anything, and without any carrier. It just exists out of thin air. Wang Feng has a wooden stick in his hand, gently waved it at this line, and the stick broke into two, and the broken surface was smooth and incomparable. This was exactly the new ability that Wang Feng had awakened after he had been promoted to level 6, Spatial Rift. Expend alien energy to create a static fissure with no width in a complete and continuous space. This represented that Wang Feng's spatial supernatural ability had greatly improved another step. Previously, whatever Wang Feng's ability was, it was only for the utilization of the surrounding space. Now this spatial rift was very inconspicuous and couldn't be moved, but it was a real damage to the space itself. A few minutes later, the spatial rift disappeared, as if the space possessed the ability to recover itself and obliterate the rift. Wang Feng found a flat table in the room and took out a long black metal stick from the pendant space. This stick was used by that muscular man at the top of Lotus Peak, and it was impossible to tell what kind of metal it was made of. But it was extremely heavy. When Wang Feng weighed it in his hand, he felt that it was more than twice as heavy as the same volume of steel, almost catching up with the density of gold. So he loaded it into the space by hand. According to the experience of his previous life, this kind of thing could only come from the hands of an alien, and the level of the alien ability would not be too low. Manipulating an existing metal item is not at all the same level of difficulty as changing the nature of the metal to create a new metal material. Wang Feng drew out his long knife and slashed hard at the black long stick. The long blade chipped another small gash, but on closer inspection the body of the stick left no marks and was frighteningly hard. This knife was gradually used less and less after Wang Feng's 4th level, and when he met a strong enemy, Wang Feng would directly use the short knife to penetrate space to stir up his brain. It was only when dealing with hordes of cannon fodder zombies that they needed to swing their long knives to slash and kill, which was much more efficient and saved their powers. The zombies that died under Wang Feng's 2 long knives were not 10,000 but several thousand. Now the long knife had basically no blade to speak of, chipped to the point where it was chipped in all sizes, all by virtue of the weight of a dozen or so pounds and Wang Feng's great strength. It was used as a long mace. When he found the black stick, what Wang Feng had thought was to find this alien and find a way for him to use this black metal to build himself a weapon. But after experimenting with the new ability of level 6, Wang Feng had a new idea. Putting the long knife flat on one side, Wang Feng's mind moved. A vertical upward spatial rift stood on the table. The details of the various dimensions of the long knife were reflected in Wang Feng's mind with incomparable precision under spatial perception. Wang Feng held the black baguette steadily with both hands and gave a gentle push towards the spatial rift, and his hands were immediately light. The black stick that the steel long knife couldn't cleave at all was treated equally in front of the spatial rift, no different from the wooden stick before, turning into two without resistance. Wang Feng picked up the long one and compared it to the long blade. It was exactly the same length as the long blade, and nodded his head in satisfaction. This was only the first step, and immediately afterward, Wang Feng cut the rough shape of the long blade by smoothing the black stick over and pushing it twice against the spatial rift. In a short amount of time, a black long knife with a shape and size almost identical to the original long knife appeared in front of Wang Feng. Wang Feng grabbed it and juggled it for a few moments, then threw both the black long knife and the original long knife into the pendant space, and used the remaining section of the black stick to make two short knives using the same method, before walking out of the room in faith. When he left the deer mansion, he talked to Xia Chen about exploring and estimated that he would be able to go back in a few days. Right now more than 10 days have passed since this delay, but it doesn't matter. A good meal is never too late. Let's just let Lei Dongtian feel a little 6th grade shock. The terrain of the entire eastern province is generally flat, with only mountains to the north and south. Wang Feng walked out of the mountains and bypassed a county town at the foot of the mountains, and in front of him was a stretch of plains. A swarm of zombies could even be seen roaming the plains in the distance. It's small, probably a few thousand in number. I wonder if they wandered out of the county they just bypassed. These counties are small and not very populated, unlike the huge urban forests like Ping'an City, where the zombie hordes can't get out even if they circle around inside. The zombie hordes here may have accidentally wandered out of town and wandered aimlessly into the wilderness. Don't look at the thousands of zombies against the already level 6 Wang Feng was almost no threat. Wang Feng could fight if he wanted to, and could casually get rid of them if he wanted to run. If it was anyone else, even a squad of level 4 Xenos would have to leave a life or two behind if they accidentally encountered them on the plains. Because the average level 4 psychic can't necessarily outrun a level 3 flesh-enhanced zombie, slightly delayed for a while, and then surrounded by a large group of people that would have a bad time. Which Power's level 4 alien was not a cabbage in the ground. And that's not the only herd of zombies roaming the wilderness, and there are definitely larger ones out there. For 99.99% of people who want to cross such a wilderness, then encountering a zombie horde and then getting killed is just a probable event of longer or shorter duration. Wang Feng followed the map and it didn't take long before he arrived at the base camp of Dongfu Nonghe, a village formerly known as Changjiazhai. The village was on a dirt plateau, a good deal higher than the surrounding area, with an open line of sight that made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chen Yong welcomed Wang Feng into the village, a parlor-like arrangement of a room with a few older shifters sitting in it. Chen Yong introduced them one by one. These people are all the chiefs of the various joint villages. The ones who are here are only a small portion of them. Many of them prefer to stay in their own villages, and only come over to discuss if there are major events. What made Wang Feng slightly surprised was that Yi Lightning's father, Yi Chong, was also here, and actually didn't fall out with Chen Yong over Yi Lightning's matter. Chen Yong introduced Wang Feng. This big brother is the one who took out the penetrating Thunder City's close guard squad at the top of Lotus Peak and saved me. What's your name? Big brother? Wang Feng smiled and said the name. Chen Yong continued. Right. This is Big Brother Wang Feng. Big Brother Wang is my savior and also saved Nonghe from being annexed by penetrating Thunder City. So this time, no matter what Big Brother Wang's request is, we in Nonghe will do our best to help. Hearing this, Wang Feng did not move and surveyed the others in the room. With Cheng Yang's brain not being able to say this level of words, I don't know who taught him. The few people in the room also looked different when they heard Cheng Yang say this. Some people also looked at Wang Feng with a slightly skeptical and scrutinizing gaze. Right away, someone coughed lightly and spoke. What happened on Lotus Peak was not seen by anyone else other than what President Cheng said. No, in fact, even President Cheng himself didn't see it with his own eyes because he was unconscious. It just so happens that Brother Wang Feng is here. Why don't you tell the group how you saved our President Cheng at that time? I don't mean that in a disbelieving way. I'm just trying to be open-minded. Chapter 90. Wang Feng simply ignored the man who asked, and only said to Chen Yang, I came to pay a visit this time in a hurry, but it's not good to come here empty-handed. This point can't be taken, even if it's a meet and greet gift. After saying that, Wang Feng waved his hand, and with a snap, a 3-meter-long python tail appeared out of thin air and fell on the ground in the middle of the parlor. A strong, fishy odor immediately filled the hall. At this moment, the crowd's eyes were straight. A few people could not sit still. Tang stood up, and someone went forward to touch, trembling, said, this is true. Just died not long ago. A tail is over 3 meters long. How big must the whole python be? My goodness. How many levels of alien python must this be? Everyone looked at Wang Feng in surprise. This is at least a level 3, most likely a level 4. Python corpse and you still can't hold it? It's clearly a dismount. What's the matter? Yi Qingxuan and Li Zhang are not seen alive or dead, and you doubt that Wang Feng has the strength to finish them off or not. Now that this python's tail was in front of his eyes, was there any need to doubt Wang Feng's strength? Taking a step back, even if Wang Feng didn't have anything to do with the Lotus Peak incident, just by being able to pull out this python's tail with his hands. Wouldn't it still be worth their Manhwa's hospitality? And how did this python's tail appear out of nowhere? What kind of psychic ability can do that? I've never heard of it. Wang Feng absently snapped his fingers and said, I just passed through the village and realized that you guys aren't keeping any living things either. So take this cut of python meat to make up for your body. What about my coming here this time? I mainly want to find out. One is the current movement of penetrating Thunder City, and the other is that anyone who has seen Lei Dongtian make a move. Tell me a little bit about his supernatural abilities. Get the people who are clear on these two situations, and everyone else can disperse. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and a short-haired one with a black beard stood up and said, hurry up and disperse. The guests came without saying that they were properly prepared to be entertained, and asked questions here, not knowing a bit of etiquette. You too, get this python out of here and give the food team a chance to clean up. That one, whoever it is, hurry back and go fetch the few jars of old wine you've hidden. Brother Wang, let Yangzi sit here with you for a little while, and I'll go find someone who understands the situation to come over. Blackbeard whisked the crowd out. Wang Feng remembered before Chang Yang introduced said, this person's name is called Chang Shan, and Changyong is a village. Do not look at the age as not too big. On the basis of Changyong also have to call a master. It seems that this man is the military advisor behind Changyong. Yichong also followed the crowd towards the outside, but was shouted at by Wang Feng. You stay for a while. Yichong only had to sit down again. Wang Feng asked, Yi Qingchen is your daughter. I killed her. Do you hold a grudge? Yichong was a middle-aged man with a thin face, and his eyes showed his grief. Of course I hate it. I hate that Lei Dongtian compelling my daughter. You don't know. It's not easy to raise a baby girl, but like a bewitched person. She's obsessed with a man who's more than 10 years older than her and has already taken in 5 or 6 wives, and refuses to even listen to me for his sake, and even ghosted and helped the enemy to bait and kill Xiao Yong, who has grown up together since she was a child. So how ungrateful I am as a father in my heart. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. How did your daughter know Lei Dongtian? Yichong said. Lei Dongtian approached me privately, wanting to plot against me to betray Manhwa, but I resolutely did not agree. I also didn't realize that after that, Dusty still kept in contact with him. Chang Yang was dissatisfied. Uncle Li, how come I don't know about this matter? Yichong was slightly embarrassed. Xiao Yong, I whispered this to you Master Shan, and we are sure that Lei Dongtian has not only approached me in this village, maybe some of the other villages have already secretly agreed. So we discussed and decided that we can't make a big fuss about it to prevent spooking the snakes. So, you will not know. Wang Feng asked, do you mean to say that your daughter never knew Lei Dongtian before, but after that one time, she somehow became devoted to him? Yichong squared his shoulders and said, I can assure you that it is. Wang Feng nodded and asked, what is the supernormal ability your daughter awakened? Yichong sighed long and hard. That's just it. Little Dust has already left, so there really is no need to keep it a secret. She named her psychic ability Force Field. At first, it was centered on herself, switching between gravitational or repulsive forces at will. It doesn't matter if it's another alien, or if they're emitting an alien ability, it's hard to get close enough to interfere with the force field. The other day when Dusty was promoted to level 4, his powers evolved, and the center point of the force field is no longer fixed in the body, but can be outside the body within a certain range. Now, Dusty can directly fly. It can also instantly crush people down or levitate them in midair, and it's almost impossible to find an opponent in a 4th level aberration. Ugh, poor my baby girl, always so good. Wang Feng agreed with this. It is indeed a very good supernormal ability. This kind of force field supernatural ability. Wang Feng just slightly imagined it and felt that it could simply be played out. Very practical and terrifying. Didn't see that even Chang Yang, who was a level 5, was forcefully controlled in midair without even the slightest ability to resist in a moment of inattention. However, it was probably because Yi Qingxuan was so outstanding that he became the target of Lei Dongtian's hands. In his previous life, Lei Dongtian's harem group was a legendary existence, with each woman inside having their own unique abilities. There is Su Xiao, who snatched the Fit ability stone from Wang Feng and awakened the Robbing Fire ability. There was backstabbing Zhang Feng, and Zhong Yenyue who could control several foreign beasts of the same level. The probability is that there is also this Light Dust who has awakened the force field ability and floats like an immortal. There are many more like it. What made the low-level aberrants of that time the most talked about was that Lei Dongtian's harem group was said to have more than 20 people at the most, and each one of them could be said to be a proud daughter of the sky, but they were all infatuated with Lei Dongtian, not even caring about having to compete with so many people for favor. He also had to follow Lei Dongtian, on par with the harem core. There was also Lei Dongtian's close guards, which were just as loyal to Lei Dongtian. and everyone in them was ready to die for Lei Dongtian at any time. Don't look at Lei Dongtian's expansion and annexation. The most skillful thing that he used was curt backstabbing. But Lei Dongtian's own men were really like ironclad. Never heard of doing anything against Lei Dongtian's will. At that time, Wang Feng heard others exclaim countless times, to become Lei Di, is to have such a strong personal charisma, tiger body vibration, the king of the air emanation, regardless of the men and women eat all, each head to worship. But now after hearing what Yi Chong said, Wang Feng couldn't help but be skeptical. Yi Qingsuan himself is also very good, but as usual, just one meeting and the soul is hooked away. Even his own father to betray? If Chang Yang was really killed, Yi Qingsuan could fly away to join Lei Dongtian. But what about Yi Chong? And the neighbors and friends of their village? Could Nongha still stand by and let their entire village escape to penetrating Thunder City? I'm afraid this can't be explained by personal charisma. Wang Feng felt that there must be an element of psychic ability in this. However, even if Lei Dongtian hadn't made a name for himself as the Thunder Emperor in his current life, he must be a genuine Thunder-type psychic, and not some kind of phantom demon psychic? Thunder System psychic ability. Thunder. Electricity. Wang Feng was secretly pondering when Chang Shan led two people in. These are the two people who have seen Lei Dongtian strike with their own eyes. Chapter 91, Rights Before Troops. Just tell what you saw, don't add to it, Wang Feng said. The two then spoke to each other. That Lei Dongtian, casually stretching out his hand, is a forked lightning. After electrocuting a zombie, it can also turn into a lightning chain, which can electrocute dozens of zombies at once. A 3 to 4 meter tall giant zombie was struck by a falling thunderbolt from Lei Dongtian on his brain, and half of his body was scorched. When he attacked the village next to ours, someone secretly blasted him with a hunting clay gun, and as soon as he lifted his hand, all that iron sand stopped in midair and fell all over the place. There was also a flesh alien who managed to close in on Lei Dongtian, but it turned out that there was high voltage electricity all around him, and that person was electrocuted before his punch even hit Lei Dongtian. He can also throw a ball of electricity flying in midair, and while flying, he can fly out a long way by lowering lightning to split people. Chang Shan explained on the side. These two people saw Lei Dongtian should have both been at his 4th level, then escaped to our side, and then no one has seen Lei Dongtian strike since then. Now Lei Dongtian is estimated to be at level 5, and I don't know if there are any new abilities. Wang Feng's expression gradually became serious as he listened to the descriptions of the two. Nice guy, melee, long range, defense, offense, single and group damage, almost everything. This was simply a monster with no shortcomings. Moreover, Lei Dongtian's ability was apparently not only lightning, but also derived from magnetism, capable of controlling metals. Where is Lei Dongtian now? Do you know? Wang Feng asked. Cheng Yang was at a loss. It was Chang Shan who replied. These days penetrating Thunder City and us have been facing each other on the defense line without any major movements. Even when they lost 5 rank 4s on Lotus Peak a few days ago, they didn't see much of a reaction. We speculate that Thunderstorm should be attacking Dragon Gate Steel and can't spare any time. Wang Feng repeated. Dragon Gate Steel? Chang Shan explained. The northeasternmost city in the eastern province is Longmen, with decades of traditional steel industry, and the survivors of that have gathered under the name of Longmen Steel. As long as the survivor forces behind penetrating Thunder City in this location are not removed, Lei Dongtian cannot expand with confidence and boldness. Wang Feng let out an O and asked, since you guys have this speculation, why don't you take the opportunity to attack penning Thunder City from both sides, and wait here for Lei Dongtian to finish his worries and then come back to exterminate you? Cheng Shan laughed to himself. We, Nongha, these people, have over 3,000 altered beings, and when Lei Dongtian comes over to rob people and land and food, we can still unite and fight back a bit. But when it comes to taking the initiative to attack, not to mention fighting Benlei City, even cleaning up the nearby zombie hordes will be difficult to gather enough manpower. Looking at Wang Feng who was gazing in thought, Cheng Shan carefully asked, Brother Wang, you asked Lei Dongtian about these things. Are you thinking? Wang Feng naturally wouldn't explicitly say that he was here to look for Lei Dongtian. He just casually said, after killing those few goods on Lotus Peak, of course I had to find out what kind of enemy I messed with. Wang Feng looked at Cheng Shan, who was full of thoughts, and Cheng Yong, who was obviously distracted by these topics, and let out a laugh. I don't think I can beat them, so I'll just say run away, but your roots are right here. So what's the plan? Cheng Shan frowned sadly. We can only hold out for one day. To be honest, when penetrating Thunder City frees up its hands to focus on Nongha, I don't even dare to say how many villages will just surrender. Anyway, they used to be all ordinary people, to whom it's not a pass to be in charge. It's not like he, Lei Dongtian, is going to kill everyone. Wang Feng waved his hand and let Yi Chong, as well as the 2 Xenos that Chang Shan had found, go out of the parlor and close the door. Chang Shan and Chang Yong were the only 2 people left in the hall. Wang Feng's expression became a bit more serious and said to Chang Shan, I can see that you are actually in charge of the affairs of the Agricultural Cooperative Society. I have a place I can't figure out. I hope you can explain it. Comparing Lei Dongtian's supernatural ability and the strength Chang Yong displayed on Lotus Peak that day, even though they are both level 5, I really don't see the possibility of Chang Yong being able to threaten Lei Dongtian. At most he can resist for a little while longer when he is being beaten. But Lei Dongtian didn't directly annex Nongha. Instead he started a war with other forces first, while sending his men to ambush Chang Yong. This makes me think that there is only one explanation, and that is that Lei Dongtian is jealous of Chang Yong. I'm really quite curious to know, what exactly is Lei Dongtian afraid of? Chang Shan was silent. Chang Yong, however, said, I can't figure all this out. Maybe he's afraid that my stone giant transformation is insulated from his lightning powers? Wang Feng was non-committal. A large part of Dongfu was a plain, and digging down a few dozen meters is water-laden loess, away from a place like Lotus Peak. How could it be so easy for Chang Yong to turn into a stone giant? As long as a random place was chosen that didn't have rocks and concrete and stuff, Chang Yong's fighting strength would be greatly reduced. This would never be a reason for Lei Dongtian to be jealous of Chang Yong. After a while, Chang Shan spoke with difficulty. Brother Wang, Yangzi himself said that you saved his life on Lotus Peak. I'm really grateful for that, and by all accounts, we should painfully agree to whatever request you make. But then I was well aware of the fact that you asked Yangzi to help deliver the letter, and knew that the power behind you was much stronger than our petty fights here in the East House. But it was just that for a while the whip couldn't reach here. All I really don't know. What difference can there be between this secret if I tell you and letting Lei Dongtian know? Hundreds of villages in several nearby counties, hundreds of thousands of people, died to the point that these thousands of mouths are left. We actually want to live in peace, keep the land, grow some food. We don't want to fight and kill. Wang Feng said indifferently. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Thank you for the information about Lei Dongtian. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Wang Feng got up and left, leaving Chang Yong shouted behind him. Big brother, you came all the way. How suddenly in a hurry to go? At least stay for a meal. Wang Feng didn't stop. Chang Shan's reaction was expected. Providing information about the enemy is fine of course, but providing information about yourself should be done with caution, which is human and understandable. But the path is all chosen. Wang Feng has already unleashed enough goodwill towards Nongyup. At the top of Lotus Peak, Wang Feng could have completely faked his promise to join penetrating Thunder City and attempted to break through from the inside. Even if they didn't join in, it was perfectly fine to wait for them to completely finish off Chang Yong before making their move. That way they could still earn one more level 5 crystal. Perhaps thinking of his own unwillingness when he was ambushed in his previous life, Wang Feng stepped in to save Chang Yong. Whether it was in terms of sentiment or practical benefits, Nongha owed Wang Feng more than a little. For that matter, when Wang Feng came over today, there were still people who doubted the authenticity of the matter as well as their own motives. Wang Feng gave away another cut of python meat. Although it was the dirtiest one with a defecation opening and Wang Feng didn't want to eat it himself at all, but it was also the meat of a third-grade exotic beast and in the end, what he exchanged it for was just some information from Lei Dongtian. I can't say that this information is useless, just that the difference in value is too great. And Chang Shan even refused to show the meaning of attacking penetrating Thunder City, making it clear that he is waiting for death. So be it. When one's favors are this easy to take, Wang Feng prefers to be polite first, to the first contact with the person or power, should have the vigilance will have, but will not come up just think of fighting and killing everywhere to make enemies for themselves, but will try to reason. But if Wang Feng handed out the olive branch the other side refused to take, then Wang Feng also slightly knows some other means to make people listen. Wang Feng had already decided that after dealing with Lei Dongtian, he would then consider whether or not there was a need for this Dongfu Nongha to continue to exist. Chapter 92, Chang Yong's talent. Nearly out of the village, Chang Yong whisked up Wang Feng. Big brother, I just figured out what you were asking at that moment. Isn't it that I have something special? Master Shan refuses to say. I'll tell you. Wang Feng stopped. Your mountain master sent you here? Chang Yong Mang shook his head. He did not let me come. I had to come. Big brother, you saved me. My own things, I want to say. Why should he stop? Wang Feng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I don't have to know. Chang Yong's Earth System ability, which Wang Feng had already seen clearly on Lotus Peak, could only be described as unthreatening, and even if he rose 2 more levels, there was no possibility of blocking spatial penetration. Whatever Lei Dongtian was jealous of, in Wang Feng's opinion, it wouldn't be something particularly important. Chang Yong, somewhat downcast, whispered, I said it's no big deal. on my mountain master also let me keep secret. In addition to him who are not allowed to say, is not just upgrade efficiency a little bit well, and not more than able to fight. Wang Feng walked towards the outskirts of the village while not really caring as he listened to Chun Yang chanting after him. Suddenly, Wang Feng stood still and pulled out his ears. What did you say? Chun Yang froze. I said, I'm a bit more efficient at upgrading. How high exactly? Chun Yang scratched his head. It's just that, I'm slower than others when absorbing the alien energy crystals. But barring that, the alien energy crystals don't seem to have the same kind of decay in me as in others. Wang Feng looked back at the village and realized that in the shadows, some people were watching this way. You're coming with me. Wang Feng turned his head and accelerated his speed, and in 3 or 2 steps, he was out of the village range, running until he reached the road that was sandwiched in the middle by a large cornfield. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Tell me in detail what it's like to have no one else kind of attenuation. Chang Yong let out an ah and slowly organized his words. I went from level 3 to level 4, and level 4 to level 5, all by absorbing the alien energy crystals that were 1 level lower than myself. Other people can upgrade by absorbing crystals of the same level with almost 9 or 10 grains, but if they absorb a lower level, it would take almost 100 grains. They say that there is attenuation when using the lower level crystals, that's why they need so much. In reality there is not as much as a tenfold difference in the amount of energy that can be used to upgrade in the 2 levels of crystals. Wang Feng said, that's right. What about your situation? Chun Yang said, when I absorb low-grade crystals, it's all about 30 or so grains to go up a level. Much more economical than all of them. Otherwise, Farmers Union wouldn't be the only level 5 I've had until now. Wang Feng asked in a deep voice. Then have you tried it? Did you have no attenuation when you absorbed crystals that were only 1 level lower? Or did you have the same lack of attenuation when you absorbed even lower level exotic crystals to use for upgrading? Chun Yang thought for a moment and said, I absorbed crystals of the 2nd level when I was at the 4th level, and I could feel a little bit of an effect at that time, but I'm not sure about anything lower. Wang Feng was silent. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 alien absorbing level 2 crystals almost can't feel any change in upgrading, can detect a little effect, that how must be 100% or so of the upgrading amplitude to be able to do so. That is to say, a normal person absorbing an alien crystal to upgrade would need 9 to 10 grains at the same level, 100 grains at the next level, and basically nullify it at the next level. However, according to what Chun Yang said, his same level is also 9 to 10 grains, the next level is only 30 or so grains, and even the lower level is still effective. Wang Feng took a deep breath and his hand pulled out a small grain of spirit crystal from his pocket. This was a spirit crystal that had accumulated and coalesced from a spirit cave, and such a small one was comparable to a grade 1 exotic crystal. Under normal circumstances, even if a level 3 alien was used to absorb it, apart from being able to replenish and recover a little bit of alien energy, it already had absolutely no effect on upgrading. Throwing the spirit crystal to Chun Yang, Wang Feng said, try absorbing it now and see if you can feel the upgrade effect. Chun Yang held the spirit crystal in his hand. After all, there was too much of a difference in level, and he absorbed it in a short while. Frowning and sensing carefully for a while, Chun Yang was not too sure. It seems like, there is that little bit of improvement? Wang Feng was not skeptical now. If it was anyone else, including Wang Feng himself, a level 5 alien absorbing a level 1 crystal would definitely help in upgrading by an unmistakable sliver. So what kind of unbelievable talent is this Chun Yang? It had nothing to do with his awakened psychic abilities. The awakening of psychic abilities depended on what psychic stones were absorbed, and the speed of upgrading depended on a person's own talent. It was as if Wang Feng's previous life had only awakened ordinary physical psychic abilities, but with his natural talent for absorbing aura speed, he had slowly and insistently driven up the lagging psychic ability level during the period when everyone lacked psychic ability crystals. But Wang Feng had never heard of anyone whose effects did not decay when absorbing a low-level exotic energy crystal. Wang Feng, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, was a bit unsettled at the moment. Don't look at Chun Yang's special ability itself as nothing special, but it couldn't be helped that he was upgrading fast. Wang Feng suddenly let out a laugh. Indeed, this secret of yours is only useful when other people don't know about it. They can only see you upgrading at a rapid pace without knowing the reason. It would be strange not to be bluffed. But how come you didn't go on to the 6th grade? Chun Yang said, Big brother, as efficient as I am, I'll need more than 3 dozen level 4 crystals to ascend to level 6. Where are there so many level 4 crystals for me to suck? Wang Feng reached out and pointed. There are roaming hordes of zombies all over the place outside. Won't it be over if you guys fight them one by one? Chun Yang said, the guys are living a peaceful life now, and they are not too motivated to fight zombies. Moreover, there are so many villages and so many people underneath Manhwa. Even after fighting a group of zombies, the group will split it, and the most I can get is a grade 3 crystal, which isn't much use. Wang Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Changyang's kind of talent, not going to translate into the disparity in alien energy level as soon as possible, but giving him stingy distribution of alien energy crystals. On the surface it looked fair, but in reality, it could be said that it was a crime. Wang Feng thought for a moment and said, although Yi Qingchen died in my hands, her father, Yi Chong, still understands that the culprit who killed Yi Qingchen was Lei Dongtian. Let me ask you, do you want to kill Lei Dongtian and avenge Yi Lightning? Changyang glared angrily. Of course. Then he deflated. We can't beat penetrating Thunder City. I can't beat Lei Dongtian either. Wang Feng said flatly, you come with me. I'll kill Lei Dongtian for you to take revenge. Changyang didn't react for a moment. Ha! Wang Feng said, Changyang, now I promise to kill Lei Dongtian and avenge your Shaoduan. The condition is that you come with me and work under my orders. Seeing Changyang's hesitation, Wang Feng added, don't forget, I saved your life. And you're still talking about going up the mountain of knives and down the frying pan. If I told you to order Manhwa to attack Benlei City, would you be able to do it? Today I came to take a look. No one here listens to you at all. Now I just need you to come with me alone. And you're still pushing back? Chapter 93, Crossing the River. Changyang wondered, Brother Wang, I'm the only level 5 in Manhwa. What about their safety if I leave? Wang Feng gasped and laughed. You are you. And Manhwa is Manhwa. Without you, can't the others just wait to die in place? You're not their savior. Besides, I've already said that I will kill Lei Dongtian. If Lei Dongtian dies and Manhwa still can't do anything to defend himself and survive, then I can only say that it's fate. Changyang saw that Wang Feng was angry. His heart panicked a little, looking at the cornfield that could not be seen to the end, and then looking at the village on the earth plateau in the distance, finally hesitated and said, I will go back to say, it's, Wang Feng said coldly, that's up to you. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. As soon as the words fell, with a thought, Changyang disappeared into thin air. Looking at Changyang, who had been loaded into the pendant space, Wang Feng turned straight around and rushed in the direction of penetrating Thunder City. There is a river in the center of the eastern province that flows from west to east, bringing abundant water to this plain. Now, the river had become the line of demarcation between the forces of Dongfu Donghua and penetrating Thunder City. The south side of the river was nominally under the control of Nangi, while the north side was the territory belonging to the city of Penrhin. Wang Feng knew from Manhwa that because of the fight between the two sides, the large and small bridges on the nearly 100 kilometers of the river had been almost demolished. It was down to the last bridge, which was heavily defended on both sides. Patrols would also be organized along the river, but this defense was much more lax, and at best, large groups could only be detected crossing the river, and smuggling of small groups of people was very difficult to prevent. It's important not to spook them. And more importantly, not to let them see that I'm going over from the Farmers Union side. Wang Feng stopped far away, took a look at the bridge, and quietly left again. After walking along the river for a while and finding a river bank with a smooth current, Wang Feng released the alien python in the pendant space on a flat boulder slab. Wang Feng took out a short knife made from the edges of a black metal stick and skillfully peeled the skin and removed the internal organs, leaving only a large snake gallbladder. And in no time, he cut the more than 10-meter-long python into segments of meat and yards before transferring it into the space again. The sharpness of the black gold short knife satisfied Wang Feng. The skin and bones of this level 4 python couldn't stop the short knife from cutting gently, and there was no sign of blunting even after cooking the whole python. Soon, the alien gazelles and golden eagles in the space were also turned into regularized parts, greatly saving the space they occupied. Wang Feng had originally left enough space in the pendant space to fit a person in case it was used in a battle. As a result, another Changyang was loaded in and took up this position, so I had to maneuver some more to make some space out. The remaining half of the antelope leg, Wang Feng did not put space, played a fine knife, sprinkled with salt and cumin, chili powder. In this river bank built a pile of fire, set up on the fire slowly roasted and ate. There were still a few last cans of cold beer left in the space, not much different from just taking it out of the refrigerator, and Wang Feng simply drank it all, blowing the soothing riverside breeze, eating the fresh and tasty roasted meat, and drinking the cold and rich wheat flavor. Wang Feng deeply felt that he was actually easily satisfied, and did not want to fight and kill all day long. But one can't help that there are always people and animals and zombies who make it necessary to draw one sword in order to hold on to a little bit of the simple good life. It's time to drink and eat. It's time to kill. Wang Feng didn't look for a boat. He directly took off his clothes, put everything around him into the space, and leaped into the river. The district's river was more than 100 meters wide, and Wang Feng only took more than 10 seconds to swim to the opposite bank. The defense on this side was really more tightly guarded than Manhwa. And Wang Feng hadn't gone far along a road after disembarking before he was stopped by a small team. What for? The squad leader pointed at Wang Feng from afar and snapped. With a sweep of Wang Feng's perception, he realized that several of the opposite sides were all level 3. It was unlikely that penetrating Thunder City would be so rich as to send out level 4 Xenos to patrol the city. Just this, Wang Feng felt that there were just too many level 4s in penetrating Thunder City. Not to mention Huang Kuan, who had been sent to Ping'an City early on. Wang Feng had killed 5 level 4s on Lotus Peak alone. Moreover, Lei Dongtian was also simultaneously main attacking another force. And that squad from Lotus Peak was only a small portion of Lei Dongtian's strength. If you do that math, how many level 4s must there be in penetrating Thunder City? And compare it to the Ping'an City before the extermination of the bandit gang. How many level 4s were there in total? Not to mention that the number and scale of the zombies here couldn't be compared to the surroundings of Ping'an City. Then what did penetrating Thunder City take to supply so many level 4 psychics? The obvious answer is that it's another, larger, more organized, and more ambitious bandit gang. I'm asking you, answer immediately. Seeing that Wang Feng didn't reply, the squad leader on the opposite side once again pressed the question. However, in Wang Feng's perception, the junior captain quietly made a gesture behind his back, obviously commanding his team members and preparing to make some moves. This squad leader was quite cautious and kept shouting from a distance without pressing forward. The powers all have a range, and being far away naturally averts the risk. Unfortunately, he couldn't have imagined that Wang Feng was already a level 6 alien, and the range of spatial perception was a full 50 meters, so the little distance he kept was meaningless. I'm a person, not a zombie, Wang Feng suddenly said slowly. The squad leader said angrily, do you think I'm blind? I asked you what you do. Wang Feng asked indifferently. Does what I do have anything to do with you? Stopping me to ask questions. Who are you? The junior captain arrogantly said. This is the territory of penetrating Thunder City. Even if a dog wants to pass through here, it has to go through us. This established that the opposite side did indeed belong to the city of Penumbra. However, Wang Feng remained nonchalant and said, I've never heard of any penetrating Thunder City. I only know that this is the territory of the Eastern Province. I'm a law-abiding citizen and can go wherever I want. A word of advice. Make way immediately or suffer the consequences. Seeing Wang Feng so calm, the junior captain instead muttered a bit. At this time, a member of the team came up and whispered, Captain, I think this person is a bit evil. We're just patrolling. There's no need to get tough with him. I say, let him go over, there is nothing. Let's quickly send one person back to report the news. The others will follow him closely. When we have a large group of people over, to see if he still dare to this tone of voice. The junior captain turned his head to look at the team member. So, according to you, who will be sent back to report? The team member said, send me back. I'm flesh enhanced and I can run fast. The squad leader nodded and said, makes sense, you are flesh enhanced, so follow him closely here. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else, in case he's quick on his feet and loses him. It's such an important thing to report. I'll have to go back in person so I can meet the steward quickly and have him bring someone to meet me. Ignoring the dumbfounded members of the team, the junior captain raised his volume. Do you all hear me? Get out of the way first, and wherever he goes, you all follow behind. I'll go back and report first. With that said, a gust of wind sprang up around the young captain and pushed himself away as fast as he could. Chapter 94, Breaking the Gods. What the hell? The other members of the team looked at the young captain running away, their mouths open wide with the urge to spit out the fragrance. Not to mention them, Wang Feng didn't even react, and in a slight moment of concentration, he let the squad leader run away. That's a run? A feeling of absurdity surged in Wang Feng's heart, as if something had shattered all of a sudden. At this time, the few remaining patrol members looked at each other and froze for half a day before one of them shouted at Wang Feng, are you still leaving? What does it have to do with you guys if I leave or not? Wang Feng said coldly. The man hesitated for a moment and said, Big brother, you don't look like you're from a nearby village. You're afraid that you don't know the situation of our place. Why don't you listen to me and tell you about it? Wang Feng could tell at a glance that this person wanted to stall for time. But it didn't matter if he listened for a while, so he opened his mouth and said, then you say. The man then said, there's a penetrating Thunder City to the east from here, and all of our area is under penetrating Thunder City's control. You can't take the order before the aura revival and apply it to the present. Here, penetrating Thunder City is the sky. Don't say you can't carry it alone. Villages and towns like ours all have to listen to penetrating Thunder City. The ones that didn't want to listen, the lucky ones ran away, and the unlucky ones killed the whole village. The squad leader who ran just now was sent by penetrating Thunder City. We wouldn't dare to disobey his words. because penetrating Thunder City has taken a group of people from each village to fight for them elsewhere. And whichever village dares to disobey, those who have been taken away won't be able to come back alive. It doesn't matter where you're from or what you want to do. Since you've arrived on the territory of penetrating Thunder City, you have to obey the management. Or else if there's a meltdown, the one who will end up suffering will only be yourself. The junior captain has already gone back to call the others, and the brigade will be here in a while. So I advise you, don't do anything drastic. Just wait here for a while, wait for them to come, and make things clear. If you try to run, or fight us, then things really won't end well. The steward sent to us by penetrating Thunder City can be fierce. Even if we accidentally mess with him, we may be killed for our alien crystals, not to mention you, who are of unknown origin, so we can't let him catch an excuse. After hearing this, Wang Feng grinned. I hear you. You're afraid of penetrating Thunder City, afraid that the steward will find you in trouble. So you want me to stay here obediently and wait for him to come? It doesn't matter if I'm dead or not at that time. It won't implicate you anyway. You're a good person, the man said in a loud voice. No, don't think like that, big brother. I'm doing it all for your own good. Look at you. You're tall and good looking, and you look like a talented person who makes people feel good when they see you. So as long as your attitude is a little more cooperative, even if the steward comes, the one who doesn't know doesn't sin. He doesn't have to do anything to you. But now that you know that this place is under the control of penetrating Thunder City, if you still refuse to cooperate and want to do as you please, then no one can really help you. Wang Feng suddenly asked, your village is not far from here. How long will it take them to come over? The man said, it's not far, and the roads are all cleared by us. 15 minutes tops. Wang Feng smiled and said, how about this? You guys lead the way in the front. I will follow to your village. This will save more time. Maybe we will meet halfway. Better than waiting here. The man and the several people beside him exchanged eye contact for a few moments, and hesitantly said, also, okay, then you follow us well. Don't be too far or too close. Wang Feng impatiently said, what a lot of nonsense. Hurry up and lead the way. So there was this scene on the road. A few people were leading the way in front, and from time to time, they turned back to pay attention to whether Wang Feng had kept up or not. He was afraid that Wang Feng might be a threat to them if he got too close to them. And he was also afraid that Wang Feng would turn around and run away if he fell far away. So he couldn't explain to the squad leader when he came back. Wang Feng's mind was relaxed, and he followed the few people in front of him unhurriedly. Because just a moment ago, after that squad leader turned around and ran away, Wang Feng suddenly realized something. That is, he subconsciously took the current penetrating Thunder City too seriously because of his experiences in his previous life. In his previous life, when Wang Feng was still only a level 4 alien, Lady City had already expanded from Dongfu to Ping'an City, and a random expert would come out as a level 5 alien. Thunder Emperor Lei Dongtian had been a level 6 powerhouse long ago, and in the years that followed, the rumors got more and more mysterious, with some people saying that Thunder Emperor had risen to level 7, and others even saying that he had risen to level 8. The Thunder Emperor city of that period was like a high mountain, an existence so powerful that Wang Feng could only look up to it. The power of Lady City and Lei Dongtian had burned a deep shadow in Wang Feng's heart, and was still quietly having an impact until this life. Even if Wang Feng had already risen to a rank 6 alien with a speed far exceeding expectations, even though he already knew that Lei Dongtian hadn't called himself Thunder Emperor yet, and that the name of his power was still just running Thunder City and hadn't been changed to Thunder Emperor City. Still, Wang Feng couldn't help but become cautious and careful, meandering and probing time and time again, always worrying about not being adequately prepared, feeling that since he was facing Lei Dongtian, no amount of caution was too much to ask. Thinking back, when we faced the bandits in Ping'an City, Wang Feng didn't behave like this. At that time, Wang Feng was only a level 5 alien, and he was still promoted up on the spot. The leader of the bandit gang was also level 5 and had upgraded earlier than Wang Feng. In Wang Feng's eyes, the bandit gang was just a bunch of rustic dogs, taking Xia Chen and Lu Chaoxi on a random trip, and directly giving them all away. However, when the opponents were changed to running Thunder City and Lei Dongtian, Wang Feng subconsciously put himself in the position of a challenger, until the captain turned around and fled. The god in Wang Feng's heart, which had been influenced by his previous life, was suddenly broken. Wang Feng suddenly realized that the current penetrating Thunder City was nothing more than a place that had not even finished conquering the district's eastern province, and there were 4 other leveling forces in existence. The patrol squad of penetrating Thunder City. Bumping into a stranger like Wang Feng, the squad leader actually turned around and ran away, completely unlike his previous life when he was so high and mighty and unbeatable. Wang Feng even realized that there was a huge probability that the current Lei Dongtian was still only a level 5 alien and had not risen to level 6, because even Chang Yong of Manhwa would make Lei Dongtian fearful. 5 of Lei Dongtian's close guards died on Lotus Peak because of the ambush on Chang Yong, and until Wang Feng went out to visit Nonghe, after all these days, Nonghe actually did not receive any retaliation. If this kind of thing had happened in a previous life, the agricultural cooperative would have been afraid of chickens and dogs. If the bandit gangs were a bunch of dirtbags, then the current stage of penetrating Thunder City was nothing more than a haystack that had just begun to be built. What's there to fear? Wang Feng suddenly let out a long laugh. It startled the hearts of the few people leading the way in front. Those in front, walk faster, slowly. Didn't penetrating Thunder City let you guys have enough to eat? Chapter 95, Killing Lei Yun. Lei Yun, with his rough face and drunken eyes, leaned back in his leather boss chair and listened to the squad leader who ran back to report the situation. You kid, you are a bit resourceful. Losing this bit of face is better than losing your life. Lei Yun grabbed the bottle of wine on the table and took a swig, burped, and with a flash of fire on his body full of alcohol immediately vaporized cleanly. Then he reached under the chair and yanked out a gulping, pretty woman, grabbed her by the hair and casually tossed her aside, stood up and began to dress. You go and order 10 third-level shifters to gather at the village entrance and wait for me. That, Yun, should we synchronize a carrier pigeon report to the old house? The junior captain asked hesitantly. Lei Yun glared at him and said, the only person in the entire Lei clan village who dares to say that he can win me steadily in a fight is Lei Dongtian. Do you think a random person you met has the strength of Lei Dongtian? The junior captain hurriedly said. No, that can't be. With you, brother Yun, that's definitely foolproof. I'll go gather the men right now. The small captain is also Ben Thunder City out. Naturally know that Lei Yun, this Lei Dongtian's own brother's strength is strong. I heard that only because of the laziness to be subjected to discipline. Only initiative, so peripheral forces as a steward. Turning around and heading out the door, he quickly ordered all 10 level 3 shifters to be brought to the entrance of the village. Of these 10 people, only 3 were sent here by penetrating Thunder City, and the other 7 were all from the nearby villages. Waiting for Lei Yun to come over, the group set off along the route that the squad leader had patrolled before, and before they could go far, they collided head-on with Wang Feng. The few people who led the way for Wang Feng hurriedly ran over and added to the story of how they had stabilized Wang Feng and made him willing to come to the village on his own initiative to give an account of the situation in the case that the small captain had run away. Lei Yun's eyes narrowed and he smacked the man away. You have been a bandwagon party, and you still dare to take credit here? Then he looked at Wang Feng, who was walking slowly under the somewhat westerly sun. Wang Feng wore a smile on his face, and the smile was slightly disappointed. So, you're the only level 4 in this place? Lei Yun held his hands on the hilt of his machete and said in a deep voice, Level 4 and Level 4 are also different. It seems like you're either some passerby who happened to pass by, or you're rushing towards me. Penetrating Thunder City, heat waves began to stir around Lei Yun's body, and there were also hidden flashes of fire. Even the air became distorted and rose, and the people around them were driven back several meters away by the heat wave. Looking at Wang Feng's long sword slung behind his back, Lei Yun said in a mocking tone, You're a melee fighter? Come and try it in my fiery realm. Wang Feng said in an exaggerated tone. The control is good. Actually didn't burn his own clothes, nor did he burn the asphalt under his feet. Lei Yun's face chilled as Wang Feng's words reminded him of his own dark history. Just awakened supernatural control is not skilled enough when, not to mention clothes, hair, beard, eyebrows, all kinds of hair were prairie clean. With a swish, Lei Yun drew out his machete and said with a fierce smile, Just for your words, it's worth me slowly roasting you and slicing you up to feed the dogs. The 2 machetes did not know what material they were made of, and they became red under Lei Yun's supernatural power enchantment. Lei Yun raised his machete and took a step towards Wang Feng. Then, bone heads. A large good head fell to the ground and rolled to the curb. The headless body took 2 steps forward, which caused it to wobble and plant itself forward, spewing liquid from its cavity staining the ground. Lei Yun's head actually remains a little bit of consciousness, eyes through a deep blankness, mouth slightly open, but unfortunately the vocal cords are not able to speak. Or high and low have to shout a sentence. Good fast knife, wow. In Wang Feng's spatial perception, just in front of where Lei Yun stood, at neck height, a thin spatial rift was silently hovering. Fogweed. What happened? The few in the patrol squad, plus the 10 brought by Lei Yunshin. This instantly blew up all over the place. He has accomplices. Someone screamed in horror. They could see clearly behind Lei Yun. Wang Feng was still 40 meters away and hadn't made any moves from start to finish. Then Lei Yun's head automatically rolled off his neck. It had never occurred to the group's consciousness that there could be powers that could be activated from such a distance. A group of people panicked and looked around. trying to find Wang Feng's non-existent accomplice. But where could they find it? The junior captain was closest to Lei Yun. His face splattered with red dots. Subconsciously reached out and wiped his face, muttering, I obviously ran away. Why do I still have to think about it and come back? Wang Feng walked close to the crowd and rushed to the young captain. You ran quite fast just now and called in so many people. Not a bad performance. Now run another one for me to see. The junior captain's teeth rattled. His legs trembled, and beads of sweat trickled down his ears. But it was killed and did not dare to move another step. Who the hell knows what kind of supernatural power this is? Anyway, Lei Yun just moved one step and then there was no head. Wang Feng was greatly bored, so he turned to the crowd and said, I've heard that some of you are from the nearby villages, and some of you were sent from penetrating Thunder City? Come raise your hand and let me see. Right hand for the nearby villages, left hand for Penumbra City. Brushing it off, more than a dozen of them raised their right hands. Only the junior captain and later 3 of them raised their left hands. Wang Feng counted, 13 against 4. Very good. Didn't you guys say that penetrating Thunder City is a conqueror and an invader, and that it is reigning over you? I'm giving you guys a chance now. Make your move and kill the people of penetrating Thunder City and you can live. Upon hearing these words, several of the penetrating Thunder Cities instantly changed their faces. Someone boldly shouted, Don't listen to him, let's all split up and run. He may not be able to kill us all. Wang Feng laughed, maybe I really can't finish killing a dozen or so, but the first to run will definitely die. So you guys can try to see how many I can kill. The man who had just received a slap from Lei Yun, with half of his face swollen, suddenly shouted, Brothers, listen to me. You all saw what happened just now. The patrol met this expert, only for the squad leader to run away first himself. I stabilized the man and brought him to him, Lei Yun, and all I got in return was a big earful. What's the matter? It's okay for the squad leader to run away, so we should stay and fight for our lives. And if we don't, we're bandwagoners? How much food has the city of Running Thunder transported from our villages? How many men have been conscripted to fight for them? These people sent here say they are protecting us, but how many good women have they plagued us with these days? The number of people who have found excuses to kill when there's something going on is more than the number of zombies killed. If you ask me, the worst we can do today is die, but even if we die, we have to send these goods away with our own hands first to avenge our folks. Brothers, go on, kill these virgins from penetrating Thunder City. Chapter 96, Counterinsurgency. Wang Feng hugged his arms and watched the 2 gangs scream and kill each other. All of these people were 3rd-level psychics, and the huge difference in numbers had already decided the outcome of the battle. In no time at all 4 of the penetrating Thunder City were lying on the ground, and the 13 from the village were only spelled 1 dead, with a few others carrying some injuries. The swollen-faced man reddened his eyes and said to Wang Feng, People, we've already killed. What's next? Wang Feng said, I said I would let you guys live, so naturally I kept my word. You guys can leave now, unless you still want to punch me. The swollen-faced man laughed miserably. Live? Can't live. Penetrating Thunder City's retaliation will come soon. Retaliation? If 1 level 4 dies, we have to pay for 10 level 3s, and if 4 level 3s die, we have to pay for 40 level 2s. In short, if their people die here, they have to make up for it with our people's alien crystals. Wang Feng let out a hem and asked, I killed that level 4, and I'm counting you guys as well? Then what if it was you guys who didn't do it and I killed all of you? The swollen-faced man said, It's all the same. We're just cannon fodder. Expendable. A stockpile of their alien crystals. Wang Feng thought for a moment and asked, For a base like yours, how many are from the surrounding area? And how many are stationed in penetrating Thunder City? The swollen-faced man replied back, For every piece of territory that penetrating Thunder City captures, the survivors of the neighboring villages are centralized and managed. The ones whose powers are more suitable for fighting are forcibly pulled away to work for them, and the rest are those of us whose powers are less suitable for fighting as well as those of low rank. In our one base, we now have over 600 alien energy users who are from the periphery, and most of them are level 2. There are more than 50 from penetrating Thunder City, and other than Lei Yun, the rest are all level 3. Wang Feng seemed to be smiling. What's the point of telling me in such detail? Expecting me to lead you guys to exterminate the rest of them as well? There was anticipation in the swollen-faced man's eyes. Master, is that okay? Wang Feng's smile was withdrawn and he said in a cold voice, You might have gotten 1 point wrong. Whether or not you want to rebel against penetrating Thunder City, that's your own business. What does it have to do with me? You brought me to the 4th level of this penetrating Thunder City. Do you still have any good intentions? Not killing you is already my greatest mercy. The swollen-faced man said bitterly. We're all poor people too. We don't dare to disobey penetrating Thunder City's orders. Wang Feng said, You can turn around and flee now. trying to figure out a way to stay alive by yourselves. Or you can take the initiative to offer up 50 heads and continue to let penetrating Thunder City ride in on your heads. You can also take advantage of the fact that there are no level 4 Ultrans right now and try to resist a little more thoroughly. But remember, no matter how you do it, you can only be responsible for your own actions. You guys chose to accept the rule of penetrating Thunder City before, so you have to accept this situation you're facing now. No one in this world is a savior, obligated to save you from your misery. Be well. Wang Feng dropped this sentence, and then he no longer paid attention to the swollen-faced man and these people, and directly walked to the side of the road to take out the alien crystal from Lei Yun's head, and continued along the road towards the east. If known his guess over there was correct and Lei Dongtian was attacking Longmen Steel, which was located in the northeasternmost part of the eastern province, then Wang Feng still had more than 100 kilometers of road to travel, and it had to pass through the main camp of penetrating Thunder City, the area formerly known as the Thunder Family Village. Or else it would have to take an even longer detour to get there. Much like between the several forces in Pingnan City, Wang Feng had no worries about going in the wrong direction as long as he proceeded along the roads that had been cleared and the cars that had broken down on the road had been overturned into the roadside ditches. Wang Feng didn't walk fast, and while walking, he extremely briefly created one tiny spatial rift after another within his spatial perception range. Each chasm was less than 2 centimeters wide, yet always appeared with precision right in front of a small flying insect. Mosquitoes, flies, ladybugs, a small flying insect fly through senselessly, and then the body is cut into 2 halves flatly and falls to the ground without a sound. Such a tiny fissure could only last for a few seconds before disappearing, and the consumption was correspondingly less. Suddenly, Wang Feng's trajectory prediction, which hadn't played a role for quite a long time, was touched. The sensing range of this ability was 20 times that of spatial perception, and was now in the thousands of meters. There was a small black dot hovering high in the sky, and its speed had created ripples in the space, which was instantly detected by Wang Feng. It was a flying alien, flying hundreds of meters in the sky, flying so high, it looked like he hadn't been taught to behave by an alien raptor. This alien circled above Wang Feng's head for several times before leaving to continue flying towards the west. Looking at the direction, it was the same base that Lei Yun had stationed before. Wang Feng hadn't raised his head, pretending that he didn't even know that a flying alien had passed by, and walked towards the east on his own, without much effort. Wang Feng sensed that the flying alien had returned again, but the flying speed was at least twice as fast as before. Almost like a whoosh, it went beyond the range of Wang Feng's perception and flew straight toward the east in a certain direction. It looks like they found something wrong. Wang Feng raised his head slightly and looked at the flying aberrations that quickly became smaller and disappeared into the sky, and muttered to himself, after losing 5 people on Lotus Peak, penetrating Thunder City hasn't been able to react, and it can still be said to be out of reach of the whip. Now that its own territory is in chaos, how much strength does penetrating Thunder City still have left to deal with these unexpected situations? He walked until the sun sank in the west, casting Wang Feng's long shadow in front of him. The road ahead turned a corner around a nearby dirt hill. Wang Feng stopped in his tracks. Penumbra City's response was slower than he had anticipated. Or is it that they have another way to go and they have missed it? Just as he was thinking this, Wang Feng heard the roar of an engine faintly coming from the distance. Finally, Wang Feng laughed. 3 or 2 steps rushed up the dirt hill next to him, giving the road away, casually sitting on a stump 30 or 40 meters from the road, quietly waiting. Soon an SUV turned the corner and the engine roared and lurched forward. Close behind were 3 other vehicles, an SUV and 2 9-seat commercial vans. The SUV in the lead should not have noticed Wang Feng on the dirt hill, and was about to pass by without slowing down at all. Wang Feng's gaze flashed as a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of the wheels of the SUV. The high-speed front wheel hit the chasm and was sliced in half with the tire and hub without any resistance. The front end of one side of the SUV sank and lurched, accompanied by an ear-splitting friction sound, rolling sideways in the middle of the road, and finally rushing over the shoulder of the road and crashing heavily into the dirt hill. The SUV that was following didn't know what was going on and rushed to emergency braking. However, because of following too closely, the position of the front end of the car when it finally stopped still crossed the spatial rift. Hiss-sound. One side of the front wheel was also cut open, a mouth, instantly deflated. The windows of the SUV were open, and sitting in the driver's seat, actually a big wavy beauty with flaming red lips, was currently frowning deeply, looking at the SUV that crashed into the mountain in front of her. Chapter 97, The Harem. Chang Wei gripped the steering wheel of the SUV with both hands, her heart filled with confusion. Her delicate features were wrinkled and somewhat distorted. A car accident of this magnitude, if it was before the aura revival, the people in the SUV would basically have been nothing. But right now, the ones sitting in the SUV were clearly powerful level 4 psychics. At best, they'll get a flesh wound. How come no one's gotten out of the car so far? Chang Wei couldn't figure it out for a moment. Her red lips lightly opened, and without looking back, she said to the others in the car, "You guys pay attention to the alert, I'll get off and take a look." After saying that, Chang Wei immediately pushed open the car door, and her pair of white and slender legs stepped on the ground. Before she could stand up straight, Chang Wei, who was facing the dirt hill, felt a bright light shoot into her eyes. Flickering away, Chang Wei raised her head and saw a tall figure standing quietly on the hillside, his face shrouded in shadow, unable to see his appearance, and at this moment was looking down at the several cars on the road, also looking down at Chang Wei. The dark shadow's hand was playing with a snowy short knife, and what just hit Process Wei's eyes was the glimmering afterglow of the setting sun reflected by the blade. And then, there was no more. Chang Wei seemed to feel that something had suddenly poked into her brain covered by her long, big wavy hair, which was as well maintained as it had been before the revival of the aura, and was stirring without pause, turning her brain into a paste. Chang Wei leaned against the car door and slowly sat down, her body leaning against the side of the seat. The flat tire caused the body to tilt toward the passenger side, and the door began to close back under its own gravity, pinning Chang Wei's upper body. All that remained of the car were two long bare legs, still twitching slightly from residual nerve reflexes. When Wang Feng silently killed everyone in the SUV, a 9-seater business car finally reacted and started to frantically reverse. It turned out to be so busy that the car's ass slammed solidly into the front face of the business car at the end with a dull thud. The doors of both business cars were open, and one door was kicked right off. A dozen shifters rushed out of the car and fled towards the way they came without looking back. Wang Feng jumped off the dirt hill, sheathed his long black sword, and chased after him closely. The rest of these were all third-level adepts, and Wang Feng didn't even bother wasting too much spatial adeptness. Let's just let the long black metal blade that you just finished make a meal out of it. Wang Feng strides 3 or 2 steps to catch up with the last few people. Black long knife in the air issued a low whistling sound. Miso after a few light sound. The ground more than a few corpses. An inch-haired youth ran out of breath and looked back to realize that he had become the last one, and Wang Feng's black knife was already raised. "Ah, I'll fight you." The inch-headed youth simply didn't run. His eyes snapped shut and then opened, shooting out 2 blazing red rays of light, synthesizing a thicker one to sweep towards Wang Feng. "Oh, the alien ability is not bad," Wang Feng commented in his heart, his feet not pausing at all. The spatial distortion was slightly activated, and the pillar of blazing red light straightly bypassed Wang Feng and shot into the empty space behind him. The inch-haired youth frantically threw his head, and the blazing red light column lashed around like a long whip, but it just couldn't hit Wang Feng, who was obviously close at hand. Wang Feng staggered with the inch-haired youth, and with a swing of his black blade, he cleaved out a mist of blood. The inch-headed youth whirled and flew up, and by the time he landed, Wang Feng had already run out a long way and cut down a few more people. At this time, someone shouted, and the 8 or 9 people still remaining immediately dispersed, splitting into several directions and fleeing individually. "Split up early and maybe we could have gotten away with 1 or 2. Now it's too late." Wang Feng laughed coldly as his long black blade trembled slightly, the blade appearing and disappearing in the air. Those within dozens of meters, no matter which direction they were fleeing in, flopped to the ground at almost the same time. They couldn't figure out until they died why. While running, 1 second there was nothing in front of them, and the next there was a long knife suddenly slashing at them head-on. Who can hide from this? Wang Feng put away his longsword and slowed down his pace, walking through the 7 fallen bodies of the Xenos and walking over to one of the Xenos who had run the furthest and kicked. "Don't pretend to be dead. This is the live one that Wang Feng purposely left behind, and just now he only used the back of the knife to shoot over. This person was originally lying on the ground, slowly turned over, a face of fear. "Big brother, let me go," Wang Feng said. "First get up and work, then tell me something I don't know. The better you behave, the more likely you are to live." Thus, 5 minutes later, this flesh-strengthening psychic named Dushan handed over all 15 level 3 crystals and 9 level 4 crystals to Wang Feng. On the road, the bodies of the Xenos were neatly laid out in 3 rows. "Big brother, this column is all 3rd-level aberrants. A combat team directly under the mobilization and command of penetrating Thunder City." Dushan bent down and respectfully introduced Wang Feng. "The 5 in this column are Lei City Lord's 4th-level close guard squad. Originally there were 3 squads in total. The City Lord went to attack Dragon Gate Steel and took away 1 squad. The other squad didn't know where it went, and the one here is the last squad, which is now gone as well. What about these 4? Wang Feng looked at the few people in the 3rd column and asked. These 4 people, led by the big weighty beauty Chang Wei, also contributed a grade 4 crystal to Wang Feng respectively. The most special thing was that the other 3 were all beautiful women who did not lose to Chang Wei. Swallow thin and fat, each with their own characteristics. Unfortunately now one of them was lying there with their brains lifted off, looking a bit miserable. Dushan smacked his lips and said with some sighs, "These few. They are all Lei City Lord's harem ah." Speaking of this, Dushan sneaked a glance at Wang Feng full of fear, thinking that this was a ruthless person who came out from nowhere. The 4,000 beautiful 4th-level beauties were slaughtered like chickens by this murderous man in front of him without even making a formal appearance. Wang Feng let out an "oh" and was not too surprised. The women that Lei Dongtian had taken in were almost never pure vases, they were all quite powerful exalts. But penetrating Thunder City hadn't even begun to expand yet, and 4 died here all at once, and counting the one Lightning who died on Lotus Peak before she was formally accepted into the harem, it shouldn't have been killed off, right? Wang Feng looked at Dushan. Go on. Dushan swallowed his saliva and continued. Lei City Lord has 6 wives, and the one who came out to lead the team this time is Fire Beauty, the one with big waves and long legs. Ice Beauty was taken to war by the City Lord. Now the Snake Beauty is all that's left in the house. Wang Feng frowned. What is all this name calling? Speaking of women, Dushan seemed to have forgotten his fear and actually gave a hefty laugh. They're all nicknames that we people have when we talk about them in private, but no one dares to let them know. Wang Feng didn't have much interest in this and said, "Get these people into a pile and burn them along with the cars that crashed, then you get in the SUV and follow me, and you can talk about the rest on the way." Chapter 98, Night Attack. It was already dark. In the light of the blazing fire, the SUV turned around and headed the way it came. Wanting to stay alive, Dushan drove while telling Wang Feng everything he knew honestly. By the time Dushan was almost done speaking, the car had also driven near another base. Dushan turned down an on-ramp from the road and drove onto a country road. There were originally 3 roads here, 2 of which were newly constructed viaducts that crossed directly over 2 dirt loams. Dushan explained. Not far ahead of where I just got off the road, the viaduct was demolished by order of Lord Lei. Whatever anyone or walker wants to approach Penrhin City from a westerly direction, they'll either have to climb down this side of the dirt plateau and come back up that way, or they'll have to take this old road through the village. The village in Dushan's mouth was the base that Penetrating Thunder City had set up here, choking the road to Penetrating Thunder City's hinterland. There are 3 level 4s and 200 trained level 3 shifters stationed here. Neither the overall strength nor the loyalty is comparable to that previous base. According to this staffing, it was already equivalent to the strength that Pingnan City had deployed when it first cleared out the zombies. Even if it came over 20,000 to 30,000 zombies could be easily slaughtered. Dushan was still rambling, having just passed through here. Fire Beauty asked them to send people along to quell the rebellion. And guess what they said? Their steward said that the duty given to them by Lord Lei City was to guard this place, and that no matter if there was a rebellion outside or what, as long as they didn't fight their way here, it had nothing to do with them. It made Fire Beauty so angry that she's literally on fire. But there's no way around it. Without an order issued by Lei City Lord himself, it's no good for Fire Beauty to speak. Stop the car, Wang Feng suddenly said. Dushan was unsure and hastily stopped in the middle of the road with a kick of the brakes. Wang Feng pushed the door and got out of the car, saying, "You keep driving forward." Dushan was a bit incredulous. "Big brother, are you really letting me go?" Wang Feng nodded. "You go." Dushan, who had a hijacked expression on his face, restarted the car. At the back of the car, the headlights reflected the figure of Wang Feng, who was playing with a short knife in his hand. The sound of the engine gradually became smaller and disappeared, and Wang Feng was completely hidden in the darkness. The car turned 2 corners. Dushan suddenly sobbed vehemently. His hands shook so much that he couldn't hold the steering wheel, and large teardrops snapped straight off. "Maya mama, he actually really didn't kill me." Oh, scared the old man to death. The night was late, with stars and no moon. Penumbra City. To conserve energy, only a few places were lit up, but the largest building, the City Lord's Mansion, was still lit up. In the City Lord's Mansion, Lu Qingqing held a piece of information urgently sent by the flying alien, and her slender fingers could not help but tremble slightly. All dead. 4 sisters, 5 close guards, and 9 level 4 alienists. The 2 most powerful forces that Lei Dongtian had left behind when he went on his expedition were all dead. The western base had already sent people to confirm that they had all been burned to a pile of charcoal at the foot of an unnamed dirt mountain. Lu Qingqing forcibly pressed her emotions and asked the flying alien who came to deliver the letter. The intelligence said that it was just one person who did this? The flying alien replied, "Can't be sure. Only one of the 4 vehicles sent out by Penetrating Thunder City has returned. A survivor. The information we have is basically what he said, so we can't guarantee that it's accurate. He can't even say why he survived. He also has no idea at all where this murderer he's talking about is now. But one thing he was pretty sure of. The weapon this ambusher used was a long black metal knife. Black dagger. It's from Dragon Gate steel?" Lu Qingqing took a few deep breaths, took a pen and wrote a few sentences on the intelligence. Her voice became a bit sharp. You take this intelligence and immediately fly to the front line to report to the city lord. Just say that my suggestion is to retreat immediately. Don't talk nonsense. Now. Right now, right now. The flying alien was just about to go out the door when he was hit by another rushing in. The man looked terrified and shouted, "Fire! Fire! The granary and the fuel depot. They're all on fire." What? Lu Qingqing shot up and pressed a button on the table. And immediately the alarm rang through penetrating Thunder City. Lu Qingqing's eyes glowed red, and her body behind the desk began to rapidly expand and rise, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a monstrous image where the upper half of her body was still a human being, and the lower half of her body was a giant python, transformed into a beautiful snake. Lu Qingqing twisted her body, directly crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, and swam out from the second floor. Just as soon as I went out, I saw a fire in the sky. The city of running thunder was getting noisy. Many people had just slept for a short while, and were awakened by the alarm bell and ran outside bewildered, but had no idea what was happening and what they should do. It was a state of complete confusion. In the city lord's mansion, half a dozen level 4 exalts hurriedly arrived and gathered underneath Lu Qingqing's huge snake body. Organize manpower to put out the fire first. Lu Qingqing shouted shrilly, and added afterward, don't spread out. Pay attention to guard against attacks. These few in front of him were already the only level 4 psychics left in penetrating Thunder City at the moment. Since the recovery of Aura, Lu Qingqing had never felt so weak in penetrating Thunder City. Lu Qingqing twisted her snake body and followed a few level 4 alienists to rush to the fuel depot, which was already a sea of fire. Some of the shifters who had arrived earlier were trying to put out the fire. The fire alien then directly controls a stream of flame to extinguish it. The water adepts then manipulate the water currents to extinguish the fire. Wind adepts summon gusts of wind, and earth adepts lifted up dirt to try to extinguish the flames. But in front of the burning sea of fire, the efforts of these people seemed like a drop in the bucket and were of no avail. Guards, where are the original guards here and why is there a fire? Lu Qingqing shouted. No one chimed in. Lu Qingqing panicked a little. A place like the oil depot is guarded by either fire or water-based psychics, preventing accidental fires. Even if there really was a fire, these aliens would have extinguished it with a wave of their hands, so how could they have let it spread to such an extent? No, even if we can't put out the fire, people can always run out. A fire alien can still be burned to death by this kind of fire? But none of them responded now. Boo! A huge tank burst open with a loud bang, splashing hot fuel oil everywhere, some even landing on the houses behind those fighting the fire, and those too soon began to burn. Lu Qingqing looked around and realized that the fire had become completely impossible to extinguish, and instead was about to surround those who had come to their rescue as well. Suddenly thinking of the intelligence information he had just received, a deep fear instantly surged through Lu Qingqing's heart. If what the one who survived in the intelligence said was true, there was only one enemy, yet he was able to kill all 9 4-power adepts in a very short period of time without a sound. So where did he go when he passed outside the western base, leaving only one survivor to draw attention to himself while he disappeared? Shouldn't be here? The people of the Institute, stop putting out the fire. Lu Qingqing's shrill cry rang through the night sky. Gather, all gather in the square. With Lei Dongtian out of the picture and all the other city lords' wives dead, Lu Qingqing was the person with the highest status in the city. She had said she wouldn't fight the fire, so naturally no one wanted to keep fighting in over 1,000 degrees of heat, and they withdrew from the fire. Lu Qingqing took the lead with a snake, leading the crowd near the oil depot towards the square. Chapter 99, Request for Assistance. Center Square. The place where villagers used to dance in the square in Leijia village has now become a meeting place for various important matters. The spreading fire has affected the electricity supply, with streetlights and headlights in the square failing to come on, but the firelight had already reflected half the sky red. Lu Qingqing's gang rushed to the square by the light of the fire and hurriedly rang the assembly bell located here. At Lu Qingqing's request, the bell rang 6 times at a leisurely pace. This indicated an emergency order at the highest level that everyone, no matter what they were doing, had to rush to the plaza and assemble immediately. Of course, everyone here only includes the shifters in the city of Penumbra. Some aliens also kept commoners, and at times like these it was best to stay honestly in your residence and not move a muscle. The bell rang, and one after another people came from every direction, and then assembled in the ranks and positions that had been previously organized. 5 minutes went by and no one came back. Lu Qingqing and a few level 4 Ultrans stood on the high platform, their faces incomparably ugly. Lei Dongtian's expedition had taken away most of the city's forces, and there were also a lot of manpower stationed at the defense bases in the 4 directions and those peripheral forces that hadn't been incorporated into the rule for a long time yet. During this recent period, There were about 1,000 of the resident Xenos left in penetrating Thunder City. This made the square, which could have held 3 to 4,000 people, look a little empty. But isn't it a bit overly empty now? Lu Qingqing's serpentine body shrugged upward. The upright body part reaching over 3 meters high, scanned back and forth twice, and called out in a low voice. There are only about 800 people. A 4th-level alien hurriedly went up to the high platform. Just finished counting the number of people. 812. There are about 200 people who didn't make it. Almost all of them are frontline combatants. Everyone has identified each other and there are no outsiders. Lu Qingqing laughed shrilly. First, he precisely set fire to our oil depot and granary. And then immediately afterward, he took the opportunity to go and attack and kill the combatants. This intruder knows our setup like the back of his hand. That flying alien just now has already departed? Then send another one back to the western base and have them ask that survivor nicely what other information he leaked. I'm going to make his life worse than death. Someone said. Let's not get distracted by this just yet. Maybe this is exactly what the attackers want. It's fortunate that you reacted quickly, Mrs. Lu, or else everyone else would have been killed in secret while we were attracting attention by the fire. Anyway, we still have over 800 men. What should we do next? Lu Qingqing said in a cold voice. 9 level 4 Xenos were all killed together. And the moment the fire started they took advantage of the chaos to assassinate 200 level 3s. Whether the killer is one man or a team, it's not something we can deal with. Pass the word down that everyone is to stand fast in the open here. Distance themselves from the periphery of the square. Stay on guard at all times. And shuffle the ground with their powers if there's any movement. At least hold out until dawn. Or until the city lord returns to rescue us. At the mention of the city lord, the expressions of several people on the high platform changed a little. Lei Dongtian was synonymous with invincibility in their hearts. But there are still others who are not too willing. In 2 or 3 days at most, the Dragon Gate Steel side will have no choice but to surrender. This is a lost cause. Lu Qingqing withdrew her python transformation and shrunk in size. A long green dress covering the 2 long legs that had transformed back, and her bare little white feet stepped on the ground carelessly. Hearing the man exclaim, Lu Qingqing said in a hateful voice, "This is most likely what Dragon Gate Steel has gotten up to." Intelligence said that the man used an incredibly sharp black long knife. Someone sucked in a cool breath. Black metal weapons? Isn't that Dragon Gate Steel's specialty? Another said, "That's right. No one but Dragon Gate Steel can work that kind of metal. We grabbed over a few black gold weapons earlier, but none of them were in the shape of a long blade." Lu Qingqing said, "The information has already been sent to the front line. Brother Tian will understand once he takes a look at it. All we have to do now is wait." The large square fell into silence. It was so quiet that you could hear the fire burning in the distance. No one dared to put out the fire. And, under orders, all stayed away from the edge of the square and gathered in the middle of it. It was as if danger lurked everywhere in the darkness outside, and an enemy could jump out at any moment. The long night was long and time seemed to slow down, and everyone present was doubly tormented. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sound of wings lifting in the air, and a flying alien descended from the sky. Lu Qingqing's spirit lifted. Brother Tian wrote back. As soon as she snatched the letter, Lu Qingqing read it back and forth twice, her face gradually turning from excitement to indifference. The city lord said, "If this is a counterattack by Dragon Gate Steel, then his coming back to the rescue is just what the other side wants. So wait until 3 days from now, when Dragon Gate Steel either surrenders or is completely destroyed. And that's when he'll come back." The several level 4 exalts on the platform glanced at each other, and none of them actually spoke out against it, but instead said in unison, "I will obey the orders of the city lord." On a large tree in the distance, Wang Feng was hiding in the canopy. It was possible to see both the plaza where the penetrating Thunder City exalts were assembling, and the road that led to the east. Wang Feng saw the flying exalts go and come back, and saw those level 4 exalts get off the high platform and mingle with the other exalts, then leaving a few people on guard. The others directly sat on the ground and began to rest, looking like they were going to fight a protracted war. Wang Feng knew that the plan of using the attack on penetrating Thunder City to lure Lei Dongtian back no longer worked. This Lei Dongtian really is a ruthless person. The family loss is so heavy, can still hold on not to come back. It seems that the Dragon Gate Steel is determined to win. Wang Feng gently leaped down the tree, and with a thought, a large living person appeared in front of him. Misty grass? How did the sky suddenly get dark? Chung Yon looked around and exclaimed, "How come those cornfields on the roadside are gone?" "Where is this?" Wang Feng said indifferently. "If you don't want to attract enemies, you should shout louder. This is penetrating Thunder City. Fog, grass." Chang Yong shouted a word, and forced his voice down. "Wang Feng, big brother, what is this situation? Wang Feng pointed to the fire reflecting the red sky. "Lei Dongtian is not here. I've come to empty out his old home. Lei Dongtian killed your Xiaoduan. I just killed 4 of his wives. And there's still 1 left here. So it's time for you to step in and move around. Cheng Yang's mouth opened so wide that it could be stuffed with 2 light bulbs, blinking his eyes and reacting for half a day before he somewhat understood what Wang Feng had said. This big brother is a little too fierce, isn't he? A man single-handedly stabbed his way into Lei Dongtian's lair? Then when he thought that since Lei Dongtian already had so many wives in his family, he still had to compel Dusty to let her get himself killed, that fire came up. He also couldn't care less about studying how he went from dawn to dusk all at once and ran to the city of running thunder. He just gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, what do you want me to do now? I'll listen to you." Chapter 100, Charge the Formation. In the darkness around the square, Wang Feng and Cheng Yang arrived quietly. On the way, Wang Feng had already briefly talked about the previous situation, and looking at the square from afar, he said, "The xenomorphs that stayed behind in the lair of penetrating Thunder City are now the only 800 or so people left in this square. Let's kill them all tonight, and then go kill Lei Dongtian when it's dawn." Wang Feng's tone was flat, as simple as saying that he would kill 800 chickens. No, it's easier than killing a chicken. Even if it's 800 chickens that can fly and run, it's not that easy to kill them all in half a night, is it? Chun Yong gulped. The 2 of us, to kill these 800 people? Wang Feng was unimpressed. Level 3 and level 2 are roughly half and half here. You're already at level 5. So level 2 can basically be ignored. And it doesn't have to be all of them. Just kill those level 4s and these guys should fall apart. Patting Chun Yong's shoulder, Wang Feng said, "You change your body and just charge back and forth. Whoever tries to stop you, I'll take care of it. There's nothing complicated. Just go when you're ready." Chun Yong nodded his head and gently stomped his foot. Kerala. The concrete pavement around him shattered a large area, and then disintegrated into a piece that flew to Chun Yong's body and fused into one. In the blink of an eye, Chun Yong was sheathed in a thick concrete shell, turning into a small giant over 3 meters tall. Chun Yong reached out and slapped and grabbed at a nearby pole, and a 5-meter-long concrete pillar was added to his hands. Knock, knock, knock. The cement giant Chun Yong was shrouded in an earth-colored alien energy glow, stepping out with a dull, loud sound with every step and getting faster and faster. And by the time he reached the edge of the plaza, he was already fully up to speed and charging up unstoppably. Chun Yong's preparation for this made a lot of noise, and the people in the square had long been like enemies, taking up battle positions. A group of tall, short, muscular lumps stood at the forefront, with large groups of elemental system psychics about 10 meters behind them. A giant python that was green in color coiled up, its neck area towering high, its blood-red vertical eyes looking down at Chun Yong who was rushing over, as well as Wang Feng, who was following closely behind the concrete giant and appeared to have little presence. Kill them. The python's mouth emitted a sharp hissing sound, which could still be heard as human words. There were still more than 20 meters away. Cheng Yong swung the pole in his hands and heavily smashed the ground in front of him. The hard concrete floor of the plaza stirred up a huge shockwave like water, surging towards the frontmost group of flesh-enhanced aliens. Boom! The 1-meter-high concrete wave collided with the flesh aliens, directly lifting a string of people into mid-air, and large chunks of broken concrete crackled and snapped into the large group of people behind them. With this first strike, Cheng Yong truly showed the might of a level 5 elemental system adept. Don't look at some of the low-level flesh exalts who were taller than Cheng Yong after transforming, but when they clashed with the high-level earth exalts with their flesh and blood bodies that were not strong enough, they immediately suffered a big loss. The green-colored python that Lu Qingqing had transformed into unfolded its huge body that was thick and long, and struggled to meet the aftermath of the shockwave, before it managed to resist the frame that continued to impact forward. A strike preceded it, easily tearing apart the first line of defense of the penetrating Thunder City exalts. The elemental system adepts in the rear only had time to send out a wave of messy fire-gathering attacks. Cheng Yong, carrying a concrete pillar, had charged in hard against the alien attack. Those insufficiently focused third-level and second-level alien energy attacks only hit the earthy yellow glow on the surface of the cement giant's body with a slight fluctuation, and then it returned to its original state. Not even a piece of cement slag was knocked down. As for the 2 level 4 elemental system adepts hidden in the crowd, their attacks only traced the edge and did not hit Cheng Yong at all. Needless to say, it was Wang Feng, who was following Cheng Yong, who had secretly made a move. Wang Feng's spatial perception had long since enveloped the area around Cheng Yong's body. If a 4th-level alien launched an attack, all it would take was a slight use of spatial displacement or distortion and it would never be able to hit. Cheng Yong rushed into the pile of people, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, swinging a concrete pillar and sweeping, crushing a large number of people at once. Wang Feng followed behind. His long black sword swung out in succession, each blade accompanied by a human head falling to the ground. As he passed by the green-colored python, Chun Yong casually smashed his hand, and was dislodged most of the force by the python twisting its body and its slippery scales. Chun Yong didn't dwell on it. One arm was raised. The shape of the concrete shell on his small arm changed to form an arm shield. His head was hidden towards the bottom of the earth shield, and against the elemental supernatural energy that was like a storm. He swung the pillar haphazardly and continued to charge forward. He firmly remembered Wang Feng's request, which was to impact back and forth, to dash this formation of 800 people, and not to be entangled by the strong people inside. It's big brother Wang Feng's business to solve the strong man. When the green-colored python saw Chun Yong running away, it twisted its head to take Wang Feng. Before the bloody mouth arrived, the huge snake teeth glowed with a green light and sprayed 2 streams of fishy venom at Wang Feng. Wang Feng dodged slightly to avoid the venomous attack, then quickly made a backward jump, and the huge snake's mouth full of fangs snapped in front of his body, only biting into the air. Of these few remaining rank 4s in penetrating Thunder City, the most difficult one was undoubtedly Lu Qingqing. A Class 4 alien beast python was basically as strong as a human Class 5 alien, if not a bit more so. It was even more terrifying that Lu Qingqing maintained her human intelligence during her transformation into a python. Even if it was a one-on-one fight with Chun Yong, Lu Qingqing, who was in the transformation stage, wouldn't necessarily lose. No wonder Lei Dongtian left her to sit in the base camp. It's a pity to meet Wang Feng. The python's body was slightly raised to the height of Wang Feng's chest. Its blood-red vertical pupils were less than 2 meters away from Wang Feng, and the reptile's characteristic fishy smell came to his face. Wang Feng's long black blade swung out like lightning, slashing between the 2 eyes of the green-colored python. The giant python's eyes revealed a trace of contempt, and even did not flash or avoid. The huge body wriggled forward, and the snake's head slammed towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng's black knife slashed downward in a smooth manner, chopping on the huge scales at the back of the python's head, and immediately felt the muscles underneath the scales twisting and trembling, and the scales were covered with a layer of sticky and slippery liquid. The slash clearly hit solidly, but it also slid away like Chun Yong's concrete pillar just now, following the direction of the scales, leaving only a long white mark. At that moment, the python's head came crashing and wrapped in a fishy wind. Wang Feng exerted his feet and dipped forward, dodging the head to the side of the python's body. The green-colored python's body, which was thicker than a bucket, immediately leaned over and tried to wrap itself around Wang Feng. Before the revival of aura, a python as thick as an arm could wrap itself around an adult alive. If he let this giant python that Lu Qingqing had transformed into wrap around him, he was afraid that a tank could be strangled and flattened. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth turned up slightly. After 2 seconds of delay here at Lu Qingqing, Chun Yong had already rushed far away and was about to go beyond the range of spatial perception. Without Wang Feng's spatial aberration cover, Chun Yong's concrete giant couldn't take a few hard hits from a level 4 aberration attack. So just don't play with this big long worm. Wang Feng's mind moved, and a bunch of pure white light energy balls suspended in the pendant space immediately quietly disappeared. 5 of them. Chapter 101, Kill All Level 4. Lu Qingqing is a woman of normal height. When she transformed into a teeny green python, what would be in the python's stomach? Several meters long to be exact? The answer is pretty much just air. So Wang Feng wasn't polite and threw 5 light energy balls in at once. Each ball of light was the full force of Xia Chen's strike after he had been promoted to the 5th level. Even for Xia Chen himself, it was not easy to have the opportunity to store up power to release such a great move in the middle of a fierce battle. In the words of the old game, it's a long cooldown and a long read, but as long as it's released it's capable of taking seconds. Who dares to say that they won't dodge or defend themselves and let an alien of the same level build up their strength to blast them? Wang Feng himself didn't dare to, so Wang Feng put down 5 balls of light in the python's stomach and immediately turned around to run after Chun Yong. Neither could Willow Green, apparently. About 0.2 seconds later, a dazzling light suddenly enveloped the entire square, as if the sky had suddenly brightened for a split second. 2 huge python carcasses flew high into the air and smashed heavily into the pile of penetrating Thunder City's alien energy practitioners. A group of people, with 7 hands and 8 feet, pulled up the unlucky alien who had been smashed to the ground by the python, and looked at Chun Yong and Wang Feng with eyes that were already filled with horror. Anaconda transformations are not earthworm transformations. Lu Qingqing was blown into 2 pieces like that. Needless to say she wouldn't survive. But who is Lu Qingqing? This snake beauty, among the several city lords' wives, was vaguely ranked first in terms of strength. After transforming, you can sweep through a bunch of level 4s. And what happens? In less than 3 seconds, it's in 2 pieces? What's this guy with the black knife? And look at the other concrete giant, barreling through the crowd. Concrete pillars running all the way through like a road roller. From this end of the square to that end, no less than 40 or 50 people were already lying on the ground. Chang Yong charged all the way. Suddenly there was a void in front of his eyes. There was no one in front of him. but he had already killed through the entire team of penetrating Thunder City. Chung Yong turned around, shaking his body slightly as some concrete debris fell to the ground, and after resting for a few seconds, the earth-yellow alien energy glow on his body became strong once again. Wang Feng, holding a black sword, also chased after him and stood side by side with Chung Yong. Although he was only half the height of the cement giant, the aura he exuded was not the least bit inferior, and even made it clear at a glance that he was the main one, and that the cement giant was nothing more than a punching bag. There were still several hundred other Xenos in the square, but they all stopped far away, and no one dared to catch up for a moment. That must be Chung Yong. Suddenly someone shouted. Chang Yong, the president of the Dongfu Agricultural Cooperative, is a level 5 Earth System psychic. That's what his psychic ability is in the intelligence. Level 5. Lu Qingqing was killed by the other one in seconds. That's 2 level 5s. How can we fight this? Run! Run! Boom! A ball of fire suddenly flew out and smashed into the head of the shouting running alien, turning him into a corpse. Who dares to run? The 4th level fire alien who made the move shouted sternly. Even if we have to use human lives to fill it up, we'll exhaust their alien abilities. Whoever dares to run away from the battlefield is betraying penetrating Thunder City and betraying the city lord. Everyone regroup and charge after us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 level 4 psychics stood at the front of the crowd, their bodies flashing with the light of their psychic abilities. Needless to say, there is a difference between punch me and follow me. After the 6 level 4 Xenos stepped forward at the same time, there was a change in the essence of the entire team of penetrating Thunder City's Xenos, like becoming one again. Wang Feng were all slightly moved. The loyalty of these 4th level aberrants to Lei Dongtian was even higher than he had predicted, and even Lu Qingqing's death did not make them back down. Willingly working for Lei Dongtian? Then I'll fulfill you all. Wang Feng's eyes were icy cold, but the corner of his mouth grinned a big smile. Chang Yong, charge! Chang Yong let out a roar, swung the concrete pillar with both hands, turned half a circle in place, and the pillar flew out of his hand, smashing into the crowd like a giant cannonball. Immediately after that, Chung Yong pounded his hands into the ground with force. The ground instantly shattered, and a circle of human head-sized concrete debris floated around him. Chung Yong waved his hand again, and all of these broken pieces of concrete also flew out at the crowd. The team of penetrating Thunder City was suddenly torn apart, and a large portion of them were smashed down by Chung Yong's 2 consecutive moves. And by this time Chung Yong had already taken the opportunity to raise his arm shield high and lowered his body to pounce. Chung Yong was actually not stupid at all when it came to fighting. Just these few strokes alone just now had used up nearly half of his alien energy. But Chung Yong knew that if he couldn't break up this aura that the enemy had just condensed, and really let the opposite side fill it with human lives, the 2 people on his side would not be able to wear them out no matter what. Charge! Gather fire! The level 4 fire exalt from penetrating Thunder City roared harshly, throwing out a string of fireballs while also stepping away and charging towards Chung Yong without the slightest bit of trepidation. Of the 6 level 4 exalts, 3 ran towards Chung Yong and 3 ran towards Wang Feng. Behind them were hundreds of wailing Xenos, smashing Xeno attacks forward as they rushed. Chung Yong's attack failed to break them down, and instead provoked their ferocity. Wang Feng dodged and arrived behind the concrete giant to avoid a wave of fire-gathering attacks, and there was a cold flash in his eyes. Boom! 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 For a while, countless alien energy attacks hit the concrete giant. The cement giant's arm shield was blown apart along with its arm, and its body was also hit with one large crater after another, with some locations already revealing Chung Yong's original body. Chung Yong let out a muffled grunt of pain and his charge stopped. This time it was much more painful than just now, and Chang Yong could clearly feel that a few of the attacks were level 4 in power. Although he didn't know how Wang Feng helped him avoid the level 4 attack just now, it was clear that Wang Feng didn't do that again this time. As long as there's another set of fire, I'll be dead in 2 seconds, Chung Yong thought in his heart. But the expected set fire didn't come. Chung Yong lowered the arm covering his head and realized that the charge from the opposite side had also stopped. This is... Chung Yong's eyes widened. Between him and the large force of penetrating Thunder City, the 6 level 4 Xenos who had rushed to the front had disappeared. No, it's not gone. It's just turned into a pile of parts. Each was divided into 6 pieces. The head, arms, legs, and torso were scattered on the ground in bits and pieces. The amputated locations were smooth and flat. The stubbles of bones, blood vessels, and muscles were clearly visible, and the blood vessels were still gurgling and bleeding outwards. $66.36. What could be more terrifying than a person running in front of you and then in a split second the body parts fall apart onto the ground? It's probably the same thing 6 times in a row, and each of those 6 times, the one who split it was a level 4 alien. Not far behind these 6 piles of parts were row after row of headless bodies. Heads rolled off the floor, The cavities were all still spewing blood outward. Further back, there were the bewildered and fearful penetrating Thunder City exalts, stumbling and rolling away from this killing zone. As for those who fell at the end, there was still a black blade that flickered in and out of the void, ceaselessly cutting off their necks and harvesting their lives. Chapter 102, Iron and Steel Defense. Behind the cement giant, Wang Feng's face was slightly pale. It also stopped continuing to swing the sword when everyone had fled 40 meters away. Creating 30 spatial rifts in a very short period of time was really somewhat close to Wang Feng's limit. After all, these fissures are much longer than the previous practice of cutting flies and mosquitoes, even if they are only a shallow one, cannot be maintained for a few seconds before disappearing. The cumulative consumption of foreign energy is also very scary, but only the fact that all the level 4 psychics were killed instantly, coupled with this almost bizarre program effect, could do what Chang Yong had failed to do, kill the opposite side completely. They could see the concrete pillars thrown by Chang Yong and knew how to defend and dodge them. Even if they were stoned to death, at least they died a clear death. But as soon as Wang Feng hid behind the stone giant, they didn't even know where the attack came from, and dodging was even more impossible. Thus, the few hundred men left in penumbra were routed. They cried and wailed and fled from the square, running into the darkness as if that would make them safe. All that was left was the square that had been demolished and pitted by Chang Yong, and over 200 corpses. Lu Qingqing's supernatural energy also dispersed, and the python disappeared into 2 blown-up bare bodies. Wang Feng threw Chang Yong a short knife. Go and pull out a level 4 crystal yourself and restore your supernatural abilities first. Chang Yong took a look at the sky-high fire and the surrounding mess. Big brother, is this considered to be the destruction of penetrating Thunder City? Wang Feng shook his head. If Lei Dongtian is still alive, there is no way to talk about the destruction of penetrating Thunder City. Those people escaped, and Lei Dongtian should soon be able to know what happened here. Let him digest it before he meets his fate. Wang Feng held a grade 4 crystal in his hand and walked towards the outside of the square with his sword in one hand. After you recover your powers, collect the crystals here and wait for me to come back. Chang Yong busily asked. Big brother, where are you going? Wang Feng spoke in a calm tone. Chopping the grass always requires removing the roots. Even if we can't get rid of it, there can't be too much left. Early morning, unknown birds cawed, waking Guan Yang. Guan Yang rubbed his stomach, which had been starving for a few days, and burrowed out of the stone house that the Earth alien had temporarily built. Calling the dark sentry on watch, Guan Yang asked, was there any movement outside the valley last night? The dark sentry reported, I heard some rattling when it was almost dawn, and have sent out a scout, so I should be back soon. As they spoke, the others came out of the temporary shelter where they were resting one after another, and assembled around Guan Yang. Guan Yang looked at the 40 or 50 subordinates, all of them yellow and thin. A water alien converged on clear water and distributed it to the crowd. After a few mouthfuls of cool water, Guan Yang only felt hungrier. Even though it was hard to starve to death with the aura backing it up, it was a really bad taste. Guan Yang's voice was a bit low. Yesterday, Lei Dongtian gave an ultimatum for us to surrender within 3 days. I deduced that it should be that the home is about to be untenable. Once the steel defense line is broken, it will be meaningless whether we surrender or not. With Lei Dongtian's character and penetrating Thunder City's modus operandi, if we never surrender and end up being forcibly overrun, they will definitely go on a killing spree. A subordinate looked excited. Factory director, we'll charge once more today. Even if we all die, we'll let you break out. As long as you can get back to the defense line, Penetration City can't be attacked. Guan Yang bitterly shook his head. Even if we can break out of this desperate cliff valley, there must still be a heavy siege outside the steel defense line, and it's not easy to return to the defense line. It's all my fault for being greedy and underestimating Lei Dongtian. That's why we're trapped here. They can't attack in, but we can't get out either. For the family to be able to hold out until now has far exceeded my expectations. I don't know how hard it was to defend. The subordinate advised. Plant Director Guan, you can't be blamed for this. It's all because that Lei Dongtian is too cunning. And if you hadn't made the decisive decision to lead everyone to break out here, and held Lei Dongtian back so that he could only guard the outside and couldn't leave, the home would have long since been overrun. This scheming by penetrating Thunder City has resulted in this stalemate at the moment, and I don't see them having a good time either. Guan Yang was slightly silent, looked around the crowd, and raised his voice. We've been holding out here for 10 days. We've been without food for a week, and even then, Lei Dongtian didn't manage to eliminate us. Everyone is good. We didn't disgrace the steel mill. For more than 10 days, we've been expecting the situation in the outside world to change, forcing penetrating Thunder City to retreat, thus lifting this crisis. But now it seems that luck is not on our side. Fellow workers, I have decided that today is our last breakout. If it still fails, you will all tie me out and surrender. as long as Lei Dongtian is willing to integrate you and spare the 8,000 ordinary survivors in the steel mill. It's up to him to kill me if he wants to. There was a silence in the valley as someone choked. Plant manager. Guanyang smiled. I'm just an assistant plant manager. The old plant manager died a long time ago, and the deputy plant manager died when he led the group to clear the zombies. It's just my turn now. No big deal. Suddenly, an alien ran wildly from the entrance of the valley and shouted, "Gone! They're all gone! They're all gone! There's no one outside the valley. Penetrating Thunder City has retreated." What? Guanyang was first shocked, then ecstatic, followed by skepticism. Could it be another trap? Whatever. Everyone, get ready. Everyone out to check it out. With a wave of Guanyang's hand, an Earth-type psychic immediately shattered a few boulders in the valley and piled the rubble all around Guanyang. Guanyang stretched out his arm to the pile of rubble, and the rubble began to move and combine quickly, and soon 3 3-meter-high stone puppets climbed out of the rubble pile one after another, moving their legs to walk in front of Guanyang. Depart! The 3 stone golems opened the way, followed closely by the dozens of alienists from Dragon Gate Steel, heading out of the valley. After passing through the narrow mouth of the valley, the crowd came to the valley beyond. On the high slopes on either side was the location of Penetrating Thunder City's camp, but now it was empty of people. After checking the surroundings again and again, Guanyang was finally convinced that, although he didn't know the reason, Penetrating Thunder City had indeed lifted the siege on this place, and his spirit was suddenly boosted. Return to the steel mill immediately for support, and pay attention to the alert along the road. The group ran wildly down the mountain, quickly discerning their direction, and took less than an hour to make it back to the steel mill's premises. He didn't encounter a single Penetrating Thunder City alien along the way. Guanyang couldn't help but think in his mind, could it be that Penetrating Thunder City has fully retreated? The outskirts of the factory are in ruins. The original gates and fences are completely gone, leaving only a pile of broken bricks and iron. Going inside, none of the street trees along the factory road could still stand. The fallen branches and leaves had long since dried up and yellowed, and the ground also looked like it had been plowed several times by various alien powers. The imposing office building collapsed, and the standing steel sculpture at the front of the building somehow ran up to the top of the rubble. Guanyang paid no mind to any of this, skirting around the edge of the ruins and continuing to run deeper into the factory, until far away to see that more than 10 meters high steel defense line, in the sunlight irradiation flashing light, still looks basically intact across the factory. Guanyang, a mention of the heart only put down. Chapter 103, Unwelcome Visitors. Steel Defense. The last barrier on which Longmont Steel relies in this day and age. Dozens of meters high blast furnaces and converters, together with the steel that has condensed inside because of the shutdown. The steel frames of workshops and warehouses spanning tens of meters and hundreds of meters in length. Conveyor rollers, cranes, rolling mills, countless steel plates and bars stored in the billet warehouse. Everything in the entire plant, the equipment, the workshops, the huge amounts of steel, was split up, cut up, and stacked together in layers, eventually forming a line of defense made of pure steel, enclosing a safe area in the deepest part of the plant. Brother, how come it's you guys? Guanyang had just approached the defense line with dozens of his subordinates when he heard a surprised voice coming from the defense line. Shao Shi. Guanyang called up. A short-haired figure in a workman's uniform jumped right off the line of defense. Just after falling 2 or 3 meters, a steel bar suddenly popped out of the twisted and tangled steel of the defense line, right under Guan Shi's feet. Sakisho leant a little on the steel bar and jumped downward 2 or 3 more times. Each time a steel bar or a steel plate stuck out to slow the descent, it automatically retracted again after Sakisho left. As soon as he landed, Guan Shi jumped into Guanyang's arms. They said you were dead and told us to give up resistance. I just don't believe it. How could you be dead? The words had taken on a sobbing tone. Shio. Guanyang hugged his sister tightly and asked, you guys beat back Penetrating Thunder City? Guan Shi sniffled. No, they came close to attacking the defense line yesterday, and in the end it took a lot of fighting to drive them down. As it turned out, there had been no attack this morning, so I took the time to fortify my defenses, and then you came back. Guanyang looked at his sister heartily. Guan Shi's originally clear face was covered in sweat and stained with black ash and oil. Go in first. Aha! Sakisho responded, reaching across the room, and the steel plates on the defense line slid away to the side, popping out a ladder with handrails. 10 minutes later, in the cafeteria, dozens of nearly starving Ultrans each grabbed a stack of sesame seed burritos and furiously gnawed on them. While Guanyang ate, he and his subordinates in the defense line went over the intelligence and studied the current situation. In that case, it seems that something must have changed last night to make Penetrating Thunder City retreat in haste. A massive zombie horde? Or several other forces attacking Penumbra City? Guanyang pondered and shook his head. Lei Dongtian is very stable in his actions. Even if he attacks us, he will surely leave behind enough strength to defend against several other families, unless they join forces to attack Penumbra City with all their might. Someone snorted. They can unite? I don't think it's as probable as a meteorite falling from the sky and smashing Lei Dongtian to death. Let's just say that the nearest city, Tongguan City, has ignored our pleas for help, and doesn't even understand the reasoning behind the death of lips and the cold of teeth. Before we could discuss any possibilities, someone outside reported. There are 2 men coming from outside the defense. 2, Guan Yang narrowed his eyes. Outside the steel defense line, Wang Feng and Chang Yong stood side by side, not caring about the Ultrans on the defense line as if they were enemies. Chang Yong's eyes were full of shock. It's so grand. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was observing some details of the steel high wall. With a high wall of this size, it's obvious that it can't be done as a solid piece. It's all just a variety of huge pieces of equipment that have been split up and put back together again. Distinctly messy and inexplicably beautiful in a patchwork sort of way. The divisions are all smooth, and there are no weld marks on the joints, just as if they were originally made that way. Seeing the inside of the high wall through the messy steel, Wang Feng was also a little surprised to see that in some of the key stress parts, there was a black metal replacing the ordinary steel, firmly supporting it. It looked as if it was made of the same material as the long black metal blade he was carrying. This extremely heavy and strong black metal is found everywhere inside the high steel walls. In Wang Feng's heart, the strength of the steel high wall was silently adjusted up a few more levels. Guan Yang led a few of his subordinates and hurried to the steel city walls. Who are you people? Guan Yang asked in a deep voice, while carefully surveying the 2 people under the wall. Both of them were a bit dusty and looked like they had traveled a long way. Slightly shorter with a burly frame and a hint of ferocity in his slightly naive face. It's the kind of thing where you can grab a slate at any time and either crack someone or yourself open. The other one carrying a long sword was tall and well proportioned, handsome in appearance, with eyes that looked calm and peaceful. But upon further inspection, they revealed an indifference to everything around them. Simply stood there as if nothing could move him. He who has a thunderous chest but a face like a flat lake may be worshipped as a general. Tarzan crumbles before him without changing his color, and a moose rises to the left without flashing his eyes. A few lines of ancient text inexplicably popped up in Guan Yang's head, and he felt that they were incredibly apt on the man in front of him. Cheng Yong opened his mouth and said, I'm Cheng Yong from Agricultural Cooperation. You should have heard of me. This is my big brother Wang Feng. Guan Yang's heart shook as he called out, You're Cheng Yong, the leader of the Dongfu Agricultural Cooperative and a level 5 Earth Exalt? Cheng Yong proudly said, As good as fake. After saying that, Cheng Yong slightly raised his hand, and the surrounding soil immediately tumbled up and converged towards the feet of the 2 men, forming a thick pillar of earth, which kept lifting Wang Feng and Chang Yong up to a higher level than the steel city wall before stopping. Once this hand was revealed, the faces of the people on the city walls changed a bit, leaving aside the identity of the visitor. This supernatural ability can't be faked. A proper 5th level master. Guan Yang's eyes stared and he turned his head to look at Guanshi. Immediately understanding, Guanshi reached out and grabbed a pile of steel parts from the high wall. Guan Yang stretched out his hand, and the steel parts flew together to form a huge steel golem that stood in front of Guan Yang. Guanshi's hand pressed on the golem, and the surface of the steel golem was quickly covered with a dark black color. This set was complicated to say the least, but in reality it took less than 10 seconds. Only after Guan Yang had done this did he say in a very wary tone, President Chang, we have always been well watered by river water. What is your business here at my Dragon Gate Steel? There was no way Guan Yang wouldn't be nervous. After being trapped hard by Lei Dongtian for more than 10 days, he had only just returned from escaping with his life, and immediately another level 5 alien was blocking the door of his house. Who knows what it's for? Nope. Wait a minute. Guan Yang's eyes turned to Wang Feng. Did Cheng Yong just call this guy his big brother? The big brother of a level 5 alien can't be only level 4, right? Wang Feng's eyes crossed the high wall and looked towards the area surrounded by the steel defense line, scanning for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. I heard that penetrating Thunder City is attacking Dragon Gate Steel in force. Wang Feng spoke faintly. But the 2 of us came from penetrating Thunder City's lair, walked through the eastern base, and made it all the way here without even seeing a single person from penetrating Thunder City. Do you know where Lei Dongtian has gone now? Chapter 104, The Villain Wang Feng. What? There was a little too much information in what Wang Feng said, and it dried Guan Yang out. Guan Yang had a bunch of question marks in his head. But in the end, he only asked, What are you looking for Lei Dongtian for? Wang Feng said, Nothing much, just giving him a ride. Send him down to be reunited with his wife and subordinates. Guan Yang froze for half a day. How he looked at it. Wang Feng didn't look like he was joking. But wasn't this tone a bit big? Guan Yang shook his head. deciding not to dwell on whether Wang Feng's words were true or false, and said directly, "It's true that penetrating Thunder City was attacking us up until yesterday, but last night, or the latter part of the night, to be exact, it suddenly withdrew, and we don't have a handle on where it went. If you two are looking for Lei Dongtian, you can go somewhere else and ask again. Dragon Gate Steel has just finished a great war and is in dire need of reorganization and recovery, so I won't entertain you two." Before Wang Feng could say anything, Cheng Yang had already quit and angrily shouted, "Why do you think penetrating Thunder City would suddenly let you guys go? If it wasn't for the two of us." Wang Feng raised his hand and stopped Cheng Yang. "Want me to leave? Fine. Make way. Cooperate with the search. Confirm that Lei Dongtian is not inside, and I will naturally leave." Guan Yang burst into flames. "Are you kidding me? What do you think this place is? A place where you can enter and leave whenever you want? A public restroom? It's too much to put my Dragon Gate Steel in my eyes." Wang Feng turned his head and asked Cheng Yang, known his home base, "Chang Jiazhai, do I come and go as I please?" Cheng Yang answered honestly, "Yes, by the way, it also captured me." Wang Feng asked again, "Ben Thunder City's lair, Lei Jia Village, do I come and go as I please?" Cheng Yang returned, "Yes, by the way." He also set fire to the square and built a Jingguan. Wang Feng turned back to Guan Yang and asked, "I want to enter this Dragon Gate Steel of yours now. Will you let me or not?" The tone was calm, and the killing intent was like the sea. Guan Yang's face turned a little white, but he still stood straight. "This is not Lei Jia Village, not Chang Jiazhai, this is Longmen Steel. Whether it's you, Lei Dongtian, or anyone else, as long as I, Guan Yang, am still standing here, I won't be able to step through the steel defense line." With a boom, another tall steel golem towered up, arching over Guan Yang on the left and right. Guan Shi also stepped forward and pressed one hand on the puppet, plating it with a layer of black metal. At the same time, a set of black battle armor unfolded on his body, with layers of armor covering him, wrapping himself up tightly, and he shouted out forcefully, "Steel defense, never fall." Everyone on the walls drew their weapons and roared in unison, "Steel defense, never fall." Wang Feng grinned, "Yo, I become the villain." After saying that, Wang Feng crouched slightly, raised his leg, and delivered a standard side kick to the air. Ping! A muffled sound rang out on the steel walls, and Guan Yang only felt a huge force he couldn't resist explode behind him, and his entire body flew forward involuntarily after receiving a cannonball-like blow on his backside. Amidst the gasps of shock from Guan Shi and the others, Guan Yang flew all the way out of the range of the city walls before planting himself heavily from a height of more than 10 meters and hitting the ground hard. Guan Yang only felt like his bones were falling apart, but the shock in his heart was stronger than the physical pain. How can there be an attack from behind? Could it be that there's a traitor out there? No, now is not the time to think about that. Golem! Guan Yang's mind moved and he was about to maneuver the puppets on the city wall to jump down to protect himself. Then he felt that a foot had stepped on his back, with such force that he could not struggle at all. And at the same time there was a touch of cold hardness on his neck. Wang Feng held the long black knife in his hand against Guan Yang's neck. "Now, you're not standing, Guan Yang." Wang Feng threw Guan Yang to Cheng Yang, "Take him and stay away from the city walls. If someone comes down the city wall, or if he tries to summon a puppet, just kill him." Cheng Yang patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, big brother." It was a wonder that a golem alien without a golem at his side would be able to make waves when he was being closely watched by an elemental alien of the same level. A few minutes later, the ladders on the steel walls reappeared. Wang Feng stepped on the ladder and ascended the high steel wall step by step. Wang Feng looked around the crowd on the high wall, focusing on Guan Shi for a second. Just now, during the friendly exchange after capturing Guan Yang, Wang Feng already knew that this tomboy-like short-haired girl was Guan Yang's own sister. However, Wang Feng paid attention to Guan Shi, not because she was the only female alien on the city walls, much less because of the perfect fit of the black battle armor on Guan Shi. It was purely because Wang Feng had already realized that whether it was this spectacle-like high steel wall or those impenetrable black metals, it was all unrelated to Guan Shi. If Wang Feng is allowed to judge the soul of this Longmen iron and steel factory, it is not the current factory director Guan Yang, but Guan Shi, who was only at the 4th level at the moment. Guan Shi had a black and gold helmet clamped under her arm, topped with a head of short, rooted black hair, and when she saw Wang Feng's gaze lingering, she instantly glared back without showing any weakness. Her voice clear and crisp, "What are you looking at?" Wang Feng stomped his feet, the soles of his shoes making a soft thumping sound against the metal floor of the city wall, and scoffed, "Steel defenses that never fall?" Guan Shi's eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames, but when he turned his head to look at Guan Yang, who was being closely guarded by Cheng Yang outside of the city, he forced himself to hold it back and said through clenched teeth, If you want to search, hurry up. Wang Feng, however, was in no hurry and took off his long black sword from his back and threw it to Guanshi. Metallic powers? Labor to add some texture to the hilt. It's a bit slippery to use right now, then make a copy of it as is. Guanshi wrathfully followed the long sword and pulled it out to take a look at it, his expression quickly becoming suspicious. That's impossible. I've never made a black and gold longsword in this shape. Wang Feng laughed. I made it myself. Do you believe it? Without waiting for Guanshi to speak, Wang Feng picked up again. Even if you believe it, do you think Lei Dongtian will believe it? After Wang Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the stairs that led to the city. Within the steel defense, the stairs up and down the wall are just about permanent, and are quite wide enough for several men to run up the wall side by side. Guanshi's face darkened. This black metal was transformed by her powers, and one of its properties was that it was extremely strong, and she had yet to find any means to fine-tune it other than her own metal powers. In other words, the black and gold weapon, produced by Dragon Gate, is a default objective fact in the eyes of those in the know. Then, at the critical moment when penetrating Thunder City was about to capture Dragon Gate steel, this person in front of him suddenly appeared holding this long black and gold sword, and although it was not yet known exactly what he had done, Lei Dongtian's overnight retreat was obviously not unrelated to him. To say that this person was not the rescuer invited by Dragon Gate Steel, not to mention that Lei Dongtian wouldn't believe it. Guanshi imagined it vicariously. Even she herself wouldn't believe it. This 24-karat black gold cauldron has apparently been firmly fastened on the head of Longmen Steel. Chapter 105, Should we make an alliance? The steel defenses enclosed a small area, only the size of a block. Wang Feng was in no man's land, ignoring the many survivors' eyes of either fear or anger, and finished the circle in 10 minutes. With a 50-meter range of spatial perception, nothing could be hidden where it passed. In addition to the ground piled up with warehouses of coal, food, supplies, and factory buildings that had been remodeled to house survivors. Through spatial perception, Wang Feng also discovered a large building hidden below the ground, repaired to a full 4 or 5 floors. This place, I'm afraid there isn't an underground fortress that was built in response to the war before the Aura revival. After a round, Wang Feng realized that there were only less than 2,000 Xenos in the city, and apart from Guan Yang who was captured outside the city, he didn't sense any other Xeno crystals that reached the size of level 5. And on top of the aliens, there are nearly 10,000 ordinary survivors living here who don't have alien crystals in their heads. The place of living was naturally crowded, but it was fairly orderly. It wasn't like these people were in the midst of abuse, either, judging by the attitudes they displayed when confronted by the alien. Wang Feng's impression of Longmen Steel has changed somewhat. In this day and age, forces that can take in ordinary human survivors and still treat them like human beings have a moral standard as high as 2 or 3 stories. But Lei Dongtian really wasn't here either. Wang Feng frowned slightly. Rushing over from penetrating Thunder City early in the morning, he found that the eastern base had already been emptied of people. Wang Feng envisioned the actions that Lei Dongtian might take after he knew that his lair had been destroyed. The most likely thing to do would be to take down Dragonsteel in one fell swoop and turn it into the new lair of Penumbra City. However, this possibility had now been largely ruled out. There wasn't even a shadow of Lei Dongtian here. There was also the possibility of concentrating troops, first sparing Longmen Steel and returning to ambush Wang Feng on his way over. The main team of penetrating Thunder City led by Lei Dongtian was definitely more difficult to deal with than the group of Lu Qingqing that stayed behind. But the risk is going belly up in case Longmen Steel comes back out. Now that the people in the eastern base were gone, it meant that Wang Feng had guessed correctly in the step of concentrating the troops. However, Lei Dongtian, who had concentrated his forces, did not seek out himself to start a war to avenge his wife and brothers, nor did he go all out to forcefully attack the steel defense line. It's not supposed to be scared off, is it? The question was where could he run? And what was the point of running? The main force from penetrating Thunder City that had come to attack Dragon Gate Steel, the personnel stationed at the eastern base, and the Xenos who had routed out of Lei's village during the night. All of these people should add up to close to 3,000. The lair's supplies had been burned to the ground, and so many people couldn't live on the northwest wind. If there was not a solid base and sufficient supplies, a little longer, no need for Wang Feng to fight. The team should be scattered. Mentally pondering Lei Dongtian's possible destination, Wang Feng returned to the high steel wall. Knives come. Wang Feng reached out. Guanshi looked a bit complicated, handing over a sheathed and unsheathed 2 long knives. The sheathed one was machined by Wang Feng himself from a black and gold baguette, with a fine non-slip pattern added to the grip. The unsheathed one was made by Guanshi now. Wang Feng held it in his hand and compared it carefully. The 2 long knives were almost identical, with only tiny errors that were hard to see with the naked eye. It was only Wang Feng's extremely sharp spatial perception that allowed him to discover it. Not bad. Wang Feng nodded slightly in affirmation. Think about it, Guan Yang is still outside the city is controlled. Is to kill is released in the idea of Wang Feng? Guan Shi which dares to casually perfunctory. Grabbing his sword, Wang Feng headed towards the outside of the city wall, looking like he was planning to jump straight down. Sakeshi suddenly said, "Can it wait?" Wang Feng didn't return his head. "If you want to say you're begging for forgiveness you don't have to, although you guys weren't very cooperative at first. I'm a man of my word and will let your brother go when I get out." Guan Shi said, "Don't you want to kill Lei Dongtian? I can send flying aliens to search and help you find his trail." Wang Feng looked back at Guan Shi. "No need. I suddenly don't want to kill again." As soon as Guan Shi froze, Wang Feng had already jumped off the city wall and headed towards Chengyang and Guanyang in the distance. With only a hey, Wang Feng walked away. Wang Feng's heart didn't fluctuate a bit. Sakisho's calculations were so beady. It was just a shame that brains and the black and gold armor accentuated his body just went together. Finding Lei Dongtian and letting Wang Feng kill him. So Dragon Gate Steel would just watch from the side? I'm sorry. Wang Feng was also happy to watch these two families spar first. It's better to hear what Guanyang has to say. After all, this is the rightful factory manager. Guanyang sat on the ground and watched Wang Feng come. His face had a slightly embarrassed expression and he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "Brother Wang D." Wang Feng glanced at Guanyang. "Brother Wang. Brother Wang." Guanyang hastily changed his words. "Brother Wang. Just now, after chatting with President Cheng for a while, I realized that there was really some misunderstanding between us. And it turned out that it was all thanks to the two of you who assisted that penetrating Thunder City retreated from the army, and solved the danger of the Dragon Sex Steel being overthrown. And there are simply no words to express how grateful I am." Guanyang paused for a moment and continued with some difficulty. "That, and additionally thank Brother Wang for not killing." Guanyang still hadn't figured out how he'd gotten under the city. But just now, after hearing Changyong brag about the scene where they rampaged through Lei's village, and the alien powers on the opposite side of the street landed on their heads, Guanyang knew that this must be Wang Feng's alien power. Wang Feng clearly could have used his knife to directly cut off his head, but now he only let him fall so much. It was definitely a favor not to be killed. "Good point," Wang Feng said indifferently. "Plant Director Guan, I've already checked. Lei Dongtian is not in the city. You can leave." Guanyang bared his teeth and got up from the ground, patting the gray dirt on his body. From more than 10 meters high fell so a bit. With his 5th level alien physique, it is not so much as to hurt the bones, is the back waist is still very painful. Until now has not slowed down. Taking a look at Wang Feng and then Changyong, Guanyang did not go away and spoke with deliberation. "Although Lei Dongtian has retreated now, he is bound to make a comeback. The two of you have copied Lei Dongtian's lair and have already made a mortal enemy of him. We, Dragon Gate Iron and Steel, and penetrating Thunder City are also already in an undying relationship. Since we share a common enemy, I would like to propose that we form an alliance and fight against penetrating Thunder City together. What do you two think?" Changyong said without thinking. "I'll listen to Big Brother Wang Feng." Wang Feng said, "Plant Director Guan, don't forget that at the very beginning when I released my goodwill, you firmly refused. I had to use a bit of vehemence to make sure that Lei Dongtian wasn't hiding inside the steel defenses. Now you're talking about an alliance. How can I trust you, now in this day and age? It's not as if the enemy of my enemy is always my friend. And in all seriousness, I don't need any allies to take down Lei Dongtian. But if you don't have reinforcements, it's only a matter of time before you're annexed by running Thunder City. Want to make an alliance? Not enough with your current attitude." Chapter 106, Abandoned Town. Guanyang smiled bitterly. "What kind of attitude does Brother Wang need from us?" Wang Feng said, "It's very simple. First, you order the dispatching of flying aliens to find the whereabouts of Lei Dongtian and his large army. Then, lead your team to war with Penumbra City. I need to see you immortalized." Guanyang changed color and said, "What do you mean? This is not believing me?" Wang Feng's tone was bland. "That's right. Just don't trust you. What if you have already surrendered to Lei Dongtian, only to stab me in the back when I fight him?" Guanyang's eyelids and mouth corners trembled as he forced down his anger and said, "You don't have to humiliate me like this." Reaching out, he pointed to the surrounding ruins. "Take a look. All of this used to be our factory, with tall buildings and neat green trees. If we hadn't fought to the death with penetrating Thunder City, could it be that we deliberately demolished them ourselves?" Wang Feng said word for word, "I'm not denying that you once fought against Lei Dongtian, but that doesn't mean that you won't lose the battle, surrender, or even change your stance completely. This is my guess about Lei Dongtian's powers based on my observations. If you know enough about Lei Dongtian as well, you should be able to understand what I'm talking about." Guanyang slowly shook his head. "I don't understand at all." Wang Feng said, "Then you should forget about this offer of alliance and pretend that the two of us don't exist. Continue to hold your steel defenses, and when Penumbra City next attacks, look at your fight and I will naturally know if you have surrendered. Guan Yang said angrily, there's no need to speak in such a grandiose manner. You're just trying to get us to consume penetrating Thunder City's strength, while you yourself are being a fisherman on the side. Wang Feng nodded. You're right to say that. After all, I can turn around and leave, waiting for penetrating Thunder City to completely exterminate you guys before cleaning up the mess. But can you turn around and walk away? Now you're the one begging for an alliance, not me. So please prove your worth and sincerity first, or I can still kill you first. Exterminate the Dragon Gate Iron and Steel Factory, set a fire to burn up the supplies, and completely break Lei Dongtian's back before slowly going after him. An alliance? I don't always get more than my share of the benefits, but I'm putting a ticking time bomb around myself. Do I have to? Guan Yang was dumbfounded. Wang Feng continued nonchalantly. I also feel strange. I didn't use your life to blackmail the Steel Factory to fight against penetrating Thunder City, yet you guys hit on me. What? Am I the one who talks to you nicely and in turn makes you think I'm nice? If you guys could have dragged Lei Dongtian here for a few hours until I arrived and killed him, would there be so much trouble now? Letting Lei Dongtian come and go as he pleases and withdrawing his troops in the middle of the night without even realizing it is simply a bunch of trash. Guan Yang opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but then he felt that Wang Feng had scolded him with good sense. Looking at Guan Yang's back as he returned to the Steel City wall, Chun Yang worried, Brother Wang, he won't go back and renege, will he? What if he refuses to come out again? Wang Feng slowly shook his head. He has no choice. No one would have a good choice if they were in the presence of a neighbor like Lei Dongtian. Chun Yang asked again. Someone in penetrating Thunder City recognized me. Lei Dongtian won't run straight to fight Manhwa in retaliation, right? Wang Feng said. Because of this black blade, Lei Dongtian will likely think that I am reinforcements from Dragon Gate Steel. My presence with you means that Farmers Union and Longman Steel have joined forces. If he doesn't even dare to continue the attack on Longman Steel, how will he labor to attack Manhwa again? Now it's him who's more afraid of Manhwa's all-out attack. Glancing at Chun Yang, Wang Feng said indifferently, unfortunately, Manhwa can't catch this opportunity. All you guys have been doing is just waiting to die. Waiting for Lei Dongtian to free his hands to exterminate you guys sometime is just a matter of time. Chun Yang scratched his head and said helplessly, but we really can't beat Lei Dongtian. Some people just said, whoever is the emperor isn't. Lei Dongtian can't kill everyone. Wang Feng had a cold laugh, did not say anything. This was because on the distant steel defense line, several flying aberrations had already risen up into the sky, and after circling a little, they either flew fast or slow in various different directions. Wang Feng's gaze was ghostly, and his grip on the long black sword tightened slightly. It's almost time to end the long-cherished dream of my past life. Lei Dongtian, where can you hide? At this very moment, the steel defense line was heading west-northwest, inside a town that had long been abandoned. In the humble hall of a hotel near the street, Lei Dongtian sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. In front of Lei Dongtian, there were several rows of exalts standing in solemnity. There were quite a few of them, but they were silent. A young woman with snowy skin walked quickly into the front door of the hotel, followed by 4 different shapes and sizes, with the same pugnacious aura. Upon entering, the 4 shifters stood consciously in line. The snow-skinned woman carried a box in her hands, which was spread out on the coffee table in front of Lei Dongtian, then turned around and drilled into Lei Dongtian's arms. The 4 affiliated forces in the north have been cleared, and the harvested tertiary crystals are all here. All the personnel that can be mobilized have been assembled as well. Brother Sky, give the order. Lei Dongtian wrapped one arm around Jiayu and opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze one by one from the several rows of exalted standing in front of him. Not counting the ice beauty Jiayu in her arms, there are still 32 level 4 alien here. Guys. Lei Dongtian opened his mouth. His voice was low and pleasant, with a mature magnetism, which made people unconsciously feel good when they heard it. I'm sure some of you have heard, from a few days ago when Li Zhang's squad lost contact after traveling to Lotus Peak, to yesterday when an affiliated force in the west was suspected to be in rebellion. A team of close guards who went to scout for the counterinsurgency, along with Chang Wei and 4 others, a total of 9 level 4 exalts were ambushed halfway through the journey, and all of them were wiped out. Until last night, when the foreign enemy invaded my base camp, not only did they set fire to the supplies, but the 1,000 Xenos who stayed behind were also slaughtered by half. Lei Dongtian's voice carried a hint of sorrow. In just a few days, the situation we are facing has taken a drastic turn for the worse. From being in a good place and on the verge of taking down Dragon Gate Steel, we are suddenly at the point of life and death. The point is that the culprits for all this are just a mere 2 shifters. Chang Yong, the leader of the Manhwa, is a level 5 Earth System psychic, and everyone has heard of his intelligence. The other person who appeared beside him, on the other hand, is without any precise information. All that is known now is the bloody battle report. Under the siege of hundreds of people, he was still able to shock Lu Qingqing to death in a single round, and shattered the bodies of 6 level 4 Xenos in a single breath. Lei Dongtian paused for a few seconds to allow the crowd to digest the news before he added, I ask myself if I can't do such a battle. So, I withdrew from the steel defenses and ordered you to come and join me. A temporary retreat is for a better counterattack. Penetrating Thunder City will never speak of defeat, and blood debts will only be paid in blood. But now, to complete the preparations as quickly as possible and launch a counterattack with thunderous force, I need 10 of you to make sacrifices for this. Only 10 are needed. Step forward if you wish. Chapter 107. As soon as Lei Dongtian's words fell, the 32 level 4 exalts took a step forward in unison without the slightest hesitation. Willing to die for the city lord, big brother. Lei Dongtian nodded in satisfaction and casually pointed out 10 people. Those who were named had a look of great honor on their faces and quickly came out to stand in a row. Take these tertiary crystals yourselves. Lei Dongtian pointed to the box spread out on the coffee table in front of him. Then each picks 10 men among his men and distributes the crystals to them for absorption. Be as fast as you can and pick those that have accumulated before and don't need to absorb 10 grains to advance. After all of them are promoted to the 4th level, bring them here. A row of 10 level 4 Xenos with resolute expressions said in unison. Yes. Then each picked some tertiary crystals and left. Lei Dongtian waved his hand, signaling the others to disperse as well. And soon, only Lei Dongtian and Zhao Yu were left in the hall. Lei Dongtian gently patted Zhao Yu's roundness, slightly showing a hint of exhaustion. Zhao Yu snuggled beside Lei Dongtian and said softly, Brother Tian, by accepting such an order, is it possible for them to break through the life magnetic field you've adjusted? Lei Dongtian proudly said, anyone at the same level as me or at a lower level can't escape the influence of my life magnetic field. The difference is only the length of time it takes, and once the vital magnetic field is tuned to a frequency loyal to me, it can never be altered again unless I am willing to release him voluntarily. Zhao Yu softly said, it's really a bit unbelievable when I think about the days before when I was hostile to Brother Tian. Luckily, Brother Tian, you didn't kill me, but patiently changed me. I'm also willing to sacrifice for Brother Tian at any time and do anything for him. So don't you ever not want me and release me? Then I won't be able to live. While saying that, Zhao Yu's body wrapped around Lei Dongtian, and soon there was a stirring and woozy sound that reached the outside of the hotel. The other 22 level 4 shifters waiting outside the hotel door had moved away a bit, still dutifully guarding the neighborhood. It wasn't long before one of the level 4 exalts that Lei Dongtian had picked out earlier led a group of newly promoted level 4 exalts over. Next, split into groups of 5 and go in to meet the city lord, while the others wait here honestly. Got it? Walking up to the entrance of the hotel, the 4th level leading the group admonished. Got it. Got it. These exalts who had just risen from level 3 to level 4 were filled with excitement. Who would have thought that a bad war would turn out to be a great joy for them? To actually be assigned crystals to helicopter level 4 and then come to have an audience with the city lord. This is clearly the rhythm of being reused. Don't look at the 3rd and 4th level as only a difference of one level. Treatment, power can be a world of difference. The 5 stood in a line and waited as Zhao Yu twisted her body and walked to the front door of the hotel. Come in, you guys. The 5 looked at me. I looked at you, and walked in with apprehension and excitement. Lei Dongtian was still sitting on the sofa in a big horse, and said in a low and pleasant magnetic voice, you guys come closer. The other 5 newly promoted level 4s who were waiting outside the door suddenly vaguely heard the sound of something crashing to the ground in the hotel lobby, and at the same time felt the hairs of sweat on their bodies stand up, like when the body is near an object with static electricity before the aura revives. Someone inexplicably felt a little uneasy, and looked around as 24 veteran level 4 Xenos were staring at them with expressionless faces. In the hotel lobby, Zhao Yu's body became crystal clear, radiant, and beautiful, and it wasn't affected in the slightest by Lei Dongtian's high-voltage electric field. Zhao Yu, the ice beauty, is not actually ice after her transformation, but pure diamond with the hardest texture. The other 5 newly promoted level 4s didn't have this ability, and had already fallen to the ground in convulsions. Zhao Yu's nails stretched out like several spikes, equally crystalline and radiant, and with only a gentle poke, he poked through the skull of a corpse on the ground, lifting it off and pulling out a level 4 crystal. Zhao Yu moved quickly, and after taking the 5 level 4 crystals, he dragged the corpse to an unseen corner again, then turning into his normal flesh and blood form, he walked out of the hotel with a big smile on his face and said to the other 5 newly minted level 4s, it's your turn. They went in and haven't come out yet. Someone couldn't help but say, his voice shaking a little. They're on a secret mission and have gone out the back door. Zhao Yu impatiently explained, what are you asking for? Hurry up and go in. The city lord is still waiting. A few of the men moved reluctantly into the hotel with faces like dirt. Then they heard someone say kindly, "Come closer, you guys." A moment later, Zhao Yu stepped out once again and signaled for the fourth-level alien who had just led the group to enter. Lei Dongtian's face was cold. "Go upstairs and find a room. And come back down to me after you've been promoted to the 5th level." The rank 4 alien received the 10 freshly cranial rank 4 crystals, bowed solemnly to Lei Dongtian, and turned around to go upstairs. At this moment, outside the hotel, another group of recently promoted level 4 psychics were led over, one by one, until the last senior level 4 evolver also received 10 fresh and incomparable level 4 crystals and went upstairs after saluting Lei Dongtian. Lei Dongtian settled downstairs and waited, and in the induction electromagnetic field spread around his body. The life magnetic fields of the 10 level 4 alienists upstairs were becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly, someone came in and reported, "A flying alien broke into the neighborhood and was shot down by our flying aliens." Judging by the direction it came from, it should be someone from Dragon Gate Steel. Lei Dongtian's face remained unchanged. "Don't bother. Even if they move to rush over now, there's still enough time." Outside the steel defense line, Wang Feng closed his eyes and rested his mind. Chang Yang watched the flying aliens in the sky rise and fall. A little anxious, they should not be acting here. A few thousand big living people, so far can not be found? Be at ease. Wang Feng said calmly, "If you can't wait, I can put you away first." It's better not to, Chang Yang said with a sarcastic smile. He felt that in just a blink of an eye, the environment and characters around him had all changed. And the key thing was that he didn't know exactly how long had passed. It's not a wonderful feeling, especially since Chang Yang had no idea how Wang Feng had done this. "I don't know if the time spent in the meantime has worked on myself. In case the next blink of an eye, and then come out as a few decades later, he or she directly becomes 70 years old and 80, not a few years to live. That is also too horrible." At that moment, someone came out of the city and ran to Wang Feng. It was one of the level 4 Xenos beside Guan Yang during the previous confrontation on the steel defense line. "The flying aliens we sent out basically returned. Only the ones that went to the northwest to scout never came back." Wang Feng stood up. "Are you guys ready?" The 4th level alien returned. "The death squad has been assembled and will depart in 5 minutes. Chapter 108, Formation. Soon row after row of figures appeared on the tall steel walls, sliding down the ropes to the outside of the city, and lining up neatly in the shadow of the walls. Chang Yang watched from afar and said somewhat sullenly, "This Dragon Gate Steel don't look like it has a small number of people, but the battle power seems to be much stronger than our Manhwa." Wang Feng said, "When you help me get things done, as long as you perform well enough, I don't mind if you take care of the Manhwa at that time. By the way." Of course, this was only said to Chang Yang. If there's no more farm credit at that point, naturally, there's no need for care. Chang Yang asked, "Brother Feng, can't you tell me what it is first?" Wang Feng said, "You can't do it with your current strength, so there's no point in telling you. After killing Lei Dongtian, I will help you improve your strength." At this time, the team assembled by Dragon Gate Steel had already begun to move and quickly approached Wang Feng and Chang Yang. It was Guan Yang who led the group at the very front. "Wind adepts move forward 10 kilometers to reconnoiter. The rest of you march in formation to follow," Guan Yang ordered in a loud voice, then left the group and walked towards Wang Feng. 300 daredevils, 7 level 4 alienists, and all the others are level 3. That's half of Dragon Gate Steel's immediate combat power. Guan Yang's tone could not be heard as proud or sad. Row after row of players ran past a few people's eyes. Most wore gray metal battle armor and carried gray metal weapons. Only a few had battle armor and weapons made of black metal. Seeing Wang Feng's eyes focused on the battle armor, Guan Yang explained, "Black gold is indestructible, but it's too heavy, so most people use a lower grade of gray metal. Only level 4 aliens and some power-type flesh-enhancing aliens use black and gold equipment. With this metal battle armor and weapons, 300 of us will be able to take down 2 to 3 times the manpower of penetrating Thunder City head-on." Wang Feng said, "No wonder you guys were able to hold out for so long with a steel defense line." Guan Yang stared at Wang Feng. "Now that we've abandoned our steel defenses, we're going out to fight a battle that will surely end in death. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be the one who runs away from the battle." Wang Feng smiled. "Certain death? Since you guys are willing to fight, it may not be. Instead, if you cower behind a steel defense line, it's truly certain death." Guan Yang withdrew his gaze and looked toward the daredevil who was gradually running away. "As far as I'm concerned, they're going to die. I'm going to die. And you two are going to die just the same. It's a foregone conclusion. The difference only lies in the fact that as long as the two of you don't run away from the battlefield, with our combined efforts, even if we die, we will definitely be able to cause running Thunder City to suffer unbearable losses, and even cause Lei Dongtian himself to suffer a severe injury that will be difficult to recover from. In that case, How can it be half a year or even a year from now if penetrating Thunder City wants to exterminate the power left behind by Dragon Gate Steel again? Anything can happen in such a long time. I can convince the others to come out of the city to fight to the death. Not because I believe that you can defeat Lei Dongtian, but I'm just begging for such an uncertain future. Seeing how pessimistic Guan Yang was, Wang Feng didn't bother to persuade him. With these 300 cannon fodder, it would be much easier to take on penetrating Thunder City. At least you won't be moving and getting all the attacks set on fire. Guan Yang returned to the brigade. Wang Feng and Chang Yong were just not slowing down to embellish at the back. Now he could only judge that Lei Dongtian was in this direction, but exactly how far away he was could only be searched by the scouts who had gone out in front. As for sending more flying aliens, regardless of what kind of psychic principle was used to fly, every psychic who could fly was a treasure, and not even 1 out of 100 psychics could be found. If penetrating Thunder City knocked down a few more, even if they won this time, they wouldn't be able to live in the future. And as a result, the procession was not traveling very fast. The wind system psychics changed from one batch to another, relying on the speed advantage brought by the psychic ability to go out to scout and search and then return to report. But all of them came up empty-handed. It wasn't until 3 hours later that a small town came far into view. No need to scout now, for already 2 flying aliens had lifted off from the town and hovered in the sky above the heads of the 300 daredevils. Soon, a stream of people poured out of the town to converge and form a square much larger than the Dragon Gate Steel daredevils. For a distance of a kilometer or two, the men on both sides silently faced each other. Guan Yang stood on a raised dirt slope and lowered his binoculars, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. The team from the opposite side, penetrating Thunder City, had definitely exceeded 3,000 people. 300 against 3,000. Even if these people of their own killed Lei Dongtian, how much battle power would be left? However, since it was all here, there was no longer any reason to retreat. Guan Yang slowly raised his right hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 tall golems of earth and stone stood silently. These puppets had no 5 senses, and the proportions of their torsos and limbs were abstract, but being lifeless and unafraid of pain, yet with strength beyond level 4, they were the best meat shields to use. In the front row of Daredevil's group, a shifter growled low and transformed into a giant grizzly bear. On the other side of the group, there was also a long-horned bull with blood-red eyes that mooed and issued a challenge towards the group from running Thunder City. Someone had draped woven-up pieces of metal armor over the grizzly and the bull, tied them securely, and tied 2 long sharp spikes to the bull's horns. A Zenomancer bellowed in the ranks, his Zenomancy spreading, and the skin of everyone in the wave began to glow red. Blood chi rose, and muscles churned, as if they were turned on in a state of berserkness. Guan Yang sighed darkly as he controlled the earth and stone golem to the front row. If it was on a steel defense, one's golem could be replaced with a steel one, more than doubling its power, but no one could carry that much steel at all times, so the only thing to do was to make do with what was available. Stone if there was stone, wood if there was wood. Suddenly, a small man in the group with a gray helmet and gray armor ran out of line and ran over to the golem, expertly reaching out and touching it. The gray metal on the smaller man's body faded in color to pure black and gold battle armor, and a delicate leaf of armor had revealed the man's identity. Guanshi stretched out his hand, and a large chunk of black gold on his back flowed, quickly covering the surface of the 3 earth and stone puppets with a thin layer of black. Shio! Guan Yang shouted sternly. Who told you to come? I came on my own. Sakisho didn't look back. Do you have any idea how hokey you are doing this? Guan Yang simply didn't know what to say. As long as Guanshi was around, the fighters of Dragon Gate Steel had close-crafted metal battle armor and weapons. The steel defenses can even be further reinforced and raised. That's what gives Guan Yang the confidence to think that Dragon Gate Steel can continue to hold out even if he dies. But if Guanshi died here, what was the point of all that he had done? Brother, you are the only family I have in this world. Guanshi said calmly. I understand all the great things you said, but I'm just a selfish girl. If only your death is possible in exchange for my living, then I would rather die with you. I am unwilling to continue guarding Dragon Gate Steel without you. Chapter 109. Guan Yang growled. I'm just a selfish brother too. If you're going to die, then what's the point of me fighting for my life here? For the survivors in the defense who don't know each other? I'm not that noble. I order you now, immediately, at once, to withdraw to the steel defenses. Guanshi acted as if he didn't hear it and just continued to cover the 3 earth and stone puppets with thin black metal. After covering it, he drew out a short black and gold sword and carried a black and gold shield in his other hand, and headed to Guan Yang's side. Not moving, you manipulate the puppet to attack. I'll protect you. Guan Yang took 2 deep breaths and wanted to say something else. Enough, how long do we have to childish here? Wang Feng came to the front of the group at some point and said in an indifferent tone, have you not noticed that the opposite side is in no hurry at all to attack up to now? Chun Yong saw in his binoculars that there was no Lei Dongtian in the opposite array. Regardless of where Lei Dongtian is right now and what he's doing, you guys dilly-dallying and delaying like this is only the thing he's most willing to see. If you want all of you to survive, then take advantage of Lei Dongtian's absence and attack immediately. Chun Yong wrapped his whole body with the cement from the road again and turned into the image of a cement giant, even taller than a few of Guan Yang's puppets, who also rushed to the front of the team at this moment, shouting loudly in an urn, "Don't you consume alien energy to maintain your puppets? Hurry up and attack." The corners of Guan Yang's eyes cracked as he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, roaring, "All members, battle formation, charge, rumble." The 3 earth and stone golems led the way, with the transforming grizzly bear and that bull right behind them. And then behind them was a vote of muscle-barred flesh-enhancing aliens, guarding Guan Yang and Guan Shi in the center. A group of men formed an arrowhead, leading the 300 Xenos behind them, and charged down the high dirt slope. The troops were pointed directly at the Penumbra city forces that were silently laying down their defenses outside of the town. With a gentle leap, Wang Feng jumped onto Chun Yong's shoulder and said, "Don't get attached to the battle. Just break through their defenses and go into the town to find Lei Dongtian." Chun Yong responded, pulling away at an angle with Dragon Gate Steel's group and slamming into penetrating Thunder City's battle formation from the other direction in a horn's position. In the middle of the battle formation of penetrating Thunder City, a blinding light suddenly flashed up, and that was the ice beauty Xiaoyu, whose body had turned into the form of a shining diamond. "Defense! Earth wall! Ice spikes! Fire rain!" Xiaoyu shouted shrilly and commanded penetrating Thunder City to respond. A wall of chest-high earth rose up from the ground, stopping the charging line of Dragon Gate Steel before it. However, in front of Guan Yang's puppet, these earth walls were only just a cut above his knees, and with a slight lift of his leg, he crashed and rotted a large portion of it, and led the team to destroy it. It was hardly affected at all, except for an overall slowdown. Just after leaping over the wall of dirt, he was immediately greeted by a large expanse of smooth ice. There was still a blade of ice standing up irregularly on the ice, and a fast-rushing shifter slipped and fell, landing on his buttocks and sliding towards one of the blades. The alien screamed in horror and hastily swung up a metal arm shield to block it. The ice blade was shattered and also left a deep scar on the arm shield. Earth system unleashed. Guan Yang drank. The Earth-type psychics in Dragon Gate Steel's team rushed to unleash their powers, inducing the dirt under the ice to surge upwards, tearing the ice into pieces and posing no further threat. "Raise your shield!" Guan Yang bellowed again. The rain of fire from the sky arrived. String after string of fireballs and fireblades that were either large or small in size and dark or light in color fell from the sky, splitting their heads and smashing down. There were also some translucent light green wind blades and some messy miscellaneous supernatural abilities mixed in. The daredevils continued to charge forward while raising their shields in unison. The metal shields lit up with various colors of alien energy, ready to meet the rain of fire. The deformed grizzly bear and the long-horned bull let out long whistles at the same time, their hooves flipping and accelerating as they rushed out of the coverage area of the fire rain. And right in front of them was the defense line of penetrating Thunder City. There were no more than 3 shots at the enemy, and after the 3 rounds of alien energy were sent, both sides were at a short distance from each other. 300 against 3,000. Dragon Gate Steel did not have the capital to blast long-range powers against each other, so it could only carry the attack hard and rush to the front to fight with the opposite side in close combat. Only the 2 sides mixed together. The advantage of the number of people is not so important. More than the competition is the quality of the single soldier and combat strength. The advantages of the Dragon Gate Steel manpower, a set of battle armor weapons, can be played out. Boom! The 2 sides' men and horses violently crashed together, and the killing sound shook the sky and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Like a great torrent, the Dragon Gate Steel daredevils tore an opening in the defense line of penetrating Thunder City and charged in unstoppably. Guan Yang's puppets were the most ferocious, and these big lifeless guys didn't care about the attacks they were receiving as they rampaged through the crowd, punching one little friend at a time. "Kill the puppeteer! Kill the puppeteer first!" A level 4 alien shouted loudly and rushed towards Guan Yang with a few level 3 alien. Guan Shi stood in front of Guan Yang, his shield flying, blocking a set of alien energy attacks. Then a few armor leaves on his body suddenly lifted off, clang clang clang, shooting out. The black and gold armor leaves flew out in dazzling trajectories, darting across the necks of several Xenos, circling around in the air and flying back, reassembling themselves on the battle armor. Several third-level aberrants had their necks mostly chopped off, and they planted themselves on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one 4th-level aberrant left who was still charging over. "I'll take care of this one. You just manipulate the puppet." Guan Shi raised his short sword and shield and fought with the 4th-level aberrant from penetrating Thunder City. Within a few rounds of exchanging hands, suddenly, the eyes of this 4th-level alien rolled over, and his whole body became immobile. Guan couldn't think about it in detail, and directly rushed up to the head with a knife, before he had the heart to look around. Just a short distance away, the 3-meter-tall stone giant crushed its way through the crowd of penetrating Thunder City. Wang Feng, who stood on the giant's shoulders, wielded a short blade in each of his hands, specializing in staring down and killing the 4th-level aberrations of penetrating Thunder City. Get close to that diamond pussy. Wang Feng signaled Cheng Yong to turn around slightly. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhao Yu was showing off his ferocity. Zhao Yu, whose entire body was glowing with crystal light, didn't care too much about using his body to receive it hard, regardless of the daredevil's machete or the incoming alien attacks. Zhao Yu laughed loudly and shrilly, waving her thin, sharp diamond nails, piercing through the metal battle armor like tofu, stabbing one Dragon Gate steel daredevil after another. This diamond, who was actually materially immune plus magically immune, while at the same time being incredibly cocky and dodging Guan Yang's puppets. It was surprising that no one was able to block her for a while. Cheng Yong twisted his body and casually lifted his hand on the ground. A large piece of dirt mixed with debris flew out with a loud bang, and his person followed and rushed towards Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's face changed slightly. His palms opened violently. 10 diamond nails flew out with a whoosh sound, and shot the several nearby besieged aberrations into sieves, and twisted around and ran away. It's only now that you want to run. Can you still run away? Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood up straight and stomped his feet. Cheng Yong's 3-meter-tall concrete giant body was stomped back a few steps to stabilize his body, and Wang Feng had already shot out electrically, charging straight at Zhao Yu in the distance. Chapter 110: A Confused Battlefield. A battlefield of unparalleled chaos. Wang Feng, however, was walking as if he was idly walking. 2 long black and gold swords appeared in his hands, and between the flashes of the blades, several penetrating Thunder City exalts beside him who were besieging one of the Daredevil members collapsed to the ground, with only half of his shield left and his chest armor in tatters. This daredevil threw a grateful glance at Wang Feng and immediately turned around and threw himself into another battle circle. The difference in personnel numbers is still too great. The initial charge of the daredevils was gradually curbed, and they began to fall into the siege of Penumbra. Almost every daredevil faced a siege of 2 to 3 men. On the periphery there were more shifters who couldn't squeeze in front of them waiting to fill in at the top, occasionally aiming to throw a shot of shifter energy. Both the grizzly and the bull were pestered by the level 4 alien band. Grizzly bears are better, from time to time twisting their big asses to stand up. Their huge bear paws can slap away 2 or 3 third-level aberrations at once. The bull was surrounded by a group of people, both horns against the ground. Want to charge but cannot charge up. There are always a few third level is always following the body, always ready to take action on the back door, so can only clamp the tail in place in a circle. When they looked around, Guan Yang, Guan Shi, and a few of the other level 4 exalts from Dragon Gate Steel had been entangled as well. If this continued, there was no need to wait for Lei Dongtian to appear. These 300 people from Dragon Gate Steel would soon be handed over. With both sides fighting to this point, there was no longer any need to wonder about whether Dragon Gate Steel had secretly surrendered. Wang Feng's mind was racing. Even if it was just to prevent these people from returning to Lei Dongtian's aid after killing all the daredevils, he had to do something to make the daredevils hold on a little longer. In terms of total numbers, penetrating Thunder City had an absolute advantage, 10 times as much. Class 4 alien. There were more than 20 of them present in penetrating Thunder City, which was also 3 times the number of Dragon Gate's Steel Daredevil team. The advantage of your own side. In a level 5 alien, only one person in penetrating Thunder City, Zhao Yu, could be viewed as an approximation of a level 5 combatant, and on his own side, there was Guan Yang, Cheng Yong, and the Grizzly Bear and Bull combined could barely count as one. Cheng Yong, charge back and forth a couple times, Wang Feng shouted out, while he himself temporarily abandoned Zhao Yu and turned to rush in the other direction. The long sword flashed, killing a bloody path hard in the battlefield. Charge with me. The daredevils who were rescued from the siege by Wang Feng all converged behind Wang Feng, and with Wang Feng as the arrowhead, in the very center of this battlefield, they started to charge again. They were shocked to find that the alien in front of them, who was still a stranger to them and had been in a vaguely hostile state a few hours ago, rushed up faster than factory director Guan had when he had led them down from the high slopes. In their eyes, perhaps Wang Feng's speed was just too fast, so fast that the alien energies hastily thrown out by the opposite penetrating Thunder City's alien energies were just like tracing edges. All of them grazed their bodies and flew elsewhere, and there was no need for Wang Feng to take the trouble to fend them off. Wang Feng just kept his mind on charging, rescuing more people, and then continued to lead the charge. In this moment, the grizzly bear had already had several chains of water wrapped around his body, restricting his range of movement. The 2 bear paws in front of him were bloody, and there were several more deep cuts on his body, staining the surrounding bear for a dark red. Just then, Wang Feng had already arrived, and without a moment's hesitation, he slashed at one of the 4th level aberrations that surrounded the grizzly bear. The man had a bald head, more than 2 meters tall, and was holding a long-handled sword in his hand, which was very powerful. When he saw Wang Feng charging, he hurriedly turned his greatsword around and crossed his blade pole to defend himself. Then by Wang Feng a knife cleaved off the knife pole. Not the slightest pause and the light lady head on the shell issued "Poo-hiss," a muffled sound. It's as easy as smashing a broken can. After circling around the grizzly bear, none of the level 4 exotics could block Wang Feng's slash. In the blink of an eye, the 4 4th level aberrants on this side were killed by Wang Feng. Wang Feng waved his head at the grizzly bear. Follow. The grizzly bear growled and dragged his injured body to follow Wang Feng. By this time, there were roughly 200 Daredevil members surviving in the entire battlefield, and among them, there were 30 to 40 people following Wang Feng. This has been a force to be reckoned with. Wang Feng led Grizzly Bear and these 30 to 40 people, turned around again, and rushed towards Guan Yang. On the other side, the alien who transformed into a bull let out a shocking moo. His body with several knives stuck in it violently charged forward, and his thick horns knocked over 2 level 4 aliens one after another, and his body heavily smashed on the ground, never moving again. Stop them. Don't let them charge up. Zhao Yu, who was temporarily out of danger, hid far away and was there again shouting and directing at the top of his voice. Wang Feng glanced coldly at Zhao Yu, saying that he would let you bounce around for 2 more minutes, and increased his speed to rush towards Guan Yang. One of Guan Yang's 3 great puppets had already been dismantled, and the other was missing half of its arm. The price penetrating Thunder City paid for this was dozens of level 3 Xenos and 2 more level 4s. The bodies collapsed in a circle around the shattered golem. Half of the black and gold armor leaf on Guanshi was missing, and a strand of blood was flowing down his cheek from the corner of his forehead. Still he kept swinging his sword, deadlocking the 3 level 4 Xenos who were attacking Guan Yang, while maneuvering the 2 large puppets around most of the enemies. Guan Yang kept waving his hand to create small puppets from the scattered rocks to launch suicidal attacks on the level 4 aberrations surrounding Guanshi, counting those who were besieging the puppets. The 2 Guan Yang siblings alone had held back 9 level 4s as well as hundreds of level 3s. With a boom sound, the second puppet was also completely shattered, leaving only a small half of its body standing on the pile of rubble, no longer posing a threat. Immediately, 2 more level 4s were separated from the besieging Xenos, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Guan Yang. Xiao Shi, Guan Yang shouted. You have to go. Shut up, Sakisho said coldly, his arm shield flung out to deflect a fireball before it was sent crashing away to who knows where. Roar! With an ear-splitting roar, the grizzly bear violently leapt out from the crowd. 2 huge bear claws pinched and rolled over a level 4 alien, pressing him to vigorously rub on the ground. On the steel golem's side, Wang Feng's figure flashed, and his black and gold long knife mercilessly harvested lives. Regardless of level 3 or 4, all of them were a single cut. Fight to the death one by one. The 3 level 4s who had surrounded Guanshi, plus the one who had just supported them and had not been blocked by Grizzly Bear. The 4 of them converged and looked at each other, their eyes conveying a final frenzy and tacit understanding, then unanimously rushed towards Guanshi. Guan Yang was level 5. The Grizzly Bear had thick skin and flesh, and Wang Feng was a god of killing. The best thing to kill in this neighborhood is Guanshi. Of the 4, 2 were flesh-enhanced, and the metal weapons in their hands had long since been destroyed by Guanshi with his powers, but their bodies were still powerful weapons. The other 2, one of ice and one of fire, did not spare what was left of the alien energy in their bodies, and the ice arrows and fireballs were almost in a string, blasting at Guanshi unceasingly. No! Guan Yang screamed, maneuvering the last golem to turn around and rescue it, but the golem that was still a few dozen meters away was too late to come to the rescue. Guan Yang closed in and lunged, drawing his sword and barely blocking a level 4, but as a level 5 puppet alien, Guan Yang's melee ability was as far as it went, and in the blink of an eye, he was violently punched several times, and could only rely on his level 5 survivability to carry on. Silly brother, Guanshi said softly. All of the black and gold armor leaves on Guanshi's body fell off, piecing together 2 layered and rapidly rotating shields above his body. The shield slightly resisted for an instant under the continuous arrow-like blast of ice and fire-type powers. The last level 4 physical exalt finally rushed closer and did his best to blast Guanshi with a punch. Chapter 111, Entering the Town. At this very moment, the golem covered in black metal was desperately trying to get here, but it was still more than 20 meters away. Normally this distance would take less than a second, but at the moment it was the distance between life and death. And behind Guanshi, Guan Yang was being whisked around and pounded by another 4th level flesh alien. Guan Yang's eyes showed despair. The physical exalt in front of him clearly knew that even if he pressed on any longer, it would be impossible to kill the level 5 Guan Yang in a short period of time. so all his actions were just to stall for time, as long as Guan Yang couldn't rush through, not even giving a chance to fight for his life. A sardonic smile appeared on the face of the last level 4 flesh alien. Everyone on the battlefield was some distance away, and no one could save the damned woman in front of them. The flesh alien grabbed at Guanshi's last-minute slash with one hand, while the other clenched his fist and slammed it directly into Guanshi's head. Without the black gold armor piece to protect him, Guanshi was no different from a stripped lamb in his eyes. One punch and you're smashed into a pancake, and out of the corner of his eye, the flurry of ice arrows and fireballs were also expanding rapidly and were about to hit Guanshi. Boom 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 boom. The expression on the face of the 4th level physical body alien from penetrating Thunder City became stupefied as he looked down at his own body in disbelief. His own chest and abdomen position, half smoldering, half frozen still bubbling with the slightest white gas, was blasted out of a number of large and small transparent holes, and could even see through to see the scene behind himself. No way. This TM can be hit crooked? The flesh alien twisted his head with incomparable difficulty and looked toward the 2 level 4 alien, one ice and one fire, in the distance, only to find that the 2 men were already lying on the ground ahead of themselves, and by the looks of that, each one had eaten a few vicious alien attacks from the other. But how is that possible? The flesh shifter didn't have a chance to figure out why, and was quickly chopped to the ground by the charging Guanshi, who added 2 slashes. Guanshi, who had narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, and she didn't know how those psychic attacks that came straight at her suddenly appeared behind the opposite physical psychic and directly beat him into a sieve. Wang Feng turned his head to look. The 4th level alien underneath the grizzly bear was already a bloody mess, ravaged into a pile of broken flesh by the frenzied grizzly bear. Using spatial displacement himself, he allowed the 2 ice and fire exalts to send out their powers to kill themselves and the flesh exalt in seconds. The 2 level 4s and a bunch of level 3s that surrounded the golem were also cut down by themselves to the point that not many were left, plus the 2 level 4s that Guan Yang's puppet had put up a fight earlier. Of the 9 level 4 Xenos here, in less than a minute, there was already only one left who was still blocking Guan Yang in a physical fight. By this time, Guanshi and Grizzly Bear had already surrounded them, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to survive. Looking further into the distance, dozens of daredevils had also gathered behind the stone giant that Chung Yong had incarnated, and were rushing this way in preparation for the rendezvous. On the entire battlefield, other than this battle group where Wang Feng's men were in a total of more than 100 daredevils added up behind Cheng Yong, the rest of the area was almost exclusively filled with penetrating Thunder City's aberrations, crowded and densely packed. They still numbered no less than 2,000. However, Wang Feng grinned. The scales of victory have tipped, or at least are back to being even, because, aside from Zhao Yu, who was the last one to shine and had taken advantage of the chaos to break away from the battlefield and was escaping towards the inside of the town, there was no longer a single level 4 exalt belonging to penetrating Thunder City on the field. The 7 level 4s, no, 8 level 4s on the Dragon Gate Steel side of the departure, when Guan Yang didn't know that his sister had secretly mixed into the team as well. 8 level 4s, and right now there are still 2 alive, Guanshi and Grizzly Bear. What's more crucial is that there's also Sekian, a level 5. Don't look at the nearly depleted alien energy Guan Yang being pressed by a level 4 physical alien, but facing a level 3 alien, Guan Yang could have crushed it just by virtue of his body. Can a small flock of sheep, led by a few lions, outweed another, much larger flock? In Wang Feng's opinion, there is no longer any suspense. Wang Feng reached out and 3 tubes of red liquid were thrown to Guan Yang, Guanshi and Grizzly Bear respectively. That was the healing liquid made by Xia Chen, and Wang Feng still had about 100 sticks in his space. Drink it, it will heal the wound, Wang Feng briefly explained, then once again jumped onto the shoulder of the concrete giant that had rushed closer. As the 2 teams of Dragon Gate Steel converged, the battlefield was temporarily calm. The 2003rd level aberrations from penetrating Thunder City surrounded the 100 or so death squads in the center of the battlefield, but anyone who wasn't blind could see the trepidation on their faces. There was a huge difference in numbers, but there was still a 4th level on the opposite side, and a 5th level. On the contrary, on our side, it's only been a few minutes since the fight broke out. More than 20 level 4 exalts had already been spelled out. Even Ice Beauty ran away. Is it still necessary for them to keep fighting? I'll leave you guys to it on this side. Wang Feng spoke to Guan Yang, then patted Chung Yong. Go, take you to kill Lei Dongtian. Kill. With Guan Yang's roar, the Daredevil team, with only 100 or so people left, brazenly launched an active attack on the 2,000 penetrating Thunder City exalts that surrounded them. Amidst the rekindled flames of war, Chung Yong carries Wang Feng to kill a bloody road and rushes to the abandoned town at the end of the battlefield. In the town, outside the hotel, Zhao Yu, whose entire body had turned into diamonds, was alone on the street. He himself had already told Tian about the battle outside. including his speculation about Wang Feng's supernatural powers after seeing it with his own eyes. The next task for himself was to stall the enemy, as long as he could, and try to buy as much time as possible for Tian. Tian, who had just been promoted to a rank 6 alien, needed time to familiarize himself with the new realm and the new alien ability. More than an hour ago, in the lobby of the hotel, an alien who had just risen to level 5 stood in front of Lei Dongtian. There were 9 bodies at his feet. These men, like him, had not long ago been veteran level 4s, guards who were absolutely loyal to the city lord. After receiving the news that their old home had been invaded, under the orders of the city lord, they slaughtered 4 affiliated forces in a single night and harvested nearly 1,000 tertiary crystals. Then 100 level 3 subordinates were picked out and absorbed these crystals individually, obtaining 100 freshly baked level 4 alienists. These 100 level 4 psychics quickly contributed their own psychic crystals, supplying 10 of them to absorb them, allowing them to quickly rise to level 5. Now, it's their turn to contribute again. Looking at Lei Dongtian, who was sitting on the sofa, still holding a level 5 crystal in his hand that he was absorbing, a trace of struggle flashed through the eyes of this newly promoted level 5 alien. Contribute yourself? Is it really worth it? Lei Dongtian seemed to have noticed something and raised his head slightly, his eyes looking at this 5th level alien with a ghostly look. The 5th level alien seemed to feel that a certain scale in his heart and soul was being slightly rattled, and the image of the city lord in front of him became more and more lofty, sacred, and inviolable in his heart. One is willing to give everything to the great lord of the city. The 5th level alien's gaze regained its calmness, and it was still tinged with a fervent admiration for Lei Dongtian. Do it! Lei Dongtian nodded in satisfaction and gave the order. The 5th level alien then drew his machete, grabbed his hair with one hand, and held the knife to his neck with force. The great head was then lifted in his hands. The headless alien cupped his head in both hands and bent respectfully over the coffee table. Chapter 112, First Encounters. Lei Dongtian's expression was indifferent. Only after absorbing the level 5 crystals in his hand did he remove the crystals from the head on the coffee table, then casually tossed the open head aside. He told lies to Zhao Yu. When an alien is promoted to the same level as himself, he can normally still be absolutely loyal and follow orders, but once confronted with a life and death choice such as the present one, and accepting such a demand that goes completely against the instincts of life, the tweaked life magnetism is prone to fluctuations and is likely to break free from its control. One needs to exert constant influence on oneself to make them kill themselves willingly. Where are the loyal subordinates? Loyalty without absolutes is absolute disloyalty. It's just some spare consumables. Lei Dongtian closed his eyes and continued to absorb the alien energy crystals. After he got up to level 6 and solved his immediate difficulties, he could just build a bunch of random level 5 toolmen. The 5th level crystals quickly became dull in Lei Dongtian's hands as a stream of energy continued to pour into his body, until the last crystal sucked out. Lei Dongtian's whole body shook violently, the surrounding aura gathered furiously, and when everything calmed down, Lei Dongtian formally stepped into the ranks of the 6th level alien. It was also at this time that the 4th level aberrants of penetrating Thunder City outside the town were slaughtered, and Zhao Yu escaped back alone to report the battle to Lei Dongtian. Zhao Yu was then sent outside to meet Wang Feng while Lei Dongtian continued to hide in the hotel. He had just lied to Zhao Yu again. What with the familiarization with the realm and the alien powers, there was no need at all. He just needed a decoy. The promoted electromagnetic field dispersed out around his body, enveloping a range of tens of meters. In the electromagnetic field perception, the life magnetic field of Zhao Yu outside the hotel was extraordinarily clear, outlining his shimmering human form. The clearest thing was the alien crystal in Zhao Yu's head, and the intense glow proved Zhao Yu's level 4 strength. Lei Dongtian sneered in his heart. He had just further verified the enemy's strength from Zhao Yu's mouth, and it was almost a nail-biting level 6 alien. Right now, as long as it was a level 6, it would be more senior than him. A level 6 who had been promoted for less than 10 minutes, and farther along the evolutionary path. So how is he willing to go out and fight hard in person? Throwing Zhao Yu out to attract attention and ambushing himself for a sneak attack was the way to go. It was Zhao Yu, who had been adjusted to the life magnetic field and took his words completely as holy orders, who couldn't realize this and went to stand guard outside without question. Just then, Lei Dongtian's face suddenly changed as he sensed 2 new lifeforms in the electromagnetic field he had spread out, and the magnetic field strength of each of them far exceeded that of the welcoming Zhao Yu. It's a 5 and a 6. Just a few seconds before Lei Dongtian sensed Wang Feng in Changyang. The eyes of Wang Feng, who was running, narrowed imperceptibly. Among the spatial perceptions, it was as if a circular demarcation had appeared in front of his own body. On the demarcation side, the tiny floating dust that should have been floating haphazardly and disorderly and hard to see with the naked eye was now arranged into one regular shape after another under the action of an invisible force. It was clearly the state of these microscopic dusts absorbing an electric charge and then being affected by an electromagnetic field. It was undoubtedly from Lei Dongtian's supernatural ability. Wang Feng pretended not to notice and walked forward a bit more, his body already coming to the edge of the electromagnetic field. But there was still no sign of the enemy amongst his own spatial perception. Just through the curved edge of the electromagnetic field, Wang Feng had been able to roughly determine where the center of the electromagnetic field's circle was, which should be inside that hotel 50 meters away. I'm sure Lei Dongtian is hiding there. 6th grade. In this instant, Wang Feng realized that Lei Dongtian's alien ability level had definitely reached level 6 as well. Otherwise, even if there was any difference in the nature of the Thunderbolt ability and the space ability, it wouldn't be so bad that the range of the ability would still be comparable to his own despite the difference of one level. Wang Feng didn't move and ostensibly continued to rush towards Zhao Yu, who was not far ahead with Chen Yang. Darkly had quietly unleashed a space distortion. The distortion is not where one is, but the space around the body. Any psychic attack aimed at oneself would be deflected as it passed through the warped space and would never hit. According to his previous understanding, Lei Dongtian's lightning attack was extremely fast, and when he launched his attack and then used spatial displacement, Wang Feng was worried that it would be too late to react. Come on! Zhao Yu's whole body was shining with crystal light. The whole person was a large diamond, and his fingers stretched out long, like a crystal clear shotgun, and he met Wang Feng and Chen Yang's onslaught with open teeth and claws without fear. Chen Yang didn't notice the presence of the electromagnetic field in the surroundings, and with only one Zhao Yu in his eyes, he swung a concrete fist the size of a sandbag and rushed forward. Zhao Yu's figure was exceptionally agile, easily avoiding the concrete giant's fist, and with a short stance, he circled around to the side, and the short diamond spear that his fingers had turned into shone down on his ribs and jabbed them. The hardness of this level 4 diamond shotgun, Herculeanly, also exceeded that of Process Yang's concrete armor, and every single one of them had completely missed the inside of the armor. Chen Yang's muffled laughter came from the thick concrete armor. Ha ha ha! You can't break my defense this short. With a fierce twist of his body, Chen Yang stiffly snapped off as many of the short diamond guns that had been inserted into the concrete casing as he could. With a miserable scream, Zhao Yu retreated violently, but in the process of storming back, one finger was back as good as new. It seemed that the part that had been broken by Chen Yang could only be considered her fingernail at best. Wang Feng followed closely behind Chen Yang, and as he continued to rush forward, his spatial perception finally reflected the lanky figure sitting in the hotel not far away, and the bodies lying around him. In a flash, Wang Feng had understood how Lei Dongtian had promoted to rank 6 in a seemingly impossible amount of time. It was clearly sacrificing the lives of his men and absorbing their alien crystals. At the same time Chen Yang and Zhao Yu exchanged blows. Lei Dongtian, who was lurking in the hotel, also made a move. There seemed to be a buzz in the air, and the invisible electromagnetic field instantly revealed its hideous fangs. Wang Feng immediately felt a dense and tiny electric current surrounding his entire body, and his entire body was in a state of being paralyzed by electric shocks, and his movement speed suddenly dropped by 30%. At the same time, a great force acted on the long black and gold sword held by Wang Feng, as if it wanted to take it away from Wang Feng's hands in a hard way. Ka-la-la! Just as Wang Feng was paralyzed and decelerated by the electric field, and the long sword in his hand was also being pulled by the magnetic force, an arm-thick thunderbolt suddenly appeared in midair, and with true swiftness, it slashed down in the air like a white pike. Then, this falling thunder struck heavily on the road, which was 2 meters away from Wang Feng, and the sturdy concrete pavement was blasted out into a large crater. Lei Dongtian in the hotel stood up with a huff. How is that possible? The target that was perceived clearly in the electromagnetic field was almost like being completely locked by itself. So how could this falling thunder strike so outrageously crooked? Wang Feng grinned. The long black and gold sword in his hand instantly disappeared, having been placed into the pendant space. What appeared in his hand instead was a long, sharp, spotted bell horn over a meter long. This was Wang Feng's hunt in the Dragon Ridge mountain range, and it had been worked out of the grip, which was like a bone-long sword in Wang Feng's hands. Knowing that Lei Dongtian was a lightning attribute, how could Wang Feng not prepare for it? This antelope horn was insulated. Taking advantage of Lei Dongtian's moment of dismay when his blow missed, Wang Feng gently handed out the antelope horn. The tip of the long horn truly disappeared like an antelope hanging from its horn, piercing through space and appearing in Lei Dongtian's head in the hotel. Chapter 113, This World and the Past World. With a bare sound, Wang Feng's invincible spatial piercing fell through. The head on Lei Dongtian's shoulder disappeared, and in its place was a large mass of tangled, glowing electric currents shooting chaotically. The antelope stabbed Lei Dongtian's brain, but it was also equal to a miss, churning in the current for a few moments, failing to cause any damage to Lei Dongtian. Wang Feng did not hesitate to retrieve the antelope horn and swiftly struck again, stabbing Lei Dongtian's heart straight through space. Lei Dongtian's head returned to its original state, but the left half of his torso exploded into a ball of electricity the moment the antelope horn appeared, once again leaving Wang Feng with no success. Wang Feng stopped moving for the time being, and Lei Dongtian didn't take advantage of the situation to launch another attack. For a while, only Chang Yong on the other side of the street was still entangled with Zhao Yu, and the two of them fought further and further down the street, gradually pulling away from each other by a distance. The two men, one in the guise of a diamond and the other covered in thick concrete, were virtually unaffected by the paralyzing effects of the electric field, while Wang Feng and Lei Dongtian stood separately inside and outside the hotel. They briefly confronted each other like this for a few seconds. The two didn't even see each other's faces, not to mention the pre-battle process of saying harsh words to each other and playing verbal jabs. Directly each launched a round of attacks. Lei Dongtian didn't know that he had been discovered by Wang Feng and struck what he thought was a sneak attack thunder strike. Wang Feng intentionally revealed a break to lure Lei Dongtian to make the first move, taking advantage of the shock of Lei Dongtian's attack falling short to unleash a counterattacking killing move. But whichever person's strength was a little bit worse and couldn't cope with the other party's psychic ability, they would have been lying on the ground at this moment, and where was the need for nonsense? But the result of the first round of exchanges was that both sides were still standing nicely, and no one's attacks were working. Wang Feng stood still, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation at hand. Chang Yang was already pressing Zhao Yu and winning was only a matter of time. After all, the two of them differed by one ability level, and even if diamond transformation was rarer than earth ability, it wouldn't be able to support them for too long. Outside of the town, without the level 4 lead penetrating Thunder City team, it was a high probability that they would be routed by the daredevils. Lei Dongtian still maintained the electromagnetic field, and the tiny arcs of electricity continued to attack Wang Feng's body. However, the two were tens of meters apart, and the strength of the electric field at this distance could not cause any substantial damage other than paralyzing and slowing down Wang Feng. He himself maintained the space distortion around his body, while Lei Dongtian unfolded the electromagnetic field. Could it be that he was going to fight which side of his supernatural energy consumed more next? See who can't hold on sooner? Wang Feng immediately dismissed this option in his mind. Although it seemed that Guan Yang and Chang Yang were both friends and not enemies now, Wang Feng did not want to fight with Lei Dongtian until he was exhausted, and then go and gamble on whether or not their character was reliable and would end up in a fishing expedition. People's hearts were hard to catch and test, and Wang Feng simply did not intend to put himself in that situation and give them a chance to hesitate. However, this didn't stop Wang Feng from forcing Lei Dongtian to take the lead. Wang Feng flipped his hand and a grade 4 crystal appeared, and he calmly began to absorb it, putting on the appearance that he was going to fight a war of attrition. Although the level 4 crystals were no longer effective in terms of upgrading, absorbing the energy inside was still much faster than simply relying on the outside world's aura to recover. Perhaps sensing the return of Wang Feng's energy through the electromagnetic field, Lei Dongtian seemed to be unable to stay in the hotel, and his tall body lifted his leg and took a step forward, and then the leg broke. One of Wang Feng's spatial rifts opened in front of Lei Dongtian's thigh at the right time. Unlike spatial penetration, when Wang Feng pierced through space to launch an attack, no matter if there was suddenly an extra stick in his head or chest, the opponent was vaguely able to feel it. It's just that the vast majority of people, even if they feel it, don't have the means to be able to instantly respond to save their lives. If you can't make a response in 0.1 seconds, you never have to respond again because you're already dead. Lei Dongtian was clearly an exception, possessing the means to nullify Wang Feng's attacks like instantly transforming into electricity. However, a spatial rift that could be seen as having no thickness represented extreme sharpness, and no resistance would be felt when the body touched the spatial rift. It's like when you get cut by an extremely sharp knife. You barely even feel the pain. By the time the information that the leg is broken is sent back to the brain by the nerves, the leg has been broken at the same time. Lei Dongtian, who had broken his leg, was expressionless, as if what he had broken was not his own leg. A thick arc of electricity emerged from the broken side of the thigh, pulling on the severed lower half of the leg and stiffly connecting the two legs back together. Then the disconnected part dissolved into a mass of electricity, which then returned to flesh and blood, and the leg grew back as well as if it had never been broken. Lei Dongtian coldly and slowly turned his head, looking in Wang Feng's direction through the hotel's outer wall, and took another provocative and slow step. Wang Feng didn't open another spatial rift. Yesterday in the middle of the night in Lei's village, opening dozens of fissures in a row had almost reached its limit. Lei Dongtian, this localized incarnation of the current of the ability to consume a great deal, is still unknown. One does not want to use the most energy-consuming spatial rift to spar for the time being. Seemingly sensing Wang Feng's slight hesitation, with a loud thud, Lei Dongtian's entire body flickered with electricity. His speed suddenly nearly doubled, and he took the opportunity to directly smash the hotel's outer wall, rushing onto the street. As the distance approached, Wang Feng immediately felt that the strength of the electric field around his body had also increased, and the effect of paralysis and deceleration was almost approaching 40%. Thunder in the sky. With his black hair spread out and a cold and arrogant face, he stood on the street like a tower of iron, his eyes cold and indifferent as he looked towards Wang Feng at the other end of the street. Wang Feng took a slightly deep breath. In his previous life, this was the second time Wang Feng had faced Lei Dongtian directly. The first time, Wang Feng is still just a common peripheral forces of the physical ability. The light is covered by the fire ability of his wife Su Xiaoxiao. Once, Lei Dongtian passed by the camp, and everyone came out to line up to greet him. At that time, Lei Dongtian also had such cold and indifferent eyes, sweeping across the entire field as if he was looking at a mole cricket, and only lingering slightly on Su Xiaoxiao for a second. The next day, a notice came over and Su Xiaoxiao was drafted to the headquarters of Thunder Emperor City. At that time, Su Xiaoxiao also falsely told Wang Feng that when she had established herself in Lady City, she would find a way to pick Wang Feng up and take him over there, so that she no longer had to worry about being used as cannon fodder at any time in the peripheral forces. As a result, it didn't take long for the news that Su Xiaoxiao had become a member of Lady's harem to come back. Moreover, this news was circulated through the form of rumors, and Wang Feng did not even receive an explanation or a formal notification. In the aftermath of that, there were those who laughed, those who counseled, and those who looked on coldly. Wang Feng acted as if this had never happened and had never known Su Xiaoxiao, not responding to everything, and doing what he used to do, or going to do what he used to do. A zombie? Kill. Fei? Kill. The other peripheral forces fighting over territory and supplies for the aliens? Kill. Until as time passed and the people around him died one after another, Wang Feng quietly rose to a level 6 alien, and at that time, throughout the entire Thunder Emperor City's sphere of influence, aside from Lei Dongtian's strength being unknown, the highest combatants on the surface were only a handful of rank 7. A level 6 alien was already a first-class level expert. Chapter 114. Admittedly, Wang Feng, who had first entered the 6th level, on paper, his strength seemed to be incomparable to those adepts who had been at the 6th level for a year or even longer, but at least it was no longer an ant that could be crushed at will. Moreover, Wang Feng was still flesh-enhanced, if it was an all-out strike without regard to life and death, facing the relatively fragile body of a non-flesh-enhanced alien. Even a level 7 might come to the limit of 1-for-1, but at that time, Wang Feng didn't think about dying with anyone. He only thought that after he was promoted to level 6, he might have a slight chance to cross the Dragon Ridge mountain range or other directions of obstruction, to go to a place outside the sphere of influence of Lady City, and completely get rid of the shadow of Lady City. A mere 6th level was still too small in front of the entire Thunder Emperor City, so small that it was difficult to even raise a thought of resistance. But out of Wang Feng's expectation, not long after his own ascension to the 6th level, Su Xiaoxiao didn't know how, but seemed to have suddenly remembered that there was still a person like him in the world. In the name of the harem core of Thunderdome City, he was invited to be a guard. Wang Feng couldn't understand this behavior and didn't want to try to understand it, just chose to decline. Soon, just as Wang Feng was secretly preparing to leave as soon as possible, he encountered that ambush. On that day, he had brought a few of his men who had followed him for a long time to hunt a rank 5 alien beast in the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Before entering the mountain, he also assigned his men to scout in accordance with the usual practice. Firstly, whether the situation of the beasts in the mountain and the intelligence were in line with each other, and secondly, whether there were other teams following behind him who wanted to pick up the peaches. The response was that everything was fine. As a result, after entering the mountain, Wang Feng was faced with not one, but a full dozen of foreign beasts, among which there were both level 5 and level 4. Ever since Su Xiaoxiao had defected to Lei Dongtian, coupled with the cautious character honed over several years in the last days, although he did not reveal it on his lips, Wang Feng had never let his guard down regarding Lady City. But Wang Feng really didn't expect that. I don't know if there was any agreement between Lei Dongtian and the king of the Fey Beasts, but he was actually able to send out so many Fey Beasts at once to ambush himself. Originally, in Wang Feng's prediction, even if Lady City intended to stage some kind of ambush, even if a few level 6 aberrants came at the same time, with some of his own hidden killing moves, he might be able to counter-kill 1 or 2 of them before retreating in one piece, causing Lady City to suffer a severe loss. But the ones who carried out the ambush were actually a dozen or so alien beasts, which who could imagine? When a group of alien beasts roared and rushed up, a few of the henchmen who followed them also turned against Wang Feng from behind. They ended up dying faster than the Fey. Wang Feng, who realized that the intelligence was wrong, instantly guessed that something had gone wrong with his men. It looked like he was meeting the beast, but in reality, his attention was mostly on his back. After quickly taking out a few of the backstabbers, a long and brutal battle ensued, until Wang Feng killed the last Fade Beast Grey Wolf. His own injuries had reached a point of no return. The end result of this ambush in Thunder Emperor City was a success. After all, Wang Feng did die because of it. However, given the battle damage ratio caused by Wang Feng, it could also be said to be a complete failure. Then, there was his own bizarre rebirth a few months ago, and yet another aura revival and awakening of his powers. Until now, Wang Feng finally stood in front of Lei Dongtian once again. The difference was that this time, there was no longer any unbeatable Thunder Emperor City. Its predecessor, penetrating Thunder City, had basically been killed to the ground. Without Su Xiao, this woman might still be stealing her life in some corner of Ping'an City, or perhaps she had already been buried in the mouth of the zombies. When the Fit Ability Stone was no longer destined to belong to her, she was completely unworthy of Wang Feng's specialization. The only great enemy left was Lei Dongtian in front of him. A ruthless person who encountered such a situation and still managed to harden himself by employing extreme means to elevate himself to the 6th level. Lei Dongtian's cold and incomparable eyes gazed at Wang Feng and slowly spoke. You, and then say no more. For a thick, hard antelope horn had been poked into the mouth. The lower half of Lei Dongtian's face turned into a cloud of silver-white piercing electricity, avoiding the fate of being stabbed. Electricity spewed out from the location of Lei Dongtian's eyes and ears, looking practically like he was angry to the extreme as electricity was generated in his 7 orifices. Wang Feng didn't care about this. This strike missed and the next strike stabbed at the heart. I'd like to see how many times Lei Dongtian could change the current. Useless. Lei Dongtian roared angrily as his left chest scattered into a ball of electricity and his head returned. From a distance, you can only take a beating and not fight back. When had the hallowed lord of penetrating Thunder City ever suffered such an indignity? Without seeing Lei Dongtian's movements, one after another falling thunderbolt descended from the sky, wildly splitting towards Wang Feng. The result was no different. Still all of them chopped at the place 2 meters away from Wang Feng's body. But at the same time, Lei Dongtian had already used the falling thunder to distract his attention and rushed towards Wang Feng. Lei Dongtian didn't believe that even if the falling thunder couldn't hit Wang Feng, the high-voltage electric field with full coverage and no dead angle around his own body couldn't electrocute him. As long as he approached to within 3 meters, it would be Wang Feng's death. Gave you face. Wang Feng stayed put and his eyes flickered. A spatial rift opened in front of Lei Dongtian's calf. Half of the calf is neatly disconnected. Electricity arcs surged out from Lei Dongtian's leg once again, going to tug on the severed section of the calf. However, where are the legs? The arc only fetched a cloud of air that crackled awkwardly. A few dozen meters behind Wang Feng, a small leg appeared out of nowhere and fell to the ground. Blood gushing out furiously. Bewilderment, mixed with a hint of fear, appeared on Lei Dongtian's face. This little leg was instantly thrown many dozens of meters away, and no matter how godly Lei Dongtian's current was, there was no way he could have fished it back out and hooked it up. Under the inertia of a full charge, Lei Dongtian's body began to fall forward, instinctively waving his arms to try to maintain his balance. The result was that just as soon as the 2 arms swung, they parted in unison with the elbows and the body. Then it was similarly snatched by Wang Feng before the arc connected, and thrown away somewhere with a spatial displacement. Previously, Wang Feng had even secretly tried to directly replace the current that Lei Dongtian's body parts had turned into, but the result was unsuccessful. Although these currents would be stabbed and dispersed by the antelope horn held by Wang Feng, they were still under Lei Dongtian's strong control and would not escape outwards beyond what the ability of spatial displacement allowed. But it doesn't matter. This is a pretty good battle right now. With a thud, Lei Dongtian was unable to make any protective maneuvers because his arm was cut off, and fell face-first to the ground, bursting into a cloud of electric sparks. That was Lei Dongtian's last moment, once again head transforming into current, escaping the end of being directly decapitated by Wang Feng's spatial rift. The fallen Lei Dongtian was still struggling and trying to roll over, like a dying fish. Tin Zhao Yu, who was still desperately struggling with Chang Yong, saw Lei Dongtian's miserable state and cried out in pain in a high-pitched voice, and tried to rush this way. Chang Yong, which will give her this opportunity, reached out and grabbed Zhao Yu's 2 long diamond legs, wrestled on the ground left, right a few times, and then threw it with force, branding Zhao Yu deeply on a distant wall. Half a day to fall down. Chapter 115, Deathbed Struggle. Wang Feng didn't even glance over there, his attention still focused on Lei Dongtian's body. He himself was also a level 6 when he was ambushed in his previous life, and knew too well how tenacious the life force of an alien was after reaching level 6. And so what if he broke his legs and hands? As long as the crystal in his brain shell was still there, it would not affect the ability to launch an alien attack with his mind at all. The antelope longhorn in his hand didn't stop for a moment, and across a distance of several dozen meters. He poked at Lei Dongtian, who was lying on the ground. Wherever it was poked, it instantly exploded into a ball of electricity that actually had an inexplicable rhythm to it. After dozens of consecutive pokes, Lei Dongtian probably couldn't keep up with his supernatural abilities, except for the heart and head and other vital parts. When other places were poked, they didn't emit electricity but spiked blood. Soon there were a bunch of bloody holes stabbed in his body, and he looked ragged. The paralyzing and decelerating effect of the outgoing electric field dissipated as well, leaving only the electromagnetic field imperceptible to the naked eye still maintained, exposed to spatial perception. Moreover, the direction of the magnetic lines of force was also somewhat turbulent and fluctuating, no longer as neat and tidy as it had been before the start of the war. Chen Yong's side had already ended the fight, carrying Zhao Yu, who was not sure if he was dead or alive, upside down in one hand and looking at Lei Dongtian, who was being beaten up on the ground. From afar, suddenly, Chen Yong let go of his hand, dropped Zhao Yu, took a few steps forward, and shouted to Wang Feng from afar, "Big brother Wang, can you stop for a moment and let me kill him with my own hands?" Wang Feng frowned slightly and stopped his hand movements. The front half of the antelope horn in his hand poked right at Lei Dongtian's head. The Lei Dongtian on the ground squirmed, barely moving the mass of electricity on his neck out of the range of the antelope horn, which slowly returned to human form. In the distance, Chen Yong had already started walking this way, slowly approaching towards Lei Dongtian, jarring under the concrete shell. He said, "Brother, stop, let me finish him off." Wang Feng swung his antelope horn, once again sending Lei Dongtian's head into current. Among the spatial perception, Lei Dongtian, even the alien crystal in his head was completely wrapped and fused by the electric current, and only when the antelope swung through did it regain its crystal shape again. "Big brother, you stop first." Chen Yong's tone was agitated. Wang Feng stared at Chen Yong. "Are you trying to kill him or save him? Am I going to kill him, or save him?" Chen Yong's tone became hesitant, as if he was somewhat confused himself. "Brother Wang, I want to kill him, but it can only be done by me personally. He is mine." "Chen Yong, stop!" Wang Feng snapped. "You're not needed here anymore. Go outside the town and help Longmen steal." Chen Yong stood hesitantly. "But, brother Wang, I just want to kill him now." Looking at Chen Yong's appearance, Wang Feng no longer doubted that this was bound to be one of Lei Dongtian's supernormal abilities at work. On the surface, it doesn't seem to change Chen Yong's mind, and even amplifies Chen Yong's hatred, which results in Chen Yong having the idea of monopolizing his enemy and preventing Wang Feng from continuing to kill. This can't help but remind Wang Feng of the magic ring. You think it's a treasure that you have all to yourself, but in reality after staying for a long time you become its slave. It was thought that Yi Qingxuan and the others, Lei Dongtian, had also subconsciously implemented mind control in this way, making people become his loyal slaves without realizing it. It just didn't occur to him that Lei Dongtian was still able to exert influence on Chen Yong, who was only one level lower in his supernatural ability, so quickly despite being beaten up severely by Wang Feng. Wang Feng immediately said in a deep voice, "You exit the town first. I'll keep Lei Dongtian for you." Chen Yong slowly backed up, very slowly, and looked like he was still hesitating and struggling. While keeping a close eye on Chen Yong's movements, Wang Feng used his spatial perception to keep a close eye on Lei Dongtian to prevent him from making any movements. Watching Chen Yong take a step out of the distance, already beyond the range of Lei Dongtian's electromagnetic field, Wang Feng's heart was slightly relieved. At least the impact would not continue to deepen. This was still Wang Feng's long-standing suspicion of this mind control ability of Lei Dongtian, and whisked Chen Yong out while he was still willing to listen. If he can't figure out the situation and pulls a little more, it's hard to say if Chen Yong will turn against him. It wasn't that Chen Yong really had the ability to block Wang Feng's continued attacks, but mainly because he would still have a use for him in the future, and Wang Feng was worried that he would give his life away after he was further controlled by Lei Dongtian. Only after watching Chen Yong's figure disappear on the other side of the town did Wang Feng look at Lei Dongtian again. Lei Dongtian barely used his two broken arms to support the upper half of his body and raised his head. His face was gray and his lips were white. After all, so much blood was not shed in vain. "Who the hell are you?" Lei Dongtian finally had the chance to say a complete sentence. He was answered by a large glob of gasoline that appeared out of nowhere and drenched him from head to toe. A lighter appeared in Wang Feng's hand and the rubbed-out fire appeared on Lei Dongtian's body. Boom! The blazing fire burned up. Electricity flashed and screams were heard. A fireman rolled futilely on the ground. Wang Feng silently retreated beyond the electromagnetic field. Although he was confident that as a level 6 alien, he wouldn't be as easily affected as Chen Yong. But in the face of this kind of alien power with unknown principles, Wang Feng felt that he still needed to be cautious. After a while, the fire was a bit small. That was when the gasoline burned out and only Lei Dongtian's flesh was left burning. Wang Feng then took a few more steps forward to have a fire on fire to keep it going. There wasn't so much gasoline stored in the pendant space. It was directly replaced by Wang Feng from the gas tank of the car parked on the side of the road. It had to be said that the physical strength of a level 6 alien was truly unbelievable, and it was unknown how many times stronger than an ordinary person before the revival of aura. Wang Feng even added 5 or 6 times of oil. A lump of charcoal like Lei moving genius slowly stopped struggling. Wang Feng also thoughtfully replaced Lei Dongtian's calf and arm, which he had cut off earlier, and placed them in the fire. You have to burn the whole body. After a long time, the fire finally went out. Wang Feng fiddled a few times with his antelope horn in the air. Gray and black powder flew about, and only some thicker bones were left inside that hadn't been burned to pieces. Another flick of the skull and a bright, glittering alien crystal rolled out of the empty eye socket. The entire person was burnt to ashes, and this crystal was the only trace of Lei Dongtian left in the world. Pop! The heavy black and gold longsword slapped down horizontally, smashing the alien crystal to smithereens. Ever slapped a garlic clove with a kitchen knife? Yeah, that's what it feels like. Although a grade 6 crystal was precious, Wang Feng wanted Lei Dongtian to disappear cleanly and thoroughly enough even more. A low moan sounded in the distance. That was Zhao Yu, who had been casually thrown to the ground by Chang Yong. Wang Feng slowly walked over. Zhao Yu had already retired his diamond transformation and was lying on the ground, his body twisting unnaturally. With a little perception, Wang Feng knew that this woman's whole body bones were almost broken, and there were quite a few of them were inserted into the internal organs, and she could not live for much longer. Zhao Yu tilted his face to the sky to look at Wang Feng, trembling his lips, and asked, Lei Dongtian, that virgin, is finally dead?